Borne of Caution Act 2 by Fuggmann. Read by Homebrew Audiobooks. Don't forget to subscribe and support the author. We hope you enjoy the show. Chapter 1. Rukidi bounces across the lavish sitting room table impatiently, waiting for his master to ready himself for the day. They'll be exploring the mansion grounds to find Pokémon to battle, and after so many weeks of solo training, Rukidi is ready to pit himself against another in glorious combat in the name of his master. Well, sort of. His master's father, the lord of the manor, is coordinating a grand event in the background. The wild Pokémon are actually all in the care of the manor's servants, and each Pokémon has been given instructions to provide only a light challenge for the young master and Rukidi. If one were being entirely truthful, this is more a confidence-building exercise than a glorious gauntlet that the Galarian nobility of old would traverse as a coming of age. Not that Rukidi minds, however. Any period spent with the young master is time well spent. A sound like a great, harumphing cough pauses Rukidi's pacing. The raven chick bounds over to the side of the table and peers down. There, gazing up at him with droopy eyes, is Stoutland, the lord of the manor's first and most faithful. The eyes of the great dog Pokémon are just as droopy as the blonde fur upon his chops, which forms a long and majestic mustache. Perhaps majestic isn't quite the correct word, but it's the one Stoutland insists upon, so Rukidi will acquiesce. His respect for the prestigious station Stoutland holds as lord of the manor's first and most faithful demands it. Pace not upon furniture within this parlor. Stoutland's tone is sharp and criticizing despite his rug-like countenance. It would do you well to not mar the table with razor claws and impatience when there exists a perfectly fine floor below you. I assure you that mine talons will only tear into those who would challenge the young master. Rukidi's tone is even, but he bows his head and turns his eyes away, surreptitiously checking to see if his claws had indeed left any marks in the richly colored wood. Stoutland harumphs once more, a deep sound that reverberates across the painting-adorned walls. Then perhaps learn patience. The young master shan't be long. Rukidi bows his head again, not replying and thus not inviting retort. It takes 10 and 5 minutes more, but the doors to the sitting room slowly swing inward on soundless, oiled hinges. From the entrance steps the young master and his father, lord of the manor. The young master is still dressed smartly in his school uniform, though his tie is loosened. Without much of a thought, Rukidi flutters from the table to his master's shoulder. Leaning down, he takes the tie in his beak and gives it a short tug, returning it to a proper, pristine noblesse. Oh, Rook, must you? The young master complains. The sparkle in his eyes is all humor, however. A thin, fair hand rises so a finger can stroke Rukidi across the bottom of his beak, and the raven chick savors the contact. The tie is perhaps the worst bit of the academy attire. I feel as if whoever conceived this uniform must have been a hangman in a life prior. The lord of the manor allows a thin smile to grace his angular features as he watches. Come now, my son. It is the duty of the first and most faithful to care for their master. Spurn not his dedication, even in jest, he says, putting a hand on the boy's unoccupied shoulder. Rukidi can't help but puff up in pride at the words of his lord. He would see to the young master's every need without fail. That's what a human's first and most faithful does. Nay, that's what any good Pokémon does. With a start, Corvisquire awakens. He blinks his blurry eyes and takes the sight of the foliage around him. With a glance down, he confirms where he is, finding rough bark instead of finely polished wood, or the scratchy shoulder of an academy uniform. Mauville Central Park, perched high in a tree and hidden from prying eyes. With a beak-cracking yawn, the raven stretches his wings, working out kinks and warding away the pins and needles of sleeping in the wild. For a moment, he debates scavenging a breakfast for himself, but his stomach still feels full from the night prior. With nothing to do, he takes flight and lands on the edge of a building overlooking the streets closest to the park. Standing high above the landbound crawlers below on his perch of brick and mortar, Corvisquire surveys the city of Mauville with a narrow eye, taking in the people and Pokémon below. He recognizes none of them, and for that, he's thankful. He's been blessedly alone since Swablu's singular visit. I've lingered here long enough, he muses to himself, thinking of the prior night's dinner of greasy, stolen stromboli that still sits heavily in his stomach. The more human garbage he stuffs down his gullet, the less appealing it becomes. Greener pastures are quite literally green in this case. He goes to spread his wings but hesitates. Again he looks down, and again he spies no one of note. With a huff, his wings shoot out before he springs into the air with a mighty flap. Beneath him, the ground falls away at a pace anyone else would find alarming, but to a flying type such as he, it's practically leisurely. As he levels off high in the sky, he banks to the west, lazily riding a thermal of warm air rising from the city below up to the edge of the clouds. When his thermal putters out, he glides back down until he reaches yet another thermal, where he starts the cycle anew, flying slowly with barely a single flap of his wings. Hours pass as the land below slowly passes him by and the sun gradually climbs to beat down upon Hoenn relentlessly. With his metallic feathers hot and his stomach growling, Corvusquire looks down, spying a human town much smaller than Mauville. The greenery surrounding the artificial oasis is encroaching on the edges, unlike the conquering city of Mauville. Verdanturf town? Corvusquire wonders to himself, recalling the map the human would show everyone before they hit the wild trails. A town renowned for its clean air and integration with nature. The wind patterns keep it clear of ash despite its proximity to Mount Chimney. Or so the map blurb said. The avian shrugs to himself. Not important. If it's so clean, then perhaps I might finally stumble upon something lacking the taste of grease to eat. His mind made up, Corvusquire partially tucks his wings and descends in a sharply angled glide. The town below is even more quaint than expected, with the largest building being the tall, 4-story Pokémon Center. The people and Pokémon milling about below are ignored, however, as Corvusquire banks to the south and soars mere feet above the treetops. Peering downward, he looks for bright colors in the rushing sea of green, a telltale sign of fruit to enjoy. There, a succulent purple, Corvusquire folds his wings to his sides and dives down, nimbly twisting around several tree limbs before snapping his metallic blue wings open a foot away from the ground, halting his descent. He smiles at what he finds. A large, full bush of bluckberries. The beautifully purple sweets gently wobble in the breeze on their branches, almost begging to be eaten. Well, don't mind if I do, Corvusquire purrs, hopping forward and snagging a berry in his beak. The force breaks the skin of the delicate fruit, dribbling sweet violet juice down the raven's throat. Wasting no more time, he bites down and savors the flavor dancing across his tongue. Ahem. The sweetness coating his mouth stays Corvusquire's anger at being rudely interrupted, so rather than snarl, he turns with a grunt. Ah, rabble. Wonderful. He sighs. On the branches of the trees around Corvusquire are perched countless Taillow, all of whom glare down at him with no small amount of displeasure. At their center a puffed-up male sucks in a breath that makes his breast feathers swell even further. This grove belongs to our flock and has been our territory for generations. You best get going before something bad happens, outsider, he spits. Corvusquire sneers back, his own feathers ruffling in agitation. Such bravado for such a thin-feathered, runty fledgling. Tell me, were you the last to hatch amongst your brood? You certainly sound like you were oxygen-starved as a chick. Or perhaps your oaf mother cracked your shell with her fat rear and let an infection permanently addle your already small brain? Begone and waste someone else's time, dullard. The young Taillow reels back at the vitriol, then grits his beak as he flushes so red in anger that the color bleeds through his feathers. Why you stupid thief, I'll make you regret that. He says nothing else, diving at Corvusquire with his talons bared and murder in his eyes. How dreadfully slow, Corvusquire watches Taillow close the distance between them without alarm. If Queen Furball and the treehugger were good for anything, at least they were decent sparring partners. At the last second, Corvusquire powers up a steel wing and holds it before him like a broad shield, digging his talons into the dirt to steady himself. A moment later, Taillow crashes into the raven's wing and painfully rebounds with a sound like a gong. Taillow flops to the ground with a wheezing gasp, winded. Before the tiny bird can stand, Corvusquire swings his wing around like a battering ram and slams it into Taillow, making the smaller bird breathlessly cry out in pain as he's thrown tumbling through the air towards a distant tree with almost no arc to his flight. With a thud that makes the surrounding flock flinch, the young Taillow smacks his skull on the unforgiving tree trunk and falls once more to the dirt, dead to the world. Chuckling deep in his throat, Corvusquire haughtily stares up into the infuriated flock, drinking in their uncertainty and slowly mounting dread like one might a fine wine. Just a single strike and the mouthy brat falls. Truly, an outstanding display of defense for an ancestral feeding ground, he mocks. Do I have any other challengers? I've nowhere to be other than this bush enjoying a meal. And I do so enjoy working up a proper appetite before eating. The countless glowers sent his way bother Corvusquire none. He answers them with a malicious smile, openly inviting them to try where their friend failed. From the leaves above, a large form zips down and lands before Corvusquire with a flutter of sleek wings. Corvusquire takes in the newcomer with a raised brow. Oh? A swallow? Standing before the raven is a larger bird Pokemon than the nervous, agitated Talo up in the trees. She shares the same coloration with the Talo, with a red face and breast, white underbelly, and dark blue back, wings, and tail. The swallow differs from her fellows only in size, being 2 feet tall to the one of the various Talo, and possessing a backswept fringe of feathers on her head. Corvisquire might have found her fetching if her unmarred coat of feathers didn't announce her weakness like a wailing siren. Matriarch Swallow is here. One Talo hollers in excitement, hopping in place. She's going to put this thief in his place. The rest of the flock needs no other encouragement and breaks out into cheers, broken only by jeers hurled at Corvisquire. Swallow raises her head higher, and at some unseen signal, the noisy flock quiets into total silence. Swallow then levels Corvisquire with an even stare. This land is the territory of my flock. Her voice is hard, yet matronly. Why are you here? Why am I here? Corvisquire guffaws. A flock of fools picks a blind leader. The jokes write themselves these days. Why else would I be here? Corvisquire smiles nastily. I'm taking this grove. Swallow's eyes narrow. It belongs to us. Duly noted and disregarded. The raven steps closer, looming over Swallow. He's easily a foot taller than she is, perhaps a little more. What sort of stratagem do you have for me? Will you meet me one-on-one? Pile upon me with the bodies of your compatriots? It matters not, but please, do try your best. Despite Corvisquire being well above her weight class, Swallow's stare remains unimpressed. After a long moment, she says, I know your sort. You're too large, too groomed to be wild. You belong to a trainer. Corvisquire sees red. Swallow doesn't flinch when Corvisquire's beak snaps shut scant inches from her eye with a sharp clack. You're playing a dangerous game, Swallow, the raven hisses in her ear, his hateful red eye boring into Swallow's calm hazel. I will warn you no more on that matter. Undaunted, Swallow continues. You stand 3 heads taller than I and felled one of our own with a single blow, she says, looking up at him boldly. I will not posture when the conclusion is already foregone. This is our home and we love it, so I will ask you to leave us in peace. Corvisquire hacks out a harsh laugh and draws his head back. Ask? You would presume to ask me? He turns his back on Swallow, strutting up to the bluck bush and plucking off another berry. He twirls on his foot and eats the berry in one slow, taunting bite. To his annoyance, Swallow is unruffled by his disrespect. Yes, I would, she declares, stepping closer until she and Corvisquire are nearly abreast once more. This grove and the ones adjacent feed my flock. We've lived here for generations and cared for this land as if it were family. You may eat your fill, but then please be gone. Corvisquire chuckles. My, today has been a humorous one. You go from asking me to leave to bargaining that quickly? And what is this May nonsense? You can only broker from a position of power, you ignorant little pidgey. No, either you have the power to defend what you claim to love, or you will forfeit it. That is how this world works. Now, the raven steps closer, calling upon the latent power within him and pushing. With a hiss of writhing, caustic dark, a wreath of 5 pursuers is borne over his head like a cadre of spirits. Each black orb shivers in barely restrained violence, and several of the surrounding Talo tense. Let's see how much you love this grove of yours, Corvisquire grins as his heart begins to race in anticipation of the impending fight. Step forward so I can break you. Swallow narrows her eyes and spreads her wings. Then flies up to a high branch, no combat stance to be seen. Befuddled, Corvisquire furrows his brow and waits. Everyone. Swallow's voice is quiet and apologetic. We're leaving. Protests erupt from every Talo, falling together into a nonsensical din that makes a headache bloom in Corvisquire's skull. The raven is too dumbstruck to shout above the noise, however. Leaving? What? What does she mean by that? Swallow opens her beak and releases a single, authoritative screech, silencing the grove. I will have no arguments on this matter. She cranes her head from one side to the other slowly, taking the time to meet each and every set of eyes on her. Verdanderf well and truly earned the verdant in its name. I and the prior patriarch knew such a day would come, so we prepared. A new home awaits us. But matriarch, a young female Talo asks from nearby, her face heartbroken. This is where I was hatched. This is where most of the flock were hatched. We're just going to give it up to some bully without a fight? The Talo asks, anguished. Swallow turns her eyes away. The safety of the flock is paramount, she forces out. I will not send you all into, what is the human term? I will not send any of you into the meat grinder that is a trained Pokemon in a foolhardy attempt to preserve our pride or bushes of food. She raises her head again, voice stern and commanding. We will gather in Verdanturf, then I will take everyone to our new home. Scouts, gather the wider flock. Everyone else, go, now. For a moment, none of the Talos seem to believe their ears, but then one reluctantly spreads his wings and flies away. Then another. Soon the trees are empty and the sound of many pairs of wings beating the air fades, leaving Corvusquire and Swellow alone. Corvusquire stares at Swellow, slowly processing what happened. Wah! He blinks as his pursuers fizzle out into swirls of dark mist. That's it? You're going to run away? He asks, a terrible, hot sensation blooming in his breast. You're just going to run away? He screeches. Swellow peers down at Corvusquire coolly. You wish to take the grove, and I agreed to give it, she clicks her tongue. You're upset that you have what you want? You're supposed to fight for it. Corvusquire roars, the rage inside of him growing to volcanic proportions in an instant. His breath is fast, his head is hot, and he sees red bleeding into the corners of his vision. You're supposed to fight me, you damned Pidgey, not run away. You're the worst sort. You're a coward who can't do anything because you're too weak. Did you even bother trying to grow stronger when you know you have such things on the line? He spreads his wings and tries to form another volley of pursuers, but with this focus scrambled, he can only spark impotently with crackles of violet energy. Swellow's composure finally cracks as she leans back, a disturbed expression crossing her face. I know two things for certain, you sad thing. I know my limits, and I know nothing can last forever. Corvusquire's answer is a cackle, one that makes Swellow's skin crawl. So you admit it? You're a coward and a weakling. He glares up at the smaller avian with pure hate. Swellow spreads her wings, but before she takes off, she mutters one last reply. Sometimes, nothing can be done. Like all who wish to live without regret, I've come to peace with that. Corvusquire freezes, not pursuing as Swellow grows smaller and smaller in the sky. His eyes follow her, but he's looking past her. The medication isn't working. Nothing can be done. The proper technology just isn't there yet. Nothing can be done. I'm sorry. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. You can't do anything. Corvusquire screams. When the haze of inarticulate anger finally begins to drain, leaving Corvusquire weary and aching, the sun is past noon and on its way into the evening. In his first conscious decision the whole afternoon, he pauses and surveys the grove. Or what's left of it. In his rage, multiple trees have been felled as if a twister blew through the area. Not a single trunk isn't covered in burns, rends, cuts, and drill marks. The places he unleashed pursuers are obvious, as the greenery is dead and decaying, leaves reduced to withered brown husks. The delicious bush of blackberries is gone, and in its place is a crater wide enough for Corvusquire to lay beak to tail feather. The ground is little more than blackened and turned dirt. With a huff, Corvusquire turns to the afternoon sun. A whole day gone by, and only 2 bites of bluck for my troubles, he grumbles in tandem with his stomach, which is now a yawning void in his middle. From hunger or something else, he isn't sure anymore. He raises his head when he hears bushes shaking in the distance. A scowl returns to his face and his sour mood grips him with even more might. Only a human would walk towards such bedlam. Sure enough, a young boy unsurely emerges from the brush only to stop and gape at the destruction around him. Wah! He begins, looking around with open fright. The boy is a skinny waif of a child. With his gangly limbs, pale skin, and unkempt green hair, he looks as delicate as a sheet of wet paper. His eyes, a plain gray, finally land on Corvusquire. The raven frowns. What are you looking at, boy? Corvusquire's harsh tone makes the child flinch and recoil. Ah? Did you do all this? He asks, looking around at the carnage with wide, disbelieving eyes. Rather than answer, Corvusquire draws back a shining wing, readying a path for his swift that will nearly brush the boy and hopefully scare him off. The boy's eyes widen so far that it's a wonder they don't pop out of his head, and Corvusquire can pinpoint the moment the green-headed child's life starts to flash before his eyes. Wally. WWWAALLLLLY. Wait for me. Corvusquire holds his attack, turning his red eyes to the bush behind the child. From the underbrush bursts a tiny Ralts, trundling along on his short legs far too short to keep pace with a human. Ralts gasps, looking at Corvusquire in the leveled clearing with no small amount of fear. What happened here? He asks, covering his mouth with his hands. What is it with everyone's fixation with obvious, asinine questions today? Corvusquire's patience hits its limit, so he modifies Swift's flight path in his head to strike Ralts and sweeps his wing with a grunt, shooting 5 weak Swift stars no larger than coins. The boy, Wally, reaches out with one hand as the other clutches his chest. Ralts. Block it with confusion, he gasps out. The panicking Ralts holds his hands up and screws his eyes shut, a thin semicircle of pink telekinetic force blinking into being just in time to block the first swift star. Another strike, and Ralts grits his teeth. Another, and his confusion falters. The final 2 stars smash through his defense and explode against Ralts with bone-rattling pops, throwing him to the ground where he lays prone, wisps of smoke rising from his battered form. Wally wheezes. Ralts. He gasps again, making Corvisquire raise an eyebrow. Ralts. Please get up, he pleads, sucking down another desperate breath as his already pale face loses what little color it has. We need to run. Uncle was right, it's not safe outside of T-Town. With a moan of pain, Ralts slowly gets back to his feet, standing with a heavy wobble and unfocused eyes. Corvisquire sighs. Today really is an exercise in frustration, he murmurs, raising a shining golden wing again. Begone. I have no interest in a pair of weaklings like yours. Before he can finish his sentence, Wally falters, then falls to the ground in a heap on his back, clutching at something in his breast pocket with clumsy, nerveless fingers. His chest is heaving so quickly that it's almost like Corvisquire banishes the thought before it can form. Wally. Ralts forgets all about the battle and the swift burns adorning his chest as he rushes to his trainer's side. Wally? What's wrong? Oh no, oh no. Ralts frets, his voice warbling and eyes glistening. He turns to Corvisquire, face pleading. Please, I need your help. I need to get him back to town. I don't know what's wrong with him. Corvisquire tilts his head, hardening his heart. Are you listening to yourself, you little fool? He mocks. You're asking a Pokémon you were fighting but 10 seconds ago for help. In what world does that make sense to you? Please. I'll do anything. Anything. Ralts begs, tears beginning to pour down his cheeks. Wally is my trainer and I love him. I don't want him to die. I love him. I don't want him to die. I love him. I don't want him to die. I love him. I don't want him to die. Nothing can be done. There must have been something I could have done. Images flash by Corvisquire's eyes, and as though in a trance, he marches up to Ralts' side. His condition. What's it called? Ralts' teary face snaps to look up at Corvisquire. What? The boy's ailment, fool. The raven barks, making Ralts flinch. What is it? What's the name? I don't know. Ralts cries and flinches away when Corvisquire glares down at him with barely contained fury. Wally came to Verdanturf because his lungs are bad, and living in the city was making him sick. I don't know what it's called. With a click of his tongue, Corvisquire pushes away his disgust at touching a human for just a second and grasps the boy's wrist with a set of talons. The instant Corvisquire confirms his suspicions, he steps back as if burned. Tachycardia with a regular rhythm, shallow hyperventilation. He looks at Wally's pale face, noting the boy's wide eyes looking at him without really realizing what he's looking at. A glance at the boy's lips confirms that they're gradually turning a worrying blue. Oxygen isn't getting to where it should be. This looks like a stress-induced asthma attack. He looks over to Ralts. Does he carry some sort of medication? Like an inhaler? Inhaler? Corvisquire growls. Are you the boy's Pokémon or not? He demands, once more making Ralts cringe and bow his head. You should know these things. I'm talking about a small, plastic apparatus with an aerosol canister sized to fit in a hand. His shirt pocket. Ralts answers instantly. Wally keeps that thing in his shirt pocket. With no finesse, the raven bites the breast pocket on the child's shirt and rips it open without regard for the button keeping it closed. Sure enough, inside is an inhaler. He takes it in his beak and tosses it to Ralts, who fumbles and nearly drops it. Take the cap off the end and hold it to his mouth. Press down on the aerosol canister as he's breathing in to administer the medicine. Quickly, now. Ralts wastes no time in doing as ordered, rushing to Wally's side. Don't worry, Wally, just hang on. He pleads, shakily holding the inhaler to the boy's mouth and depressing the canister. A puff of white gas is shot down Wally's throat and almost immediately the green-headed boy breathes a bit deeper. In his confusion, Wally tries to weakly resist with a distressed gasp, but Corvisquire clasps the young trainer's wrist in his talons once more, this time pinning him to the ground. The raven looks over to Ralts. Again, the psychic type obeys immediately, puffing another dose into Wally's mouth as he breathes in again. After a tense 10 or so seconds, Wally's breaths begin to deepen and color starts to return to his face. Corvisquire watches silently, tracking Wally's eyes as the glazed look in them begins to fade. Fool. Ralts turns to look at the raven, rubbing at his puffy, teary eyes as he does so. Stay with the boy. He'll recover over the next few minutes. Corvisquire spreads his wings. Cherish what you have while you can. That naive happiness of yours will run out soon, mark my words. Without looking back, Corvisquire rises up and into the sky, his thoughts in disarray. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. There must have been something I could have done. So this Courtney lady is no good? Try and keep your voice down. Grovyle hisses to Marshtomp. The gecko Pokemon looks over his shoulder to the trio of nearby trainers, each one looking down at a picnic table with a paper map spread across it. Brendan and Zinnia argue animatedly over differing routes while a stoic Courtney watches the bickering. Lee, along with Vulpix, are away for a last-minute, early morning meeting with Dr. Lanes. Considering the harsh route and probable 2 to 3 week walk ahead of the group, Grovyle can't help but applaud his master's initiative, though anything that speeds Lee's recovery is something Grovyle will support. His thoughts return to the matter at hand as he lets his yellow-eyed gaze wander, taking in the small groups everyone's various teams have divided up into. The hotel grounds where everyone stayed their final night in Mauville is a regular circus of Pokemon. One passersby can't help but slow down to observe. With so much attention fixed on the more boisterous of Grovyle's fellows, no one noticed him quietly gather Marshtomp and Shelgon for a private conversation. One far away from Courtney and her Pokemon. Zinnia hasn't told me much. Shelgon's voice has a metallic timbre inside his shell. The encased dragon looks between Marshtomp and Grovyle. We did room with Courtney last night, however, so Zinnia was likely being cautious. Considering her hot-headed nature, Marshtomp laughs. A dragon calling someone else a hothead? You see something new every day. He grins widely, then sobers up. Yeah, I guess that makes sense that your girl is treating this so seriously. Don't want to tip your hand early, or that's how Brendan phrases it. He gives Grovyle a sidelong glance and crosses his muscular arms, drumming his thick fingers on his bicep. Did Lee call my boy's dad about this yet? Grovyle nods, shifting his twig in his mouth. He's going to need a new one soon, at this rate. Last night, Professor Birch was understandably cagey when details came to light but understood in the end. We have only my master and Zinnia's word on Courtney's true allegiances, and while we know they can be trusted on word alone, the Pokemon League will want proof. Shelgon finishes with an annoyed grunt. He paws the grass in irritation. Stupid humans and their stupid rules. This would be so much simpler if humans would trust their instincts properly. None of this bureaucratic nonsense is needed. You just dispose of bad eggs before they ruin the clutch. Marshtomp shrugs. Would you not have trusted her from the get-go? I mean, she seems kinda creepy, but not bad to me, he asks, playing devil's advocate. Shelgon snorts. That's because your sort can barely tell mud and water apart. The mudfish scowls, a vein bulging in his forehead. What is that supposed to mean? Enough, please. Let's return to important matters here. Grovyle sighs and raises his claws between Marshtomp and Shelgon before they can level the area over a disagreement. We need to be wary and ready to act at the first sign of foul play. According to my master, Courtney presents a very real and significant threat due to her status within Magma and the prowess of her team. Zinnia and my master are going to try and pump her for information during our travels, and in a best-case scenario, convince her that Magma's mission is demented. Until she is gone or neutralized, we need to be ready at all times. Grovyle pauses to rub the miracle seed woven into his neckerchief, feeling the vibrant life energy within. His master insists the grass-boosting trinket should be kept close at hand from now on. Are we in agreement? Shelgon rumbles in thought. I'll not be passing this information to Gumi. He declares. He has enough on his plate. Zinnia's upcoming acquisition will also be kept in the dark until properly vetted. Marshtomp rubs his chin when the other Mons look his way. I'm pretty sure both Breloom and Mawile can handle the info. If my boy gets any new teammates, I'll make sure they're trustworthy first. Grovyle nods. Vulpix already knows. Understandably, I will refrain from informing young Shinx for some time. Hopefully, this is all wrapped up before she can begin to comprehend things like subterfuge. Marshtomp grins at his friends. Man, what a journey this is turning out to be, huh? I'm certain some could do without the drama. Grovyle's retort is as dry as the desert they'll be braving in the coming days. Chapter 2. I don't recommend it. Courtney shakes her head, her magenta locks bouncing under the red hood of her jacket. The Valley of Steel holds many powerful wild Pokemon. Steven Stone trains there. The desert is unpleasant, and the path is longer, but safer. To the side, Zinnia groans. It'll be fine. I've made it through the valley several times without anything bad happening. She waltzes up and throws an arm around Courtney's shoulders. You're worrying too much, sister. Don't encourage Doolittle's worrywart streak. We're strong enough to fend off most anything. Bemused, Lee raises an eyebrow as he watches the spectacle. Didn't you say the trip to Northern Hoenn would be a challenge that we should be careful of? Zinnia promptly ignores him. The incognito magma admin sighs, gently shrugging off the other woman's arm. Keyword. Most. One trainer might slip by, but a group will invite both curiosity and challenge from natives. Are you certain? Brendan looks between the two women, visibly biting back the retort that is undoubtedly in Courtney's favor. In his eyes, Lee can see the desire for the challenge a champion's playground would present. As one, all three of them look to Lee, much to his chagrin. Well? Zinnia asks, an eyebrow raised. Which way are we taking? 122 is faster and not through a miserable desert, just saying. Courtney doesn't protest any further and stares at the zoologist as well. Rather than lament the leadership position being foisted on him yet again, Lee looks down at the paper map held in his hands, then back up at the fork in the road he and his friends have come to after a 3-day hike out of Mavil. The trees in the forest path have waned, revealing a flat, verdant grassland and giving everyone a breathtaking view of the ever-looming Mount Chimney and the rocky plateaus guarding its base. Lazy wisps of smoke rise from the maw of Chimney's volcano top, mingling with the sparse clouds. Lee lets his eyes turn to the left path. The worn, dirt road of Route 122 snakes into the distant rock formations, vanishing into a narrow, shadowed valley. Over on the right path, Route 111 extends far into the distance, vanishing into the horizon, but beyond that, Lee knows the grassland will eventually run out, and even further beyond that, the harsh Hoenn Desert awaits. Both paths lead into Hoenn's northern regions, with the desert route of 111 being the longer, safer option that curves around the valley and its tough-as-nails Pokémon. Where to go? Lee mulls. I need to seriously look into a new teammate, preferably one who can deal with fire types. Trapinch would do. Sandshrew would also be nice, but the valley isn't home to only steel types. There are a plethora of rock and ground types too. Powerful ones. Lee frowns, making his scars tug unpleasantly. It's risky, but Corvy's departure really put a dent in our ability to battle. We've only just been scraping by in the battles that really matter, and with Magma and Aqua on the move, we need the firepower. Laying across his shoulders, a dozing Vulpix perks up an ear. Grow *YLE and IPS CES type *ADV Tagus Agai Street M Street of the Denizens *the VA lay, it sounds like. If I is the route UI *H to take, th *N we will sue port you. After a second, she opens her eyes with a huff. Per *P this HYP hetical nay member will K ow what L alti is. Her telepathy garbles slightly from the spike of agitation. Lee smiles and leans his cheek into hers, soaking in her warmth for a moment before returning his attention to his less furry friends. We already prepared for the desert. Lee muses aloud. He shifts his shoulders, but the water and travel cloak bought 3 days prior in his backpack add no noticeable weight. But at the same time, the valley is home to many rare and interesting Pokémon. He looks at Courtney. Courtney? I won't force anyone into anything they don't want, but... Lee frowns and looks at the placid Vixen on his shoulder, who stares back. Vulpix and Grovyle are my only combat-ready Pokémon. I have faith in them, but it would place an unfair burden on them if the Laverage Gym demands a 3-on-3 match. Zinnia and Brendan want to traverse the valley, and I'm tentatively in agreement if only to recruit a new Pokémon with enough strength to stand up to a gym. Is Route 122 a hard no for you? Courtney's face remains frustratingly unreadable, but she shakes her head after a second. No, I was merely advising against it. If you are confident, then I will follow. Nodding, Lee turns to an eager Brendan and surprised Zinnia. Anything to add? Both shake their heads no, so the group forms back up and begins down the road to the Valley of Steel. As they walk, Lee and Zinnia lag behind a little bit, letting Brendan excitedly chatter into Courtney's ear. You've been through the valley before, Courtney? Brendan smiles radiantly up at the disguised magma admin like a Growlithe puppy might. What's it like? How strong are the Pokémon there? The magenta-haired woman breaks her stoic mask to smile faintly back. Rocky. The valley is rich in iron ore, so the Pokémon there eat it, making their steel armor strong. Beside Lee, Zinnia snickers under her breath as she watches. Ah, kiddo is crushing hard. Maybe a little too hard for my liking. Lee inwardly frowns, both because of who he's crushing on, and how he keeps getting defensive when Zinnia tries to get Courtney to talk. He and Zinnia have been at each other's throats for days now. How to turn Brendan away from the magma admin without hurting him, though, is a question Lee hasn't found an answer to yet. Zinnia's giggles dry up as she sobers. You know we'll have to tell him at some point, right? Lee doesn't answer for a moment, gathering many thoughts that buzz in his head like a swarm of beedrill. Love? Scan her again? On Lee's shoulder, Vulpix shuts her eyes and pretends to doze, hiding the purple glow in her gaze. Although invisible to the naked eye, Lee can feel the tendril of psychic energy reach out from Vulpix and snake its way to the petite woman ahead. With a feather-light touch, Vulpix makes contact. Both man and fox focus on the faint emotions sifting by, taking each one in and carefully gauging them. Intense curiosity, enjoyment, contentment, devotion. Overwhelming devotion to a tall man in red attire, slicked crimson hair, and glasses with a curious stone sent into the frame. Devotion so powerful that his image can't be divorced from it. That unhealthy obsession with her leader again, but nothing malicious. Lee breathes, shaking off the nervousness and revulsion of invading Courtney's privacy so grievously once more. If anyone knew that Vulpix has been psychically interacting with a human beyond simple lie detecting, Lee would most assuredly have his trainer license shredded. If they knew that he purposely ordered her to do emotional scans and has been doing it for days, he would enjoy living in a prison cell for quite some time, but if it means keeping his friends safe, then lines will have to be crossed. Though to his concern, Vulpix had no issue with the order and skimmed Courtney's emotions without any delay the first night. On his shoulder, Vulpix picks up on Lee's mixed feelings and pokes his cheek with her nose. I do ts*e the bi* deal. She's an E** me and O** R midst. We show *LD use all the A** vantages we ha** E. What a human thing of Vulpix to say. Lee bites his lip, staring into Courtney's back as he does so. Vulpix, I think your perspective might be a bit skewed. We've been linked together every day since this adventure began, ever since your. He almost thinks, creation. Birth. There is a good reason the League cracks down on rogue psychics so hard. People don't want other people in their thoughts seeing their dirty or shameful moments. The mind is meant to be a sacred place. Vulpix mulls the explanation over. But IKN*W all of your sham *full moments. A**DUKN*W all of mine. I. Und *R stand, but A** the same T*E, I don't. The M*GMA admin is in *alved in a plot T** at THR** Aitens to reshape the W** RLD. The six-tailed fox sighs a hot breath. I think she forf** it's a** y moral protect ion after throwy *G in her lot with M*GMA. What we have isn't the norm, he patiently responds. I don't think anyone has what we have. We should be careful to not overstep our bounds more than necessary. Not only is that a dangerous road of thought to tread, the League will not agree in the slightest. We're only going as far as we already have because lives might be at risk. Hello? Hoen to Doolittle? We'll talk more on that later. Lee finishes with Vulpix and returns his attention to Zinnia. Sorry, Zinnia. I had a quick exchange with Vulpix. He clears his throat and lowers his voice a little more. I don't think Courtney is bad per se, but maybe misguided. She hasn't given off any hostile vibes at least. I'm hoping to build some trust, maybe even a friendship, then confront her and convince her that Magma's scheme is insanity. Zinnia's eyes narrow, and her crimson eyes almost seem alight in the shadow cast by her bangs. That could backfire big time, Lee. Do you think Magma and Aqua can be reasoned with? They pick up crazies and people with no morals on purpose, because what sane person wants to be an eco-terrorist? I'll trust your judgment on this chick not being malicious. She gives a pointed look at Vulpix, who bristles slightly. But that means she's on the other side of that spectrum, the crazy side. You can't reason with people like that. Don't do yourself dirty and get attached when we're going to come to blows with her one day, probably sooner rather than later. Why does she have to be so damn perceptive? Lee breathes in and exhales. Zinnia, I understand where you're coming from, but let's at least try the nonviolent approach, okay? I think this can work. The dragon tamer gives him a sidelong glance as they both pick up the pace to catch up with Brendan and Courtney. That's awfully hopeful of you. Lee lets a sardonic smirk lift the unmarred side of his face. Hope is something I'm good at. The walk to the valley is spent with idle chatter, a single stop for lunch and a break, and a pause to watch two wild Linoan dart at each other in a high-speed battle that forces the smaller loser to scamper away. The winner preens pridefully under the eyes of his audience, especially so with an amazed Shinx, before zooming away into the grassland. Finally, as the sun begins to shift into the late afternoon, nearly on the cusp of the evening, Lee, Zinnia, Brendan, and Courtney reach the mouth of the valley. Lee cranes his head nearly all the way back with Vulpix following suit, taking in the imposing rock faces above. Now on the threshold of the valley, the high, jagged cliffs are so much more imposing. The rocks are all a rusty brown in color, and the scent of iron is so thick in the air that Lee doesn't need to borrow Vulpix's nose to smell it. The path into the valley looks as if it were a tiny crack from a distance, but now that they're standing before it, Lee realizes a jumbo jet could fly through the opening without worry of clipping its wings on the towering valley walls. The Valley of Steel is a shortcut? This place is huge, if not for all of the powerful Pokémon living here. Courtney begins suddenly. This place would have been turned into a giant iron mine. She turns to everyone else, eyeing Zinnia first. Zinnia, you've traversed the valley before? The tribeswoman nods resolutely. Yep, more than once. Do you know the routes? Again, Zinnia nods. Courtney then withdraws a Pokeball from her hoodie pocket and leisurely taps the button, popping it open in her hand. In a flash of light, her Camerupt is beside her and the area grows several degrees warmer. Camerupt. Courtney lays her hand across Camerupt's snout, making the camel grumble and focus his droopy eyes on her. We're navigating the Valley of Steel. Please be vigilant. Camerupt's eyes sharpen for a moment. Courtney then turns her eyes to Brendan and Zinnia. I recommend having a Pokemon on hand. Things might go sour quickly. Without needing another word, Brendan snags Marshtomp's ball from his belt and hits the balls button. With another flash of light, the Mudfish Pokemon materializes at his trainer's side, already in a dutiful salute with a croak. Rubbing a hand across his Pokemon's head, Brendan grins. I don't even need to ask, do I? You're the best, pal. Marshtomp beams. Zinnia is last, taking Shelgon's ball and popping it open. After the light of Shelgon's materialization fades, she gives his metallic shell a poke. Into the valley again. You know the drill, right bud? The encased dragon says nothing, only stepping a little closer to his trainer. Together, the team of 4 trainers and 4 Pokemon step into the maw of the valley, eyes scanning every which way. The first several hundred feet are empty, devoid of any other people or Pokemon on the snaking path further into the heart of the valley. The cliff walls form a twisting corridor that they follow until the throat of the passage truly opens up, spitting them out into the valley proper. Lee, Vulpix, Marshtomp, and Brendan all peer around at the high, flat-topped plateaus that all share a rusty red color while Courtney, Zinnia, and their Pokemon only give the area a cursory once-over with their eyes. Zinnia then steps forward, Shelgon on her heels. I'll take it from here. I know a few good stopping points for the night. Keep an eye peeled for aggressive Pokemon. They really aren't fond of outsiders here. She digs out a folded-up bit of paper from her hip pouch and opens it, turning and showing everyone a hand-drawn map. Stay close. We've got to navigate with only the basics here. The iron in everything throws off compasses and cell signals. On a whim, Lee pulls both this phone and Pokédex out, and sure enough, neither device has any service. That's concerning. What if you run into an emergency out here? Zinnia snorts. You're on your own. Don't give me that look. We'd be on our own in the desert, too. We're not going back now. The Draconid tribeswoman leads them down from the entrance of the valley and through a trodden path marked with cairns and arrows scored into the rocks of the plateaus. Along the way, they finally begin to spot Pokemon. Above, a trio of Magnemite peers down at the group curiously. In the sun, their shiny bodies cast harsh glints that make them difficult to look at. They idle high in the sky for only a moment before floating away. Some minutes later, in the lower part of the valley where several hardy trees grow, they find a Scizor scoring the bark of a tree with his pincers and drinking the sap that flows out. The bug and steel type watches them warily but doesn't attack. Inside Lee burns the boyish desire to challenge the Scizor to a battle if only for the cool factor of having a Scizor on the team, but the practical side of him shies away from the idea of a fight with a fully evolved Pokemon. Type advantage be damned, the Scizor must be a monster if it's living in Hoenn's answer to Mount Silver. Above the tree and hanging on a rocky outcropping, a Ferrothorn glares down at the group and shivers its iron spines threateningly, so they make haste to continue on. A screech rends the air, forcing everyone to stop. Finally, the first challenger presents himself. Swooping dangerously close overhead, a Skarmory twists midair and pulls a high G-turn that would have knocked out any human pilot. The armored bird touches down on the rocky ground with an ungraceful slam of his feet and stands with his beak held high. The huge bird Pokemon easily stands 5 feet tall and is coated in silvery, metallic armor. His wings, resembling a folded fan of blades, lay tucked against his sides, and his thin neck leads to an angular head with a sharpened beak. Glaring at them for a moment, the The Skarmory suddenly spreads his wings and lets out another piercing shriek, eagerly spoiling for a fight. He hops forward one step, the action making his wing blades rattle. Camerupt snorts and steps forward, the humps on his back boiling with magma and spewing smoke. Vulpix takes that as her cue to jump from Lee's shoulder and leap into position next to Camerupt. Her stance is low with her hackles raised and flames licking the edge of her mouth. The avian steel type looks between the two defenders before him, yellow eyes narrowing with the realization that he's facing not one, but two fire types. After a tense standoff, Skarmory scoffs and spreads his wings, rising into the air and zipping away. Vulpix and Camerupt stand ready for another minute, then share a glance before slowly returning back to Lee and Courtney's sides. Courtney turns her pink eyes to Vulpix appraising Ly. Perhaps this will be easier than expected. The natives won't want to tangle with two fire types at once. Lee nods, a bead of sweat unrelated to the sun rolling down his face. Here's hoping. Zinnia expertly leads the team through several paths crisscrossing the valley, pointing out useful landmarks along the way. Twice more they're accosted by denizens of the valley, a Mawile and several Durants, and twice more the armor-slagging danger presented by Vulpix and Camerupt drives the aggressors away. Lee tries his hardest to pay attention to Zinnia's crash course on advanced land navigation, but he can't help but lose focus as he takes in the details of a biosphere that houses almost exclusively steel types. Working with Pokémon and their fascinating biology in controlled environments is one thing, but never on Earth has raw iron ore of all things been needed for any conventional animal's health. Seeing one such habitat with natives doing as they do is too much to pass up. His notebook quickly finds its way out of his bag and into his hands, much to Vulpix's amusement. Even after months here, months into a new life, I still understand so little. The thought is humbling, and the furious pace of Lee's pen slows a little. Vulpix, Grovyle, and Shinx have vast biological differences from animals, but they're still in the ballpark of what I know. Maybe I need to step out of my comfort zone a bit more, expand my wanted list and try new stuff even if it seems dumb. He muses to himself, finishing his rough sketch of a Lyron gnawing on a large lump of ore. Draped across his shoulders, Vulpix raises her head and smiles. Lee almost stumbles when he feels Vulpix's pride for him pipe directly into his brain. I'm glad you're getting better. The zoologist isn't stunned for long. With a small smile of his own, he leans his head into Vulpix's and returns her affection, making a telepathic loop of adoration. It's starting to get dark. Zinnia's announcement breaks up the man and Fox's shared thoughts. With a dramatic flare of her cloak, Zinnia turns to the group and taps her map with a finger. There is a little nook in the plateau east of us that most steel-type Pokémon avoid because of its bad habit of being damp. It should be a safe place to stay tonight. Do we have to use a damp cave? Brendan whines. My sleeping bag isn't waterproof. I'll wake up soaked. Zinnia shrugs. It's a cave or out in the open. Do you know what's out here, in the open? Pokémon that aren't happy that we're here. She levels Brendan with an amused smirk. If you want to rough it outside, be my guest. She reaches a finger out and pokes the younger trainer in the cheek. The boy glowers at her for a moment. Before Courtney clears her throat, Camerupt can dry the cave out. With Heatwave, she offers on her Pokémon's behalf. She looks at Camerupt, who nods once. Brendan grins. You're the best, Courtney. She smiles a tiny smile. In his peripheral vision, Lee catches Zinnia rolling her eyes. The trip to the cave takes only a moment, and as promised, Camerupt steps in first, the volcanoes on his back churning. The camel Pokémon focuses, and Lee can see the air distort with heat as a warm gale blasts out of the cave, battering everyone with sticky, moist air that rapidly dries out. It takes only a few seconds, then the heat cuts out and Camerupt placidly returns himself to Courtney's side. Lee steps in after everyone else, dragging a finger along the now warm and dry walls. Dry as a bone but not actually hot at all. Camerupt has some expert control over his fire powers, huh? Courtney takes the compliment in stride. Yes. We've worked on being efficient, she says, setting her shoulder bag down. She pulls her bedroll from inside the non-Euclidean bag that seems to be a staple of all traveling trainers and unrolls it. So you can use that efficiency to dry up the ocean. The scarred man shakes away the thought as he sets his bag down as well, opening it and withdrawing a lantern before the last bit of sunlight fades. From his shoulder, Vulpix slides down to the cave floor. Any reason why you focused on efficiency so much? In the corner of his eye, Lee notices Zinnia slow down the prep of her own bedroll to listen in. Courtney shrugs. I believe in doing the best with what you have. Improving, not settling. With a thoughtful hum, Lee turns back to his lantern. What did you do before deciding to be a trainer, if you don't mind me asking? He flicks on the gas of his lantern and clicks the igniter, only to frown when there's no spark. 2 more tries, and 2 more ineffective clicks. Love? Can you help? At his feet, Vulpix opens her maw and lets a single flitting ember corkscrew its way to the lantern. The ember flies up into one of the small vents in the lantern, and the gas catches fire, casting a warm glow around the cave. With a raised brow, Courtney watches Vulpix sniff and eye her handiwork. I worked as an intern researcher for Devon. Worked with their geology labs. She withdraws her other 2 Pokeballs and pops them open, depositing her Mightyena and Swellow down beside Camerupt. Other than their good health, Lee can't find any real difference between Mightyena and Swellow and any other member of their line. I can talk more. Once we've settled, concludes Courtney. Lee gives her a smile and a nod. In short order, everyone's Pokemon are released for a cozy dinner. The chill of the cave is kept at bay thanks to Camerupt's toasty presence, and the floor even begins to heat up pleasantly as the giant camel Pokemon settles to the ground with a weary sigh. Grovyle and Mightyena finish their dinner quickly, and in some unspoken agreement, both stoically take watch at the entrance of the cave. With the sun going down, the pair strike dramatic silhouettes. So, Courtney, Lee shifts on his bedroll. He, Brendan, Zinnia, and Courtney arrange their sleeping bags in a rough circle with the lantern between them. With little else to do, the 4 settled in to talk a bit before bed. You were saying? I worked with Devon's geology lab, Courtney states once more. In Rustboro. Corporate life. Didn't agree with me. I decided to be a trainer after that. Been a trainer since my teen years. Before any more questions can be asked of her, she pins Lee with a cutting stare. What did you do before being a trainer? Not often an adult decides to change lifestyles. She shakes her head. Transition is too harsh for most. Many quit, too discouraged by competing with children and veterans. Lee flounders, not expecting the questioning to round back onto him. I worked with carnivores in an animal sanctuary. Considering the training needed to handle and care for them safely, it wasn't too hard of a changeover. In his lap, Shinx purrs contentedly as his fingers comb through her fur. Should she even know when I started as a trainer? I guess it's probably on my BattleNet profile, and I doubt a Magma admin would be dumb enough to pull whatever this stunt is without researching her marks. Pressed against his side, Vulpix widens her side of their link, her lightning-fast mind already generating contradiction-free answers that offer little to nothing for any questions that Courtney might have. Love, remember what Zinnia said? I need to think for myself. I can't have you feed me everything. The fox is quick to reply. What we h** vey is unique *e, you said so why * yourself. The doctor *gon oman has no fra *e of ref *rents, and t us no ot or a t to tell us how to do t ings. After a split second, she adds, the mag admin as an enemy. Cur ntly. Us old use all the r sources y u have to ensure this g mbit works. I am one such re ors. Before Lee can chastise Vulpix for calling herself a resource, a magenta eyebrow rises on Courtney's face. Why quit? Lee takes one of Vulpix's answers. That's another thing we'll be talking about later. Outwardly, he clears his throat. The facility isn't in business anymore. Zinnia tags herself into the conversation during the seconds-long silence after Lee's answer. What did you do with Devon? She asks, leaning forward with her twiddling fingers in her lap. In the geology lab, I mean. Courtney turns her attention to Zinnia. Energy storage. Devon was researching the use of crystalline structures as a method of energy storage and release. Really? Lee doesn't need to feign his interest. I'm aware of the natural formation of Evo stones and the incredible concentration of type energy they hold, but no one seems to be able to artificially enrich one. Was Devon looking into artificial Evo stones? She shakes her head. I don't know. Was only an intern at the time. I think they were trying to store infinity energy, not type energy. Infinity energy? What could they be doing with? Oh. Lee instantly recalls the gimmick introduced in the games prior to Omega Ruby. Mega stones? Zinnia catches on at the same time and hones in on Courtney's words, this time with an intensity that she can't hide behind a facade. Zinnia's red eyes stare into Courtney's cool pinks. Infinity energy storage in stones, eh? Her tone is casual, but her face is anything but. That's interesting. They get anywhere? What were they trying to make after that? Courtney's mouth slowly dips into a frown, and behind her, Camerupt raises his head and cracks an eye, taking notice of his trainer's displeasure. Zinnia, can you quit being a nosy weirdo for a single day? Brendan snaps, barging into the exchange. He actually glares at the dragon tamer, making her pull back, stricken. You don't need to interrogate everyone about everything. I get that you're from some dumb, insular tribe and new things are scary, but cool it. Zinnia stares at Brendan, hurt plastered across her face. She opens and shuts her mouth, but no words come out. All around, the Pokémon watch the unfolding scene with differing, but tense expressions. Shelgon and Swablu, who is perched on Shelgon, stare daggers at Brendan. Gumi doesn't seem to believe what he heard. Marshtomp slides in behind Brendan with a reluctant Breloom following. Both keep their eyes locked on Shelgon and Swablu, uneasy. Mawile, however, slowly creeps into Shelgon and Swablu's blind spot, letting her jaws crack open soundlessly. A mule from Lee's lap snaps the zoologist out of his own shock, and looking down, he takes in the frightened yellow eyes of Shinx, who tries to dig into his shirt to escape the sudden, hostile atmosphere that hangs over the cave. Finally, Zinnia seems to come to her senses, and with her recovery comes face-reddening anger. Already Lee can see the verbal venom pooling in her mouth. You little bastard, she grounds out past gritted teeth. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I think I'm someone talking to someone else who doesn't know when to leave well enough alone. Brendan yells back, a scowl forming. You have to know everything about everyone, and no one likes it. Heck, you had to force yourself into mine and Lee's group. That should tell you something. I've got a mission from my tribe, you little jerk. One to improve myself any way I can, and being around talent is how I do that. Zinnia shoots back just as quickly. And you act like I've never done anything or pulled my weight. I pay my share despite not getting a nice government paycheck. I clean up my part of camp. I cook when it's my turn. I book hotels and look for events we can do. I teach you guys things I know and give feedback in training. Quit with the high and mighty shit, Mr. Professor's kid. Brendan erupts. I wish you'd get swallowed by a volcano or something. He screams. Oh fuck no. We are not doing this here in the middle of nowhere. Lee clutches his tiny Shinx and gently covers her ears. Especially not when I have a baby in my lap. Enough. Lee's rarely raised voice booms across the cave walls, drawing flinches from nearly everyone. He rakes his narrowed eyes over everyone, satisfied when no one challenges him. Now that he has everyone's attention, he uncovers a nervous Shinx's ears. Zinnia, Lee locks onto the dragon tamer, making her stiffen. Calm down. Let's not dig into anyone tonight, okay? She grits her teeth once and nods stiffly, obviously not trusting her mouth. She bows her head, her hair covering her eyes. And Brendan, Lee turns to Brendan, who looks like a deerling in the headlights. You're way out of line flinging personal insults like that. I had better not hear anything like that again, got it? White in the face and shrinking in on himself, Brendan nods rapidly. Okay, he agrees, his voice small. Lee then sweeps his head around, stopping on Zinnia and Brendan's teams. There will be no fighting in our group, understood? Taking an order from someone other than his trainer makes Marshtomp look as if he bit into a lemon, but he lowers his fists at a glacial pace. Breloom, on the other hand, sighs in relief and sits himself down next to Brendan. Behind Shelgon, Mawile quickly makes herself scarce. Gumi and Swablu are both cowed by Lee's words, but Shelgon's eyes are alight with terrible wrath. It's then that Lee realizes he not only made a demand of a dragon, he made a demand of a dragon that isn't his. The demand to not defend his trainer's honor. Love, you really are spoiling me. I'm looking at Pokémon as if they were human more and more. Lee tenses and prepares to spring away, shielding Shinx with his arms. Get confused, Ray ready. Vulpix takes a stance in front of her trainer, eyes cold. Stand down, Shelgon. Shelgon's eyes widen. Zinnia raises her head, and Lee can't help but be a bit startled by just how weary she looks. She turns her gaze to her disbelieving dragon. It's not worth it. The dragon type visibly seethes for a moment before turning away and laying himself down. The action is so sudden it almost throws a flailing Swablu off of him. Let's get some sleep, everyone. Today has been a long day, and we've got several more ahead of us, Lee murmurs. Cool off and all that. Zinnia needs no more prompting, throwing her sleeping bag open and settling inside, facing away from everyone else. Courtney catches Lee's eyes, and he's surprised to see her appear apologetic. He shrugs helplessly in return. Hey, Lee? The man turns back to Brendan, who nervously twiddles his fingers. You don't want to stop those Pokémon nutrition lessons you were giving me over this, do you? He asks, giving Lee a hopeful look. Lee shakes his head. No. Come on, if you're wanting to keep going, we'll head a little further back in the cave so the girls aren't disturbed by our chatter. He roots around in his bag and withdraws both his notebook and a large textbook personally recommended by Roxanne on the subject. He gently lifts the now sleepy Shinx from his lap and sets her in the warm divot he was sitting in, with Vulpix dutifully moving in and curling around the kitten. The birch heir smiles wanly and stands to follow, dragging his bedroll along. In the back of the now low-hanging cave and seated on Brendan's bedroll with the boy just beside him, Lee opens the textbook and drapes it across both his and Brendan's laps. With his other hand, he withdraws a small penlight from his pocket, turning it on and reaching behind his ear to give them a reading light. Now, where were we again? He glances at his notebook. Ah, amphibian Pokémon metabolic rates. That'll be important as Marshtomp matures. Amphibians are marked by their different dietary needs through different stages of their life. One needs to know much to feed them, and the rates they can digest and absorb the different components in their food. For example, a mudkip's metabolism should follow. Brendan listens raptly, eyes never leaving Lee. Hey, Lee? Brendan asks during a lull in their lesson. Lee jots a note down in his notebook, drawing out a meal plan for Shinx and a timeline to wean her. It'll only be a few weeks. I'm sorry about tonight. I didn't mean to blow up. Brendan looks down at the book in his lap, shamefaced. Lee pauses, then after a moment he clicks his pen and shuts his notebook. It's not me you should be apologizing to. He begins. I know Zinnia and you don't always see eye to eye, and she's a hothead who is sometimes nosy and misguided, or how she sometimes doesn't know what she's talking about. He recalls Vulpix's words, her critique of Zinnia's opinions on his and Vulpix's relationship. The more he thinks of the fox's take on the Draconid lorekeeper deciding he should do everything himself, the more he wonders if maybe he was too quick to take everything she said to heart. Does Zinnia know how deep their connection goes? Maybe what works for Zinnia and her team isn't the best for him and his Pokémon. He shakes the thoughts away and keeps speaking to Brendan. But she's not malicious. Do you see her as a friend? Real talk. Brendan looks down at his hands, folding them in the open textbook, right over a cutaway diagram of a whooper. Yes. Then I can guarantee she considers you a friend in return. He nods resolutely. Insulting her, then her tribe hurt her something fierce, and it's made even worse coming from you. You two have some back and forth banter, but I think this was the first time it was actually angry. I get that you made fast friends with Courtney and that Zinnia overstepped herself by getting pushy, but that doesn't excuse personal attacks and yelling. You were solidly in the wrong too, Brendan. As Lee talks, Brendan sinks lower and lower into himself, becoming more puddle than boy. He clenches his fists as his breath hitches. With his head hung, Lee can't see the young trainer's face, but the shuddering tempo of his breathing is clue enough that tears are on the way. Oh geez, Brendan. So willing to rush into a burning building or fight terrorists, but a dressing down makes you teary? Lee slides an arm over Brendan's shoulders. I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything, Brendan, but I think you should reflect on what you said and apologize not only to Zinnia but her Pokémon too when you're ready. She's probably just as upset as you are, and her Pokémon were really rankled by you insulting her. Brendan silently nods, not lifting his head. Come on, let's head to bed. We've got a long day tomorrow. Lee shuts the book in Brendan's lap and takes it under his arm. Another 3 days are spent traversing the valley in tense silence. Each day ends with everyone and their respective Pokémon teams by themselves, trying to relax, doing light training, or exploring the locale as best as could be done without getting lost. Brendan and Zinnia's moods are so foul the entire time that neither says a word to each other. Along the way, several Pokémon approach the team each day, and without fail, their demeanor is aggressive. Most are turned away by the firepower presented by the defenders, and either through fortune or something else, none of the fully evolved natives see the group as worth their time. To Lee's consternation, he finds a grand total of 0 Pokémon he felt interested in trying to capture. On the 4th day though, as they trek between a pair of low plateaus, Brendan slows down to peer upward when a glint stabs at his eye, nearly making Lee plow into him. Shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand, Brendan blinks. What are the Magnemite all doing? His statement brings the group to a halt as everyone follows his lead and looks up. Lee blinks in confusion right along with Brendan. What are they doing? High above, countless Magnemite zoom back and forth, forming long metallic chains in orderly lines. They crisscross each other, somehow not colliding despite their speed and the fact that not all of them are facing forward. In fact, most seem to have a random orientation. Each one buzzes and crackles with an electric charge, arcs of electricity jumping between them with pops muted by the distance. Then all at once, the horde of Magnemite begin to buzz even louder, their single file lines breaking as they erratically fly like a swarm of beedrill. A deafening crack of thunder rends the air, and beyond the plateau ahead of the group, the sky lights up a brilliant gold despite the sun being high in the sky. I'm no expert on magnemite or anything, Zinnia grumbles, rubbing her still smarting eyes from the flash. But whatever the hell that was is probably bugging them. Another crack of thunder rolls through the valley, picking up and throwing dust as another flash melts away all the shadows for a moment. Then another, and another. Can't be natural, Courtney murmurs, holding up a hand to keep from being blinded by the relentless lighting. She squints into another flash, then lets her mouth drop into a tiny "oh" in surprise. That's not one Pokémon. Two are clashing with Thunderbolt. Lee forces himself to watch yet another flash, and sure enough, there isn't a single bolt of lightning flying into the sky or crashing down onto the earth, but two bolts meeting. For the split second they're visible, it's as if the bolts are jagged streams of liquid meeting and deflecting off of each other. As the latest flash fades, Lee can see the attacker hanging above. Hovering menacingly above one of the plateaus as a Magnezone, the final form of the diminutive Magnemite. The steel-type Pokémon superficially resembles a UFO, with a disc-like body of shiny steel, a gold antenna with a bulbous tip jutting from its body at the top, and a trio of horseshoe magnets seemingly welded to the underside of its body. In the center of its disc-like abdomen, a large, red eye stares down at something they can't see from the angle. Even for how alien the Pokémon is, the anger in its eye is perfectly recognizable. Magnezone lights up in a crackling corona of gold once more, and a split second later, a bolt of pure electricity lances down at the plateau like a vengeful arrow of Arceus. This time, however, there is no answer to Magnezone's attack, and the bolt strikes the rocky plate, kicking up an explosion of rock and dirt that rises into the sky like a cloud. Lee, along with everyone else, covers their faces with raised arms as dirt and loose rocks tumble down the high cliff and pelt them. Good God. I haven't seen an electric attack that powerful since Ash's Pikachu went ballistic in Littleroot. What could have pissed off Magnezone so much? The answer comes swiftly bounding down the side of the plateau. Hopping between outcroppings on the rock face with supernatural speed and grace is a simply gigantic Manectric, one easily standing tall enough to look a grown man in the eyes without needing to move its neck. Held limply by its neck scruff in the Manectric's jaws in an equally large Electrike. The smaller of the two must be 3.5 feet tall at least, big enough to bowl over a human should it get a running start. Wait. Realization strikes Lee like one of Magnezone's lightning bolts. His eyes shoot open, and beside him, he feels Vulpix's flash of recognition. That's the Mama Manectric from Oldale. What's she doing all the way out here? He focuses on the Electrike again. Is that the youngling from the egg? Manectric and her fragile cargo touch down on the ground, and after setting her shaking pup down and giving him a nuzzle and a once-over, Manectric raises her head and locks her eyes directly onto Lee. She came here on purpose. For me. Why? His attention is drawn back to the agitated Magnemite and furious Magnezone above. Did a powerful electric type invading the valley set off the Magnemite? They're crazy sensitive to changes in atmospheric charge if I recall. Manectric probably zapped another Pokémon and every Magnemite in the valley likely felt it. Above them all, the dust of Magnezone's attack finally clears enough that the UFO Pokémon can see Manectric's new position. Magnezone lets out a seething burst of chirping and buzzing, not unlike a computer pushed to its limit, then it dive bombs down right at Manectric. Its body begins to glow with the telltale signs of an attack. Manectric retakes her pup's scruff and tenses. Flamethrower. Vulpix is in motion before the command is even spoken, reading Lee's intent instantly. Leaping high in the air, she sucks in a breath before loosing a stream of fire at the charging steel type. Magnezone reverses its thrust near instantly, coming to a dead halt long before Flamethrower reaches it. But when the gout of flames suddenly bends in an unnatural turn, Magnezone can only screech in distress as it almost instantly begins to glow red hot. With haste born of agony, Magnezone strafes to the side and screeches once more. Cra crackle. Love, get out of there. Quick attack. Lee silently urges. Magnezone crackles gold, then another bolt of lightning shoots down right at Vulpix with terrible wrath behind it. The attack comes out so quickly that Vulpix simply can't charge quick attack in time. All she can do is watch with wide eyes as the lightning races towards her. Too fast. Courtney's camera skids to a stop between Vulpix and the Thunderbolt, almost overshooting himself. The electric attack hits Camerupt dead center, and the camel takes it with barely a wince, his ground typing negating nearly all of the electric damage. Lee's head shoots to the side, and he finds Courtney standing there, her face a perfect visage of calm. She turns her head just enough to give him a short nod. A friend? She asks, tilting her head toward Manectric. Lee nods absently. Okay, well, Miss Magma doesn't hesitate to earn her keep. Marshtomp, Mudbomb, Flamethrower, Shelgon, both Brendan and Zinnia order their Pokémon to jump into the fray at once. For the first time in days, neither is glaring at the other. Marshtomp's mouth swells, then out of it shoots a cannonball of mud. Beside him, Shelgon's barely visible mouth opens and fires a billowing burst of flame. Magnezone rises out of the way of Shelgon's fiery breath, but Marshtomp's dense ball of mud strikes its flank, denting its armor and forcing the UFO Pokémon to spin in a full circle. When it stops and looks back down, Magnezone's red eye narrows to a sinister, glowing slit as the magnets on his body vibrate with a bright violet haze. Lee coughs and falls to his knees as gravity seems to increase threefold around him. He can't even keep his torso straight and is forced down onto his hands, but even then his arms begin to shake from the effort of holding his body up. Gravity. Magnezone used gravity on us. Once upon a time, Lee thought the move to be situational at best, but here, where its effects are very real. It's all he can do to keep breathing. With Herculean effort, he turns his head and looks at his friends. Vulpix stands, but her stance is wide and her teeth gritted. Her tails are pulled to the ground by gravity, and her head tuft lays flat on her skull. Her legs shake, but she's still upright. Caught flat-footed, Marshtomp is down on his back and straining to rise. His muscles and veins rise against his skin, and slowly he turns himself over so he can push himself up, but the effort leaves him red in the face. Poor Shelgon is in a crater, helpless with his shell bottomed out. His short legs push at the ground, but all he can do is accidentally pulverize the rock under him and growl in fury. Manectric is standing, but her limbs are shaking. Under her, her pup lays wild-eyed and gasping for breath on his side. Brendan and Courtney are in the same boat as Lee, on their hands and knees, stuck from the invisible hands of gravity pushing down on them relentlessly. Brendan's eyes are wide and perhaps even frightened, and Courtney's brows twitch, but she keeps her aloof mask on even as sweat drips from her brow. Shit. Zinnia, the only trainer standing, slips under a patch of sandy ground and falls prone to her stomach with an explosive exhale. Winded, she wheezes and tries to stand, but she can't even get her hands underneath her. Crunch. The rocky ground under Camerupt gives way to his super-weighted bulk, and with an alarmed bellow, the camel Pokémon falls to his side, making the ground shudder and sending the gallons of magma in his humps spilling out. The molten rock creeps along the ground, right at Zinnia, who was standing just feet behind Camerupt as gravity hit. The dragon tamer's eyes bug out as the sputtering and spitting lava inches toward her, and for the first time since he's met her, Lee watches Zinnia's expression twist in terror. No, no, she tries to scramble away, but she's pinned to the dirt. Every second that passes, the lava crawls closer. Shelgon roars and digs at his crater with even greater desperation, but he can't move. His rage quickly turns to open fear, his eyes trained on his prone human. Shit shit shit, Lee frantically thinks. Vulpix, confuse Ray on Magnezone. Get him to release gravity. Vulpix huffs and raises her head, staring evilly at the steel type above them. Her eyes glow with sinister ghost energy. After a second of travel, the invisible ray strikes home and Magnezone wavers in the air, his eye growing hazy. The gravity lightens, slowly but surely, but it's not going to be fast enough. Lee's heart sinks. He pushes himself as hard as he can to get up, but he just isn't strong enough. Ember. We need him to drop gravity now. Tiny motes of fire manifest around Vulpix and fly at Magnezone like a swarm of insects, but even confused, the fully evolved Pokémon has enough mindfulness to twist out of the way. Vulpix growls and redirects the embers with her pyrokinesis, tugging each one along an invisible, mental string, but with her focus split so heavily, the turns are wide and sluggish. Many of the embers extinguish themselves mid-flight. Many others miss, and the few that land splash across Magnezone's armor, not doing enough damage to kick him out of his attack, not even close. Zinnia's struggles grow more frantic, but being prone on the ground makes the effort of getting back up so much more difficult. She starts to hyperventilate and screws her eyes shut, the lava hardly a foot away and crawling towards her at an agonizing pace. Zinnia, Brendan, against all odds and to Lee's silent awe, slowly pushes his way to his feet. The boy huffs and forces himself to shuffle across the ground, lifting his feet less than an inch each time. Hang on. Back hunched and arms like lead weights, Brendan forces himself toward the dragon tamer, his face red and the veins in his neck bulging. Sweat pours down his face in a river as he comes to a stop next to Zinnia. Arms shaking, he reaches down and takes fistfuls of her cloak before sharply tugging. Zinnia gasps as she's yanked a single inch away from the superheated rock, only seconds away from disfiguring her. The lava grows closer another inch, so Brendan grunts with inhuman strain and yanks the cloak again, pulling Zinnia further away. Vulpix, we need to drive off Magnezone ASAP. I have no idea how long Brendan's going to last. Lee takes as deep a breath as he can, and after brushing off hesitation from Vulpix, begins transferring his own stamina to her. Convergence. The fox's eyes blaze with the color of brimstone, desperation, and 2 bodies worth of fuel empowering her. All around Magnezone, swelling balls of deep orange flames with white cores manifest from nothing and grow rapidly. From basketballs to beach balls, to the size of grown men. Magnezone, still dazed, tries to shy away from the heat, but every direction he tries to fly backs him into another miniature sun, forcing him to recoil away in a short, endless dance. Do it, Vulpix yowls. The fireballs all bear down on Magnezone and explode with a horrible, vengeful fury. Behind the steel type, part of the cliff is blown away in a burst of rock and smoke, obscuring part of the sky. All at once, gravity is returned to normal and Lee sucks in a gasping breath before shooting to his feet. He gets back up so quickly and breathes so deeply that his head swims for a moment. An instant later, Vulpix is at his side, pressed against his legs. Her brown eyes meet his, and the concern pouring from her doesn't need words. I'm fine, Vulpix, I'm fine. Lee kneels down and strokes the vixen across her back, hiding his wince from how his muscles everywhere sting and pinch. The encroaching exhaustion of helping Vulpix power up convergence is ignored for now. If Lee's hurting, he doesn't even want to think about shit. He raises his head, alarmed. Brendan. A ways away, Brendan stands, supported by an unusually tender Zinnia and a fretting Marshtomp. The boy hangs almost limply in Zinnia and Marshtomp's arms, panting. Oh, he groans. Everything hurts. Gee, I wonder why? Zinnia snarks in his face, looking as if she's one word away from throttling the birch air. You only stood up with several G's trying to flatten you. What the hell were you thinking? I'm sorry for what I said. Zinnia stops, stunned. Brendan looks up at the dragon tamer, a regretful air hanging over him. I didn't mean to blow up at you a few nights ago. And I didn't actually wish you'd get swallowed by a volcano. He chuckles listlessly. Especially not since it actually almost happened today. I'm sorry. The wind falls out of Zinnia's sails, leaving her looking exhausted, but a smile remains on her face. You little shit, she begins, voice warm despite her words. I thought you hated me for the better part of a week. If you weren't so messed up right now, I'd suplex you right into the dirt. She lets out a long-suffering sigh. I'm sorry too. That wasn't cool of me to get angry at you and start screaming. Brendan's lips lift into a bright smile. Forgiven. A buzz disrupts the moment and draws everyone's attention back skyward. No way. Brendan mutters, slumping in Zinnia's arms as the smoke around Magnezone clears. That guy took Vulpix's super move and can still fight? The smoke clears, revealing an ugly sight. Magnezone hovers above them, his steel armor partially slagged and blackened. Cracks run along his magnets, and his eye is lucid again. The red eye stares down at them with utter hate. Between his front 2 magnets, a brightly glowing mote of white and red begins to form. The mote balloons and swirls, forming a hauntingly familiar attack. The ball before Magnezone grows larger and larger before beginning to lengthen out into the beginnings of Hyper Beam. Zinnia calls, her face pale. Shelgon, get over here and use Pro. Before Zinnia can finish the order, Mama Manectric rejoins the fight, zooming in front of the group as a flicker of yellow. With a howl that echoes off of the surrounding cliffs, Manectric lights up in a corona of sparks before shooting a mammoth bolt of lighting up at Magnezone, striking not the Pokémon, but its charging Hyper Beam. With a sound like a bomb going off, the nearly complete Hyper Beam detonates in Magnezone's face, consuming him in a bright flash and an earth-shaking explosion. Lee clamps his eyes shut, breathing deeply and counting backward from 10 as the unexpected noise and shockwave washes over him. The fox curling around one of his legs helps keep him grounded and remembering where he is. Once the smoke clears, Lee's jaw drops. Magnezone is still hovering above. Even more of its armor is warped and melted, and it shivers midair, seemingly having trouble keeping altitude, but the monster of a Pokémon is still conscious. Once more the red eye is trained on them. Then Magnezone turns and begins to slowly fly away, the cloud of Magnemite above it following suit. As they leave, the tooth-rattling buzz the horde emits vanishes with them. The 4 humans and teams of Pokémon, both wild and trained, stand and wait for the other shoe to drop. When nothing else comes, they hastily gather themselves and limp away, Manectric and her pup following a cautious distance behind. It looks like you pulled pretty much every muscle in your back and legs. Lee and Vulpix sit down next to a shirtless Brendan, who is laid out on his stomach on his bedroll. Shrugging off his backpack, Lee reaches in, pulling out his canteen and a bottle of over-the-counter pain pills. He offers both to Brendan. After their hasty retreat, one where Camerupt had to cool his volcano humps down to carry Brendan, everyone regrouped further into the valley, in a small copse of hardy trees against a cliff. All the Pokémon were released and spread out to form an impressive honor guard for the battered trainers, and so far not a single wild Pokémon has approached their agitated phalanx of defenders. The only wild Pokémon that even dared get close were Mama Manectric and her timid pup. Even then, they sit a respectful distance away under another tree. In the cool shade of the valley tree, Brendan groans and opens both the canteen and the painkillers. Popping 2 pills in his mouth, the boy washes them down with a swig of water. Oh. He groans after swallowing, of all things, pains him. Will I have any cool scars afterward? Lee glances at Brendan's back, which sports a number of ugly, bruised splotches. No. And riding out of here on Camerupt is going to suck. The boy groans again. You can't get all marked up, hero. Zinnia and Courtney both sit a short distance away in the sparse grass on the other side of Brendan, Courtney with her legs folded under her, and Zinnia cross-legged. In the latter's lap, both Gumi and Shinx lay in a purring, cuddly pile. Zinnia rests her chin in her propped-up palm and continues. It'll mess up the dynamic we have going, you know? With a frown, Brendan asks, Dynamic? Yeah. The tanned woman grins. You're the young peppy hero. Doolittle is the grizzled old guy, I'm the crouching Torracat, hidden Dragonite, and Courtney here is the love interest. Hidden Dragonite? Zinnia, you are the furthest thing from subtle. Both Lee and Courtney roll their eyes, but Brendan flushes red. Great. A new dumb nickname, he grumbles under his breath. I can go back to Shrimpy if you want. A new nickname is fine. Brendan hastily amends. Lee smiles, then turns his eyes to Manectric and her pup. Manectric apparently takes that as a signal to approach, because she stands and begins slowly walking over. As she walks, her pup is right on her heels, constantly looking up at her for reassurance. About 20 feet away, Manectric and Electrike pause. Lee turns to them and rises to his feet, determined to meet Manectric on equal terms this time. You're here for a reason. Manectric snorts. Leaning down, she nudges her pup with her snout, urging him forward. The not-so-little Electrike looks up at her pleadingly, but his mother's face remains stern. With a tremble, Electrike slowly pads his way to Lee. What is going on? He blinks, but nonetheless, Lee lowers himself to his knees as slowly and non-threateningly as he can. He can feel everyone's curious eyes on his back, but doesn't let it bother him for now. Hey little guy. He murmurs as if the Electrike isn't large enough to look him in the eye while he's crouched. You and your mom came a long way, huh? He asks, presenting an upturned hand. Electrike shivers and looks at the hand nervously, but doesn't pull away when Lee reaches out to gently scratch his chin. It's slight, but a tiny bit of tension flows out of Electrike's shoulders. Other than his nervous demeanor and large size, nothing seems out of place with Electrike. He's alert, fit, and well-groomed. Mama takes good care of him. Manectric then steps closer, coming so close that Lee could reach out and touch her if he so felt like it. She leans down with a light growl in her throat, nuzzling Electrike again. The pup whines when his mother pulls away. Then doesn't follow when Manectric turns and begins to trot away. The pup's suddenly needy eyes bore into Lee. Hold on. Lee's words halt Manectric, who looks back. Are you? The picture starts to make sense. Are you leaving this pup with me? The giant electric canine raises her head imperiously, as if daring Lee to challenge her decision. I didn't make that big of an impact in Oldale, did I? Tracking us down in the Valley of Steel to drop off your pup is a lot of dedication. Lee gulps, and for just a moment, he looks away back at a surprised Zinnia, or more actually, to the tiny, purring Shinx wholly focused on cuddling her squishy friend. I suppose I can see Manectric's logic. With how special Electrike's giant gene makes him, he's going to be hunted by trainers long after his mother can't care for him anymore. Why take the risk of her son landing a bad trainer when she already knows a decent one? Manectric. Lee begins, licking his lips. I've got a little one of my own to care for, you understand, don't you? Then an idea suddenly strikes him. One perfect yet harebrained at the same time. But I know someone else who would be perfect for the job. The mother Pokémon raises her head a little further, as if to say, go on. Brendan, The boy jumps a little when Lee turns to him. What do you say to raising a giant gene electrike? Brendan's mouth opens soundlessly, and it takes him a second to find his voice. What? He asks, slowly and carefully sitting up. I mean, I would love to. But why me? He asks. Lee, you're passing off the chance to have a natural giant just like that? Lee turns back to Manectric. My friend here, Brendan, is the son of a man who can go toe-to-toe with champions, and he's got one of the biggest hearts around. He's got grit, intelligence, the nerve to admit when he's wrong, and the resolve to make things right. You saw it today, didn't you? Lee waves a hand back toward the battleground they vacated barely an hour ago. Brendan can care for your pup just as well as I could, if not better. He's the kind of guy who goes above and beyond when everything is on the line. Manectric stares down at Lee for a long moment, then she returns back to her pup's side. She leans down and nudges Electrike towards Brendan. Chapter 3. Bang-ing-ing. The echo of yet another gunshot races down the valley, forcing Lee to look up from his notebook for what feels like the 10th time in the last hour alone. I wonder, is it a bad sign that I find the noise more annoying than concerning, even if it's not by much? He looks to his side, where Grovile, his escort for today, is frowning past his chewing twig. Both Shinx and Vulpix are napping in their Pokeballs, leaving the wood gecko as Lee's sole defender for now. Each bang breaks Grovile's meditative state, forcing him to restart with a growl. Several days after the run-in with Magnezone and Electrike's addition to Brendan's team, the group ventured out of the heart of the valley towards the northern exit. Despite being a mess of aches and pains, Brendan put on a smile and gladly showered Electrike in affection, easing the not-so-little pup's obviously raw nerves. Anyone can see that the poor thing was shaken by Magnezone and latched onto the birch air. Mama Manectric's departure was as sudden as her arrival, and she vanished only minutes after urging her unsure son into Brendan's arms, bounding up the side of a plateau and disappearing like a specter. Silently, Lee is glad that the boy and electric type are taking to each other so well. Though he would have been overjoyed to raise Electrike, Shinx requires too much time. It'll be weeks before the kitten breaks into a truly healthy weight range and weeks more before he feels comfortable easing her out of her physical therapy. Now only a single day outside of Laverage, everyone is enjoying a break in one of the oases dotting the north end of the valley, a pleasant change from the endless rock and shrub. By the edge of the water on a beach towel, Zinnia lays facing the noon sun with sunglasses shielding her eyes. Her cloak and usual sleeveless top have been put away, traded for a bikini to tan up, as she said. Lee isn't sure why, as he's never seen the hue of her golden brown skin fade at all. Beside her, Swablu sits in the soft grass, carefully preening her cloud-like wings. Courtney is further out under a tree, leaning back into it as she quietly enjoys a book. Camerupt is resting in his ball, and in the camel's place is Mightyena, who has her head laid out in Courtney's lap. The hand not holding a book is tenderly petting the content-looking wolf Pokemon. Finally, Brendan lays in the sparse grass feet away from Lee, dozing. The boy, still horribly stiff from their run-in with Magnezone, has been resting whenever possible, mostly at Lee's insistence. At Brendan's side are Mawile and Electrike. Electrike is still a bundle of nerves and trying to relax, but Mawile. Mawile holds an uncomfortable-looking Electrike, her tiny hands on his cheeks. Mawile's eyes sparkle, devoid of her usual mischief. It's an almost comical sight considering Electrike is nearly a foot taller than Mawile. Just what about Electrike fascinates the fairy type so, Lee can only guess. Despite the calm, though, Lee has yet to find a third combatant for his team in the valley despite the trek taking over a week, and honestly? His nerves are beginning to fray over it. Several days back, the group made a short detour to watch a herd of Rhyhorn, squat rock-type Pokemon with a resemblance to rhinos. Lee and Grovile approached them, stopping at what the zoologist felt was a respectful distance with a Pokeball rolling between his fingers, making the duo's intentions clear to the herd of Rhyhorn. All of the Pokemon watched the pair carefully, but none rose to the challenge. After a 10-minute-long standoff, the herd made their discontent apparent. Snorting, pawing at the sparse grass, a few of the large males took aggressive stances, their heads low and horns poised to gore. None were interested in being captured and the males were surely approaching without a fair fight in mind. Lee just bowed his head and withdrew. Grovile was disgruntled but followed after only a second of delay. Several more times through the week did Lee approach wild Pokemon with Grovile or Vulpix flanking him, and each time he walked away without a new Pokemon. There are plenty of oblivious Magikarp in the many oases and rivers they passed, but the hurdles involved with their growth and the logistics of feeding and caring for a Gyarados stopped Lee from tossing a Pokeball in the water and inevitably hitting one. In the Valley of Steel, low-level Pokemon are absent, so the other Oasis candidates ended up being Poliwhirl, Lombre, and even a Buizel. Alas, though, all of them were so timid that they fled into the water when confronted. Even with a type advantage over many of the Valley natives, all of the water types here are ready to book it at a moment's notice. Sans Magikarp. Is the power gap truly that vast? Lee frowns and thinks of all of the other small bodies of water they passed. The oases proved to be superb breeding grounds for many types of flora, but for some odd reason, many of them were deserted with no water Pokemon to be found. They happened upon one such empty pond, and the only Pokemon there was a lone Lyron drinking deeply. How odd. The steel types are a dime a dozen but are also the most aggressive by a long shot. The Magnemite swiftly became pests, drawn in by the uncontrolled atmospheric charge produced by Electrike. They'd swoop and try to latch on to the oversized pup to drain him like a living battery, and by Arceus did the pooch make a panicked racket when the first one touched him. Vulpix has been pulling double duty during night watches, pelting the living magnets with embers until they buzz off. The Aron and Lyron roam in large herds, often led by a weathered Aggron, each one even larger than the disgruntled alpha the group met in the granite cave back in Dewford. Lee couldn't even get close to one herd before the lead Aggron looked him dead in the eye and began charging a hyper beam in his maw. The beam, in a clear warning shot, turned a giant boulder of iron ore 50 feet to Lee's left into a puddle of molten slag. That boulder was roughly the size of a small house. Vulpix was the Pokemon escorting Lee that day, and try as she might, she can't quite hide her creeping anxiety at the thought of facing a Pokemon like that Aggron. Enough bled over that Lee could imagine her face going pale under her fur. The displaced man didn't try to approach any Lyron herd again. Good fucking God, a realization strikes Lee as he ruminates over the last week. Steven Stone comes here for fun. Bang-ing-ing. Lee winces. Okay, what the hell is that noise? Zinnia shoots up into a sitting position, nearly throwing her sunglasses off. A scowl on her face, she stands and throws her usual sleeveless black top over her bikini. Once or twice is whatever, but it's been like an hour. Give me a break. Bang-ing-ing. Whoever that was is mocking me now. She glowers. The dragon tamer rolls up her towel and stuffs it away in her small, space-bending bag. Her cloak is thrown back over her shoulders as she slips into her sandals again. You're not going to go towards the obvious gunshots, are you? Lee asks Zinnia wearily, already knowing the answer. Common sense should dictate that you go the other way. Why am I even arguing? The tanned woman sniffs and holds out her arm, letting Swablu flutter up and perch upon the offered limb. I've got my Pokemon, is her simple answer. Lee sighs and stands, closing his notebook and holding it under his arm. By his side, Grovyle rises in one seamless motion. I maintain that this is a bad idea, but Grovyle and I are coming along to make sure you aren't killed. I don't want to have to explain that one to the professor. Ah. Doolittle tilde. Zinnia's grin is as cheeky as it is flirtatious. She raises her hands to her face like a bashful schoolgirl might, hiding cheeks that aren't actually blushing. You do care. Ignoring her, Lee turns to regard Brendan, Courtney, and their Pokemon. Anyone else coming? Brendan makes to stand up but winces as the motion pulls at his back. Gingerly, he lays back down. Maybe I'll skip this one, he says, sullen. Mawile stops her doting on Electrike long enough to pat her trainer on the arm. Then she turns and opens her larger, croc-like mouth to give Brendan a wet, affectionate lick across his face with a tongue as large as a man's arm. The grimacing boy wipes at his saliva-coated face and flicks his hand, sending the, thankfully, clear goop off into the grass. Thanks, Mawile. With a small grin on his face, Lee turns to Courtney. Courtney? The magma admin shakes her head and snaps her book shut. I'll stay here. Dangerous to split the group unevenly. As she speaks, the woman's Mightyena reluctantly pulls herself out of her trainer's lap and stands dutifully at attention. With a nod, Lee is suddenly struck with the realization that he'll be leaving Brendan alone with the magma admin. One part of him wants to stay to keep any potential foul play at bay, but the other doesn't wish for Zinnia to wander away alone. He trusts Brendan's capable team with keeping the young trainer safe, but... Taking Vulpix's ball from his belt, Lee taps the button and pops the ball open in his hand. With a flash of light, a sleepy, irritated Vulpix is at his feet. She looks up at him, silently questioning why she was awakened. Wordlessly, Lee offers her his thoughts, and the vixen jolts to alertness. Love, stay here and keep an eye on things, please? Let me know if there is anything amiss and we'll come right back. Make some sort of physical signal to cover our telepathy, okay? Vulpix's eyes shine, and she preemptively widens the mental pipe between them, enough for thoughts to come and go without effort, but just short of their senses overlapping. Of course. Lee shakes off the short headrush that usually follows him and Vulpix melding closely. After so many times, it only takes a second for the dizziness to pass. I'll leave Vulpix here as some extra firepower. Lee's eyes shift between the curious Brendan and ever-blank Courtney. She'll send a signal flare up if you all need backup. Zinnia and I will come running if we see it. Courtney nods, accepting Vulpix's presence easily, but Brendan frowns. Lee, Vulpix and Grovile are your only battlers right now. The young Birch slowly sits up, aided by Mawile gently pulling one of his arms. Do you really want to leave her behind? Grovile is more than enough, the zoologist responds quickly, hoping Brendan's words don't bruise Grovile's already tender ego. Plus we have Shelgon, Swablu, and Gumi. Zinnia and I are not lacking in battle capability at all, he says, casting a look down at the wood gecko beside him. Besides an ever so slight narrowing of his eyes, Grovile doesn't react to Brendan's unintentional slight. MK, Brendan flops back down with a low groan. Vulpix leisurely trots to Brendan's side and sits, catching Lee's eyes with her own. BC refill, she sends to him, tilting her head when Brendan idly reaches up to scratch her ear. We will. Lee's promise is silent to all but Vulpix. He looks down to Grovile, then to Zinnia and Swablu. Ready? Swablu trills on Zinnia's shoulder while Zinnia herself smiles confidently. Ready. Grovile's answer is a crisp nod. Together, the four set off away from the oasis, leaving Brendan and Courtney under Vulpix's watchful eye. The loud bangs continue to rupture the air, and after pausing to gauge the echoes bouncing off the plateau walls, the impromptu scouting party adjusts their route and ventures towards the racket. After taking a turn that leads through a dried riverbed flanked by jagged faces of rock, Zinnia turns her head to Lee. Good thinking. Leaving pics with them, the dragon tamer smiles. Lee doesn't reply right away. I still think Courtney isn't as twisted as we might think, he eventually says. Somehow, I doubt she would do anything to Brendan, and even if she tried, he's got his team. I left Vulpix behind more for peace of mind than real protection. On Zinnia's shoulder, an amused trill flits out of Swablu's beak, and Zinnia herself rolls her eyes. Ever so dutiful, Zinnia begins, voice mockingly dull. Ever so worried. Weren't you just concerned about Brendan being left alone? Lee crosses his arms. I can praise initiative and make fun of you for being a worrywart at once, Zinnia grins. Say, how far can you and Vulpix talk anyway? If you want to answer, that is. She asks, hastily amending her question afterward. The words, don't worry about it, spring to mind instantly, but Lee hesitates. She and Brendan are my friends. I should be more open with them. After the self-aimed reminder, he answers, we haven't tested exact distances, but after a few miles or so, the connection thins to almost nothing. It doesn't seem to weaken any further after that, however. I could still feel her after you took all of the girls to that spa in Mauville. Zinnia blinks. Wow, really? So far? On her shoulder, Swablu seems equally astounded, her beady eyes widening. Even Grovile is surprised somewhat, glancing up at Lee with a scaly eyebrow ridge raised. The slowly rising self-consciousness in Lee's gut is squashed. Is that strange? I'm not all that sure. The dragon tamer admits. I don't know much about psychic stuff. After a beat, she asks another question. Is it always on? The telepathy? Lee nods, finding himself more and more comfortable opening up about the topic. Yeah. Vulpix and I have maintained a connection for months now. It's been a while since we've disconnected. Idly, he focuses on the line of thoughts leading back to Vulpix. With the growing distance in the landscape between the man and fox, the psychic thread is thin. Not as thin as it can go, but thin enough that all he receives is flickers of foreign emotion. If he so wished, he can tug on the line to get her attention. Lee has read studies into mindscapes and other tricks psychics use to organize their thoughts, but without any talent in the art himself, rough imagination is all he has to go off of. Regardless, though, he's always likened his connection to Vulpix as a complicated plug fitted to an equally convoluted socket. Months ago, telepathy with Vulpix was clunky and awkward. Feelings, urges, and images were distorted and he could only draw a human analog to her most primal emotions. It was as if some of the prongs on the connection she offered weren't where they should be, and most didn't even seem to reach anything at all. Research on psychic types and even a bit on ghost types to better the process revealed precious little, as even in the modern era telepathy is still a rare thing. So, Lee shifted his own expectations and interpretations just as he might in the zoo, no longer trying to make sense of what Vulpix offered as a human would. His socket changed in response, morphing into something Vulpix could more easily grasp and connect to. More prongs sank into his mind, and so his understanding of her grew. Weeks upon weeks of daily refinement later, and the psychic plug and socket sit neatly flush. Wait, where is it? Where did the seam go? Through his musing, Lee blindly gropes at the spot where his and Vulpix's minds touch, or at least as well as a non-psychic can. He feels along the whole connection, trying to find the nexus where he, Lee the human ends, and Vulpix the Pokémon begins. It's gone? His brows furrow. Where did it go, Lee? With a start, Lee blinks his eyes rapidly. He turns to Zinnia, who looks up at him with concern in her red eyes. You okay? Zinnia asks, reaching a hand out to lay on his arm. You spaced out way harder than you usually do. Is something going on at camp? Lee shakes his head and takes a deep breath, clearing his thoughts. I'm fine, and nothing is going on at camp. I just ran into something I should probably talk to Vulpix about. Zinnia gives Lee's arm a short, comforting squeeze before letting go. There is a subtle nudge against Lee's hip, so without moving his head, he turns his eyes down to Grovyle. The grass-type coolie regards him with a raised brow as if to ask, are you actually okay? Lee nods. The motion is stiff but certain. Grovyle, ever dutiful, drops the matter and returns his yellow eyes forward. The group weaves between plateaus and around another oasis where a pair of Azumarill watch them warily, following the sound of gunshots the entire way. As they go, Lee spends the time feeling along his connection back to Vulpix, not finding the seam between them as he expected. There is a side where Vulpix resides, and one where he resides, but the middle is. He doesn't have words for it. Blurry? Blurry is close, but not right. When was the last time Vulpix and I disconnected? I don't remember. Slateport? No, she shut me out most of the way, but there was still a thin line. As they walk through a blind corner around a rock and several shrubs, they find themselves on the outskirts of yet another verdant oasis. Bang-ing-ing. Lee, Zinnia, and Swablu all wince while Grovyle hisses. Above the oasis, a Skarmory flies in tight, swirling circles, twisting and juking past speeding projectiles with a rictus of loathing carved into his face. Below him is no gunman, however. Bang-ing-ing. Skarmory banks hard to the side, just barely dodging a bolt of pure black. Down on the shore of the oasis is no man with a gun, but a narrow-eyed octillery. The water Pokémon resembles a large octopus, with off-red skin, 8 tentacles with undersides covered in pale yellow suckers, and a bulbous head fitted with 2 large eyes. The glaring thing separating it from its animal cousin is the narrow mouth shaped like the point of a funnel, giving the octopus Pokémon the appearance of having perfectly round, puckered lips from a distance. An octillery? Zinnia questions aloud. I thought they were ocean Pokémon? Some Remoraid are known to swim inland and navigate rivers. They can live in freshwater as well as saltwater. Lee recites a study he was reading several weeks prior almost without thinking. It's only natural that some would evolve into octillery. The nearest river is several miles back, though, so I wonder what this guy is doing here. The octillery narrows its eyes more at the Skarmory circling above, sucking in a gurgling breath as he does so. Its mouth quivers, then, bang-ing-ing. A bolt of liquid ink leaves Octillery's mouth with the force of a rifle shot, breaking the sound barrier with an explosive crack. If not for its pure black color against the blue sky, Lee would have missed the attack's travel entirely. Skarmory rolls to the side, but is a hair too slow as the ink bolt tears into his side armor with the horrendous screech of ripping metal. Blood quickly begins to mix with the splattered ink, and Skarmory looks down at the wound in disbelief. Was that Octazooka? Lee wonders to himself. I don't recall how strong Octillery's signature move is supposed to be. Still flying high above, Skarmory's disbelief swiftly transforms into shock as the pain of his wound visibly sets in. He shivers, and the flaps of the wing on his wounded side are ginger. Down in the water, Octillery gurgles and swells, another attack building. Skarmory's eyes widen as he watches, and with a harsh maneuver that surely tugs at his wound, the avian steel type finally abandons whatever his objective is and speeds away. He trails droplets of blood and ink as he soars over a plateau and down into the safety of a valley beyond Octillery's view. The red octopus watches his foe vanish, seemingly disgruntled if the further narrowing of his eyes is any indicator. Those eyes then turn to Lee, Grovyle, Zinnia, and Swablu. It's then that Lee notices something off about the water type. His eyes are unfocused. Lee backs up a step as Grovyle takes a defensive stance in front of him, wrist leaves bared and ready to form leaf blades. This guy isn't comprehending what he's looking at. A few other things begin to paint a picture of something not quite right. Octillery's skin color is off. It should be a vibrant red, but he's got this odd gray tint discoloring him. And his tentacles. Lee watches the appendages move in jerky, almost uncontrolled flails. The two tentacles oriented at his front are longer than the others, marking the water type as a male. That movement doesn't look wholly voluntary, or even pleasant. What's going on with this guy? The octillery burbles and scowls as best as his anatomy allows, raising his primary tentacles and letting the webbing between them stretch out in a clear threat display. He then brings the tentacles down harshly over and over, slapping the muddy shore and making a great racket that flings mud around. There's no other Pokemon around either. Did Octillery scare them away? Doolittle. Zinnia whispers, getting Lee's attention. I always thought these guys were chill Pokemon. She nods her head towards the off-red octopus as her Swablu puffs up, ready to fight. Why is this one so hyped up? Lee is silent. When he does speak, he keeps his voice low, hoping to avoid triggering the aggressive water type a dozen yards away. He looks ill. His eyes aren't focused, his movements are erratic, and he's discolored. That's probably why he's so aggressive. Zinnia shifts. Any idea what he might be sick with? I'm trying to figure it out. Lee fingers the Pokédex in his pocket, trying to find the volume wheel and turn it down before he pulls the device out. His thumb finds the volume control and turns it down to nothing, so he slowly withdraws the dex and flips it open. The aggression, unfocused eyes, and involuntary movement could point to something neurological, but I have no idea if the skin discoloration is related or not. Honestly, I've never worked with cephalopods at length. Let me think for a moment. Some kind of infection? If Octillery has a wound that went septic, the infection could spread. But Pokemon are intelligent enough to treat injuries, and a smart Pokemon like an Octillery would know to keep a wound clean. A traditional infection or pathogen would likewise be self-diagnosed and treated in all but the most severe of cases. It has to be something Octillery wouldn't have noticed right away or something he couldn't escape. Lee frowns and thumbs through the Pokemon native to the valley on his Pokédex, wondering if any entries might shed clues as to what the angry cephalopod is afflicted with. Incorrect diet, maybe? Or something in the water? He stops on the entry for the Aeron, specifically on their diet, when several lines catch his eye. While omnivorous, the Aeron family also requires a significant intake of iron or other ferric materials to facilitate the growth of their armor. Dietary iron does not strictly need to be pure iron, Fe, as Aeron and later evolutions utilize special enzymes located in the gastrointestinal tract to separate iron from composite materials. Solids like iron oxide, iron 3 oxide aka common rust, and iron sulfate, iron 2 sulfate, along with materials diffused in water, ferrous salts, provide less for the Pokemon than ores or pure iron, but are acceptable substitutes. Lee shuts his Pokédex and slips it back into his pocket, mindful of Octillery's heated gaze. He looks past the addled Pokemon to the water he rests in. The pond is cloudy and clearly filled with some sort of contaminant. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this Octillery has secondary hemochromatosis. Homochrono what? Zinnia wrinkles her brow. That's that movie where a guy and a Celebi go back in time and the guy falls for himself because he's a narcissist, right? Chromatosis, Lee corrects with an exasperated sigh. That, or some other heavy metal poisoning. What kind of movies are you watching? Zinnia crosses her arms with an exaggerated huff. Hey, I didn't get to pick the films, okay? Whatever my home village could get their hands on is what we watched. Well, what I'm talking about is a medical condition. Iron poisoning, essentially. Lee shares a look with Grovile, whose eyes are half-lidded in disinterest. Heavy metal buildup in the body can cause a myriad of issues. Brain damage, organ failure, or cancer, just to name a few. If acute poisoning isn't treated promptly, then your death isn't going to be pleasant. The more Lee thinks about it, the more his theory on Octillery makes sense. Remember all those ponds we went past that were deserted? He asks Zinnia. She nods her head. Yeah, do you think? They must have a toxic amount of iron salts or some other soluble metal compound in them, making them useless other than as drinking holes for steel types. Lee grimly finishes. It also explains the gray color of Octillery's skin. Excessive iron buildup can cause the skin to pale or turn gray. I thought octopi used a copper-based protein rather than iron for oxygen transport in the blood, but I guess that's not the case with Pokemon. Or maybe they do, and that just makes them more prone to iron building up in the body? Lee tries to recall past conversations with his zoo's aquarium keeper, a bubbly older woman with a love of all things that swim. None of the half-remembered exchanges involved octopi and what happens when they get metal poisoning of all things. I'm pretty sure a mundane octopus would go into toxic shock and die before showing symptoms. Zinnia hums, leveling the octillery with a wary eye. Do you think he was chased here and forced to hide out on the dirty water? Maybe he had no idea until it was too late? Lee nods, his hand falling to one of the empty Pokeballs on his belt. I could see both happening. The steel types certainly live at the top of the hierarchy here, and a pure water type would be easily bullied by the roving Magnemite and Magneton. One thing is for certain, though. He unclips the shrunken Pokeball his fingers are brushing and taps the button, expanding it with a dull whine. If he stays here, he's going to die. We need to get him out of that water and to a Pokemon Center. Zinnia looks at the Pokeball in Lee's hand with some surprise. Do you intend to keep him? We'll see. Lee takes a deep breath and uses the moment to survey the field. Wind is dead. Most of the area is water with a loamy shore. Octillery has the home field advantage here. He can just dive to avoid Grovyle if things look dicey, and we have no idea what his other moves are. I don't want to bank on his impairment to help us, but I think that's all I can realistically hope for. We could have Grovyle drive Octillery out of the water. For a moment, Lee imagines Grovyle using his mastery of quick attack to dance across the water, not giving Octillery an inch. Before ordering Grovyle to engage, though, he calls out to the octopus. Octillery. Lee raises his voice, trying to find a volume that catches attention but doesn't seem challenging. You look sick and we want to help you. Can you come out of the water, please? Octillery gurgles and blinks his eyes, seemingly confused. He pauses his "look at how big I am" display and sets his webbed tentacles down. The cephalopod Pokemon regards the scarred trainer with care, or as much care as he can in his befuddled state. Just as Lee begins to hope Octillery might see reason, the irrational anger returns to Octillery's cloudy eyes and he raises his tentacles even higher. I was afraid of that. Lee sighs. Ready, Grovyle? The grass type's eyes sharpen and he lowers his stance. Swablu, Zinnia, be ready to jump in if needed. Lee turns to the pair. Zinnia smirks and Swablu tweets an affirmative note. Hogging the glory? Zinnia teases. Lee rolls his eyes. Grovyle, feel him out. Circle and Bullet Seed. In a blur of green, Grovyle rushes out along the right perimeter of the pond, his clawed feet tearing at the loose soil. He opens his mouth, his throat glowing a bright green before a burst of nearly sonic seeds erupts from his maw with a loud rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Octillery jukes away from the shore and ducks back onto the water as expected, letting the bullet seeds ineffectively hit the water and throw bursts of muddy mist up. Grovyle skids to a stop, watching the water his foe vanish under carefully. Several air bubbles rise to the surface as the muddy water churns, and the instant a bulbous head begins to rise out of the murk, Lee barks a new order. Detect. Then Seed Sniper. Octillery's head pokes up, mouth puckered. Bang-ing-ing. Grovyle sidesteps a supersonic bolt of ink that pulverizes a boulder behind him, eyes aglow. Several rock fragments bounce off of his back, but that distracts him none. His mouth snaps open again, this time launching a single large seed back at the octopus. Bang-ing-ing. Octillery is far too slow to dodge and the super-effective attack drills him in the forehead, tearing at his skin and knocking his head back as if punched by a Machamp. His soft, water-filled body goes limp for a moment, and Lee's breath hitches, wondering if the attack was too much. A moment later, the octopus burbles in pain and paws at the seed with his tentacles, dislodging it and dropping it into the water with a plop. A second later, he retreats under the rippling surface, leaving a cloudy splotch of blood on the surface of the water. His blood is red like a mammal's. I guess he uses iron-based blood then. Grovyle stands tense as the surface bubbles again. Grovyle, try to herd him out of the water. Bullet Seed just to his left. Lee nervously fingers the Pokeball in his hand, hoping both a concussion and metal poisoning keeps Octillery from realizing the plan. Grovyle's jaw snaps open. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullet Seeds violently impact the water just to the left of the bubbles, and Lee can almost imagine Octillery's distressed flailing as the bubbles move away from the attack, closer to the shore. Once more, Grovyle fires off a bombardment of hard-shelled seeds from his mouth, sweeping his fire along the still-submerged Octillery's flank and startling the octopus into moving inland. Twice Grovyle needs to pause for a moment to catch his breath, but it's never long enough to let Octillery form a plan. Finally in the shallows, the red octopus has no choice but to surface and scuttle to the shore with nearly limp tentacles. Lee winces as he beholds the water type. Octillery's entire forehead is an ugly bruise with a twisted patch of missing skin in the center. The Pokemon's eyes roll in their sockets, panning around in open panic. Octillery gurgles as if to charge up an Octazooka, but all that comes out of his mouth is a dribble of ink and saliva. We just want to help you, bud. Lee calls, guilt for harming an obviously unwell Pokemon prompting the words. Just come on out and let us treat you. Octillery pays Lee no mind, but when a final burst of bullet seed splatters sandy mud just inches away, Octillery flinches and rushes back to the water. Head him off. Lee's words fly nary a second into the water Pokemon's flight. Still on the right side of the oasis, Grovile's maw opens once more, and out pour seeds glowing yellow like tracer bullets. Rat-a-tat. This time, Octillery braves the barrage, being struck several times with painful smacks. His watery flesh sizzles as the bullet seeds dump volatile grass energy into him, but the octopus ignores them to dive into the water and vanish with a splash. There are no bubbles or movement under the water, even after waiting a full minute. Lee sighs and rubs his forehead. Damn it. He looks up at the harsh Hoenn sun, now aware that he's been sweating even more than usual in the excitement of the battle. Part of him wishes Vulpix was here to dull the hot sunlight with drought. Grovile slowly walks back to Lee's side, keeping his eyes trained on the water. Once he's returned to Lee, the wood gecko Pokemon bows his head in apology. It's not your fault, pal. Lee reaches down to rub Grovile's head, feeling the cool, smooth scales rasp against his calloused fingers. We had no idea Octillery would be willing to walk right through a super effective attack. Grovile still rolls the twig in his mouth around, visibly discontent. Lee turns his eyes to Zinnia and Swablu. Any ideas? Swablu shrugs her little wings as Zinnia rubs her chin. Maybe you could. She trails off, looking at the water with bewilderment. What the hell? Lee and Grovile follow her eyes, watching a blue glow beginning to light up the heart of the oasis. Lee's heartbeat pounds in his ears as he feels his heart jump. Grovile. He snaps, be ready. Grovile growls, his eyes already glowing yellow with detect. The blue glow brightens, then without any warning, the surface of the oasis slowly turns into muddy slush, then freezes solid with a noisy crack. Under the ice, the blue glow fades down to nothing. For a moment, the oasis is silent, then Lee lets his jaw drop as an ice-chilled breeze wisps over his sweaty body. Really? This guy knows an ice move and pulled it out to trap himself in a toxic pond? Grovile tentatively steps closer to the ice, one of his wrist leaves lengthening and glowing with the power of Leafblade. His arm blurs and chops at the ice, only for his blade to barely sink several inches in. With a frown, he yanks his blade free as he clenches his jaw, then with an echoing bang, he shoots the ice with a seed blast. Bits of ice chip away, but most of the seeds are stopped dead with several ricocheting and skipping across the surface of the frozen oasis. One bounces far enough to land just inches away from Lee's boot. Kneeling, Lee picks up and rolls the perfectly smooth orb composed of nothing but seed shell in his hand, trying to think of some way out of the new predicament. Well, shit, he mutters, dropping the seed. As much as I don't want to, I think I'm going to have to call Vulpix for this one. Even then, it's going to take some time to melt all of this. Hold on. Zinnia steps forward, drawing an inquisitive trill from the bird Pokemon on her shoulder and a raised eyebrow from Lee. She gives Lee a cheeky grin. Rather than openly advertise your telepathy to Miss Magma, let's have Swablu shatter the ice with hyper voice, she says, her grin growing. I've always wanted to try this. Let me guess, you saw it in a movie? Lee's voice is dry, but inwardly he's somewhat curious if such a thing would work. Fearow Flotilla versus Pidgeymon 2. She giggles. Okay, cover your ears, everyone. Swablu, get to the center and use hyper voice, point blank. Her hands fly to her ears. Lee plugs his ears with his fingers as Grovile walks back to his side, reptilian paws already pressed against his earholes. Lee catches his Pokemon's eyes and drops a hand to tap the gecko's Pokeball, but Grovile declines the unspoken offer with a shake of his head. Swablu flutters from Zinnia's shoulder and lands daintily on the center of the pond's icy cap. She taps a spot with her beak, then takes a deep breath that puffs her tiny body up. Out of Swablu's beak comes a screech of such horrendous volume that the ground rumbles, making pebbles dance at everyone's feet. Even with his ears covered, Lee winces. The noise does more than hurt his ears, he can feel it in his bones, but his wince is for Grovile, who has his eyes screwed shut as his sensitive ears take a headache-inducing beating. Stubborn lizard. Swablu holds the note for 3 seconds before the ice begins to groan. At 5 seconds, there is an audible crack, one just barely heard over the terrible screech of hyper voice. Then at 10 seconds, just as Swablu's voice begins to give out, there is a great cra crack. The solid cap of ice shatters like glass, breaking into several large, cloudy flows with smaller shards dispersed in between. Swablu takes to the air with an alarmed chirp as the spot she was standing on crumbles away, falling into the warmer water below and melting. Lee lets his hands fall and watches the ice bob in the oasis. Huh, he begins. I half expected that to not work. Firo Flotilla vs. Pidgeyman 2 had a total budget of like 20,000 credits. They did all their stunts and stuff with no special effects, Zinnia quips. So of course it would work. Before Lee can comment on how bad an idea it is to pull tactics from B-movies, the water between two ice flows begins to bubble, making everyone snap to attention. Slowly, almost lethargically, Octillery crawls out of the water and into a sheet of ice, settling into a rather pathetic-looking pile. The octopus is still slowly bleeding from the skinless, bruised patch on his head, and he looks as if he can barely focus on anything going on around him. His eyes flutter, passing over Swablu, who is hovering overhead. He tries to raise his head and aim his mouth, but when the effort is too much, he goes limp. Oh, man, Zinnia frowns. Either Hyper Voice shook the fight out of him, or Octillery was already on his last legs when we got here. Maybe both. Lee sighs and readies his empty Pokeball. At least he surfaced. Without any fanfare, he taps the button on the ball in his hand, feeling it vibrate and confirming the auto-return feature is enabled. Come on, Octillery. Let's get you some help. Lee winds up his throw and lets the ball fly towards the limp water Pokemon. The lobbed ball flies in a gentle arc, hitting Octillery and snapping open as it rebounds off of the octopus's springy body. Octillery's whole form is engulfed in red light before the Pokemon is sucked inside as a wriggling mass of energy. The Pokeball then falls to the ice, weakly shaking as the barely conscious Octillery inside fights. A few tense seconds pass, but the ball clicks and goes still. Then, as if picked up and thrown by an unseen hand, the Pokeball rises and shoots back towards Lee. The zoologist plucks the ball out of the air before immediately pointing it at the ground and tapping the button, making the ball snap open. Grovyle, stand by in case he needs to be restrained. Lee orders as Octillery takes form at his feet. Lee doesn't bother looking, already knowing his gecko is in position as he kneels and shrugs his backpack off. Octillery cracks open his eyes, taking in the human above him before reaching up and wrapping a tentacle around Lee's wrist. Even so weakened, Octillery's grip is still akin to a grown man squeezing with intent to harm. Just take it easy, okay? Lee murmurs gently, ignoring the slimy tentacle trying to crush his wrist. With his free hand, Lee unzips his backpack and digs inside, silently thanking Sylph County for adding a sorting feature to their already miraculous bottomless bag. Through the clutter inside, Lee's berry case rises to the top. He wastes no time popping it open and withdrawing his last citrus berry. Here, this'll make you feel a bit better. Octillery's grip lessens at the sight of the yellow fruit, but his foggy eyes are still distrustful. Smiling calmly, Lee slowly sets the berry down. All yours. Eat up. I bet you're exhausted, huh? Lee can see the thoughts running through Octillery's swimming head, and as the sickly octopus lets his wrist go, Lee backs up to give him space. For a long moment, Octillery just stares at the fruit, then with visible effort, he raises his head and reaches a tentacle out, snatches the citrus, and brings it to his mouth. His conical mouth opens a bit wider, and Lee can't help but be surprised to see an octopus beak hidden within. Still casting doubtful looks all around, Octillery nibbles the berry, then begins scarfing it down in great bites, letting yellow pulp and juice run down his front. Before he's even halfway done with the food, the bruise on his head begins to shrink and the patch of missing skin begins to heal over. As Octillery finishes the last bite, Lee clears his throat. Octillery's eyes snap back to him, but the Pokemon still sways unsteadily. You're sick, pal. Lee raises Octillery's ball. We're going to get you to a place to help you, okay? After that, you're free to go if you want. Just hang tight. Return. Before Octillery can protest or retaliate, he's drawn back into the Pokeball as a flash of red. Standing up, Lee gives the button of the Pokeball a long press, locking it so the delirious Pokemon inside can't let himself out. The ball buzzes once in confirmation, so Lee shrinks it and clips it back to his belt. Thanks for the help, everyone. The zoologist smiles at Grovyle, Zinnia, and Swablu, who has settled on Zinnia's shoulder again. Grovyle crosses his arms and nods once, but Lee can see his lips rise a little from the praise. No prob at all, Doolittle. Zinnia grins as Swablu beams happily. Here's hoping that floppy sea spider is grateful enough to stick around. I know that kinda messes up your plans of a Vaporeon, but. Lee waves her off and shoulders his closed backpack once more. I can live with 2 water types. Water is a good type, all things considered. Let's worry about that later, though. I've got a sick Pokemon to deal with. As they all get ready to march off, Lee pauses, then shrugs off his bag once more. From inside of it he pulls a bottle of water that he uncaps. He offers the bottle to Grovyle, who gratefully pours half of the contents down his throat before returning it to Lee, who then drinks the remainder and silently curses the Hoenn sun under his breath. Ignoring Zinnia's raised eyebrow, he jogs over to the thawing oasis and dips the now empty bottle in, collecting some of the water inside before capping it. The trip back to the temporary camp is quick and devoid of any stops. One roving graveler spoiling for a brawl tries to stop the group, but a leaf blade from Grovyle carving into the wild rock type's armor forces a hasty retreat from the aggressor. Once Vulpix is in range for clear communication, Lee reaches out to her and feeds her a replay of the last hour and some change. As they step back into camp, Lee wastes no time with any niceties. Brendan, Courtney, he calls, cupping his hands around his mouth. Recall any Pokemon who aren't escorting you and pack up. We've got a Pokemon in bad shape and we're double timing it to laverage. Courtney stands as if bitten by something, her placid face hardening at Lee's tone. In a flash, she recalls her Mightyena with a Pokeball in one hand and releases Camerupt from a ball in her other hand. As the great camel materializes, he shares his trainer's severe expression. Without needing to be told, he begins to trot over to Brendan to carry the still injured boy. Brendan, however, blinks and slowly sits up, aided by his Mawile holding his arm. A Pokemon is hurt that bad? He looks between Grovyle and Swablu with confusion. What happened? You got enough stuff back in Mauville that you could be a walking Pokemon center. Lee grimaces, remembering how his conscience nagged him into buying nearly 1,000 credits worth of supplies before they set off into the valley. The only thing they've used is water, painkillers for Brendan, sunscreen, and MREs on nights where firewood was sparse. That gunshot noise? Lee begins. It was an octillery. The poor guy was trapped in a toxic pond and wasting his energy taking potshots at other Pokemon. I'm 90% sure he's got some sort of heavy metal poisoning, which is not something I can treat in the field. I fed him a citrus which should keep him stable for now, but I want to get him to a real Pokemon center, one that can run an analysis on the water sample I have and get a more certain diagnosis. He crosses his arms, mirroring Grovyle as Vulpix trots over and leaps up to rest along his shoulders. Sorry for the rush, but I want to get Octillery treated before he suffers some sort of permanent condition. For all I know, it's already too late and he's going to have some sort of complication. The grim thought prompts a mental shushing from Vulpix, who touches her cool nose to one of Lee's scars. Don't DW*LL on what *OU can't contour *L, she sniffs. The news plants a determined frown on Brendan's face that looks comical considering his youth. With a grunt, he stands on wobbly legs and clambers up on Camerupt's back, between the volcanoes. Brendan then paws at his belt and takes Mawile and Electrike's Pokeballs in his hands. Return. He stops short and looks at his backpack that's still on the ground. Electrike? Could you get my bag, first? My back is killing me and I really don't want to get down again. The green and yellow pup looks down at the ground, spying Brendan's one-strap backpack. Gingerly, almost unsurely, he picks it up in his teeth and walks to Camerupt's side, timidly meeting eyes with the larger Pokemon for only a moment. With a tremble, he rises on his hind legs, planting his front paws on Camerupt's side as he offers Brendan the backpack. Brendan's grin is almost blinding in how bright it is. Thanks, Electrike. You're the best, he says, bending down just enough to take the offered backpack and stroke the large pup across his head. Electrike's stubby tail wags slowly. Behind him, Mawile holds her cheeks with her hands and giggles, gushing over something. Both Pokemon are swiftly recalled into their balls after that. Lee readies Grovyle's ball and looks down at the grass Pokemon. Take a rest, Grovyle. We need you in top shape in case things go sour. We've been setting a nice and easy pace until now, so if a local gets upset about us making a quick march through their turf. Grovyle's eyes harden as he too imagines what could happen. Yeah, that's why I want a rested grass type on hand, Lee nods. Return. Grovyle is recalled in a flash of red. Lee looks around at everyone. Courtney hasn't said a word. She just stands ready by Camerupt and Brendan. Her narrowed eyes tell Lee just how seriously she's taking the situation. Brendan himself gives Lee a thumbs up and a wide smile. Let's go. Zinnia hooks the thumb of her left hand into her belt and taps a foot. In her right hand, Her hand-drawn map is already bared. Ready when you are. On her shoulder, Swablu tweets in agreement. Finally, Lee shares a short look with Vulpix. In a tenth of a second, a full conversation passes. Right, Lee begins. Zinnia, take point. Vulpix will psychically scan ahead and forewarn us of anything amiss. Let's be in Laverage by morning. As he rapid-fire trades thoughts with his starter, Lee privately wonders if he should bring up the strange lack of a termination point between his psyche and Vulpix's. After a moment, he discards the thought. It can wait until we're out of the valley. Verdanturf, Kovasquire decides, might be his favorite human settlement. In Hoenn, at least. Nothing quite compares with the artistry of old Galarian. Castles built to repel invaders and still bearing the scars of glory long past have always fascinated the Corvid Pokémon. Each mark tells a story of struggle, a story of a time the Field of Honor was littered with more than broken dreams. Inside these grand forts and citadels hid luxury and finery without equal. Art, in Corvusquire's mind, can take many forms. The art of battle is of course the greatest. There exists no greater beauty than when two foes with everything to lose pit their skills against one another in honorable combat. Some might frown on Corvusquire's understanding of honor, but if his life has taught him anything, the version of honor venerated in fables and tales long past is outdated. Modern combat requires modern tactics. Chivalry is for the old and the dead. Corvusquire muses from atop his street light perch. And I intend to be young forever. And art can take more traditional forms. The magnificent painted ceiling in the Hammerlock Cathedral back in beautiful Galar left him speechless as a chick. How many hours did the artist spend, and how long did he hone his skills to see such a moving piece born? The divine visage of Arceus was captured to such a degree that only seeing him in person could be better. Modern art, however, is just plain mystifying. How is a mangled bit of car frame painted green art? Putting junk on a pedestal and giving it a confusing name like tired sunkerns aren't fireproof doesn't make it art, it's just stupid. His steel wing rent the offensive sculpture in the town park down to bits one night a week ago, and the city council is still in a great hubbub about finding the culprit. Most blamed, no good teenagers. Now minus the stupid eyesore, Verdanturf is Corvusquire's favorite town in Hoenn. The humans live with nature rather than on top of it, the buildings are quaint but tasteful, and the land is rich with food and fresh air. Here during the twilight hours when everyone is heading home, the town is pleasant to behold. Though, I could do with a proper contender to fight. Corvusquire clicks his beak in annoyance. Like a sword left in the rain, I feel the rust forming on my skills, and I'm so close to evolution, too. He grips the street lamp in his talons roughly in his irritation, making the paint chip and the metal below squeak. None of the weaklings around me can give me the push I need. I need only fly that fool trainer back to Littleroot, then my obligations will be over and I can wash my talons of him. Wally, there he is. A squeaky voice calls below, breaking Corvusquire from his brooding. Looking down, he bites back a sigh. Below him are a diminutive Ralts and a green-haired brat of a human child. The Ralts is pointing up at him as the child gapes like a moron. These two again. Corvusquire's eyes narrow as he remembers the pair stumbling upon him a week prior, and how he had to exercise his mercy to save the stupid boy from his own traitorous body. Wow, that's a big bird, Wally, the child mutters. Corvusquire narrows his eyes even further, and Wally seems to realize he's already on thin ice as he gulps. Mr. Corvusquire? Wally calls up to him, gray eyes nervous. Can we talk to you? For a moment, Corvusquire debates his options. He could just leave. He could hurl an insult and tell the pair to be gone, or he could, we brought you a present, as thanks for saving me. The boy calls up, raising a wicker basket in his hands that escaped Corvusquire's notice until now. Inside the basket is an assortment of berries. Some are of the mundane variety, but he spies some he enjoys like sherry, oran, persum, mago, and even his favorite, succulent, mouthwatering pecha berries. Perhaps I can bear them for a few minutes. Corvusquire flutters down from his perch, landing on the street with a click of his talons, and the boy seems taken about by his stature. The green-headed brat is only a foot taller than Corvusquire. Oh, Wally looks down at the now meager-looking basket. If I had known you were this big, I would have brought more. Corvusquire rolls his eyes and looks to Ralts. What do you want? Ralts twiddles his fingers. Oh, we just wanted to thank you. Wally. Ralts tears up slightly. Oh, here we go. Wally almost died because I wasn't a good Pokemon for him. You were so calm and knew what to do and... in. Tears run down Ralts' face now. And I wanted to turn you into pulp. You seem to forget that, fool. Ralts, is something the matter? Wally sets the basket down and drops to a knee, setting a hand on Ralt's head. What's wrong? Are you hurt? He reaches into his shirt pocket and pulls out a handkerchief, dabbing at his Pokémon's tears. Please tell me, Ralts. I know I can't make you do anything, but I know you're a good Pokémon, so can you teach me to be a good Pokémon too? Ralts hugs Wally's arm as he asks. Please? The first thing Corvisquire wants to do is laugh. Laugh until he's hoarse. The request is just so absurd and the little idiot's assumptions are so wrong that it's pure comedy. Ralts hiccups as he forces his emotions down. He looks up at his trainer, eyes red and puffy. I want to be a good Pokémon for you, Wally, but I don't know how. Wally smiles. You're already a good Pokémon, though. Wally murmurs. Corvisquire stops, his mirth gone as he hears the trainer clearly and directly reply to Ralts. Fool. Corvisquire drills his eyes into Ralts, who freezes. Do you know how to use telepathy? Ralts seems to debate hiding behind Wally but stops. I'm not very good at it, he admits quietly. Telepathy is not just a skill, it's a hallmark of potential. The Raven Pokémon looks between the boy and the tiny psychic type, an idea hatching. Never have I met a telepath without the finesse for greater skills, greater heights. Unbidden, he recalls the past telepaths he's clashed with. That blasted Mr. Rhyme serving as the first and most faithful of Dusson Doranshire, dashing foes across jagged, invisible walls with a smile on his stupid face. Espeon, that damned, smug banshee of Housemorn. Psychic screaming is no proper technique. How I would love to give you another scar so your left ear matches the right. And finally, the final image is the most vivid, and in his mind's eye, Corvisquire sees a pair of brown, burning eyes, smoldering with hate for a perceived betrayal. No matter how damning the imagined eyes are, Corvisquire stomps upon the guilt that wants to bubble in his chest. Of all his foes, Vulpix remains one he's yet to beat, and her powers aren't even matured. The brown eyes change, morphing into red gems that shine with a hellish, vengeful hue. The fur framing them transforms from dull orange to radiant gold. Never would Corvisquire admit that under the guilt, there was a thrill of fear at the image. The Raven hums to disguise his thoughts, and like a favored chick, his idea hatches into something magnificent. None of the weaklings of Verdandorf can challenge me, can push me to evolve, but I care not for leaving this town quite yet. So, rather than finding a worthwhile foe, what if I manufacture one? You wish to learn from me? Corvisquire purrs, relaxing. The sudden shift, one even the human perceives, catches both the boy and Pokémon off guard. Corvisquire struts up to the basket, plucking a delectable pecha from the top. He tilts his head back and bites down, savoring the sweet pulp and juice. With another bite, the pecha is in his gullet. If mentorship is what you want, I can be convinced. The Raven smiles nastily. Chapter 4. Well, Mr. Henson, Nurse Joy's smile instantly soothes Lee's nerves. I'm glad to say your octillery will make a full recovery. Lee sighs and leans against the wall outside of the Laverage Pokémon Center's aquatic ward. He turns slightly as he rests on the wall so as to not accidentally pin Vulpix, who is in her usual spot upon his shoulder. Thank goodness, he murmurs, peering through the observation window into the ward. It truly seems like every Pokémon Center has everything needed to treat any sort of Pokémon, evidenced by the multiple wards even the small Laverage Center has. Through the glass, Lee runs his eyes over all the different tanks and enclosures. Only one is occupied right now, and it's a large, closed-top rectangular tank of glass holding octillery. After only several hours in the center's care, the octopus Pokémon is already beginning to look more lively. The sickly pallor of his skin has receded somewhat, and his sleep isn't racked by tremors or spasms. We ran an analysis of the water sample you gave us, and it did indeed have a worrying amount of metallic contaminants in it. Nurse Joy peers down at the tablet computer held in her hand. Thank you for bringing it in. Having a sample cut down our diagnosis time quite a bit. Lee returns his attention to the iconic nurse. Will he have any complications while recovering? And what are you doing to treat him, if you don't mind indulging my curiosity? Joy smiles. We don't expect any complications, but if he experiences any symptoms like unusual fatigue or unprompted confusion, please bring him to the nearest Pokémon Center. As for his treatment, she glances down at her tablet and swipes the page up, reading it briefly. The filtration system in your octillery's tank is being treated with chelating agents that bind to the heavy metals in his body. These help him expel the contaminants through his urine. Every few hours, we're also returning him to his ball and giving him a short session in an Omnitrauma unit to repair the damage caused by his heavy metal poisoning. He's been responding to everything quite well. Maybe I could intern at the Rustboro Pokemon Center when I start my classes. The fact that a tiny town like Laveridge has a center with all of this specialized equipment and these treatment methods blows me away. What could I learn in a high-traffic center? Lee wonders with a touch of awe. Lee files the thought away for later and offers Nurse Joy a bright smile. Thank you, nurse. Really. I was certain he would have some kind of chronic ailment after God knows how long in that toxic puddle. It's our pleasure to help, Mr. Henson. The red-headed nurse matches his smile easily. Now, perhaps you should get some rest. You look quite exhausted. Do I? Lee runs a hand down his face. After thinking about it, his eyelids are rather heavy and his legs ache a bit. We did kinda march through the night. Upon arriving in Laveridge and regaining cell service earlier that very morning, Courtney called ahead and secured a pair of rooms in one of the modest town's small inns. While Lee went straight to the Pokemon Center, Zinnia, Brendan, and even the usually unflappable Courtney agreed that a nap was warranted and ventured to the hotel to sleep. Yeah, a rest sounds nice. Lee agrees with joy. He turns his eyes to Octillery once more. Any idea how long until Octillery is recovered? We're expecting his discharge to be in 10 to 14 days. 2 weeks to treat heavy metal poisoning so bad that Octillery was half dead. That's nothing short of incredible. Lee shakes his head with a smile. Sounds good. Please give me a call if anything comes up. We will, Mr. Henson. Joy nods. Nurse Joy escorts Lee and Vulpix out of the deeper part of the Pokemon Center, passing a few doctors, regular nurses, and a number of Chansey on the way back to the lobby. As they walk, Lee's tired brain flits between several subjects at once, going from how in the world Octillery can blow through steel with water and ink, to wondering how the Joy family got involved with the Pokemon Center business in the first place. Once past the doors leading to the wards in the heart of the building, Nurse Joy bids them a kind farewell and returns back to her seat behind the front desk. As Lee and Vulpix exit the center out into the still morning sun, Lee looks around the town while he stretches his arms over his head with a yawn. The town of Laveridge is small, densely packed, and rife with Kanto's Japan-esque culture and architecture with almost no empty space. If space isn't used by an artistic Nihon Kenshiku-styled building or dense foliage grown from the fertile, volcanic ash-strewn soil, then it's a street or walkway. The largest buildings are the gym and the Pokemon Center, and over the rooftops, Lee spots Hoenn's fire-themed gym sitting on a hill against the foot of the mountain. Love, he pauses to yawn once more. Is there anything we needed to do today? I want to get it out of the way. Vulpix mulls the question over, flicking her tails. Re**ister at the G**m. Ah, right, Lee frowns, annoyed. Why the hell would a gym website not have a check-in? That's the one thing literally every trainer uses. It's not street *nadarty *ed? The we sites f are the gyms, Ian. Vulpix asks as Lee begins a slow walk towards the gym. You'd think they would. With so few people out and about in the early hour, Lee doesn't think much of verbally replying. The path leads him and his fox west down Laveridge's main street, and looking to the north, Mount Chimney's imposing image cuts into the blue sky like a stony, smoking knife. For a second, Lee ponders the wisdom of building a town at the foot of a volcano. But the gym leaders apparently get carte blanche for everything. So long as they don't abuse their power, I think the league will let them do whatever they want. While not as hot a vacation spot as Dewford, Laveridge still seems to thrive on tourism. What was the big thing here again? The hot springs and tours on the volcano, right? Lee spies a not inconsiderable number of novelty stores, gift shops, and themed restaurants just beginning to open on the way to the gym. Many offer mass-produced knick-knacks like mugs, hats, and shirts bearing some sort of logo or slogan related to Laveridge, but a few have more unique pieces on display. One such shop has a sign saying, "Volcanic Ashglass Sculptures." No two are the same. In the window sits a handful of Pokemon statues made from glittering black glass, each one ranging from several inches large for a Spinnerack to 3 feet tall for a boastful-looking Grumpig. I wonder if they do commissions. Lee wonders, conjuring a hazy image of each of his Pokemon, their details captured as shiny statues. The path to the gym leads them out of the business sector of the town and down a wide, tree-flanked path that snakes to the north, up a hill, and to the foot of Mount Chimney. As the gym comes into view, Lee can't help but whistle. The gym is styled after an old Kanto manor, with several levels and walls of white stone. The red, slanted roof is covered in tile, and the whole complex is surrounded by a stone wall capped by a tiled red overhang. Built into the wall is an open wooden gate, painted the same red as the roof welcoming them in. It's a far cry from the utilitarian domes used back in Rustboro, Dewford, and Mauville. Walking past the gate and up to the glass double doors of the gym, Lee checks the posted hours from a sheet of paper taped to the inside of the glass, then he pulls his phone from his pocket, checking the time. 9:07, he comments more to himself than Vulpix. They're open. The door is pulled open, and the pair walk inside. While the exterior of the gym is traditional and pleasing to the eye, the lobby is somewhat uninspired by comparison. Some chairs pushed off to the side, a wooden reception desk with an ancient-looking computer sitting behind the raised edge of the desk, a water cooler in the corner, and a set of double doors on either side of the desk. It looks so much like any other generic business lobby that Lee's tired brain doesn't bother dedicating any of it to memory. Instead, he simply walks up to the empty reception desk and gives the bell sitting upon it a ring. Ding ding. The noise echoes in the large room, and after a moment, footsteps can be heard beyond the right set of doors. Coming, calls the voice of a young woman. Geez, the gym has only been open for 10 minutes. The unseen woman grumbles as she pushes the doors open. Who in the world? The doors are thrown wide, and red eyes widen as the owner sees Lee. Standing in the doorway is the heir to the Laveridge gym, Flannery. The woman is striking, to say the least. Her long, crimson hair is pulled back into a high, wild ponytail with her bangs left free to hang over the side of her angular face. A tight, midriff-exposing t-shirt and well-fitting jeans accentuate her attractive figure and expose a fair amount of clear, smooth skin without being risque. On her red belt, a trio of Pokeballs hang. It's clear to Lee why she's enjoyed so much popularity online following the announcement of her upcoming appointment as gym leader. Good morning. Lee smiles. I was hoping to register for the next available gym battle. I tried to book it online, but the website doesn't work? Looks like it was made back when Aerodactyl were still flying around? Flannery finishes for him with a sheepish chuckle. We get that a lot. Here, I'll get you put in the system. Flannery slips in behind the front desk and seats herself at the dinosaur of a computer with obvious familiarity and wiggles the mouse to wake the old machine, which it does with the whine of a spinning drive. We've got a 15-day wait. Is that cool? That's fine, Lee nods, withdrawing his wallet and sliding his license across the desk to the redhead. 15 days, huh? Hitting peak season? Something like that. Flannery gives him a small, seemingly unsure smile and taking the plastic card, glancing between it and the computer screen as she types. More than once, she slows to steal a quick look up at Lee's face or at Vulpix. It's often enough that Vulpix pokes Lee's brain over it. Something wrong? Lee's words startle the gym heir, who jumps in her seat and almost drops Lee's license. And no, nothing's wrong, she says with a hasty smile. It's just, my grandpa, the current leader, has been having me take over more and more of the challengers lately, and he might want me to battle you. I thought I would have more time to prepare for you, is all. Prepare for us? Lee shares a look with Vulpix, who stares back with the mental equivalent of a raised eyebrow. Jim la asterisk durs take asterisk angst asterisk hemselves, remember asterisk r? Vulpix supplies. We've d asterisk feeded 3g asterisk m liters t their full ower. Oat asterisk ers might e nervous. Ah. Lee crosses his arms. We're not that scary, are we? He directs his spoken question to Flannery. She shakes her head, making her ponytail bounce. Not scary, I'm excited about it, but also a teeny bit anxious, too. Flannery admits, face flushing pink as she averts her eyes. I'm still new to this whole gym leader thing, you know? I understand. Lee nods slowly. His memories fly back to his first days on the road as a trainer, and before that, his first days back in his zoo. In both instances, uncertainty followed, nipping at his heels. New job jitters and all that. It's twice as bad for an important position like a gym leader, yeah? Flannery's smile slowly returns, and she seems pleased by the sympathy. Yeah, I've got my loner Pokemon, but I think you'll be the first trainer I'll have to go all out on. She types a few last lines into her computer and hands Lee back his trainer license. We've got you in for the Tuesday after the next at 5 p.m. Expect a 2-on-2 or a 3-on-3. Lee smiles back and slips his license into his pocket. Thanks. I'll see you then. As he turns to leave, another voice comes echoing down the hallway from deeper in the gym. Flannery, dear, do you know where I left that half-used inkwell? That calligraphy set I ordered came in and I don't want to uncap any new ink if I don't have to. The weathered voice of an older man calls. Footsteps head towards the lobby where Lee, Vulpix, and Flannery stand. Then from the same set of doors Flannery used comes an elderly man. The man stops, regarding Lee and Vulpix with surprise. In a pink, Kanto-styled robe, socks with straw sandals, and a pair of thin, wire glasses, The older gentleman could easily pass as a village elder in a less developed region. Goodness, he begins, running a hand through his curly white hair as a smile lifts his gently aged face. Mr. Henson, I wasn't expecting you for weeks to come. You've certainly set quite a pace, haven't you? Lee chuckles and turns back around to face the man. I suppose we have. My group and I debated on taking the desert route here, but ultimately we decided to cut through the Valley of Steel. Behind the elder, Flannery inhales sharply. Which probably saved a week or more. The elderly man rubs his chin and nods. Ah, that would explain it. Then a realization seems to strike him, as he reaches up and taps his own forehead with a sigh. Doe, where are my manners this morning? He holds a hand out with a smile. Mura Moore, Laverage gym leader for another month or so. It's nice to meet you in person. Lee returns the smile and clasps Moore's hand, giving it a shake. He inwardly grumbles about how the niceties are keeping him from returning to his hotel and passing out, that pushes on. Lee Henson. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Moore. Moore releases Lee's hand. I take it you've already met my lovely granddaughter, Flannery? He asks, giving said granddaughter a bright grin that forces her to look away in embarrassment. I have. We were discussing the jitters that come with new jobs just before you arrived. Ha. Moore's grin lowers into a knowing smile. Nothing will do that quite like taking the mantle of gym leader. Heck, I was part of the Elite Four before taking over the Laverage gym. Imagine my surprise when being a leader turned out to be the harder job. He clears his throat. Since you're here, Lee, could I interest you and Miss Vulpix in some tea over a conversation? I've been watching your progress and just how far you've come in only a few months is almost unbelievable. Once more, annoyance at being denied the rest his body is aching for gnaws on Lee. Cons asterisk der the off asterisk r, Vulpix makes her vulpine not purr deep in her chest. As she does so, Lee feels her tug his mind to a tender embrace, siphoning away his aches and pushing away his exhaustion by pouring her own stamina into him. The sensation is like soothingly warm water running through his veins, and the odd feeling almost makes him shiver. Relatio asterisk s with m asterisk or mit bv louable. I can spare some time. Lee nods after considering Vulpix's words, drawing another smile from the old man. Here, it's a personal blend of mine. Moore smiles and sets down 2 steaming cups on the low table before taking the spot opposite of Lee. I hope I'm not causing offense by sitting cross-legged. Lee watches Moore seat himself Caesar-style, sitting on his feet with his legs folded under him. I don't think I can do that even with my boots off. After an assurance from Flannery that she would handle the morning challengers, Moore leads Lee and Vulpix deeper into the gym to a very Japanese-looking sitting room, showing the man and Fox that the Kanto styling of the building goes deeper than just surface aesthetics. The gym leader certainly seemed pleased when Lee took his boots off before stepping on the straw mat floor of the rather Spartan sitting room. Lee raises the cup to his mouth and takes a short sip, finding that he doesn't particularly care for the tea inside. It's good. Moore smiles and raises his own cup, taking a long drink. Ah, like Mother used to make, he sets the cup down with a clack. So, Lee, what made you choose Vulpix as your first Pokemon? Lee gives his tea a swirl, watching his reflection ripple in the dark liquid as he thinks. I wonder where Moore heard that. More chatter between the gym leaders? He does not dwell upon it too much. It's more that she chose me. I used to be an animal handler, you see, and the facility I worked at closed under less than ideal circumstances and sort of left me adrift. He sighs and sets the cup down. Vulpix happened upon me when I was hitting my lowest point, and being the sweetheart she is, decided to stick with me. The vixen presses her head to Lee's cheek. Y asterisk u or ge asterisk ting better at asterisk alking ab asterisk udit. Her pride is as warm as the fur tickling him. Without taking his eyes off of Moore, Lee smiles and raises a hand to scratch the fox gently along her jaw, drawing a content sigh from her. Needless to say, the younger trainer continues, letting his hand fall again. I'd be lost without her. Moore's smile becomes fond as he watches. Ah, we're not too different then, he says wistfully, crossing his arms and leaning his head back. He stares up at the ceiling, taking in something only he can see. My Typhlosion, that is, he and I were exactly the same when we were young. This was back in the day when you didn't get a starter Pokemon. The league wouldn't start doing that for another 10 years, you see. I was a boy with a Pokeball in hand and the determination to become a trainer. I thought I would meet a Grand Fire Pokemon head-on and catch him with bravery and guile, but for days I found nothing. Not a single fire type. I started losing heart and sat down to wallow, frustrated. Who stumbled upon me not a minute later? He laughs, deep and hearty. A mellow little Cyndaquil who came right up without a single fuss, all curious as to why a sad boy was grumbling up a storm just outside his den. The rest is history. Lee smiles politely at the tale. Sometimes that's just how the best of friendships are formed. There's no rhyme or reason to it, but it lasts. And how? Moore agrees. After another chuckle, he takes another sip from his tea before setting the empty cup down. Lee, I can see you're worn out from the road, so I'll spare you the old stories. I was wondering if you'd be interested in a trade? Vulpix tenses up, and Moore notices instantly. Not a Pokemon trade. Don't worry your little head, Miss Vulpix. He raises his hands, palms up in surrender. I don't think I could get Lee here to agree anyway. What sort of trade? Lee asks, confused. He combs through a mental list of the inventory in his bag, but can't think of anything Moore might want. I heard that you've been heavily focused on a number of research subjects in your travels, one being move creation and modification. Moore's smile takes on a more professional air, straddling the line between diplomatic and grandfatherly. As gym leader, it's both my duty and pleasure to support the newest generation of trainers, and in that regard, I'd like to make use of your talents in that capacity as a Hoenn gym leader. Lee struggles to keep his frown from showing, realizing he's just stepped into a political arena by total accident. And I did it while running on 3 hours of sleep, too. Taking a sip of his tea to stall and think of an answer, he reaches out to Vulpix. Love, help me out here, please. The vixen's eyes narrow, and from her mind, a number of answers rocket to the forefront of Lee's brain. None are in true words, answers that Vulpix formulates for him never are. They're complex impressions that will pull words from his lexicon and form a sentence before leaving his mouth. How Vulpix figured out how to do this is beyond him. Rather than take an agreeable one and essentially let Vulpix use him as a mouthpiece, Lee scans over the replies, picks one he likes, and allows the words to arrange themselves in his head. Then he edits several words and returns the answer to the fox on his shoulder for review. Vulpix's surprise is plain to him, even if her face remains neutral. There isn't enough time to converse, so Lee just transmits his intentions. Can't have you think for me. Team effort instead. The fox's lips twitch in a ghost of a smile as she amends the answer with her own edits and sends it back to Lee. Twice more the collective reply is cycled between trainer and Pokemon at the speed of thought. They can't be too dismissive considering Moore's position of prestige, but neither can they seem eager to bend, as that invites the possibility of unfair compensation for whatever this trade might be. The gym is also something to account for. No doubt Moore will observe a more traditional and respectful method of negotiation considering his adherence to Kanto culture so far. A nice middle ground is what they find. The whole exchange lasts just a few seconds, long enough for Lee to sip his drink and set it back down. That's an interesting direction to take the conversation, Gym Leader Moore. Lee folds his hands in his lap, staring at Moore's faintly smiling visage with his own neutral mask. I would be happy to assist you during my stay in Laverage, but opening with a trade offer has the implication that this is no small matter. May I ask what it is you require from me? Moore nods slowly. Of course, forgive this old man for not starting with that. As you are no doubt aware, my granddaughter's appointment as gym leader is upon us, mere weeks away, in fact. Her debut will be another changing of the guard, if you will. Roxanne and Brawley both took their places from predecessors boasting a long and rich tenure, drawing skepticism and worry about Hoenn's place in this ever more competitive world. When the two kept their gyms rising to reach ever greater heights, the naysayers grew quiet, and a hopeful optimism began to bloom throughout our region. Moore's smile grows just a tiny bit. Liza and Tate took control of Moss Deep City's gym only 2 years ago after soundly thrashing their former master, who was an expert trainer, albeit a rough, arrogant character of a man. The twins are true once-in-a-generation prodigies, having taken control of a gym at the tender age of 10 years, and through their stellar efforts as trainers, Moss Deep has risen to become one of the most daunting gyms in Hoenn, perhaps even in the world. Roxanne and Brawley paved the way for Liza and Tate to transform the view of elder leaders retiring. Now rather than lament the loss of a learned elder, the people look forward to seeing new and ever more grand talent. Lee blinks, not expecting the sudden history lesson. I see. It's because of this. Moore's smile falls. Expectations weigh heavily on Flannery's shoulders. People expect her to be so many things all at the same time. Her opening day, her debut, will be critical. Gone are the days when the title of gym leader alone demanded respect. Now we must all bow to the eternal Rattata race that is popularity. Moore chews on the word, popularity, bitterly. The masses expect her to wow them out of the gate, and if she doesn't? Then the crying and complaining will start. People will feel cheated that my granddaughter isn't all they dreamed, and who is it that notices those complaints? More sighs, almost aging before Lee's eyes. The bean counters hold up in the Pokemon League HQ, that's who. They only look at approval ratings to decide if they want to hassle you or not. Suddenly something as simple as ordering office supplies needs 2 weeks of waiting and 10 batches of forms because some algorithm says that you, a low-ranked gym leader, don't need extra pens. With a sigh, Lee closes his eyes in thought. Roxanne said something along similar lines, that the League heavily limits the strength of Pokemon used in educational settings despite her best efforts to change that. He pauses. I didn't realize the League was so rife with bureaucratic woes. Moore's smile returns, small and sardonic. Some advice from one trainer to another, get used to it. Red tape is the perfect trap for ambitious men, and someone like you, Lee, will be seeing more of it before long. Well, that's not ominous or anything. I intend to give Flannery every advantage I can, the Fire-type master continues. This, my friend, is where you come into the equation. Moore levels Lee with an even stare. I wish to commission a custom Fire-type TM from you. Several things quickly jump out as wrong to Vulpix, who shifts slightly. She's quick to point them out to Lee. Once more, she shortens her telepathy back to wordless urges and sensations so Lee isn't silent for too long, and another several rounds of phrase crafting jump between her and Lee. After only 3 seconds, they come to an agreement on what to say. Am I correct to assume that the intention of this hypothetical technique is to be an edge for Flannery? At Moore's nod, Lee continues. While I'm not rejecting the project, I have to wonder, why ask me? Surely your Pokemon have a plethora of expert fire attacks that would benefit Flannery's team far better than anything we have to offer. It's my understanding that moves within TMs come with the knowledge of how the original owner used them, including tweaks and whatnot. Perhaps you even have a custom move of your own to offer her? He asks, raising an eyebrow. You are correct on all accounts. Moore smiles and reaches for the teapot between them, filling his empty cup until white steam gently floats from the rim. He takes a drink before answering further. But a brand new move will have a public impact that one of Ty's moves can't hope to replicate, powerful or not. Truly? Lee hums. Vulpix slides from his shoulder to settle in his lap, resting her chin on the table as she does so. If you say so. Moore adjusts his glasses, pushing them a little further up his nose. Truly. I think you underestimate the ripples new techniques have on the state of the competitive battling world. If you were to engage a common Pokemon, let's say a Roselia, you would know roughly what to expect, yes? Lee nods once. You formulate a plan, and decide to close the gap, owing to Roselia's poor close combat abilities. When your Pokemon draws close, Moore raises a hand and snaps his finger sharply, making Vulpix's heart-marked ear twitch. Suddenly, the Roselia fires off a devastating close-range move that you've never seen before, and your plan has gone up in smoke as your Pokemon is critically injured due to a mistake you had no idea you were making. Now you have to scrounge up a new plan, manage your injured Pokemon, and while you're doing so, now you're wondering if there is another unpleasant surprise waiting for you. Moore levels Lee with a serious expression that makes the younger trainer sit straighter. Knowing is half the battle, but what happens when you can't trust what you know? I imagine that you battle with half effectiveness. Oh, it's worse than that, Moore chuckles. Trainers, real serious ones, study their opponents for days or sometimes weeks. What do you do when you can't prepare for what your foe has? No one can account for everything that might go wrong in a battle, and one unexpected move can turn the whole tide of battle. One can certainly account for unusual tactics and novel applications of existing attacks, but facing something undocumented? The old man crosses his arms and leans back on his heels a bit more. Once we're done here, take a look on the Confuser. Trainers competing in Hoenn are starting to get awfully nervous of you. Confuser? It takes a moment for Lee to realize he means computer. I apologize for the ignorance, but are new moves really that big a deal? Let me put this in perspective. Moore holds a hand up at chest height, palm up. I've been a trainer for nearly 60 years now. I've been both an Elite Four member and a gym leader for much of that time, and many recognize me as a Fire-type master. Do you know how many new techniques I've created with this time and skill? And I don't mean little changes to existing attacks, but full, real attacks made from the ground up. Lee looks down at Vulpix, who leans her head back to meet his eyes. 20? Moore openly laughs. Less. 15? Less. 10? Nope. Less. 5? 4? Moore finally reveals. Ty and I bashed our heads into the wall for years to make just 4 moves. Flame Terrain, Burning Ash, Dry Out, and Crashdown. Each one was made to cover a weakness or fill a niche he was missing. More than once, the clever use of one of our home-baked specialties snatched victory in a critical match out of the jaws of defeat. Only Tai, his offspring, and Flannery's Pokémon know them. To this day, the moves keep challengers wary because there are no documents, no explanation on how they work, no nothing. I imagine a few of Tai's kitties that were released to the wild have made families of their own by now, so the moves are out there, but it's going to be generations before they're anywhere close to common. You've made how many moves? Lee mentally debates revealing the info with Vulpix, and after another rapid-fire round of phrase crafting, he answers. 4. It's taken you 3 months to do what took us 6 decades. Moore doesn't seem upset at the admission. No, he actually smiles. Now do you understand why I'm asking? Flannery knows our 4, but one of her own to unveil during her debut would be perfect for cementing her status as a gym leader. Quote. Lee mulls over Moore's words. This time, rather than ask Vulpix for a suggestion on what to say, he forms the reply in his mind and shows it to her. He feels the vixen scan the message intently, then alter several words. What you're asking for is a tall order, Gym Leader Moore. The zoologist begins. You're asking me to essentially halt my own team's training to begin the development of a move that might be used against us, and you're imposing a deadline of a month or less. With that time, we could train, conjure up something for our own roster, or just relax after the ordeal that was traversing the Valley of Steel. May I ask what you're offering to trade? He says, reaching out to take his teacup once more. Better drink it before it gets cold. Moore smiles. Both as payment and for ease of your commission, I have a firestone I'm willing to part with. Lee hums into his sip of tea and sets his cup down, drumming his fingers on the ceramic. Just saying firestone means very little, considering the purity and concentration of type energy in the stones are the biggest deciding factor of their worth. The better the stone's grade and purity, the smoother the evolution would go, and the greater the ceiling for the newly evolved Pokémon's power would be. Or so they say. The best ones Lee can find online semi-regularly seem to be grade 4, which is quite a lot of contained Te, and purity 3, meaning the stone only has minor blemishes that won't inhibit the energy transfer much, though the common examples seem to hover around grade 5 or 6, purity 4. Anything below a grade or purity 8 regardless of the other stats seems to only be fit to be a glowing paperweight. He saw a grade 2, purity 2 water stone on an internet auction house once. There were still 3 days left to bid, and the highest bid was already at 80,000 credits. Vulpix and I are still discussing the merits of evolution, Lee says diplomatically, letting his free hand idly stroke the fox in his lap and soothing the creeping worry he feels inside of her. To go from a Vulpix to a Ninetales is a huge leap. It's not like the natural evolution of other Pokémon. Moore nods, his shoulders dipping somberly. Yes, I can understand that caution. Ninetales are some of the most venerated Pokémon around, and for good reason. They're powerful, dangerous Pokémon. A Vulpix will go from flesh and blood to something not wholly mortal. Something not easily controlled. A frown finds its way to Lee's face even if Moore's words chill him. I'm not worried about her harming me. I never said it was you who would be in danger. The conversation comes to an awkward lull, or at least it feels awkward to Lee. Boot for a trainer like you, Lee, I doubt that would be an issue anyway. Moore hastily tacks on. Ah, Moore exclaims, reaching up to tap his forehead once more. I almost forgot. The Firestone? Tai and I dug it from Mount Chimney not a week ago. It's quite the pretty thing. Moore smiles like a Meowth who caught a fat Pidgey. A grade 1, purity 1. I haven't seen one in years. The teacup in Lee's grip shatters. The next 6 days are spent agonizing over Mura Moore's words. The elderly gym leader didn't mind them leaving to think over the offer, even going as far as to say he expected it. He told them if they want to accept, come back, as he would keep the stone until he got an answer or until Flannery's debut in 1 month, whichever came first. During the day, the rest of the group is relaxing, or training, or off seeing the sights of Laverage. Brendan went to schedule his gym battle and landed a spot only a day after Lee. Lee, however, spends every bit of his time buried in study. The subject? Ninetales. Of course, as a trainer to a Vulpix, Lee did some minor research on Ninetales back in the Hoenn lab. His searching lasted only 1 day, as he didn't expect to have a Ninetales for years, if ever. Most of what he found were folktales, and they were entertaining enough to occupy the day. Now, with the best possible stone dangled in front of him and Vulpix still up in the air about evolving? To his dismay, concrete information on the rare fox Pokémon just doesn't exist. There are peripheral scientific articles mentioning ninetails in passing. One news article of a ninetails in Unova who apparently inherited a chateau or something, but the old fox declined to reach back out to the news channel. There is plenty of Kanto folklore almost deifying the fox Pokemon, saying they can control minds, cast illusions, and are agents of trickery, purity, evil, divinity, and everything in between. One article claims that there are only around 1,000 ninetails alive at any given time, citing that there are less than 200 registered to known trainers. Less than 200. That's not just for Hoenn, but the entire world. His Pokédex proves equally useless, as the gadget barely has a page worth of info, and much of it comes with disclaimers that the data might be inaccurate or outdated. There is a list of moves that ninetails have doubtless been seen using, a rough weight and height range, a diet that may or may not be correct, and a map of their usual nesting grounds that of course shows nothing. Maybe I should shoot Nigel an email asking about this. By comparison, Vulpix is as common as the humble Caterpie. There are thousands of registered Vulpix around the world, and there are likely just as many unregistered foxes kept as pets. Yet Vulpix is still considered to be a rare and coveted Pokémon. No single study can seem to figure out the disparity. Some blame the cost of Firestones, which price out casual trainers, while others say evolution anxiety is common in the Vulpix population for all sorts of reasons. Every study comes to a different conclusion. One clickbait site ranking Pokémon by rarity got one thing right for certain: Ninetails is borderline legendary. He dared not ask Vulpix a thing, however. Much like him, she's been in deep thought for days. Sometimes, when she thinks she's hiding her emotions well, Lee will feel flashes from her. Flashes of apprehension, dread, or even guilt for some unfathomable reason. Those soulful brown eyes would stare at him full of conflict, and it tears at him. Between multi-hour bouts of study, Lee cares for his team, visits the Pokémon Center to see the nearly comatose Octillery, and on day 6, he sits outside the hotel, preparing to go and see Mabel for the first time in several weeks. Lee leans back into the beam supporting the overhang just outside his and Brendan's hotel room door, watching people and Pokémon walk by. The hotel is situated on a flat stretch in the middle of a steep hill, making the road a chore to climb but a breeze to descend. More than once a kid on a bike has zipped by, barreling downhill with a holler. A large, balloon-like Pokémon called Drifblim lazily follows the girl and her bike from overhead. The same kid is then carried back to the top of the hill in the arms of her Drifblim friend, bike and all, where the cycle restarts. The antics are a pleasant distraction. At Lee's feet, Vulpix stares up at the sky, her face blank and her mind whirling so quickly that Lee can't make heads or tails of her thoughts. Another 10 minutes or so and we should be off. Lee withdraws his phone and checks the time, finding it to be 9:30 a.m. The Pokémon Center is roughly 20 minutes out? He looks down at Vulpix. The Vixen doesn't acknowledge the telepathic question, still staring off into space. Lee sighs and crosses his arms as he leans back again, following his Pokémon's eyes up to the cloud she's locked onto. It looks like a lion, so he tears his eyes away after only a second. Behind them, a door opens and shuts quietly. During the short period it's open, Lee catches the sound of light snores. Still thinking about the offer the gym leader made? Looking to his side, Lee spies Courtney there, looking up at him from the shadow of her red jacket's hood. I am. Lee nods. He saw no harm in telling the Magma admin, so she was included in the little huddle about Lee's day nearly a week ago. Zinnia's snoring wake you up? The purple-haired woman shakes her head. No, I'm usually up much earlier. The two fall into a silence that isn't awkward, but neither is it comfortable. Perhaps it's only Lee who finds it unnerving, knowing Courtney's true allegiance. Either way, Lee clears his throat. Courtney, you worked with Devon's geology labs, I recall? Do you know how much of a difference evolution stone grades and purities make? Courtney folds her hands into her hoodie's pockets. Big difference. The stone is the catalyst, and also the fuel. The more energy a Pokémon gets from a stone, the less their body needs to provide to make up the difference. Anything left over doubles back, making the Pokémon more powerful and adding more potential. She shrugs, simplifying things, skipping over some bits for the sake of time, but a better stone means better Pokémon. Her words seem to snap Vulpix out of her funk, as she looks up at the Magma admin with searching eyes. Courtney stares back, unflinching. If you want to do it. The woman breaks off her staring contest with the fox at Lee's feet to look back at Lee. Don't wait. Fire stones degrade with time. Energy leaks out and cracks form. High-grade stones destabilize faster. I kinda guessed that. The glow that some stones have means there has to be some kind of radiation. Lee nods wearily. Thanks for indulging me, Courtney. Another few minutes pass in silence, then Lee glances at his phone once more. Come on, love. He gives Vulpix a nudge with his boot, pulling her from her thoughts again. We've got a schedule to keep. He then looks over to Courtney. We've got a meeting to get to and we'll be back in a bit. See you then. The hoodie-clad woman simply nods, accepting his words. Until then, as Lee and Vulpix slowly trod to the Pokemon Center, Lee can't help but let his mind wander. If the Ninetales is such a powerful Pokemon, why was Courtney so candid? Surely she knows that if we get tangled up in Magma's business, that means we'll come to blows and things will just be harder for her. I thought she would have gone down the cautious or concerned route and discouraged any strength building. Lee ponders the question all the way to the Pokemon Center. Ah, there you two are. Mabel Lane's voice is as rich and soothing as ever, and Vulpix can see the tension drain out of Lee's shoulders as they step into the rented meeting room with her. The room is the same as it always is. The same eggshell white walls, the same cushy sofa, the same chair Mabel always sits in. To herself, Vulpix can't help but wonder if all Pokemon centers have this exact room, or if Mabel and Xatu go to the trouble of hauling the same set of furniture around. The door closes behind them as Lee seats himself, and Vulpix is quick to hop up on the sofa with him, settling into his lap. As per usual, her trainer leans forward a little bit, wrapping his arms loosely around her. Vulpix gladly presses herself to the arms. It's been a while, Lee. Mabel smiles. I heard you took a daring path to Laverage. Why don't you tell me about that? Seems like a thrilling journey. Well, Lee shifts, and Vulpix is heartened by how safe and comfortable he feels. There were a few reasons for it. First off, then on the edge of Vulpix's sixth sense, she feels it. Xatu, Mabel's Xatu, doesn't abruptly appear in her third eye as if he teleported. A mind blinking into existence would draw the attention of anyone with psychic talent. No, Xatu fades into the material world like a ghost, and if she weren't already experienced in feeling him out, the wizened bird would have escaped her notice entirely. Just outside the door leading to the room, Xatu stands and maintains a silent vigil. Then with a flicker of thought from Xatu, reality itself seems to hiccup. All at once, everything Vulpix can hear and feel beyond the borders of the meeting room just vanishes, as if the room jumped into a dimension all its own. Her fur stands up on end. The vixen yawns, playing off her discomfort as a stretch. What sort of power Xatu holds, Vulpix isn't sure, and she isn't sure she even wants to know. For some time, Vulpix sits, listening to Lee recount the last several weeks to Mabel, who pauses the story for a question here and there. Then with an inward sigh, Vulpix reaches a thin tendril of isolated thought out into the ether, waiting. Scarcely a second later, something reaches back out. If her psychic probe is a tendril as thick as a human pinky finger, then the newcomer is barely more than a spinnerack web strand, so minuscule and thin that Vulpix's third eye doesn't even see it. Yet when the strand touches her tendril, a shock runs down her spine. Hello, Xatu. Good morn, Miss Vulpix. Vulpix suppresses a shiver as the elder Pokemon's words run through her body and touch her core as if her mental defenses don't exist. The thin strand can snake its way through anything, it seems. During the first session, Xatu reached out and introduced himself, saying he offered his services to her just as Mabel does for Lee, but Vulpix was too concerned with comforting her trainer and ignored the psychic bird. The second, Vulpix tentatively reached out, then withdrew out of hesitation before Xatu could actually communicate with her. On their third meeting, the fox and bird finally had their first true conversation. Xatu was unoffended by being spurned twice in a row, and finally having a willing ear that wouldn't be burdened by hearing her, Vulpix spilled and told him everything. Her fears of the future. The nightmares of Lee's final moments. The terrible, unknowable blackness that awaits at the end. And the maddening question of why she was born. Xatu listened and listened well. The psychic type did not judge, nor did he pity or patronize her, and for that, Vulpix was grateful. Then came his roundabout answers to her questions, and Vulpix was less grateful. Have your nightmares abated? If Vulpix had to put a word to the way Xatu spoke, it would have to be smoky. Each word blazed in her mind, but at the same time, they were paradoxically ephemeral. They have, Vulpix answers. I've been meditating before bed as you instructed. I don't believe I've found answers to my questions inside myself, but putting my thoughts in order has helped. I am gladdened to hear that. She can almost imagine Xatu bobbing his head in a nod, for his spinnerack strand conveys almost zero emotion. What troubles you today? The fox hesitates, shifting a bit in Lee's lap. As she thinks of what to say, she flicks her ear and returns her attention to Lee and Mabel for a moment. A little frustrated that Moore sprung this on us so suddenly, Vulpix catches the tail end of Lee's grumbles. Vulpix has concerns about her evolution, and it's a take it or leave it kind of thing. We can't really keep it with us, because a stone that strong might trigger evolution even with no contact. Have you talked to Vulpix on this? Mabel asks, and Vulpix is suddenly aware that both Lee and Mabel are staring at her. I have. Lee's words herald an outpouring of love that flows into Vulpix, who silently curses and realizes she's been letting her worry bleed over again. Nevertheless, the warm tide of her trainer's affection washes away both the worry and self-aimed frustration. I told her it's her decision, and no matter what she picks, I'll support it. His hand combs through Vulpix's tuft of breast fur, and as always the cool fingers relax her. You want to accept, but you're hesitating. Zatu's voice pulls Vulpix back into their conversation. It's a complicated matter. Then explain, and I will assist as best I can. Vulpix tries to be upset at how blunt Zatu is being, but the hand still stroking the cream-colored fur of her chest makes it a chore. I'm afraid, Zatu, she finally admits. I know trouble is on the horizon, and I want to be stronger for Lee, stronger for my team, strong enough that I can shield them from everything that might hurt them, but... She draws in a breath. Evolution is going to change me. Change me in ways I don't want. I don't want to live for 1,000 years, I don't want to outlive Lee, Grovile, or Shinx. 60, 70, 80 years from now, any one of them might be. The word, gone, simply refuses to come out. Her whole being screams at the thought of being alone. She would sooner throw herself to the primordial void awaiting at the end. Then I'll have hundreds of years to live after that. What would I do with myself? Other Pokémon know what to expect when they evolve, but I don't. There are so few Ninetales that Lee can find almost nothing. Once more, Moore's words play out in her head. A Vulpix will go from flesh and blood to something not wholly mortal. I'm scared, Zatu. Zatu remains silent for a second. Then, there is no folly in fear. It exists for a reason. There is folly, however, in letting fear paralyze you. Take care that you do not let yourself fall into that trap. Vulpix gets the impression that he pauses to adjust his wings or some such. You wish to be strong for the ones you love, yet not to change. You'll find this to be an impossible task, Miss Vulpix, one that will drive you mad. We change every day. I am not the same Zatu from the last time we spoke, just as you are not the same Vulpix. We all change as time goes on, both in ways we can and cannot control. You will find that a force as mighty as love will often force change upon you. Vulpix frowns. You're saying I should evolve? No. Zatu's reply is curt. There is an expression for what is occurring here. You wish to have your cake, and eat it, too. Yes, I'm aware of common human proverbs. If Zatu is annoyed by the interruption, it doesn't show. Quite. You will find that with changes to life and person, there is rarely an event that is all positive or negative. It is up to the one facing the change to make it into what they wish as best they can. Zatu pauses once more. Let me tell you of my ilk, Vulpix. The greatest of Zatu are blessed, are cursed, with an ability most terrific. One needs only to gaze into the sun, the eye of Arceus, and the secrets of the past and future will play out before them. Many are overwhelmed, frozen in place. They see the mistakes of the past and the horror of the future. Countless stand in the same place, upon the same cliffs and mountains, staring forward, motionless. They dare not move, for fear of making their visions of what is yet to come even worse. Vulpix swallows thickly. Lee likes to chatter idly when they're alone, and the supposed prophetic powers of Zatu came up once. She found herself skeptical, but now, paralyzed by fear, these Zatu waste away and die on their feet, almost never venturing out to try and correct what they see. The fear of change roots them, and many never even think to do anything. The despair of, what if, is their death knell, for it's only natural to stare into the dark and assume the worst. Zatu's spinnerack strand wavers. They focus so intently on the negative that they never see the other side of the coin. The visions where horror is replaced by shining utopia, for the future is always in flux. The few who break the spell, the very, very strongest, leave so they might bring about their utopia. They know what might await them, but they make choices, embrace changes, and move forward fearlessly. Heed these words, Vulpix. Time will change you one day. Will you rage and resist, or will you step bravely forward? Love will change you one day. Will you live in your own world, or will you open your eyes and see? Loss will change you one day. Will you weep over gravestones, or will you live? Reach for your utopia, Vulpix, or you will never have it. The vixen goes stiff in Lee's arms, each and every prophetic word slamming into her with the force of a hammer blow. It takes everything she has to not tremble. Do you? Vulpix needs to stop to breathe and gather her thoughts. Do you speak from experience? For a second, it seems like Xatu isn't going to answer the overly personal question. I do. Your path is your own, Vulpix, but never should you walk it with doubt. Xatu's strand of thought begins to withdraw. We are nearing the hour mark for our visit. Remember, change is what you make of it. All remember. Good. Meditate further on your other questions. I am aware that you do not wish for Lee to be aware of your personal woes, but I think you will find him to be more capable of comforting you than I. Consider telling him what worries you. I'll think about it, she lies. Xatu withdraws, and the minds and sounds beyond the door return. An hour passes, and Vulpix realizes she's been inside her own head the whole time, much to her annoyance. Xatu's words. She keeps replaying them in her head. It's the most the damn bird has ever said in a conversation with her. Normally he would keep quiet, let her vent, then make suggestions. All of her quandaries are of an introspective sort, and Xatu took that as, I'll help you but I'm not answering any direct questions. Reach for your utopia, Vulpix, or you will never have it. What does that mean? What is utopia supposed to represent? A happy life with her team and trainer? She's already reaching for that. Time will change you one day. Will you rage and resist, or will you step bravely forward? What else can she do? No one can stop time. Love will change you one day. Will you live in your own world, or will you open your eyes and see? Vulpix isn't even sure how to interpret that one. Loss will change you one day. Will you weep over gravestones, or will you live? Vulpix bites back a growl and returns her attention outward. They're out wandering the town of Laverage. Vulpix is in her usual spot, draped across her trainer's shoulders whilst baby Shinx is held in his arms. At Lee's side, Grovile walks along with his arms crossed, dutifully watching for danger as Lee peers into the window display of a storefront. Tentatively, she reaches her thoughts out to Lee, and to her relief, he wears his high spirits on his mental sleeves. She dares not incriminate herself by asking for his memories of his session with Mabel and is content with the knowledge that he left better than he went in. Then she reaches an isolated mental probe out to Grovile. Grovile? The grass type doesn't even flinch. Vulpix. Are you well? Of course, Grovile would notice. Nothing ever seems to escape him. I'm not. I have a dilemma, I suppose, and I would like your opinion. Regarding evolution? He asks, falling back into step with Lee when the latter loses interest in the electronics in the store window. I thought I was the mind reader here. Vulpix wearily jokes. She huffs out a hot breath, making Lee reach up and rub the now warm part of his neck. I want to evolve, Grovile, I do, but I don't want to outlive everyone. Her heart pangs painfully at the final thought. What would you do if evolution meant outliving the ones you know and love? Grovile rolls his twig around in his mouth. I would still evolve. Vulpix's surprise must bleed over, as he continues after a short delay. I've already outlived my home, but I don't let the loss itself be the focus of my memory. I remember the time spent with my colony and growing up fondly. It would feel like spitting on the old tree's memory if I let my spirits fall every time I thought of it. Evolution means more power, and it means I can protect what I love until things I can't fight, such as time, are the only concerns. Of course, Grovile would have such a refreshingly simple yet noble view, and through his inexperience with telepathy, his honesty lights up each of his words like a beacon. Does that alleviate your concerns some? Grovile asks. Earlier, Xatu said I had to reach for my utopia or I would never have it. Does that make sense to you? Flowery, but I understand. If you want a pleasant future, it's up to you to do what you can to create it. Vulpix licks her chops, trying and failing to keep the butterfree in her stomach still. That was my takeaway as well. Thank you, Grovile. Anytime. Vulpix withdraws from Grovile and reaches her mind back out to Lee. Lee? The word comes across clearly. Her trainer looks her way, blue eyes bright and a hint of a smile on his lips. Yes, love? Vulpix widens the psychic channel between them, both so her words are clear and to embolden herself with the ever-present undercurrent of love inside of Lee. I've decided. I want to evolve. She drops the bomb on him. His surprise is as sharp as it is sudden, and she almost flinches. Vulpix? He begins seriously. Are you sure? That's a huge decision to make, and this isn't the only opportunity that we'll get. I'm sure we can find another stone if you have any second thoughts. As he speaks, he carries both her and Shinx to a nearby bench and sits heavily. Grovile follows afterward and sits to Lee's right. Vulpix is acutely aware of his yellow eyes on her. I'm certain. Vulpix insists. She narrows her eyes and banishes the fluttering in her stomach. I want to be powerful, powerful for you and everyone else. If this stone is as powerful as it's made out to be, Then this is an opportunity I have to take. She can feel several of her words garble as she forces her meaning into rigid human language, but Lee's eyes still shine with comprehension. I'm ready. Baby Shinx, so sensitive, apparently feels the shift in the atmosphere, as she squirms and whines in Lee's arms, pawing at him with distress. Lee shifts gears in only a second and shushes the little kitten. Don't worry, baby girl. His soft murmurs take the burgeoning tempest out of Shinx's sails, and the electric type slowly ceases her struggles. For a moment, the man whispers quietly to her and gently strokes her across the back. Here, take a nap for now, okay? We'll have lunch when you wake up. A few passers-by stop to smile or gawk at the scene of a large, scar-marked man-baby talking a tiny Shinx, but to Vulpix's pride, Lee is unbothered. Slowly, Shinx is soothed into a drowsy bundle of blue and black fur, and after her eyes close, Lee returns her to her ball in a flash of red before giving Vulpix his undivided attention. Sorry, love. Anyway, he leans back into the bench. Are you sure about your decision? I don't want you to feel pressured just because I researched Ninetales, either. I went into that knowing full well the call is yours and yours alone. Also, when we last talked about this, he bites his lip. You were concerned about outliving me. Doubt tries to bubble up in Vulpix, but she ruthlessly crushes it. I was, she shakes her head. I still am a little afraid of that. One thing has become apparent to me, though. Changing is okay, and I should worry about the here and the now before concerning myself with what happens decades later. I'm not going to be afraid of growing, not when I have you at my side. She still can't bring herself to say it. I won't cry because it's over, I'll smile because it happened. She turns her eyes to Grovyle and smiles as best as her vulpine lips allow her. Lee sags on the bench with a sigh. After a moment of thought behind a private curtain in his mind, he smiles faintly. From him into Vulpix flows a trickle of resignation, more than a little giddiness, and a torrent of pride for her. You're one brave fox, you know that? I learned it from you. Vulpix presses her face into his neck, relishing in both his affection and contact. The fire type feels so light that if she were to leap, she fears she might not ever come down. Well, Lee says aloud, standing with a smile. Let's go to the gym and let Moore know that we accept. The walk to the gym seems to pass by in a flash for Vulpix, who can't help but shiver in anticipation. So distracted is she, that she almost doesn't notice Lee pull his phone from his pocket and send a message to Zinnia, Brendan, and Courtney telling them to meet them at the gym. One moment they're in the heart of Laverage, and the next, they're in the lobby of the gym, greeting an elated Muramore. Lee, I'm so happy you decided to accept. The human elder's smile is blinding as he shakes Lee's hand. Come with me to the courtyard. I'll have one of my trainers fetch the stone and gather everyone else so they can witness this. Lee's face is much more collected than the buzzing thoughts in his head, Vulpix muses to herself. You know this means you're making Vulpix into a giant problem for your own match against us in a week, right? He asks with a smirk. Moore waves him off. Bah. Small price to pay to receive a brand new move and witness the birth of a Ninetales. After a beat, Moore adds, in some Kanto legends, they say witnessing a Vulpix evolve into a Ninetales is said to grant a divine sort of luck upon all who watch. Did you know that? I do now, Lee quips. As they sweep through the halls of the gym to the central courtyard, Moore stops one of his assistant trainers and hands the boy a key from his robe, telling him to get the box, and to spread the word to meet in the courtyard. The boy bows with a yes, Leader Moore, and takes off as if a Houndoom was on his heels. A few turns later, she, Lee, Moore, and Grovyle emerge into the courtyard behind the gym. Vulpix hops down from her trainer's shoulder and peers around, finding the courtyard to just be packed dirt with several lanterns on posts in the corners. In the dirt are faded chalk lines outlining a battleground. Over several minutes, a trickle of murmuring trainers all dressed in robes similar to Moore trickle in and gather off to the edge of the ground, away from the center where Vulpix, her trainer, Grovyle and Moore all stand. Some of the trainers are accompanied by fire Pokémon, and one teen trainer even has a surly-looking Combuskin at his side. The last to come through is Flannery, who runs out into the courtyard out of breath before taking a moment to compose herself. Sorry for being late, Grandpa. I had a challenger I was finishing up with. She peers around at everyone curiously. I heard someone yelling that you called a meeting. What's going on? Moore smiles brightly. Flannery, we're about to see something that might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're just waiting for Kay to get back here with the stone. Lee keeps his face carefully schooled into neutrality, but Vulpix can feel his embarrassment as the process gets turned into a big ceremony. Silently, she wraps him in a quick, mental hug. The embarrassment transforms into a grumble. Flannery looks at Vulpix when the stone is mentioned, then the gym heir's eyes widen. Whoa, I didn't think he'd accept. Her attention turns to Lee. Vulpix's awkward human plays off his nerves with a shrug. As they wait, Brendan, Zinnia, and Courtney slip into the courtyard as well, apparently, led in by a straggling gym trainer. The trio chatter quietly to themselves, going to stand in their own group a few yards away from the milling gym trainers. Both Brendan and Zinnia's faces are locked into excited smiles, while Courtney looks on in open curiosity. Moore hums and rubs his chin. Friends of yours? He asks Lee. I told them to come here if they wanted to watch, Lee confirms. At long last, the gym trainer who must be K returns, a lacquered wooden box held in his hands. Leader Moore, he trots up to the human elder and hands the box off. Moore runs a thumb across the lid of the box, maybe taking in some inscription that Vulpix can't see from her vantage point. Slowly, almost reverently, he opens the lid and pulls from the box a beautiful, shining stone. Even in the daylight, the fire stone casts shifting rays of orange light that brighten the courtyard, and Vulpix struggles to not let her jaw drop at the sheer, raging hellstorm she feels contained in the fist-sized crystal. Her pyrokinetic sense is going haywire just being within 20 feet of the firestone, for the extra sense tells her that the stone contains more power within it than herself several times over. It's a good thing you came when you did, Lee. Moore hands the stone to Lee, who takes it gingerly. It has a day at most before it cracks. It's warm. Lee's voice is too quiet for anyone but Vulpix to hear. Silence, silence. Moore hushes the chattering of his trainees with a harsh wave of his arm. Now, back away and watch. You may never get to see this again. Moore steps off to the side with his gym trainers and beckons Grovile along. The grass type and Lee share a single look, then both nod as one. In a blur of motion, Grovile vanishes and reappears with his arms crossed between Moore and Flannery, the latter of whom jumps with a stifled yelp. Lee smiles and then turns back to Vulpix, who feels her heart begin to race. Slowly, he kneels down to one knee, rolling the firestone between his fingers. Has it really only been 3 months? Lee wonders aloud, eyes fixed on the stone. 3 months since you came into my life and saved it, love, yet it feels like I've known you for years, or even my whole life. Vulpix smiles, calm overtaking her. Her jitters vanish, the butterfree in her stomach stop, and the doubts of the day seem so terribly small now. I have known you for my entire life, and I'm looking forward to every day, week, month, and year we have together. Lee huffs out a laugh. Don't spread that line around. People might get funny ideas. Let them, she sniffs. Lee rolls his eyes good-naturedly, then slowly, almost hesitantly, he holds the stone out. Vulpix pads closer, conscious of every step she takes, and how the distance shrinks. Her heart begins to thunder again. Before her is a turning point in her life, and once she starts down that path, she can never turn back. What is done may never be undone. She comes to a halt less than a foot away from the bared stone, the orange glow dominating her sight. So close is she, that she almost feels as if she were set aflame. The light warms her fur. It makes her head swim, and her breath shallow. The world is a dangerous place, and her human, her dear Lee, needs a team of Pokémon who can stand against the tide. The powers that be, for she knows them to be out there, are not stirring yet, but it's only a matter of time. She can't hide, she can't shy away. There is time before the world begins to rumble, and she can use that time to grow. She can be the best Pokémon she can be just by touching this stone. Grander heights are all hers. All it costs is the burden of burying the one she loves one distant day. Vulpix gulps, but finds her mouth dry. Lee, he's going to die one day. He's going to go off to the end again. Reach for your utopia, Vulpix, or you will never have it. But he will die old and fulfilled. I will see it no other way. Her paw falls upon the firestone. A grand white glow blinds Vulpix, and she feels her veins filled with rushing inferno. Power. Unfathomable power fills her entire body and soul. The wellspring of fire deep inside of her balloons, growing twice, thrice, 4 times, and more until it pushes against the boundaries of her body painfully. The fire keeps spreading without end, so her body breaks and morphs before she bursts into uncontrollable flames. She feels her limbs, her neck, her muzzle, and her tails lengthen. Bones shift without pain, and from her spine, 3 entirely new tails sprout. They bud and grow like plants between their sisters as if they were always meant to be there. The tails unravel, each one waving slowly in its own unseen and unfelt wind. Her fur transforms in the heat, brightening to a radiant, shimmering gold. Under her pelt, she feels fire wash over her bones and muscles, burning away weakness and tempering them like steel. But inside her head, something else takes place. A blinder comes off. Had her body not been engulfed in searing heat that would turn tears to steam, she might have cried. Like a blind man suddenly shown color, she can see. Her third eye, now wide and unblinking, takes in the entire town and the surrounding landscape. Gone is her puny dozen-meter range and the strain of focus. She can see everything. Deeper in her psyche, all the difficulties she faced with her more esoteric powers seem so silly now. Her mind, now properly equipped to handle the skills she practiced before, neatly snaps everything into place. Then there is the fire. Her fire. Before, it required prodding and intense focus to command the flames. Moving her attacks, tracking foes, pouring more energy in, it all fought her on some level. Now she feels the fire thrumming under her skin, eager and waiting for a command like a growlith. She dares not even errantly flick a tail lest she set some poor bystander alight. The might that's been gifted to her. She feels as if there is nothing she cannot beat. It's euphoric. It's right. She hasn't any idea if the lightness in her limbs is from newfound strength, the relief that nothing seems to be amiss with herself, or if it's just the rapturous sensation of the sheer power she holds. The raw, unfettered fire rushing into her from the stone begins to abate, then drops to a trickle. After what seems like an eternity, the white aura of evolution fades and all that's left of the stone is a clear, inert crystal. Vulpix watches the hand holding the crystal go limp, letting it drop to the ground. The same hand reaches up to her still raised, golden-furred paw and takes it in a gentle grip. She raises her head almost shyly, taking in her trainer's face. He stares at her, face drawn into picture-perfect awe. Vulpix? He breathes, little more than a whisper. In Lee's eyes, she sees something that drives a spike into her heart and kills the high of her evolution. Doubt. Doubt about who she is. With only a flicker of thought, she wraps her entire mind around his, weaving a psychic tapestry filled with love and reassurance. Ninetails is my name now, Lee. She smiles, finding her new lips much better at the task. I'm going to miss riding on your shoulder. The words are smooth and utterly clear, she knows it. She's not sure if what comes out of Lee is a laugh or a sob, but he steps closer and drops to his knees to pull her into a tight hug, his emotions an utter mess. With her sensitive new skin and fur, Ninetails delights in the hug, but she still takes the time to wrap her psychic blanket a little tighter around her human psyche. After a second of thought, she curls her tails forward, wrapping Lee in a physical blanket of affection too. Goodness, she smiles and presses her thin muzzle into the crook of her trainer's neck. I was the one who had the life-changing ordeal. One would think you're the one getting used to a new body with that reaction. Lee chuckles into her neck. When I had that little thought back in Marvel's battle tent, about a Ninetails being beautiful enough to make a grown man cry. I didn't realize my joke wasn't a joke. Ninetails purrs deep in her throat at the compliment, noting with some surprise that the noise is actually rather close to what a feline would make. There, fresh after her evolution and with her trainer in her hold, love flowing in both directions through their telepathic channel, Ninetails makes a decision. I must have been born for a reason, but I don't care what that reason is any longer, she declares to herself. I have my own reason. I exist here. She tightens the hug around her human ever so slightly. I exist here to love and be loved, and there is no better life than that. Interlude 1. Seated in his cozy office, Nigel Birch sighs and leans back in his chair, enjoying one of the rare afternoons where everything seems to be caught up. No meetings, no aides or researchers absent, and no pin-headed prodding from the League Academic Board over what he's up to. Just earlier he submitted an approval request to the Pokémon Rangers to run a research expedition in a protected area outside Verdanturf, one where a wild citrus grove supposedly exists. If Lee's theories on long-term consumption of the berries are correct, then the Pokémon living in the area should make for an interesting study. With any luck, the Rangers will get back to him before the week is out. It's been so long since I've had time to myself. Nigel realizes. If I wasn't working, I was showing the ropes to Brendan, and if I wasn't with him, I was jumping through hoops for the academic board. The man sighs wistfully. It seems like only yesterday Brendan was a knee-high hellion demanding Daddy teach him about Pokémon. Now, look at him. Out in the world and making a name for himself. The thought of his son makes Nigel smile. I didn't start my journey until 15, and my first gym battle was a solid defeat. Brendan, though? He allows his smile to take on a smug air, though it only holds for a few scant seconds before something melancholic takes its place. My son is growing up. Nigel shakes his head gently, dispelling the thought. After a brief phone call to order some delivery for lunch, Nigel jiggles the mouse of his computer and checks his email once more. Finding nothing urgent, he smiles and allows himself to goof off for a bit. Naturally, the first site he visits is BattleNet. Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokemon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, n_Birch. You are viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies, ThreadOp is displayed. 10 posts per page. The first newest topics are nothing special. Gossip about elites, bogus legendary sightings, popularity contests between teen girl trainers, conspiracy theories about world leaders being lizard Pokemon, nothing unusual. One post pinned to the front page does jump out at Nigel, however. Topic. Paldea reopens borders in Boards International World News and Events all bite_no bark. Original poster, posted on June 10, 20XX. After 2 decades of silence, Paldea is apparently going to throw open their borders after their civil government underwent a regime change following the illness and death of Marco, El Presidente, Juno. The geezers online might remember how they clampered up, but here is a history lesson for the kiddies. Back in the day, Paldea was considered to be one of the strongest regions in the world owing to the fact that all of their trainers stomped in any tournament hosted in Paldea. Seriously, a non-native has never won a single Paldean League tournament, and that's something no other region can boast. A few weaker regions formed lopsided trade agreements with them in return for defense pacts, including some non-league regions, and Paldea raked in the cash for it. This usually kept the other fighty non-league localities in line and reluctant to eat their weaker neighbors. As you probably know, Johto and Kanto got into a dispute over the ownership of Mount Silver and the surrounding areas around this time, and it got violent. It was a huge shock when the civil government of Paldea refused to honor the mutual defense agreement between Paldea and Johto during the Kanto-Johto skirmishes. Marco Juno, who entered the office of president that same year after a landslide victory, immediately dissolved the agreement, more or less telling Johto, "You're F***CKED. Have fun." Some people think this was a move to protect Paldea from Kanto, and thus from interim champion Samuel Oak, while others think Marco Juno had an alternate reason. Reportedly, the Paldea Pokemon League and the Civ governor butted heads over the issue and hit political gridlock. The Paldea place said Marco had no authority to annul military agreements, and the Civ governor said the agreement was entirely defensive, then accused Johto of being the aggressor, which annuls the agreement anyway. No one was really sure what the wording of the agreement was since it was drafted behind closed doors. Considering the funny Dragon Honor clan Blackthorn has and how loudly they decried Paldea's declaration, I think we all know Kanto threw the first punch. Paldea was already very prickly over international travelers, and using fear over the possibility of Samuel Oak burning the region to the ground, Marco Juno convinced the Paldea Senate to grant him emergency powers using a supermajority vote. Normally a Pokemon League could overturn even a supermajority, but the worldwide unrest convinced a number of league officials to side with Marco, and the countervote fell short. With his emergency powers, Marco suspended his term limits, deported every foreigner in Paldea, recalled all his trainers, revoked every passport and travel visa, then closed the borders and enforced an information blackout. But there is probably a bigger reason why Marco wanted to close off Paldea. Get this. According to the source article, there is some sort of geological phenomenon in Paldea that allows a Pokemon to change their type. It's been known to a few native Paldean ethnic groups, one of which Marco Juno belonged to, since before modern days, and globalization was making the secret harder and harder to keep. The problem with this is that the type change thing only works on Paldean soil, which explains why native Paldean trainers and Pokemon were such incredible kickers but never liked leaving home. So while Paldea would 110% suck to invade, they never had any real force projection. Rather than help Johto and risk the ruse, Marco Juno took his ball, went home, and locked the door. Following Marco's death, the civil gov is supposedly in disarray and the Paldea place is cleaning up the mess. You can already see some of the ripples hitting the market as Paldean Pokemon breeders ballsy enough to dip their toes in the international market this early are making bank selling Pokemon not ever seen outside of their region. Former Paldea place official and now regional Professor Sada, a rallying figure for younger native Paldeans, says they hope to officially reopen the borders in the coming months, and that they'll be burying the shame Marco brought upon the region along with his body. Whack. Source. PNN, link. After rereading the post and opening the article to read the official source, Nigel blinks and scratches his chin. Full-on type changes? He wonders aloud, pondering how such a thing could happen as a result of something geological. Dispersed Te concentrations in the soil? Maybe. Well then, he grins, not hiding his excitement for such an interesting study being dangled before him. I guess Lee and I are taking a research expedition to Paldea once this league year is out. That'll be right up his alley. The comments in the thread aren't really anything constructive, so Nigel skips them to keep flitting between posts that catch his fancy. Out of curiosity, he searches his son's name and pulls up the profile on Brendan the site maintains. Trainer Tracker. Birch, Brendan currently participating in Evergrande Conference Challenge badges, 3/8, R Stone, R Knuckle, R Dynamo, last seen in Laverage Trainer Info username, B_Birch age, 12 years active, 0.2 home region, Hoenn official trainer, Yes trainer class, Lab trainer, Hoenn, trainer ID, hidden, statistics win rate, with LD 71, 7/0 average match time per Pokemon, 2.1 minutes total badges collected, 3 tournaments entered, 0 tournaments won, 0 Pokemon owned, past EVOs included, 6 most used Pokemon, Marshtomp Pokemon Ace Pokemon, Marshtomp known team, Marshtomp, M, Breloom, M, Mawile, F, Electrike, M. Known reserves. N, A Pokemon notes Marshtomp ability, Torrent typical held item, N, A known moves, Bide, Water Gun, Takedown, Mudshot, Seismic Toss, Rock Throw, Foresight, Growl, Mega Punch notes, Birch's first Pokemon. Evolved from Mudkip, superior physical strength and resilience. Deceptively fast. Boasts impressive tolerance to grass attacks. Torrent was observed activating in several battles. Obedient and quick to execute orders, even when visibly upset. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Brendan's Marshtomp physical ATIC. S ranged ATIC. A status ATIC. E Phys resist. A plus energy resist. A status resist. B plus agility. B plus reactions. A stamina. S pain tolerance. S overall species ranking. A plus tier. See analyst feat and performance breakdown here. Link. Breloom ability. Effect Spore typical held item. N, A known moves, Tackle, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Headbutt, Mach Punch, Counter. Notes. Acquired via capture. Evolved from Shroomish. Evasive. Skilled with hit and run tactics but capable of sustaining and winning slug outs due to Effect Spore. Above average abilities are magnified under Birch's command. Obedient and quick to execute orders. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Brendan's Breloom physical ATIC. B ranged ATIC. B status ATIC. A Phys resist. C energy resist. C status resist. C agility. B plus reactions. B plus stamina. C pain tolerance. B plus overall species ranking. B plus tier. See analyst feat and performance breakdown here. Link. Mawile ability. Intimidate typical held item. N, A known moves. Crunch, Attract, False Tears, Fairy Wind, Iron Defense, Baton Pass, Sucker Punch notes. Acquired via capture. Dirty fighter and a skilled actor. An unusually high amount of teeth in her second mouth offer high-powered bite attacks. Obedient and quickly executes orders. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Brendan's Mawile physical ATIC. A plus ranged ATIC. D status ATIC. B Phys resist. C plus energy resist. C status resist. B agility. C reactions. C stamina. C plus pain tolerance. B overall species ranking. B tier. See analyst feat and performance breakdown here. Link. Electrike ability. Typical held item. N, A known moves. N, A notes. Unnaturally large. Might be giant or alpha variation. Not yet seen used in battle. Species ranking. N, A. Stratagems, styles, and BattleNet estimations. Birch takes battles slow and steady, pacing the fight to keep his Pokemon fresh. Fond of baiting and punishing overextension, though tactics shift between different Pokemon. Pokemon seem to execute pre-planned movements and maneuvers mid-battle with non-verbal signals, hand movements, head movements, etc., and situational cues. Site helpers and analysts have proposed that Birch also uses voice tone and vocabulary changes to relay info to Pokemon. Birch has superior battlefield awareness and will direct Pokemon to opportunistically capitalize on prime positioning. In the absence of prime positioning, Birch may direct Pokemon to alter the terrain to better suit his plans. Birch has presumably been tutored by his father, Professor Nigel Birch, and may bring additional tactics to the field if pushed. Birch is currently projected to collect 8 Hoenn badges and likely participate in the Evergrande Conference with a team of 6 Pokemon. MISC known sponsors and affiliates. Hoenn Regional Pokemon Lab recent activity. See link for full video archive. Page last updated by P_Jmi, BattleNet analyst, 3 days ago. Nigel smiles with pride as he reads the pages and pages of worried comments from other trainers on his son's dossier. His boy is making waves and the competition is rightfully nervous. Even the finicky and egotistical staff on BattleNet think highly of him. Naturally, Nigel types in the name of his other trainer and scans through what he finds. Trainer Tracker. Henson, Lee currently participating in Evergrande Conference Challenge badges, 3/8, R Stone, R Knuckle, R Dynamo, last seen in Laverage Trainer Info username, L_Henson age, 24 years active, 0.2 home region, Hoenn official trainer, Yes trainer class, Lab trainer, Hoenn, trainer ID, hidden, statistics win rate, with L.D., the 1st of March 65 average match time per Pokemon, 2.5 minutes total badges collected, 3 tournaments entered, 1 tournaments won, 1 Pokemon owned, past EVOs included, 7 most used Pokemon, Ninetales Pokemon Ace Pokemon, Ninetales current team, Ninetales, F, Grovyle, M, Corvisquire, M, Shinx, F, Octillery. Known reserves. N, A Pokemon notes * Ninetales special ability. Typical held item. N, A known moves, Confuse Ray, Quick Attack, Payback, Baby Doll Eyes, Hex, Feint Attack, Flamethrower, Ember, Fire Spin, Will-O-Wisp, Unknown Fire Move number 1, Unknown Fire Move number 2, Unknown Fire Move number 3, others. Notes. Henson's first Pokemon. Evolved from Vulpix using G1P1 Fire Stone, citation needed. Capabilities are unknown. Observed using undocumented moves as a Vulpix on multiple occasions. Capabilities as a Vulpix noted to be in excess of previously known upper limits of species. Total number of moves is unknown. Type spread of moves is unknown. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Lee's Ninetales physical ADIC. Ranged ADIC. Status ADIC. Phys resist. Energy resist. Status resist. Agility. Reactions. Stamina. Pain tolerance. Overall species ranking. Tier. Pokemon cannot be accurately categorized at this time. See Legacy Feat and Performance breakdown here. Link. Grovyle special ability. Overgrow typical held item. Miracle Seed known moves. Pound, Absorb, Leaf Blade, Detect, Quick Attack, Bullet Seed, X Scissor, Feint Attack, Unknown Grass Move number 1, Unknown Grass Move number 2, others. Notes. Acquired via capture. Evolved from Trico. Superior combat abilities across the board. Highly mobile and strikes opportunistically even when not ordered. Leaf Blade Attack presents a serious danger of OHKO to any Pokemon with a grass weakness. Total number of moves is unknown. Type spread of moves is unknown. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Lee's Grovyle physical ADIC. Ranged ADIC. Status ADIC. Physical resist. C energy resist. C status resist. Agility. S reactions. SS stamina. B pain tolerance. Overall species ranking. Tier. Pokemon cannot be accurately categorized at this time. See Legacy Feat and Performance breakdown here. Link. Corvisquire ability. Typical held item. N, A known moves, Pluck, Drill Peck, Scary Face, Taunt, Swift, Steel Wing, Extreme Speed, Hone Claws, Power Trip, Unknown Dark Move, others. Notes. Acquired via capture. Superior combat abilities across the board. Extremely quick, violently aggressive, and willing to battle even with debilitating injuries. Total number of moves is unknown. Type spread of moves is unknown. Not seen in use recently. Unofficial BattleNet power rankings for Lee's Corvisquire physical ADIC. Ranged ADIC. Status ADIC. Physical resist. B energy resist. B status resist. Agility. A reactions. B plus stamina. S pain tolerance. S plus overall species ranking. Tier. Pokemon cannot be accurately categorized at this time. See Legacy Feat and Performance breakdown here. Link. Octillery typical held item. N. A known moves. N. A notes. Not yet seen used in battle. Species ranking. N, A, Shinx typical held item. N, A known moves. N, A notes. Not yet seen used in battle. Species ranking. N, A, stratagems, styles, and BattleNet estimations * analysis of Henson's preferred tactics are inconclusive. Henson's Pokemon possess unnaturally varied skill sets, with some of his Pokemon knowing techniques previously thought impossible to use for their lines. Henson's Ninetales sometimes carries out complex attacks or maneuvers without visible instructions. Analysts cannot pinpoint the cue for these attacks. Henson is collaborating with Silph Co. to bring TMs of entirely new Pokémon moves to market. For this reason, it can be assumed that all of Henson's Pokémon are in possession of other undocumented attacks. Henson is currently projected to collect 8 Hoenn badges and participate in the Evergrande Conference with a team of 6 Pokémon as a top 8 finalist. Asterisk notice. BattleNet administration acknowledges that the listed information in these sections might be unreliable due to unusual circumstances. MISC known sponsors and affiliates: Hoenn Regional Pokémon Lab, Rustboro Trainer School, Silph Company, Laverage Gym. Recent activity. See link for full video archive. Page last updated by site_admin number 458 minutes ago. Nigel blinks. Huh. They're really not playing around with Lee. He's really kicked the Beedrill's nest with. The professor pauses, several of the lines he just read suddenly jumping out at him as the realization hits home like a runaway bus. Slowly, his eyes grow wide. Unknown fire move number 1, unknown fire move number 2, unknown fire move number 3, others. Unknown grass move number 1, unknown grass move number 2. Unknown dark move. G1P1 fire stone ninetails. Wah? What the actual hell? Nigel rereads the page, realizing he didn't read it wrong. Lee's efforts to create new moves have apparently been moving along much faster than expected. Nigel knew Lee planned on selling some move variations to Silph, but the professor was expecting that to be something months down the line, not weeks after Lee just got done creating Convergence. Even more shockingly, Vulpix evolved, and she evolved with the highest grade stone possible. The evolution anxiety that plagues stone evolvers is well documented, and the Vulpix line is the best example of that anxiety. When the doubts and fears pass, however, there are plenty of good reasons why Ninetales is still worshipped in some parts of Kanto. I knew Lee's Vulpix was made of sterner stuff than most and might evolve, but I wasn't expecting this for years. Nigel gulps and silently ponders the implications of one of his trainers owning a Pokémon considered to be mythical by some. I know the academic board is going to want a meeting over this. Those old coots are going to be clamoring to study the youngest Ninetales in the world. He groans aloud at the thought. The only way this could have made a bigger splash is if he caught an actual legendary Pokémon. Scrolling the page back up, Nigel looks over all the question marks and uncertain info littering the dossier on Lee and his team. The information age has changed Pokémon battling as a sport in just a few years, and accurate information on foes to form countermeasures from is the new great equalizer. Knowing is half the battle has never been more accurate. For that reason, each and every question mark sprinkled on Lee's dossier is another black bell toll for the trainers who are going to flock to the page in the coming days. Wondering if the fox has been used in battle yet, Nigel opens Lee's recent activity link and takes a look at the newest video with his trainer tagged in it. #once-in-a-lifetime Vulpix evolution. Never mind, this is even better than a battle. Nigel smiles and clicks play. The video starts out shaky and unfocused from the perspective of a cell phone being withdrawn from a pocket. After a moment the camera focuses, and right in the center is Lee kneeling down with a positively radiant firestone in hand. In front of Lee, Vulpix slowly walks forward, as if second-guessing herself. She stops just short and raises a paw, once more hesitating. It happens almost too quickly to notice. In fact, if Nigel wasn't personally acquainted with Vulpix, he might have missed it. Her ears flick back, her tails frazzle, and she pulls her lips back into a grimace for a split second. Then all at once, the fox's nerves vanish and her brown eyes quite literally glow with resolve. Her paw falls on the stone, and in a great flash of light, she transforms into a Ninetales so golden that her fur shimmers like liquid metal in the sun. The video captures everything in stunning detail for just being a phone cam. Everyone in the video waits with bated breath. The other trainers around the cameraman, Gym Leader Moore, Nigel's son, the Draconid, the disguised terrorist, all of them are struck dumb by what they witnessed. The inert firestone drops from Lee's hand with a thud, and with that hand, he takes Ninetales' still raised paw. Vulpix? He whispers as if he doesn't believe his eyes. His voice is almost lost in the wind. Ninetales smiles, her ruby-like eyes shining. With a choked, joyful laugh, Lee abandons any decorum and pulls the gold fox into a tight hug, one she returns with all 9 of her tails. Each long tail wraps around Lee's back without any overlap, covering him in a protective mantle of shiny fur. Ninetales then sets her head on Lee's shoulder, curling her neck around the back of his with a content smile. The video cuts to black and ends. Birch blows out a slow breath and looks at the stats of the video. Lee, why do you do this to me? Uploaded. 4 hours ago views, 532,029. Welcome to BattleNet. The Pokemon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, n_Birch. You are viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies. Our private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per page. Topic. Official Lee Henson Megathread in Boards Hoenn Indiv Trainers Lee Henson Pixua Customs. Original poster. Posted on June 6, 20XX. Congrats to L_Henson for taking spot number 4 in the unofficial, fastest time to get a Megathread competition, and thanks Run That Back mod for perms to make a mega. I'll add edits as info comes in. Lee Henson is a trainer in his 20s serving as a lab trainer to Professor Birch in Hoenn. Other than his recorded gym battles, a brief media appearance during the brawl on the beach in Dewford, and some crusty cellphone videos of his battles, not a whole lot is known about him. He hasn't published his research yet, his social media straight up doesn't exist, and his one post on BattleNet was about a lost Pokemon, and that thread is dead. We do know that he's a scary looking MFER and carrying around Pokemon way stronger than they should be. A few guys thinking he was some kind of league hitman or ringer went digging and pulled some public records to find that Lee actually is new to the Pokemon battling scene. Links below. His license is less than a year old with no renewals on record. It's not that weird for a grown man to change careers and become a trainer, but it is weird just how successful he is without any formal education on record. At the time of his post, his win rate has never fallen below 90%. We went in deeper. This is where things get bad for people competing in Hoenn this year. Earlier today his ace, Vulpix, evolved. Link. That's big. That's really big. Ninetales is a monster of a Pokemon, and loonies all over the world still call them spirits and gods and whatnot. Of the 191, now 192, Ninetales registered to trainers, only 30 or so are actually active competitively, and most of those 30 belong to elites, gym leaders, master breeders, top coordinators, etc. You get the idea. If you have a Ninetales, the logic says you're a badass. But it gets worse. The scaling on stone evolutions is all kinds of fucky. You can think of Vulpix, and Growlithe too, as Pokemon that should have 3 stages, but they don't have a middle one, so when they evolve, they go from 0 to 100 real hard. Henson's Vulpix was already strong enough to fuck up gym leader personal, Mons, so that evolution has probably turned her into a death sentence for anything that isn't fire retardant. But it gets even worse. That Firestone? That was most likely a G1P1 dug out of Mount Chimney. We did a bit of looking around, and we saw the Laverage Gym put up a new batch of Firestones for auction. A G1P1 was put up by mistake and withdrawn. It was only up for 4 minutes, but we found a cached version of the auction house page. Now, who would benefit a lot from an entire volcano's worth of stored power? An ace Vulpix already strong enough to down gym leaders, that's who. It doesn't end there. Me and some boys have been reviewing Lee Henson's battles, and we saw a few moves that we've never seen before. One of the other helpers recalled seeing an email with Lee's name on it for some reason and dug through his spam folder. He found some promo from Sylph about 2 brand spanking new grass TMs, and Henson was credited as the creator of both. That very suddenly explained why Lee's Corvisquire knows extreme speed and has these dark ball things he can whip around. Link. His Grovyle also doubles as a shotgun and knows feint attack. Link. Finally, his Vulpix seems to have a new homing technique to pull out of her ass every other battle. Link. Lee Henson knows how to make new Pokemon moves, and he can make them fast. Something else we noticed was how Vulpix would just do things without being told. She would react, attack, defend, dodge, and generally fight pretty well without Lee's mouth so much as opening. Other times he's saying just 1 or 2 words, and she'd pull some insane stunt out of nowhere. We looked hard at the videos over and over, and we could not find any meaningful non-verbal signals. The only answer we could come up with? Telepathy. Either Henson or his Vulpix can use telepathy, and they're good enough at it to use it mid-battle. Telepathy is rare, but we're already talking about a Vulpix that's now a Ninetales, so really can we discount anything? We entertained the idea that there was some 1000 IQ 5D chess planning going on, but that seems even more unbelievable considering some of the issues they've run into mid-battle. His other Pokemon aren't slouches either. His Grovyle often takes wins with 0 damage unless it's a battle against the likes of a gym leader, then he busts out wild shit like the new moves and hyperspeed. Link. Corvisquire is a cruise missile made out of hate, and only tricks like Destiny Bond or dropping a mountain on him will slow him down. Link. We still have no idea what Lee's Shinx or his Octillery, that he didn't have until he got out of the Valley of Steel, do. I have no idea what Henson is doing to his Pokemon, but it's working. So to reiterate, Henson has a Ninetales who is in the running for strongest of her already broken species, a quadruple action machine gun, shotgun, sniper, sword Grovyle, an unbreakable Corvisquire, a pair of Pokemon that no one knows anything about, and they all have deep move pools with zero documentation. Oh, and it's a coin flip if you get a verbal cue for an attack. I'm not trying to sound like a fanboy or a hypebeast or anything, but good luck to everyone else. When the bookies open up for the Evergrande conference, I'm putting money on Henson taking the gold. Showing page 1 of 22, V_Marlowe, verified trainer, replied on June 6, 20XX, you know what? I'm done. I give up. I'm going to Unova. IF*C King hate Hoenn. Underman, replied on June 6, 20XX, there is no universe where you convince me that this guy is anything but a league plant. Katie Huffman is going to win the EGC regardless. Kazuo Candy replied on June 6, 20XX, holy shit that's scuffed. How are you supposed to fight back? L_Orvert, verified trainer, replied on June 6, 20XX, Underman. Bro what? Katie is good but not fight a Super Ninetales and WN kind of good. F_Alme replied on June 6, 20XX, welp. Looks like someone is gonna give Ash Ketchum a run for his money, even with that overpowered Pikachu of his. Glasses_man replied on June 6, 20XX. I'm looking forward to seeing how well Ninetales fights now that it naturally has some psychic abilities. If we suspected telepathy as a Vulpix, they might outright be able to talk now. Pokename_bot replied on June 6, 20XX. Glasses_man Ninetales is spelled Ninetales. It's a play on words, as the nine-tailed Pokemon is the subject of many fairy tales. Glasses_man replied on June 6, 20XX. And that's what I get for not looking over with spellcheck. Lovely. I3 Why Not replied on June 6, 20XX. I don't care how strong Lee's team is. My super team of Wobbuffet will take everything they can dish out and return it twice as hard. We're gonna win the Hoenn League this year, just you wait. Low PWNY99 replied on June 6, 20XX. I call Toroshit on that Grovyle. Damn lizard is probably coked out of its mind on something illegal. No way it moves that fast naturally. Showing page 2 of 22, Bon Bao replied on June 6, 20XX. Touch fluffy TAILLLL so much fluff I want a hug like that Lily Dancer replied on June 6, 20XX. Bon Bao I know right. I heard that Ninetales fur is soft as a cloud. Totally gonna be at Evergrande to see if Lee would let me pet her. 3UH no Pika. Replied on June 6, 20XX. Yeah I think the Unova is really looking good this time of year. Though I can't wait to see what the Ninetales does from a distance. FAAAR Away Distance Dragon Expert 1985 replied on June 6, 20XX. Welp, there is clearly only one thing left to do for the rest of us, normals, hoping to compete. Panic. T_Heitenen replied on June 6, 20XX. God, op, and commenters, really just come across as shills for Lee. If he makes it to the Evergrande conference, I doubt he'll make it past preliminaries. He's just one man, and a new trainer at that. He's not some god figure or ace trainer. I'd bet my money on Ketchum. At least he has experience under his belt. I3 Why Not replied on June 6, 20XX. Ketchum, that talentless hack. He just gets lucky each season. My all-star Wobbuffet team will wreck his face. Not_Seuss replied on June 6, 20XX. Underman. I3 Why Not talking about experience, what did Henson do before? If he's a league plant, he should appear somewhere to lessen suspicion. He might be a plant, but not from the league. At least Ketchum has a clear league track record. T_Heitenen replied on June 6, 20XX. Talentless hack. I'd like to see you try to get to the league with your team. Oh wait, you haven't made it to the league conference before now have you? Wobbuffet isn't even that great of a Pokemon anyways as a single member of a team, let alone an entire team. Its whole shtick requires opponents to hit it first, which isn't exactly a competitive strategy. The best purpose for Wobbuffet is a dedicated Destiny Bond user, and even then, other users can at least use other valuable moves. Besides, your point doesn't even stand with Ketchum. Kids made it to the league twice. Top 16 and top 8. If that doesn't show improvement, I don't know what will. S_Melody replied on June 6, 20XX. Ash is the best. My family and I are rooting for him. His Pikachu will beat Henson's Ninetales no problem. I3 Why not replied on June 6, 20XX, Ha. My team has just been taking our time to grow and learn. We'll be in the conference this year, you'll see. That's because we have the determination to win. We can take any move and send it right back at twice the power, it's the ultimate strategy. It can't be beat. You'll see that when we're named league champion. You'll all see how great Wabafei is. Just you wait. Showing page 3 of 22, J3 Axon replied on June 6, 20XX, L3 Why not I got roped into cleaning up after Ash's Pikachu when he had a battle on the Dewford beach. Getting all that glass out of the sand was a right pain. Your Wabafei's gonna get torched. T_Heitinen replied on June 6, 20XX, deleted. Leafeon_L0 Veer replied on June 6, 20XX, dang that team is looking better and better. Steven's a steel specialist, right? If what you guys are saying about Ninetales and Firestones are right, that type advantage could be a massive help to him. If he makes it that far, of course. Maya's mate replied on June 6, 20XX, devilishly good investment on Professor Birch's part here. 2 months is completely insane. Kaboo, verified trainer, Galar gym leader, replied on June 6, 20XX, L_Henson look at your PMs. Summonon replied on June 6, 20XX, he's running on luck, it'll run out eventually. Platinum Guy 009 replied on June 6, 20XX, interesting, with Henson's Corvisquire having not been seen recently and his post about said Pokemon being missing implies something happened there. Did it run away, get lost, have a scandalous affair with a local Noctowl? This Henson fellow seems to be a fairly talented trainer, maybe that bird proved too much to handle? Who knows? BTW that Ninetales is so darn plush and majestic, I'm even more envious now that I know he has a baby Shinx too. There's Su Cuuteee. Dies of cute Leafeon_L0 Veer replied on June 6, 20XX, Platinum Guy 009 maybe the training just got too rough for his Corvisquire? Or maybe the stupidly op Vulpix, now Ninetales, scared it off? Maybe having that much firepower got to the steel type? Who knows? Plus that lost and found thread is dead, he might have found the bird and put it in timeout for running away for a bit. Arceus knows I'm not a top-tier trainer, I don't know the proper chipline for a runaway powerhouse. Lopunny_pancakes replied on June 6, 20XX, oh my, Arceus. That was the most amazing Evo vid I have ever seen. Seriously, I think I'm actually tearing up a bit over here. I know I've asked this before but I think it got buried last time over the other crazy stuff Henson and his team were pulling at the time, but did we ever get an answer on what kind of care routine he is doing with his Pokemon? Because I swear to all I hold dear, I don't think I've ever seen coats, scales, plumages that gorgeous on Pokemon outside of the pro contest circuit, and they are on a dedicated battle team of all things. Especially on his Vulpix turned Ninetales. If I could pet that fluff for just a minute, I would die happy even if I keeled over right then and there. Nigel stands with a mighty stretch. His spine pops once, twice, 3 times, drawing a pleased sigh from the professor. Looking to the side, he sees the sun beginning to set through his office window and grumbles to himself. 4 hours were spent keeping his eyes glued to his computer monitor so he could run damage control if things got out of hand online. Thankfully, nothing untoward popped up that required him to step in, either by posting himself or by swinging his weight as regional professor around and forcing the hand of the site admins. His wife isn't going to be happy about him returning home late, though. You better be grateful, Lee. He mumbles, throwing his lab coat over his shoulders. Before shutting his lab PC off for the night and leaving, Nigel pauses and opens the video of Vulpix's evolution once more. #once in a lifetime Vulpix evolution. Uploaded 8 hours ago. Views 1,070,921. With a sigh, Nigel rubs his forehead. Celeb life is going to be a shocker for him. Chapter 5. Lee hums as he looks over to the faded, digital alarm clock on the hotel nightstand between his and Brendan's beds. We'll need to finish up here soon if we want to go out to test Ninetales' new capabilities and check up on Octillery before dinner. He nods more to himself than anyone else. Several hours prior, after Lee composed himself and reluctantly pulled himself from his freshly evolved Ninetales, the pair, along with Grovyle, bid Moore and his trainers adieu. They didn't need to talk to decide that retiring back to their hotel room for some private discussion was warranted. After a promise to return and discuss Moore's commission, they left. Brendan, Zinnia, and Courtney didn't need any hints that Lee wished to be alone with his Pokemon for a bit, and all 3 tactfully left to find their own entertainment in Laveridge.
Grovile and Ninetails exchanged a few short words when they and Lee arrived back at the hotel, and the grass type excused himself by returning to his ball.
Of course, the first thing Lee wanted to do upon acquiring a new Pokémon? Give her a physical. The fox rolled her eyes with a smile and didn't fight it. Okay, one more time.
All the way in and out. Ninetails slowly inhales through her nose, making the great golden tuft of fur on her breast swell and tickle the hand beneath it.
Those glittering, ruby-like eyes of hers regard Lee with an amused sort of exasperation. For a few short seconds, Lee keeps his hand on Ninetail's sternum, measuring both her heartbeat and the clarity of her breath. When she can breathe in no more, she slowly exhales. Resting heart rate of 38 beats per minute, lungs perfectly clear. Lee smiles and jots everything down in his notebook with his free hand. The too soft hotel bed under the notebook forces him to write slowly lest he push his pen too hard and slip, but he finishes in just a moment. 38 seems rather low, but we're more or less breaking new ground here, so? Ninetails physical number 0 initial baseline June 6, 3:34 p.m. 20XX. Weight, 61.1 pounds. Height, 3 feet 11 inches, discounting ears. Muscle formation even and consistent. Fur growth even and consistent.
Temperature at 110 F.
Free of illness, parasites. Ninetails alert during the whole process. Mouth, teeth. Okay ears. Okay eyes. Okay lungs. Okay heart. Okay stomach. Okay, further inspections are required for an accurate baseline. Working from scratch. That'll do for now. Lee nods and shuts his notebook, only to feel a frown tug at his lips when he notices just how lopsided the spiral-bound book is. Only a thin sliver of pages remain. Did I burn through 300 pages already? I could have sworn I was barely at the halfway point. Lee flips the book back open to a random page near the middle, finding an anatomical sketch of Brendan's Mawile, several scribbled calculations of her jaw strength, and theories on steel tay naturally flowing in the steel, fairy Pokémon. The page is dated over a month back, coinciding with their time in Dewford, and after reading a few lines, Lee remembers wondering how Mawile was able to wield her extra jaws without snapping the thin, delicate-looking termination point on the back of her head. Some sort of passive steel tay reinforcement was the only thing he could think of. Huh. I thought I had more pages left. Lee mutters. You put your thoughts to paper more often than you think, beloved. I'm glad for it, for your head seems to be filled to bursting so often that I need to repeat myself sometimes. The words are quiet yet attention-commanding at the same time, and hearing them sends a goosebump-inducing shiver down Lee's spine. He slowly raises his head back to Ninetails, who offers a small, vulpine smile. I don't want to cut your studies short, but you're not the only one excited to learn what I can do now. The golden fox's tails flick as one, though each tail goes in a different direction. Also, if you wish to pet me, you don't need an excuse to do so. She looks down at the hand still submerged into her tuft of breast fur with amusement coloring her words. Lee withdraws his hand quickly, his face growing warm in embarrassment. Sorry. Offense flashes in Ninetail's eyes, so she stands on the bed and takes a single long stride towards Lee. She slips her head under his chin and drapes her forelegs across his lap as she lays down, pressing her warm, silken coat to him. Around his back, Lee feels those 9 long tails curl around him, and the warmth makes him want to lay back and sleep, to push off the rest of what he wanted to do today. You've nothing to be sorry for, so please don't say that, she says, her voice firm. Almost without meaning to, Lee wraps his arms around her and melts into the affection woven into each of her words. Ever since her evolution just a few hours prior, the number of changes Ninetails went through has left Lee with a light head, and part of him still feels like he stepped into a vivid dream that might end any second. His ace Pokémon's transformation from a cute, fire-breathing fox to a majestic kitsune of legend had so many effects, but none more profound than what changed inside her head. The most striking is her telepathy, the words she speaks. Before, the words had meaning and Lee got the gist of what Vulpix said by meeting her understanding of human words and concepts halfway. These words were only raw meaning fed into his brain, usually accompanied by some abstract thought or emotions for context. For these reasons, Vulpix always kept her sentences short and to the point. If Lee was feeling fanciful, he might have even imagined a voice in his head when conversing with her. Ninetails, however, exists on a totally different plane of telepathic expertise. Lee hears what she says near exactly how she intends to say it. It's like every depiction of telepathy in popular media, a reverberation of her speech inside of his skull, only so much more. Each word is honeyed with woven emotion and intent, and like a man savoring a delectable morsel, His brain eagerly takes in every single word and just knows what she means.
A rich, feminine voice seems to accompany every transmission, and although Lee can't describe the voice in words alone, it's distinctly Ninetales. Lee's heard more from Ninetales in the past 3 hours than he has in the last week as well, for her mind is an open book to him and she delights in reaching out to him in turn.
Each thought, each sentence, is interlaced with love and emotion so pure and unmistakable that Lee wonders if he ever misread Ninetales before her evolution. If he did, he silently ponders how often it happened. Ninetales doesn't shy away from reveling in the newfound insight between them, either.
The demure and quiet shell of Vulpix has split open, revealing a more outspoken, more prideful vixen with all the tender love and firm spirit of her prior form.
She's changed so much, God, you're soft. Lee murmurs into the tuft between Ninetales' ears. One of her ears flicks, and Lee's eyes are drawn to the snow-white heart mark still on the back of her ear. Against the golden fur, it's a chore to pick out under fluorescent lights, but the mark remains. She's changed so much, yet so little.
I think I have you to thank for that. Ninetales makes that warm, familiar purr deep in her throat.
Without a trainer to spoil me with homemade meals and all the grooming I could ever want, this envy-inducing coat would be beyond me. Lee smiles but sobers a moment later. Ninetales? He begins mentally. How do you feel? The vixen shifts in Lee's arms, raising her head enough to peer at him with a ruby eye. How do I feel? What do you mean? The question genuinely confuses her. Just, in general, I suppose. Lee struggles to put his concerns into words, and after a moment, just opens up his raw worries to Ninetales, hoping she'll understand.
The fox takes the invitation wordlessly, reaching across the short but wide psychic channel between them to touch the deeper parts of his mind directly.
Like a bomb, her presence instantly soothes his nerves and returns him to relaxation. Oh? Ninetales blinks, then smiles gently. I feel fine, beloved. Better than fine, in fact. I feel good, complete. Perhaps I was upset with Moore for springing a proposal with such a damning time limit upon us, but in retrospect, I find myself thankful. She pauses to corral a tail Lee feels moving on its own, covering the cold spot it left on his back. These tails seem to have a mind of their own, sometimes. She muses before returning to her other train of thought. If not for such a time limit, I might have hesitated for months, maybe years. I could feel my skills beginning to reach their limits as a Vulpix, and before long I would have begun to fall behind. I could not let that happen. Her brows furrow and Lee finds himself surprised by the range of motion her face has. While you have been conversing with Mabel, the golden fox hesitates. I have been speaking to her Zatu regarding my own demons. Your own demons? Lee doesn't recall ever actually meeting the aforementioned Zatu, but that takes the backseat to the pit he feels opening up in his stomach. Ninetales? You said a while back that you wanted to wait until your telepathy was better before explaining why you've been losing so much sleep. I can understand you pretty well now, so? Ninetales is silent for a full minute. Then she breathes out a short sigh. I'm still not sure I want to say, she sends after some time, and the naked uncertainty in her voice prompts Lee to hold her a little tighter. I don't want to burden you with my concerns when you've yourself to worry about. Knowing you have concerns that warrant speaking with a therapist is already enough for me to worry over, Lee mutters. I won't push you, but I wish you'd tell me. The great fox's tails all quiver before settling, sending a rippling sensation down Lee's back. There were a few things, but now, I think I can put them to bed. Ninetales sets her head against Lee's chest, an ear pressed flat over his heart. The first was my birth. Your birth? Yes, she physically nods. I've spent weeks pondering it. How was I born? Why was I born? I know I'm flesh and blood, so I'm no Porygon, yet my appearance at your side happened just as your little game lost bits of data and ceased functioning. She blinks her luminous reds. The memories of the time before we truly met are long gone, faded into a mess of alien sensations devoid of meaning. For all intents and purposes, I did not exist until you opened my ball. Goosebumps break out across Lee's skin despite the warm cocoon of fur around him. He barely even considered where Vulpix was before she was dropped into his lap. Was she suffering an existential crisis while he never noticed? Shush. I'm the one who kept my woes hidden. Ninetales growls and raises her head to nip the tip of Lee's nose, halting his spiraling thoughts. Besides, after all my sleepless nights spent looking for answers, I came to one of my own just moments before evolving. One of your own? Lee rubs his smarting nose. What do you mean? Ninetales' smile returns. It's a tender expression, one that fills the zoologist with contentment, both his own and hers. I decided that the hows and whys don't matter, she declares. I refused to leave your side after you endured such a horrific ordeal those months ago, and you repaid my loyalty thricefold with your dedication to me. You, Lee, give me purpose in this world. Goodness deserves goodness, and love deserves love, this I know to be fact. If a greater power was involved in my birth for a reason of their own, then I spurn their designs. She raises her head, ruby eyes quite literally glowing. I exist to be here with you, to love and be loved, because that is what I have decided, and that is a choice all my own. Between them, Lee can almost see the psychic channel widen to a degree they've never been able to accomplish before, becoming a vast gulf. Ninetails reaches out to him, and rather than transmit whatever it is she wants, she instead reels his mind towards hers. The distance grows shorter and shorter, until finally the channel is needed no longer. Lee and Ninetails touch. A flood of rapturous sensations overwhelms the man's senses near instantly. His vision swims with a kaleidoscope of colors that he can't name, his nerves thrum, his ears are filled with the sound of a waterfall, and everything but the Pokémon holding him ceases to be. The world around them falls away, shattering like glass, leaving behind a strange and new place where words fail. He feels Ninetails. He feels her for who she truly is, and he knows every bit of raw ardor she holds within her. All of it is for him. Unfettered thoughts and urges flow freely between man and fox, and all is laid bare without shame or judgment. A small, lucid part of Lee laughs at a stray memory where they both claim to know everything about each other. Hyperbole at its finest. Lee lays down all his worries, fears, insecurities, and laments. Worries for the future, fear of failing her and everyone else, insecurity over his disfigured visage, and the lament of the burned world left behind. Like weights, they all seek to drag him to somewhere low. Ninetails bears her own hurts. The dread of losing her trainer and teammates, the gnawing disquiet of peering into the end, the nightmares of seeing the end of a world, and the lingering doubt of her evolution and how Lee might perceive her. They all pull her in different directions, stretching her sanity until tears begin to form. Then, Pokémon and trainer entwine themselves around one another, quashing what plagues them simply by being together. Hand in hand, they stand tall and invulnerable, their individual troubles seeming so laughably easy to manage. It leaves them free to lay in a bubbling basin of shared adoration for a well-deserved break from the world. For the first time in many months, everything is okay. Lee isn't sure how long he and Ninetails are wherever they are, for time seems like a foreign concept there, in that blissful nexus where he and his truest partner meet. Slowly, though, sensation returns to his body and the colors without names draw back as Ninetails pulls her mind away from his with great reluctance. Part of Lee wishes to reach out and stubbornly grasp her once more, but he knows just as well as she does that they can't sit here all day. He still takes a greedy sort of solace in keeping his arms around Ninetails tightly, however. After a long moment, the golden fox chuffs out a short laugh. While I have no issue sitting here and cuddling all night, we should be going. We've much to do, I guess, Lee grumbles, letting her go. He watches his Pokémon stand with a stretch, then a full body shake, making her shiny coat ripple. Ninetails? The fox turns her head to him after hopping from the bed to the floor, regarding him with a smile. Yes? The zoologist smiles back. All at once, a pleasant, tingling lightness of spirit that he hasn't truly felt for months fills his chest, and his smile becomes a genuine, happy grin. Thank you for telling me what was bothering you. You deserve to know, she sniffs. We're partners, now and forever, she says simply. Lee stands and raises his arms in a pleasant, back-popping stretch. He watches in amusement as Ninetails arches her back for a second in response, feeling the pop secondhand. Partners now and forever, eh? I like it, but that's another line we'll want to keep between us, lest people get ideas. He steps into his boots and laces them. Ninetails rolls her eyes. Goodness me, inconsequential strangers might have inconsequential opinions. How terrible. Lee lets out a short laugh and steps closer, laying a hand on her head and rubbing his thumb over the heart mark on her ear. The white fur is somehow even softer than the rest of her coat. No more secrets between us? Never, she shakes her head. Now, let's be off. Ninetails noses Lee's hand towards the door, leaving the room. Her ruby eyes take on a violet hue, and a telekinetic corona of the same color covers the doorknob. Then with a twist and a pull, the sturdy metal door comes right out of its frame with a jerk so violent that it shakes dust from the ceiling. The hinges make a tortured, metallic squeal before the threading of their screws gives way, letting the hinges pop free with a sound like a gunshot and leaving the door floating lopsided in Ninetails' telekinesis. Lee and Ninetails stand motionless, both still processing what just happened. Across the hall, the door opposite of Lee and Ninetails opens up, and a grumpy Loudred stands with a scowl on his face. He draws in a chest-filling breath and opens his mouth, 100-decibel tirade likely ready, but the sound Pokémon takes notice of the dislodged door. His eyes then move to Lee, then finally down to the still surprised Ninetales. Slowly, carefully, and with his breath hissing out through his nostrils, the Loudred steps back inside and shuts the door, the lock clicking afterward. Ninetales hangs her head and sets the door down against the wall with painstaking slowness before letting her telekinesis fade. Even if Lee can't see it, he knows she's blushing beet red in embarrassment under her coat. "Ah, don't worry, I'm sure you can get the hang of it after a few hours." Lee does his best to keep his smile from being awkward and rubs Ninetales between her shoulders, though he doesn't feel her mood improve much. "Look on the bright side. You went from being able to levitate maybe 20 pounds to," he eyeballs the door, "to however much that door weighs and then some. And I just caused several hundred credits worth of damage that you're going to have to pay for," she remarks sullenly, finally raising her head and frowning mightily. With a sigh, Lee shrugs. Shinx has chewed on chair legs and Grovyle accidentally carved up a lamp after he evolved. His thumb rubs a circle between the dejected fox's shoulder blades. "You are going to join the club eventually. The visit to the hotel's front desk is less painful than expected." After confirming the damage was an accident, the young woman tending to the lobby only requires a flat 250 credit fee and a signature on an insurance form. Yet again, Lee finds himself surprised when he knows he shouldn't be, as it only makes sense for lodgings catering to Pokémon trainers to hedge themselves against Pokémon-related damage. The last few times, mostly from poor Shinx teething on anything she could, the damage was so minor that Lee just paid it out of pocket and insurance was never involved. After a text message to Brendan, Courtney, and Zinnia, Lee and Ninetales begin the trek over to the Pokémon Center to both meet up with the rest of their traveling party and visit Octillery. As they walk through Laverage, Lee can't help but smile with a childish sort of satisfaction as more than a few people in Pokémon marvel at Ninetales as they pass. Back in Slateport, something similar happened and they got to play witness to it. A man, obviously a pro trainer from the medley of Great Balls and Single Ultra Ball on his belt, strolled through town with a Haxorus at his side. The Haxorus was a stunning Pokémon to behold. Nearly 7 feet tall and oozing menace with each step. He would slowly crane his head around, taking in the gaping people all around without truly acknowledging them, like they were beneath him. With each movement of his head, no matter the speed, the crimson axe blades lining his jaw would make a quiet whistle as they sliced the air with their fine edge. The prized dragon commanded the attention of everyone who could see him like a king, and his subjects rewarded him with the flash of cameras and odd exclamations of admiration. The world of Pokémon revolves around power at its core, after all, and few things so boldly declare power like a dragon few have seen in person. If Haxorus was admired for his plainly visible might and rugged aesthetic, then much the same is happening to Ninetales for the mysticism and beauty her kind exudes. Well, the beauty part one already knew, but I don't think a rare Pokémon would get this kind of reaction. Lee tries to keep his face straight, but no matter the effort, a smile remains on his lips. He sweeps his eyes around, watching as people slow down to stare at both himself and Ninetales. More than one cell phone and PokeNav is raised to take pictures along with a number of pointed fingers and murmurs, but even the annoyance of their last vestiges of anonymity being stripped away bit by bit doesn't make the zoologist's face fall. Ninetales pays the people in the streets no mind. She walks with her head held high and prowls across the ground on silent, dainty paws. Her long tails trail behind her, each one slowly waving and flowing through its own invisible air current, but never touching the ground. In the waning sunlight, her eyes glow with a vivid, inner light, and her fur shines with a glorious luster. She cuts so magnificent and dignified a figure, no one would ever guess she clumsily ripped a door down not 20 minutes prior. The 9-tailed fox twitches. "I'm going to be hearing about that for a while, aren't I? It's not often I get something to tease you about, love." Lee smirks. The annoyance radiating from Ninetales is quickly soothed when Lee reaches down and runs his fingers through the tuft of fur along her head, ending with a gentle scratch behind an ear. They arrive at the Pokémon Center with time to spare, owing to the fact that the crowded streets parted before them without so much a word of fuss. Walking inside, Lee and Ninetales approach the reception desk, finding Laverage's nurse Joy in her usual seat diligently typing away at her computer. Joy looks up, then smiles when she notices the pair. To Lee's admiration, she doesn't even blink at seeing Ninetales. She's probably seen crazier things. "Good afternoon, Mr. Henson, Miss Ninetales." Nurse Joy stands and folds her hands in front of her. "Are you here to see Octillery?" Having seen this particular nurse several times in the last week, Lee can finally pick out the differences between her and the nurse Joy in Littleroot, the only other Joy Lee can say he's well acquainted with. Littleroot's Joy is a bit shorter, and her voice higher. The resemblance the Joy family's women all share is still astounding, though. The genes governing their appearance must be truly overwhelming. That we are, Lee nods. How is he doing? Joy's smile widens a touch. Very well. Octillery's recovery is moving along smoothly, and he's remained both conscious and lucid the entire day today. After he passed some cognitive tests, we informed him of your timely rescue. He seems quite curious to meet you. Just one moment, please. Joy touches a button on an electronic badge hanging from her breast pocket, prompting the gadget to play a little jingle. Rita, I have Lee Henson to visit patient Octillery in the aquatic ward. Can you send a technician to the front to escort him, please? He'll be accompanied by his Ninetails. The badge crackles. Yes, Nurse Joy. Kim is on her way. Thank you. Nurse Joy sings songs before releasing the button. You may find a seat if you like, Mr. Henson. One of our intern nurses will be with you shortly. Thank you, nurse. Lee smiles. The Pokémon Center of Laverage is set up like most of the centers they've visited before it in that there are plenty of seats arranged in columns and aisles for Pokémon owners and their Pokémon without emergency ailments. In the corners are larger, more open areas with wraparound couches along the wall forming lounges of sorts. Although Lee can't be sure if it was intentional, the different seating types are used by different sorts of people. The regular seating is dominated by average people and the Pokémon in their lives, while the more comfortable corners are held by camps of road-beaten trainers. Venturing over to one of the less occupied corners, Lee seats himself at a respectable distance away from the other three trainers there. At his feet, Ninetails sits regally and wraps her tails around her legs. Or most of her tails. One errant tail escapes and lays itself across Lee's lap, wiggling like a snake. Idly, the scarred trainer lets his fingers run through the soft fur of the appendage, but he takes care to not fully wrap his hand around it. Is the curse real, I wonder? Can its activation be controlled if it's real? There's more folklore than scientific data on Ninetails as a species, so we have so much to do. You're thinking rather loudly, beloved. Ninetails angles her head to look back at Lee with a smile. And don't worry about any curses. I think I would know if I suddenly possessed such an ability, she says, wrapping the tail in his lap around his hand with surprising dexterity. Your tails are prehensile, too. There's a lot we could do with that. Lee feels her tail squeeze his hand lightly. Silky fur doesn't provide the best grip, but maybe we should begin working on Iron Tail again. It would certainly work better now, Ninetails comments dryly. As he and Ninetails wordlessly communicate, Lee takes notice of the conversation happening on the other bend of the L-shaped couch from the corner of his eye. Or rather, he takes notice of how quiet the three other trainers have become. Two of them are teen boys in travel-worn clothes, and sitting between them is a teen girl maybe a year older with sun-bleached blonde hair. In the girl's lap is a small Teddiursa who suckles on one of his forepaws and peers at Ninetails with open apprehension. All three trainers sport healing sunburns, but they don't let any discomfort keep them from leaning toward one another to exchange whispers. One boy steals a glance at Ninetails, then Lee. Lee doesn't even need to ask, as Ninetails feeds him what her much sharper ears pick up. If you're gonna ask, now is the time, one of the teen boys whispers to their female companion. He doesn't look like the contest type, though. Maybe, but look at that Ninetails. She hisses back. That fur is practically glowing even in artificial light. How do you do that? That alone could be big points if you get the lighting right in a contest. Okay, so ask Muggsy over there for hair care tips and see what he has to say, the second boy smirks. Quote. The teen girl looks at Lee. Without even directly looking at them, Lee can tell the trio, or at least the girl, are intimidated. Muggsy? Lee frowns and resists the urge to rub his burn scars. Perhaps say something? Ninetails prompts Lee with a yawn. There were an impressive number of cameras following us here, and a drop of kindness in the sea of gossip will make bigger waves than most might expect. She lets her eyes scan the lobby of the center, and through them, Lee can see that more than a few conversations have petered out as people notice them. When did you get so people savvy? One of us has to be, the fox teases. Lee grumbles to himself about cheeky vulpines before speaking. You three seem like you have something on your mind, he says, finally turning his head to face the other trainers. All of the younger trainers jump, visibly spooked. They all exchange hasty looks, then the girl speaks up. Yeah, hi. I'm just wondering what kind of grooming routine you use for your Ninetails? I'm trying for the Grand Festival this year, which is a big Pokémon coordinator thing, but You probably knew that, haha. Her words rapidly spill out past her nervous smile, and in her lap, her Teddyarsa shifts in discomfort. The judges get real picky in the festival about a lot of things, and I heard rumors that one judge is on this fur obsession kinda thing recently, and the conditioner I've been using on Teddy hasn't done much, so I was hoping for a hint if it's not stepping on your toes or anything. She says all in one breath. Is that all? Lee blinks. I'm not sure how well my advice will work for you, but I can share a bit before we have to go. The girl hugs her Teddyarsa close and leans forward in open interest, nerves forgotten. Even her more battle-oriented friends seem focused on Lee. Ninetales' grooming routine is nothing special. All things considered, Lee begins, reaching out and stroking his ace Pokémon across her neck. She leans into the touch with a smile. I only brush her coat once a week or after a battle, whichever comes first. One pass with a slicker brush, then another with a pin brush. This'll remove dirt, loose hair, and fluff up Pokémon who have medium to long overcoats with an undercoat. Pokémon are hardy creatures, so you don't need to brush them often. Lee leans forward and digs his hands into the fur on Ninetales' shoulders, giving the skin underneath a rub that makes the fox Pokémon visibly relax. There's nothing wrong with fancy shampoo and whatnot, but take care to not bathe your Pokémon too often. Too many baths will wash out the natural oils in a mammal Pokémon's coat, which are produced by the skin. Conditioner, shampoo, or whatever else can dry out the skin as well, and there is no healthy fur without healthy skin, so ensure you're not using products that are too harsh. It might be tempting to use the latest and greatest Pokémon beautification product, but it pays big time to do your due diligence and scrutinize just what exactly you're using. Seeing all of the kids, Teddyarsa included, paying close attention, Lee smiles. Diet plays a large role as well. Diet? Like what a Pokémon eats? One boy on the left asks. Exactly, Lee nods. Regular Pokémart brand chow is fine. I guess. He can't quite keep his distaste for the pre-packaged food and their lack of ingredient transparency hidden. But every Pokémon has different nutritional and caloric needs that will fluctuate based on their activity level. If you're wanting to ensure a healthy, shiny coat in mammals, then you'll want to be sure their food has an appropriate amount of protein, vitamins A, C, and E, dietary copper, dietary zinc, omega-3, omega-6, and other fatty acids. He lists each one off on his fingers. Don't neglect other vitamins, minerals, and nutrients to try and overcorrect any sort of deficiency, though, as that'll only cause more damage. Deficiencies should be handled with marginal and supplemental increases of the lacking nutrients. Never whiplash back or forth, or your Pokémon's health will take a nosedive. The boy on the left is beginning to look lost, but the other two kids still pay rapt attention. The girl even pulls out her phone to quickly jot down what he's saying, though she has to hold her arm out quite a ways so Teddyarsa's curious paws don't claw at the screen. I take it you're using your Teddyarsa in your contests? Lee asks. The girl nods absently, still typing his words with rapid-fire thumbstrokes. Yeah. I'm training my baby Teddy here for the contest up in Falarbor. Slowly, Lee rises and steps closer to the pair, making both the girl and Teddy go still until Lee bends down to one knee and catches the bear cub's eyes with his own. Do you mind if I touch you, Teddy? Lee keeps his voice quiet and presents his hand, showing it to be empty. The young normal-type Pokémon gazes down at the offered hand, then up to his trainer as if asking for support. It'll be fine, Teddy. He seems like a nice man. The blonde girl smiles and hugs her Pokémon a little tighter. Assurance in hand, Teddy returns his attention to Lee and offers a single meek nod. With a smile of his own, Lee reaches the rest of the way out and gently strokes the cub across his crescent moon-marked forehead up to the top of his scalp and between his ears. Once, twice, 3 times he runs his fingers through the cub's fur, feeling both the hair and the skin underneath. Despite his earlier apprehension, Teddy relaxes under the touch. When Lee pulls away and stands, the cub even whines. So much easier than trying to pet a real bear. Ninetales holds back a foxy chortle as she watches that college memory from the back seat. While I haven't worked with Ursids extensively, Teddy's skin and fur feel a bit dry. Otherwise, it looks like he's in excellent health. The former zookeeper comments with a grin. Well done. That can be tricky for traveling trainers. I suggest double-checking whatever bathing products you're using to see if they're suitable for younger Pokémon or Pokémon with sensitive skin. If they are, then remember to not overbathe. I know it doesn't make sense that water can cause dry skin, but the shampoo is the real culprit. Mr. Henson? Your octillery is ready for visitors. Lee looks to the side, finding a nurse in blue scrubs standing and waiting for him. Under the electronic badge similar to the one Nurse Joy is wearing is a nametag with Kim scrawled on it. I've got to get going. It's been a pleasure talking to you kids. Lee smiles at the trio of trainers one more time. The boy on the left, the one who grew lost during Lee's miniature lecture, grins in return. His other male friend crosses his arms and nods, schooling his face into something neutral. Their friend in the middle though. The blonde girl stares up at Lee with her lips twitching, as if she can't decide on her expression. Her slowly reddening cheeks give away her thoughts, however. Wonderful, another May. Lee doesn't roll his eyes even if he's sorely tempted. Ninetales' amusement is almost palpable as she rises and falls into step with Lee, following the nurse leading them to the rear of the Pokémon Center. You did well with those three, she sends. The tension in the lobby lessened considerably when you spoke up. Did it? Lee wonders as they turn down a hallway leading to the different center wards. I didn't even notice. You were rather engrossed with your short lesson. A tail flicks and Ninetales blinks. I was keeping watch though. Your display of kindness and knowledge will go far, and people will remember it. Lee moves to the side of the hall along with the nurse and Ninetales, letting a Chansey escorting a hobbling and grumpy-looking Croconaw pass by. Not only people savvy, but looking that far ahead? If we ever get famous for some reason, I might leave all the PR stuff to you. I'm certain some nosy reporter who won't take no for an answer will appreciate me once fireballs are involved, Ninetales Riley states. The Pokémon Center nurse, Kim, leads Lee and Ninetales back to the water-type ward and leads them inside. The hum of pumps and the hiss of filters are familiar by now, but Lee is glad to see none of them are for Octillery. Sitting on a low, metal table in a shallow, rubber-lined bowl of water the size of a kiddie pool, Octillery perks up and uncoils his tentacles as Lee, Ninetales, and the nurse approach. Hi sweetheart, the nurse greets the octopus with a practiced smile. Your trainer is here to visit you. I'll give you guys some privacy, okay? I'll be right outside the ward, so just let me know if you need anything. Thanks, nurse. Lee thanks the woman, who nods politely before heading to the ward's exit. Octillery's sharp eyes scan Ninetales intently, obviously sizing her up. When the fox returns his gaze unflinchingly, the octopus allows himself to focus on Lee. Octillery waves a tentacle at them and gurgles deep in his throat, ending the sound with a distinctly inquisitive lilt. It's nice to meet you properly, Octillery. Lee offers his hand for the red octopus to inspect, and Octillery wastes no time raising a curious tentacle to meet the hand halfway. The tentacle wrapping around his hand and between his fingers is a bit cold, soaking wet, and frankly a little unpleasant, but Lee soldiers on. You were in quite a bit of peril when we first met, and I'm happy you're looking so much better now. Octillery's tentacle slows in its inspection of Lee's hand, and the cephalopod gives a pointed look to the Pokeballs on the man's belt. I did have to catch you to safely move you, yes, Lee admits without any shame. I don't know if you realized it or not, but the pond you were. He almost says, hiding in, but decides against it just in case Octillery turns out to be prideful, laying claim to turn out to be toxic. It addled your mind and body something fierce, and we had to bring you here to be treated because I didn't have the tools needed to help in the field. The red octopus's other tentacles coil and uncoil in what seems to be self-directed irritation if how he looks down with narrowed eyes are any worthwhile tell. Before that irritation can be directed somewhere else, namely the wrist Octillery is still grasping, Lee makes his offer. I know you didn't really get to consent on this, Lee calmly continues. So that's why I want to make you an offer. Octillery's eyes narrow further in suspicion. You're a powerful Pokémon, Octillery, and my team would really benefit from your companionship. Lee struggles to not fidget when the octopus hold on him tightens slightly. If you want to stay and battle with us, then I promise to care for you and see you become the best you can be. If not, then say the word and I'll take you back to the valley and let you go. The warning grip on Lee's wrist slackens, and Octillery makes no effort to hide his confusion. He tilts his head to the side with another gurgle, and Lee feels one of the tentacle's suckers grip the underside of his wrist intently for some reason. Once more, Octillery makes the same inquisitive burble, staring directly into Lee's eyes. I mean every word, the scarred man promises. For a minute, Octillery looks down, lost in thought. Then he turns his attention to Ninetales, burbling a question. The vixen responds with a gentle smile, and from her mouth comes a rich, rolling growl that tapers off into a warm purr. Her eyes shine, and Lee feels her affection for him bubble for a second. The octopus's eyes widen, almost bugging out before he composes himself. Gently, he pulls his tentacle away from Lee and settles back in his pool of water. He stares off at nothing, tentacles stilling in thought. He remains so for almost 10 minutes, and just as Lee begins to wonder what is troubling the water type, Octillery snaps out of his little trance. He smiles as best as he can with his nozzle-like mouth before giving Lee a cheery nod of his large head. You want to stay? Lee asks hopefully. Octillery nods once more, actively reaching a tentacle out to the pokeballs on the man's belt. I'm glad to hear it. Lee intercepts the tentacle with a grin. But the center is wanting you to stay a few more days, and I'm in agreement. You were in serious danger of death or some permanent condition when we found you, and if there is anything I don't want, it's you suffering some sort of complication from being checked out early. Octillery scowls and the tentacle in Lee's hand waves its tip in annoyance. I know it's boring in here. Lee soothes his newest Pokemon as best he can with a sympathetic smile. We'll visit every day until you're ready to go, okay? I'd introduce you to the rest of the team here, but the nurses might be a little irate if more Pokemon popped in out of nowhere. Octillery lets out a gurgling, long-suffering sigh, one that inflates and deflates his body from the breath, but he draws his tentacle back and sinks into his pool. Tomorrow's visit will be longer. We'd stay longer today, but there is a lot on our to-do list tonight. Lee steps a bit closer and lays his hand on Octillery's head, making the octopus look back up at him. Hang tight, okay? The water type waves a tentacle in farewell as Lee and Ninetales step back and turn to leave. Walking back to the front of the Pokemon Center, Lee reaches his mind out to Ninetales. Hey, love? What did Octillery ask you? He wanted my opinion on you. I told him exactly what I thought. She says simply. Stepping outside the Pokemon Center, Lee and Ninetales come face to face with Brendan, Zinnia, and Courtney just as the trio is approaching. Hey, you two, Brendan greets with a large grin. You got here fast. Or maybe you all were just slow, Lee jokes. Well, I'm happy to report that Octillery is on the home stretch of his recovery, and after talking with him, he agreed to stay on the team. Alright, Brendan cheers. It's about time you join the ranks of the best type. Then he looks at Ninetales' narrowed eyes and amends himself. No offense, Ninetales. Lee chuckles to himself. Is now a good time to tell you that Ninetales can learn Solar Beam? Brendan's face goes white at Ninetales' smirk. Behind him, Zinnia holds her stomach and openly guffaws. Beside Zinnia, Courtney blinks. Can they actually learn Solar Beam? Lee realizes he misspoke a second later. In video games, Ninetales can learn Solar Beam no problem from a TM, but here where her kind are almost mythical. Knowing such a thing is going to look suspect. I have a few theorems on the subject of near-dual type moves like Solar Beam that point to why other fire types like Charizard can learn it. Lee doesn't fumble for an answer on that one since he actually does have a few pages of thoughts on Solar Beam. Ninetales is officially a fire type, but she can flex pretty well into Ghost and Psychic as well, so I see Solar Beam as perfectly possible. Remind me to not blab too much on your species, love. We need to wait a few weeks before I can pretend I know what I'm talking about. By then you'll actually know what you're talking about, but I'll remember regardless, she answers with a snuffle. Lee inwardly scoffs even if her genuine confidence in him makes his chest warm. Anyway, he returns back to talking with the others. Ninetales and I were going to go test out her new abilities before dinner. My Pokédex says she learned Double Team and Extrasensory upon evolving, along with a wealth of unknown moves. We'll test those in private. So I was hoping to practice them along with her other moves to see if anything has changed. Zinnia grins a savage grin at his words and steps closer. Testing everything out, huh? The purr of her voice is grossly out of place with her expression. Why not try everything out in a battle? Lee's brows furrow. A battle with a totally untested roster of techniques? He crosses his arms. I'm not sure about that. It took Grovyle a week to get back up to his rigorous standards after his evolution. I imagine Ninetales will be much the same. Sometimes it's better to learn how to run before you walk, and you've got a gym battle here in about a week. Zinnia points a finger at Lee, and in the hand pointing the finger is a shrunken Pokeball. Don't tell me you aren't eager to find out how well Ninetales fights. I do want to know what she's capable of, but I want to do so in a controlled manner. With his arms still crossed, Lee drums his fingers along his arms in thought. Zinnia, he starts carefully. I'm not throwing shade at you or your Pokemon, but I genuinely don't know how strong Ninetales is. She might injure another Pokemon more than she intends to unless we know what we're working with. You're worried about a dragon getting beat up by a fire type? Really? When Lee doesn't budge, Zinnia slumps her shoulders. Doolittle, you're such a stick in the mud sometimes, she moans, throwing her head back. Come on. Just a one-on-one, Shelgon versus Ninetales? It's high time I repay Shelgon for the loss in Oldale, so I've no objections. Ninetales supplies to Lee. I'll take care to start slow, and if you decide the match is over for any reason, I'll bow out. Are you still upset over that? Lee wonders. He's already put the event long behind him. Perhaps a little. With both Ninetales and Zinnia's desires in mind, Lee mulls everything over once more. If you insist, Zinnia. Lee reluctantly agrees. But we're going to take it slow from the start, and if it gets out of hand then the battle is over, okay? Lee. Zinnia puts her hands on her hips and levels him with a harsh glare. Lee sighs and raises his hands in surrender. Fine, we'll do as best as we reasonably can. Zinnia can't help but shiver under her cloak. Not from the cool evening air, but from the sheer anticipation of what might be her and Shelgon's toughest battle to date. She knew Lee would become something special, and here he is proving her correct.
The crazy man got his hands on a 1,000,000-credit Firestone and sent the potential of his ace Pokémon into the stratosphere.
To think they're only going to go up from here is both humbling and excitement-inducing. How kind of him to aid her on the endless quest of Lorekeeper power consolidation, even if it's by accident. Battling with Lee and Brendan nearly every day for months has done more for Zinnia's Pokémon than years of wandering have. Swablu's evolution can't be more than a month away. Gumi is finally coming into his own as a dragon, and Shelgon. Shelgon has never been more determined in his life. He's thrown himself into each spar, and his place as the strongest Pokémon of the group has been under attack by Vulpix and Marshtomp every single day.
The pressure to remain at the top has magnified his growth to such a level that Zinnia finds herself awed by him sometimes. It's still far too early to tell, but Zinnia's instincts whisper in her ear, pointing out patterns and reminding her of just who Shelgon is.
The dragon blood rushing through her veins tells her that Shelgon could be a yearling, a dragon that sees his third evolution from the first in less than a year. All he needs to do is go just a little faster. The only thing that could motivate him more is being knocked from his place as the mightiest of their traveling band of misfits. Ninetales, she might be the one to do it. Across from her, Lee stands with his hands held in his pockets and his face masked with neutrality.
Zinnia knows the dork is probably nervous under his torn-up mug and his hands are out of sight so he doesn't twiddle his fingers. She can see why he's nervous.
Off to the side with Brendan, Courtney, and the rest of the group's Pokémon are more than a few onlookers from Laveridge who followed along.
Watching a group of obvious trainers and a gaggle of rare Pokémon strolling through town towards a battleground gathered a small crowd of 20 or so people to watch.
Lee, being so polite it straddles the line of being awkward, refused to tell anyone to buzz off. On Lee's side of the rocky battlefield, Ninetales mirrors her trainer's faux cool perfectly. She sits, aloof and almost bored looking with all those tails waving around her.
Despite how non-threatening the fox presents herself as, Zinnia's heart beats a bit faster, a bit harder, and those instincts in her dragon-rich blood hiss warnings into her ear with an urgency previously reserved for rampaging dragons.
Danger hangs around Ninetales like a cloak, and Zinnia couldn't be more eager. In front of her, Shelgon stands ready to fight.
Even now, the stoicism of his species refuses to break, but Zinnia still sees the slight, anxious bounce in his thick limbs.
For any Shelgon, it's akin to openly growling. Everyone, move back away from the edge of the battleground.
This match may get out of hand and we don't have a psychic to maintain a barrier. Lee calls out to all the onlookers, swiping a hand through the air.
Wisely, everyone heeds his words and takes a few steps backwards, Brendan and Courtney included. Brendan, Lee turns to the kid. Ref for us? The kid grins and runs up the side of the arena, his Marshtomp stomping along. He clears his throat into his fist. This'll be a one-on-one match. Lee and Ninetales versus Zinnia and Shelgon. The battle will go until one Pokémon cannot fight any longer. Are both sides ready? Zinnia's blood is beginning to scream for the battle before her, and she shows it to everyone. Ready. She roars, clenching her fists as a plan takes form in her head. Shelgon growls.
Lee's nod is short.
Ready. Brendan raises an arm, Marshtomp mirroring him.
Then as one, both chop their arms down.
Begin. Roll out. Zinnia's command is almost instant. Ninetales was always a ranged attacker as a Vulpix. Close the distance and stay relentless. Shelgon goes from still into a whirling steel ball kicking up gravel in less than a second. A second later, he gets traction and shoots across the ground like a cannonball, aiming to flatten Ninetales. Ninetales' eyes narrow into hateful red slits, and with a shimmer, a dozen illusionary clones surround her. Each fox rises to its paws and scatters around the arena with lightning swiftness. Abort and sweep with Dragon Pulse. Zinnia switches gears seamlessly. No command. She looks up to Lee, but he simply stands there with unfocused eyes. Telepathy from the gate? Lee is getting bold. She tries to follow his eyes to divine the real Ninetales, but he keeps his gaze locked forward. Shelgon throws his limbs out and stops himself cold, his claws pulverizing the ground. He opens his mouth, a tornado of dragonic blue energy forming in his throat. He spins in a tight circle, throwing the beam of dragon pulse in every direction. The beam is fast, too fast for the doppelgangers. Some try to jump away, but dragon pulse shreds the flimsy illusions, leaving fluttering sparkles of normal energy that wink out like embers. Zinnia grins madly when she sees the last Ninetales get enveloped by dragon pulse. First blood goes to us. Then the Ninetales vanishes like tissue paper in a blender, rent down to nothing. What? Shelgon blinks in surprise as well and cuts off his attack. He whirls around on his feet, searching for his foe frantically. Zinnia blanks out for a moment, scanning the field intently for the fox, only to find nothing. She doesn't notice the ever-so-slight shimmer in the air behind Shelgon until it's too late. Ninetales reappears from nowhere, dropping her feint attack cloak directly behind Shelgon. The coat of light bending dark makes a slight crackle as it falls, and Shelgon whirls around so violently that he tears into the rocky ground. He turns just in time to stare into sinister red eyes that glow, beam with unnatural power. The encased dragon grunts as his limbs fail him and he falls to his side, helplessly seizing. Shelgon, snap out of it! Zinnia orders as loudly as her voice will allow. People on the other side of Laverage probably hear her, but Shelgon remains squirming like a wurmple at Ninetales' paws. Shit, was that confused Ray? Before Shelgon can fight back, Ninetales' eyes glow again, this time a sickly purple. An aura of the same purple surrounds the dragon type as he's levitated right off the ground, held in the air several feet above Ninetales. Shelgon strains against the telekinesis, but with confused Ray scrambling his motor functions so thoroughly, he can't muster the strength to break free. Shelgon, listen to me and break free. You have to get out of there. Zinnia orders once more, but in her gut, she knows the battle is going downhill fast. With a flare of Ninetales' eyes, Shelgon is slammed into the ground like the toy of an uncaring child, throwing shards of volcanic rock and knocking the breath out of the dragon with an explosive gasp. He's raised up again, slowly, then driven into the ground like a volleyball being spiked again, rattling his bones and innards. As he rises a third time, Shelgon's pained eyes regain their lucidity and his struggles redouble, pushing hard against the telekinesis holding him aloft. Ninetales growls and narrows her eyes, fighting to keep Shelgon in place. Think, Zinnia, Shelgon is out there getting stepped on. Zinnia grits her teeth. Shelgon, crunch. Disrupt the TK. Motes of dark purple and black erupt from Shelgon's throat and coat his teeth at the command. Although his mouth is too far recessed in his shell for crunch to be worthwhile as an attack, he still bites down. Shelgon's dark infused fangs slice through the psychic aura like butter, the dark type energy easily destabilizing the telekinetic hold. The entire purple aura buzzes and shatters like glass, letting the dragon fall to his feet and turn to Ninetales with a roar. Only to meet a pair of glowing red eyes less than a foot away. Protect! Zinnia screams, gripping Shelgon's ball so hard her knuckles go white. The order comes far too late, as Shelgon chokes and seizes on his feet, giving Ninetales ample time to leap back to her side of the field in a flourish of tails and fur. This is so fucked. How is anyone supposed to realistically fight against something like this? The clash of titans Zinnia was expecting isn't playing out. Shelgon is still going to lose and find that motivation to break his limits, but this isn't quite how Zinnia imagined it, and that's the most polite way she can put it. She glances at the onlookers. Many of the random spectators have phones and whatnot out to save the battle. A bright-eyed kid with a Pichu beside him even has a little handheld game thing with a camera recording the fight. Courtney, being a stoic, unflappable bitch, watches with that same flat expression she always has. Brendan and Marshtomp both look on with dropped jaws, seemingly not believing what they're seeing. Marshtomp, however, stands partially in front of his trainer with his arms held at a low ready, still prepared to act if things get crazy despite his amazement. With the Pokémon, Lee's Grovyle watches the fight with twitching lips, as if he can't decide if he wants to smirk or frown. It makes the twig hanging from his lips dance. Shinx isn't with him, as Lee said something about wanting to introduce the baby to Ninetales somewhere calm. Swablu, being made of sterner stuff than any would expect, watches the battle neutrally. Not yet a dragon, seeing her flight lead lose isn't devastating for her. Zinnia's heart sinks a little when she sees Gumi. Gumi, her little booger, has never seen Shelgon in a fight so one-sided. Even back as a Bagon, Shelgon always gave as good as he got and made his few losses into Pyrrhic victories for the other guy. Gumi sinks into a low puddle the longer he watches, his soul seemingly sucked out. Shelgon, focus on my voice and win this. Zinnia barks at her maximum volume. Don't go down. Shelgon's standing seizure comes to an end at the command, leaving the dragon panting and stumbling on his feet, the confusion not fully past. Before the armored dragon can get his bearings, Ninetail's eyes flash orange and all of her tails whip around violently. Behind her, Lee's face twitches before scrunching in focus. In front of the nine-tailed fox, two fireballs bloom to life from nothing. The fires are fueled by nothing, and they roil and writhe more like liquid than anything else. Then the fireballs begin to change shape. From each one, 4 downward protrusions slowly drip out like melting wax. Then from the rear and front of the orbs of flame, another protrusion begins growing from each end, coaxed out by an unseen force. The balls themselves begin to elongate, then like clay being molded, details begin to carve themselves out in the not fireballs. From the front, a head adorned with a thin muzzle and pointy ears is shaped from pure fire. The muzzle split open, revealing jagged, flaming teeth and mouths with a white-hot glow. Under them, the 4 waxy drips form joints, legs, and paws. At the rear, a single tail with a curled tip forms an unmistakable calling card. Finally, on the faces, 2 perfectly round eyes of blazing white snap open. After 7 seconds that feel like an eternity, Ninetails is flanked by a pair of single-tailed vulpixes that look as if they crawled right out of hell. What the fuck kind of move is this? Zinnia just isn't sure what she witnessed, and in her uncertainty, she hesitates to issue Shelgon an order. Both of the flaming foxes snarl and rush at Shelgon, their paws leaving hissing burn marks in the dirt as they race across the ground at an alarming pace. Protect. Zinnia calls the first move to come to mind. Shelgon, now shocked out of his confusion, snarls back at the foxes as a translucent dome of protective green is erected around him, shielding him from harm. Rather than crash into the emerald shield, the pair of foxes actually abort their charge and circle around like growling, glowing sharpedos. Both open their muzzles wide, and from each one comes a cavalcade of embers. The embers smash into Protect like a storm of explosive bullets, each one making a tooth-ratting pop that is certainly ear-ache-inducing in a tiny dome. The pair of faux foxes keep running a tight circle around the protective dome, their embers seemingly endless. With every second that passes, the dragon trapped inside falters more and more under the barrage. The more he falters, the more Protect begins to waver. Fuck, did evolving really make that huge of a difference? Zinnia growls, frantically trying to think of something. Her eyes jump to Ninetails. The great fox stands perfectly still, her eyes blazing orange and twitching tails spread out. She hasn't moved at all since firing off this insane attack. Can she not move and control the vulpixes at once? We have to break her focus. Once Shelgon gets out, we'll use smokescreen before Zinnia can finish her thought and try to form a new plan. One of the fiery foxes backs off as its sister rushes headfirst at Shelgon's weakened Protect. The fox smashes into the dome and explodes with such force that Protect shatters like a glass bauble, kicking up a plume of dust and rattling the ground as if an earthquake struck for a single second. Much of the shockwave and its bone-shattering concussive force is lost, breaking the luminescent green shield, but Shelgon still cries out and stumbles to the side, trying to regain his balance. The remaining fox jumps through the dust cloud, and before Zinnia or Shelgon can even think of countering, it rams its skull into the dragon and explodes in a spectacular suicide attack. Zinnia raises an arm to cover her eyes as dust and shards of rock fly past. When the dust clears and the ringing in her ears eases, she lowers her arm. In the field, laying in a blackened crater and breathing in short, harsh gasps, Shelgon sits prone with deep cracks and chunks missing in his armor. His legs sport burns, and the Draconid tribeswoman can see a deep, bleeding cut on his forehead. Slowly, almost painfully, she looks back up to Lee and Ninetails. Ninetails sits there, back in her aloof starting stance without a speck of dirt on her. Behind her, Lee rubs his forehead with a frown. Brendan? He says quietly, and that's when Zinnia realizes all the onlookers are stunned silent. The call? Oh. Brendan finally shakes his head and comes to his senses. Shelgon is unable to battle. The winners are Ninetails and Lee, he declares, raising a hand high. One person in the crowd, a young man, works up the courage to be the first one and slowly claps. Someone else follows, then a second later there is roaring applause. Lee grumbles something under his breath and rubs his head again. As he does so, Ninetails turns and gives the man an apologetic smile. Mechanically, Zinnia raises Shelgon's ball and recalls her injured dragon in a flash of red before cradling the ball to her chest. She joined her friends on their journey looking for worthwhile mountains to climb, but she didn't expect to fall off of the newest one so spectacularly. Unbidden, a thought comes to mind and she lets the words fly. That sucked. Chapter 6. With a jaw-cracking yawn, Lee lets his eyes creep open as the last vestiges of sleep drain away from him. The blanket covering him is luxuriously soft and warm, so he turns his bleary eyes away from the drab ceiling and snuggles a little deeper into the covers. Being so comfortable, it takes his sluggish brain a moment to remember where he is. The blanket covering him twitches a little, drawing his attention. That's no blanket. He breathes a little deeper through his nose, catching a spiced, yet not too sharp scent that he knows by heart. Blankets definitely don't move, or smell like ninetails. No wonder I slept so well. Covering him neck to toe or golden foxtails. The actual comforter and whatnot have been pushed off to the foot of the bed. The memories of the day prior hit, and Lee smiles. Vulpix evolved and she's all the better for it. Reluctantly, Lee turns away from the fluffy foxtail serving as his pillow to face Ninetails. She lays beside him cuddled into his side, her head turned and laying chin down on her pillow as she sleeps. Ninetails' muzzle is cracked open just the slightest amount, and in the stillness of the early morning, Lee can hear her quiet breaths. The mane-like tuft on her head is mussed from turning in bed, and when one of her ears twitches, a bit of the tuft is flicked with it. Slowly raising his head to look over his Pokémon, Lee spies the bright red display of the nightstand alarm clock reading 9:04 a.m. back to him. We slept in quite a bit. He blinks the last bit of bleariness from his eyes. I hope Grovile isn't too upset that we're going to get a late start on our morning training. We still need to visit Moore and Flannery, after all. Beyond the nightstand and over in Brendan's bed, he finds the boy and his jumbo Electrike both laying dead to the world in a mess of wrinkled covers. Electrike snorts in his sleep and kicks a little. It's taken Brendan and his infectiously upbeat self only 2 weeks to break the nervous shell around the young electric type. After constant pleasant treatment and support from Brendan and his team, the pup quit sitting and sending mournful looks to the south, back to the valley where his mother left him with them. He shed his nervousness and jitters, even befriending Goomy and Shinx, forming a trio that makes Lee smile every time he sees them trundle off to find mischief. Thankfully, Mawile seems to have taken it upon herself to keep an eye on the 3 youngest Pokémon when no one else was watching them, and it's a duty she takes seriously. As is only natural, Lee's baby girl took the role of fearless leader of their troop. But that seemed to make Electrike painfully conscious of how large he is compared to his much smaller friends, and the pup treads as if he were on eggshells around the kitten and mucus-coated dragon. I didn't realize it was Electrike's turn to play throw pillow. I'm glad Brendan got him to open up. I don't think I would have the time to care for 2 babies. Lee hums to himself, idly noting that he seems to do that a lot. Electrike is already weaned and eating solid food without any issues, yet he can't be any older than 2 months. Shinx is around the same age, but I estimate she's still got 2 or 3 weeks before I can start taking her off her bottle. A side effect of Electrike being a giant? Does being a giant cause accelerated developmental growth as well? Or is it something simple like the Electrike line maturing faster as a species? I might have to see if Brendan is willing to let me borrow Electrike for an afternoon, beloved. A voice not belonging to Lee starts, interrupting his mental monologue. You're thinking rather loudly. Ninetails cracks a red eye open, staring up at Lee with an exasperated smile. Lee returns her stare with a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was going to wake you up. It's no matter. We've slept late and the day's duties call to us, so now is as good a time as any to rise. Ninetails withdraws her namesake Tails, drawing a shiver from Lee as the chill of the air-conditioned room is allowed to flow over his bare chest and the parts of his legs left uncovered by the shorts he wore to bed. The fox then stands on the bed and yawns with a mighty, full-body stretch that makes her tail stand straight like a frayed fan. Did you sleep well? She asks, finishing her stretch. Best sleep I've had since. He pauses, then wonders why he bothered hesitating when he knows Ninetails is perfectly aware of why he stopped. Since we came here. How about you? Her answering smile is small but no less pleased for its size. Wonderful. I've not felt this rested, ever, I believe. Or, at least I rested well once you turned your cell phone off. A small grimace flashes across Lee's face. As they were preparing for an early rest last night, his phone started blowing up with notifications out of nowhere. After taking a look at the first few and seeing none of them were from Nigel Birch or someone else important, he simply turned it off. I think someone signed me up for a spam service or something, Lee grumbles, leaning back into the pillow and wishing it were a foxtail. If it's all spam, then a Porygon who can backtrace and blow up whatever server it's coming from is going to look like a mighty appealing teammate. Ninetales huffs out a vulpine laugh, and her radiant happiness bleeds over to Lee, putting a wide smile on his own face. Perhaps we should start our day together? Together. The reminder that he's never truly alone makes everything seem so easy. With a cheerful nod, Lee rises out of bed as Ninetales hops down to the floor. The room is much like any other for inns marketed towards trainers, as there is a small-ish kitchen unit that sits in the corner. After throwing on the shirt he discarded the night prior and grabbing his backpack, Lee makes his way to the kitchenette with Ninetales following along. In short order, he has a pan of water with a baby bottle of Miltank milk inside warming up on the stove, a pair of buttered skillets beginning to sizzle, and coffee beginning to brew in the small, hotel-supplied coffee pot. It doesn't take long for the smell of breakfast to wake up Brendan, who mechanically sits up in his bed and yawns a jaw-popping yawn. The movement jostles Electrike enough that the electric pup blinks open his eyes and stands with a stretch not unlike how Ninetales did, and after a quick sniff of the air, sits up and sends a longing look toward the skillet Lee is placing several strips of bacon into. Morning, Lee calls over his shoulder, as he starts mixing several eggs in a bowl. What do you want in your omelet? Morning, Brendan groggily greets back, scooting his legs over to sit on the edge of the bed. The boy takes a moment to think before answering. Cheese, bacon, and mushrooms if you've got 'em. Mushrooms too, eh? Lee smirks as he pours the mixed eggs into the still-free skillet, making the mix hiss and sizzle. He looks down at Ninetales. Look at Mr. Refined Palate over here, he says, jerking his head towards Brendan. The fox laughs once, it's a short thing, just a sharp exhale through her nose. Brendan flushes at the unexpected ribbing and doesn't seem to have a reply ready, so instead, he just huffs. Before he turns back to the stove, Lee spies the piteous look Electrike is sending to him, or rather, to the pan of bacon. With a roll of his eyes, the man lifts a strip of mostly cooked bacon from the pan with his spatula, lets it cool for a moment, then takes it between his fingers and holds it down at waist level. Come on, little man. You can have one, and only one, as a treat. Electrike perks up, his stubby tail wagging. The wagging comes to a halt, though, as the pup looks over to Brendan for permission. Since the pup is so large, he's actually looking down at his trainer. Brendan's grin is answer enough. The pup jumps down from the bed and zips over, tail wagging in a blur as he takes the greasy treat from Lee's hand and scarfs it down in 3 messy bites. He licks his chops to get every bit of delicious grease as he trots back to sit at Brendan's feet. Smiling, Lee wipes the fat off his fingers with the hem of his shirt and returns his attention to the stove. Oops. Left that on too long. He takes Shinx's bottle from the nearly boiling water it's sitting in and turns off the heat. We'll let that cool for a bit before I feed her. For a while, everyone is content to sit in an easy silence as Lee cooks. He finishes Brendan's breakfast, plates it, and hands it and a cup of coffee off to the smiling boy, who heads over to the small table in the other corner to eat. Electrike, meanwhile, hops back up on Brendan's bed and makes himself comfortable, patiently waiting until he and the other Pokémon are fed. Halfway through his morning meal and just as Lee is plating his own food, Brendan speaks up. Lee? The zoologist asks, sitting down with Brendan and cutting into his omelet with the side of his fork. You seem. Brendan sets his fork and rolls his hand as he looks off to the side, trying to think of a word. Happy? The word comes off as more of a question than an observation, and Brendan cringes. Happier, sorry, I don't think that came out right. Lee chuckles and takes a bite of his food. Don't worry about it, Brendan. I am happier, he says after swallowing. Brendan sends a sidelong glance to Ninetales, who dutifully sits at Lee's side. She gazes back at Brendan coolly. Lee twirls his silverware between his fingers. I told you how Ninetales and I use her telepathy to communicate, right? The birch heir nods and leans forward, the last traces of sleepiness chased away from his face. Well, there are some pretty profound differences between the mind of a human and a Pokémon. Not only is our brain chemistry itself totally different, but so is how we interpret concepts, ideas, emotions, and views of the world. Pokémon have such a different way of approaching life that their minds are optimized to think in ways most people can barely understand, even if they readily live with humans all the time. Lee begins. I seem to be doing these lectures a lot. Such is the nature of those who nurture. Ninetales' reply is as quick as it is fond. Lee's smile grows just a touch. It really becomes apparent with telepathy. Now, these are just my experiences, and a dataset of one should be regarded with all due skepticism, but bear with me. Seeing Brendan nod resolutely, Lee continues. Telepathy with Vulpix was a confusing muddle at first. We were two different creatures trying to communicate with a psychic tether of sorts. Oftentimes, what I had to relay to her and vice versa got lost in translation, as there was a near total disconnect between our understanding of how the world worked. We started off with simple stuff, like sharing images. Sharing images, huh? How does that work? Brendan polishes off his coffee and tosses the paper cup into the distant trash can. When it hits the rim with a hollow thunk and drops to the floor, he groans and makes to rise. Before Brendan can get up, the cup is enveloped in an aura of purple, and crushed into an impossibly small ball of coffee-stained paper pulp. The ball then levitates itself and shoots into the trash with more force than necessary, rebounding off the side of the can with a ping. I've got exercises in mind to help your control, love, don't sweat it, Lee sends to Ninetails as her faint embarrassment washes over him. Yeah. Sharing images, he answers Brendan, pulling the boy's wide eyes away from the display of telekinesis. It works just like you see in TV shows and games. One of us thinks of an image, and the other sees it in their head as if they imagined it. From there, both of us slowly began to change and morph our mindsets, mine to be more Pokemon, and hers to be more human. At Brendan's unsure frown, the zoologist mulls over how to best explain what he means. This is how I visualize it. Lee lifts another bite of his food to his mouth, eating between sentences. Imagine taking 1,000 different data cables that all have different prongs, then trying to plug these cables into 1,000 ports on a big computer. The problem here is that the prongs on the cables don't match many of the ports. Since not all the wires are connected, some of the data isn't going to flow correctly and will be lost, right? Brendan nods again, still paying rapt, if slightly unsure, attention. So what we did, Lee gestures to himself and then Ninetails with a hand, is we both shifted our mindsets around and tried to think like the other, in essence changing the ports and cables so everything connected better. Get it? I guess. Brendan leans back and folds his hands behind his head. So by thinking differently, telepathy works better? In broad strokes, yes, Lee answers with a smile. When Ninetails evolved, it increased all of her abilities by. He pauses, trying to puzzle out just how large an increase all of her various attributes received, only to realize he isn't sure. I'm not really quite sure just how strong Ninetails is now, but the point here is that all of her abilities grew stronger, telepathy included. Before, things were sort of stilted and words were still lost in translation, but now? Lee grins. Ninetails and I can speak to each other even more clearly than you and I are speaking now. Her telepathy conveys exactly what she means to say perfectly, and in a way a human mind can interpret. If his blank look is any worthwhile signal, the younger trainer doesn't seem to understand the significance of what he's being told, but Lee can't really blame him. Being told and experiencing it are two wholly different beasts. Ninetails and I have been meaning to have a heart-to-heart talk for a long time, and we cleared up just about everything last night thanks to her newfound talent. Lee stands, taking his and Brendan's empty paper plates and walking them over to the trash can. It took a lot off my mind, so yeah, I'm much happier than I was yesterday. He tosses both plates into the can and makes his way back to the backpack on his bed. Brendan is silent for a moment as he mulls over what he's been told. So, he begins, only to cut himself off. He stops again. Are you feeling better? Ninetails gives the boy a sharp look of warning, and Brendan raises his hands up in surrender. Lee is halfway into pulling out a fresh set of day clothes from his backpack when he dissects the inflection behind better. He bites his lip and taps his bare foot on the carpeted floor. Better? Most certainly. I'm still going to keep seeing my therapist though. I feel like I should stick it out until she says so, not quit halfway. Brendan just grins. Good. The ire Lee feels simmering within Ninetails drains away like a basin with its plug pulled, replaced with a gentle smile and a flare of approval, both for Lee's decision and for Brendan's answer. Lee huffs out a laugh as he sets clean clothes out for himself. I said it to your father, Brendan, and I meant it. When I have kids one day down the line, I hope they turn out as good as you did. His face breaking out into an embarrassed flush, Brendan suddenly finds the floor fascinating and looks away. Ninetails just lets out a vulpine chortle. Both Lee and Brendan clean up the room, take turns showering, then one by one, release their Pokemon so each team can have their own breakfast. Brendan's bunch dominate the table the two trainers vacated, noisily chattering over their bowls of food. Or at least Marshtomp is noisily chattering, and failing to close his mouth between bites as he does so. Mawile, who sits across from Marshtomp, cringes as she sees flecks of half-chewed food hit the table. She levels Marshtomp with a look, then croons a sickly sweet note as her face takes on an obviously false smile. Marshtomp clams up, swallowing his bite with a heavy gulp. His beady eyes regard Mawile with both a bit of fright and barely hidden infatuation. The smile on Mawile's face takes on a much more genuine tone, and Marshtomp practically melts in his seat with a goofy, love-struck grin. By Lee's bed on the floor, Ninetales and Grovyle eat their meals with much more reserved energy to them, conversing quietly as they do so. Whenever Ninetales isn't looking, Grovyle scrutinizes her intently. Leaning against his bed, Lee rolls Shinx's ball in his hand. Inside the Pokeball, the kitten is likely still sleeping or just now beginning to awaken. Do you think Mawile is actually sweet on Marshtomp, or is the poor guy getting played? He asks Ninetales. Raising her head from her bowl, Ninetales licks a few stray grains of rice from her lips. I'm uncertain. It's my understanding that the intentions of fairies are difficult to divine, and natural actors like Mawile's muddle most attempts at being read. The ball in Lee's hand shakes a little. It seems Shinx is awake and wants out. Last night, after the one-sided fight between Shelgon and Ninetales, everyone gathered in their room in a rowdy bundle to crowd around Ninetales. Not wanting to stress out Shinx with all the commotion, Lee released her outside, fed her, and kept an eye on her as she and Electrike played until she tired out. Afterward, she was returned to her ball for bed. She's yet to actually meet Ninetales since her evolution. Shinx gets her heart from you, Lee. I don't think she'll react poorly to me, Ninetales assures, finishing her meal. Her bowl is cowled in an aura of violet before levitating over to the other dirty dishes in the sink with measured slowness. If you wait much longer, her milk is going to need to be reheated. Ninetales jumps up onto the bed and seats herself, folding her tails around her front legs. I'm ready when you are. I know, I'm just being nervous over nothing. Here goes. The zoologist taps the button on the Pokeball, letting it open with its iconic flash and snap hiss. As the light fades, Shinx is left blinking her luminescent yellow eyes on the bed. She takes in Lee's face and purrs in her throat. The purr grows and her claws knead the bed when she spies her bottle on the counter of the kitchenette. Brendan doesn't even need to do anything, as Mawile sees what's happening and shushes her teammates. Which is to say she shushes Marshtomp. Lee smiles and cups the kitten's chin, making her nuzzle happily into his hand. Before your breakfast, baby girl, there's someone I want to reintroduce you to. Though her grasp on human speech is coming along fast enough to fill Lee with pride, Shinx tilts her head, visibly puzzled by his words. Rather than say anything else, Lee coaxes her to turn around with a finger that she follows without any hesitation. Upon seeing a pair of gold forelegs, Shinx tilts her head and looks up. Bright yellow eyes meet gentle red. Vulpix evolved, baby girl. She's a Ninetales now. Neat, eh? Lee smiles down at the little electric type. For a worrying moment, Shinx does nothing, just blinking up at Ninetales. Ninetales purrs in her throat much like Shinx did a moment prior, lowering her head to better meet the kitten's eyes. The blue and black cub steps closer, then dives headfirst into the mound of tails around Ninetales' forelegs, purring up a storm as she snuggles into the vixen. Ninetales recoils and almost jumps back, but catches herself at the last moment. A laugh bubbles out of her muzzle as she leans down and noses the top of the cozy kitten's head. Shinx raises her head and nuzzles Ninetales back without a hint of fear or discomfort. I told you that there was nothing to fear, Lee. After everyone is fed, washed, dressed, and in Shinx's case, reluctantly pulled out of a mound of foxtails, Brendan, Lee, and Ninetales step outside into the outdoor concourse of the hotel. Lee sighs and pulls at the collar of his shirt, feeling it already clinging to him in the humidity. Ever lovely Hoenn. Ah, you know you love it here. Brendan grins and locks the hotel door behind them. He drops his key in his pocket and looks over to the door of the room adjacent to theirs. Where are Zinnia and Courtney? Not too sure, Lee admits, pulling his phone from his pocket, only to realize it's still turned off. He taps the power button and waits a moment for it to boot up. After watching the same over-stylized boot intro ending with a Pokegear logo for the 100th time. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. Notifications pop in seemingly without end and so quickly that the phone screen begins to flash, lasting long enough for Lee to begin worrying that his phone might be broken. After a long 20 or so seconds, the flood comes to an end. 2 missed calls, 3 new text messages, 354 new emails. What? Lee squints and rubs his eyes, but the numbers remain unchanged. 3. He double takes. 300 fucking emails? What? Brendan steps over to Lee's side and tries to peer at the screen, so Lee lowers his hand so both he and Ninetales can see. Wow, Brendan murmurs. That's a lot of emails. Perhaps deal with the calls and the text messages first, Lee, Ninetails suggests, sitting and making herself comfortable. She pokes his side with her muzzle. They might be more urgent. Right? Lee dials his voicemail and waits for it to connect. As he waits, he turns to Brendan. If you want, you can go ahead. We need to stop by the gym to talk to Leader more, then we can meet up at whatever battleground you find. I might be here for a bit. Can do. Brendan folds his arms behind his head without a care and starts walking. I'll send you a message when I find a place, okay? Stay safe. Lee answers as his phone finally connects to his voicemail box. He holds the phone up to his ear, and as he does so, he offers his hearing to Ninetails so she can listen without him putting the phone on speaker. There aren't many people walking along the sidewalk of the road running parallel to the hotel, but the few out and about all slow down to peer at Ninetails. The Great Fox's mind edges a bit closer to Lee's as she listens into the cell phone through him. You have too unheard me. Lee hits the button prompt he already knows is coming to skip ahead. First unheard message, sent today, at 8:01 a.m. The phone is silent for a moment as it loads the recording. Hey Lee, it's Nigel. The cell phone begins playing. First off, if Ninetails is listening, congrats on your evolution. That's a huge step to be taking this early in life. Ninetails smiles. I'll have to offer Nigel my thanks when we next see him. Someone captured her evolution on camera, though, and you two have become viral celebrities overnight. Forums and social media have been lighting up with your names since yesterday, and the Littleroot newspaper even murkrowed about you and Brendan being the best thing since the invention of the Pokeball. I know you're not the type to be active online and all, but keep an eye on things. I know you're probably busy, so don't worry about calling me back right away. If it gets too overwhelming, call me and I'll have the lab's PR guy start managing your image in the news. I've already got him keeping Brendan squeaky clean online. Not that there is much work to be done there. The message is quiet for a second. I'm not sure how long this popularity is going to last, but a Ninetails evolution is a huge event some people might only live to see once, and the video of that fire clone move is making the rounds this morning too. I'm not worried about your safety since your Pokemon are with you, but please be wary, Lee. People might try to manipulate you. A scoff leaves Ninetails' muzzle. Let them try. Stay safe out there. Claw click. The recording ends. Lee swipes down on his phone screen, taking a look at the emails sent to him. Battle.net. You were mentioned in the thread. Official Lee Henson Megathread Battle.net. You were mentioned in the thread. Official Lee Henson Megathread Battle.net. You were mentioned in the thread. Newcomers to look out for this year Battle.net. New PM from Kaboo Contest Corner. Guest of Honor Invitation Battle.net. You were mentioned in the thread. Official Lee Henson Megathread Battle.net. You were mentioned in the thread. Rare Pokemon and where to find them Battle.net. You have been invited to join the private group. Seekers of Hoenn Alec errands. Exclusivity deal. Battle.net. New PM from site_admin Battle.net. You have been invited to join the private group. 9TT Battle.net. You have been invited to join the public group. Fox Friday. Lee pinches the bridge of his nose with his free hand, takes a deep breath, and mentally counts backward from 10. Easy, beloved. Ninetails stands and presses herself into Lee's side, curling her neck around his torso to peer up at him. The added warmth is a little much in Hoenn's muggy heat, but Lee says nothing. We'll approach this at our own pace. If the world wants our attention, they will have to learn to be patient. They dance to our tune, never the other way around. She licks her lips and wets her nose with her tongue. Yesterday, did I push too hard to use that technique? I didn't intend to create a larger headache for you. Her final few words are laced with regret. It's fine, love. Lee shifts his phone to his left hand and reaches down with the right to pull Ninetails into a one-armed hug. The action earns him a flash of telepathic affection. I knew your evolution was going to make waves, and with Grovile's TMs out there branded with our names, it's only going to be a matter of time before people figure out we've got more than a few tricks up our sleeves. Lee releases her, and the fox pulls herself back a step. A sardonic smirk pulls at Lee's scars. Maybe pick something less flashy, next time? Or something that has at least hit the prototype stage first? Foxfire jumped from mostly theory to live battle in one step, and that makes me want to scream. It has critical flaws, too. If we didn't end the match when we did, Zinnia would have figured them out. Lee recalls vividly how he had to pilot one of the little flaming foxes through Ninetails, as she just couldn't direct two at the same time. Shaping them, as crude as they were, was still an awe-inspiring display of her pyrokinetic abilities. Each clone was filled with so much fire-tay that they were practically walking C4 charges, with plenty of gas in the tank for their own attacks. The biggest issue is that the clones have no will of their own, needing manual direction from Ninetales. One was already nearly too much, so Lee assumed control of the other, only to realize he didn't actually know how to make it move. It was a solid construct with actual articulating limbs and everything. Ninetales had to open her mind to some of its deepest layers and allow Lee to reference her own motor controls to make his clone move. The sheer concentration of guiding her own fiery proxy and letting Lee piggyback off of her muscle memory left her paralyzed in the field. To top it all off, the clones consume a worrying amount of energy, even with Ninetales' new well of power, and take far too long to actually create. Not good. Foxfire won't be the viable, expendable fighting force the pair imagined for quite some time. Perhaps using 2 clones was asking too much for Foxfire's first use, Ninetales sniffs. We'll use only one until I can control them better and refine my skill with their creation. I can then hand control to you afterward, as I'm confident I can help sustain one and fight at the same time so long as I am not the sole puppet master. It'll be as if we're battling side by side. The final thought puts a grin on her muzzle and makes her do a little, delighted wiggle. Unconsciously, Lee raises an eyebrow. That has to count as some kind of disallowed interference from me. I read that dusty rulebook with you and I saw no such rule. Ninetales turns her nose up. If there isn't one, they'll make one when they realize how it works. Lee returns. Then we just won't tell anyone, I suppose. Lee puts the emails out of his mind for now, ignoring the alert as another one pops in. Swiping back over to his voicemail, he raises the phone to his ear again. Second unheard message, sent today, at 8:41 a.m. There is a crackle, then the message starts. Lee, pal, I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time, but I've got some news for you about your TMs. Even if it's a recording, each one of Aaron's words is slick with sleazeball grease. Sales are looking fantastic. We've got tons of pre-orders, so many that it looks like only the second batch is actually going to make it to the shelves. You're in the money, pal. Things are looking grand, aren't they? You'll get your check for everything here in a few weeks. Now, I've also got another proposition for you. I spied a curious move on BattleNet used by a curious Pokémon owned by a curious man, and I think you know what I'm talking about. The committee? They were salivating. Once more there is that hungry purr Lee heard when Aaron saw Convergence for the first time. I'm not at liberty to discuss numbers and terms over a voicemail, but I'll shoot you an email with a bit more, then you can call me, okay? I'll catch you later, friendo. Keep doing Hoenn proud out there. The recording ends with a CA click. Right. That'll be the last email I answer then. Lee moves on to the messages left to him. The first is just Courtney saying she's going supply shopping and will be back in the afternoon. As much as Lee doesn't want to leave the Magma admin alone to her own devices, he and Zinnia can't follow her everywhere, or it will tip her off that something is amiss. The second one is from Zinnia just a few minutes before they left their room. Zinnia. Hey Lee, heading to the Poke Cent to check on Shelgon. Back later. The message is punctuated by a little smiley face blowing a kiss. Lee winces. Love, did you have to be so rough on Shelgon? Shelgon is a tough Pokemon. He'll recover without issue, Ninetales insists. I'm less worried about his physical condition and more worried about inter-team relations following that battle. Well, I don't think you would have preferred him to hit me, so I put enough effort in to keep the battle on our terms, she huffs. But if you insist, I'll offer an olive branch and apologize. That may harm Shelgon's pride more than the loss itself, however. We'll talk more on it later. Lee types out a reply to Zinnia. You, Zinnia, about yesterday. No hard feelings? After a moment, a trio of dots bounces in the corner of the text field, telling him the Draconid tribeswoman is formulating a reply. Zinnia. Nah, don't sweat it, Doolittle. I went into the battle kinda expectant to lose. Didn't expect it to be a stomp, but that's just more motivation for Shelgon. Before you ask, he's recovering fine and might get to keep a rad little scar on his forehead. Lee frowns. You. Is a mentality like that healthy? I don't think it is. The reply is quick. Zinnia. Dragon thing, don't worry your little mammal head over it. Carrot. Lee rolls his eyes and continues to the last message. 3200-2333-9586. Hi Lee. It's Flannery at the gym. Grandpa gave me your number. He's wanting to know when you plan on stopping over so he can clear his schedule. Flannery? Lee blinks, but adds the number to his contact list. You. I'm free all day. We can head over now if you'd like. Flannery must have been sitting there glued to her phone with a reply already typed up, because her response is near instant. Flannery. That sounds great. Come on over. Nodding to himself, Lee tucks his phone away into his pocket. Everything else can wait until I've been awake for more than an hour. Once more, Lee finds himself and his ace Pokémon sitting in the Laverage gym. He and Ninetales, along with Moore and Flannery, are all seated in the sitting room Moore and Lee first conversed in a week prior. Rather than sit in his lap, Ninetales now has her own cushion to Lee's right. Madam Ninetales, Lee, thank you for taking the time to come in so soon. Moore clasps his hands together with a bright smile, one mostly directed at Ninetales. Madam Ninetales? The vixen thinks to Lee in bemusement. Lee smiles. I'm pretty sure Moore is from Johto or Kanto. Some of the smaller towns and villages there still worship your species. He clears his throat. We're delighted to be back, Gym Leader Moore. We haven't had time to truly test out Ninetales' upper limits, but I can already tell your Firestone has done a lot for her. We saw. Moore's eyes twinkle. To beat a dragon with a never-before-seen fire technique? The town will be talking about this one for years to come. He chuckles. Now, I was wondering how you wish to go about your side of our trade. I admit I have no experience with something as outlandish as commissioning a brand new Pokémon attack. Lee hums to himself. Well, first off, I'd like to do a test run to confirm that moves created by Ninetales can actually be captured by TMs, as of yet to determine if her prodigious control over her fire is something inherent to her. I'm happy to workshop the idea today, though, and return when we have a working example. Both Moore and Flannery blink, then understanding dawns on Moore's face. Ah, you're thinking we need to go have some bozo with a big confuser to make the TMs, do you? Wait here. Moore rises and exits the sitting room, sliding the door closed behind him. Lee watches him go with surprise, then turns his eyes to Flannery. You have a TM copier here? The red-headed woman nods. Yeah, it's old, but it still works. Grandpa has had it for years to make the TMs he hands out as prizes. It's only got enough memory to hold one move at a time and it's kinda slow, but that's all we really need it for. Do you know how the copier works? Lee leans forward a bit. I thought gym leaders just had batches of their prize TMs made by Sylph or Devon. Flannery crosses her arms with a scoff. Yeah, if we wanted to pay an arm and a leg for 'em. Gyms have to be self-sufficient, and Grandpa has kitted the gym with everything Laverage would ever need if the league vanished overnight. Before Lee can ponder the politics behind a gym being ready for government collapse, Moore returns. The elderly trainer trots in with a large, ugly machine that looks like a cross between a heavy-duty laptop of yesteryear and a briefcase, holding it by faded and cracked handles mounted to the side. He sets it down heavily upon the table and opens it. From Lee's angle, he can see a cracked green CRT monitor flicker to life in the upper half of the case. Alrighty. Moore slowly types a command into the keyboard recessed into the case of the supposed TM copier, and upon hitting enter, the machine shudders and whines as cooling fans spin to life. I think the old girl is warmed up. He lifts the old, faded keyboard and pulls a headband from behind it, one with copper electrodes lining the inside and a wire leading back to the machine. You were saying something about a trial run? Lee nods, silently wondering how much a TM copier would cost. Yeah, Ninetales has a handful of custom moves made redundant by other ones and a few that never made it out of the prototype stage. I'm wanting to copy one of these and teach them to one of Flannery's Pokémon as a proof of concept. If you can find a use for the move, then consider it on the house. Flannery frowns. Lee, we agreed to one move, not two. You can't just give us that much. She argues. Lee glances over to Ninetales, silently asking for her input. Perhaps ask for help when it comes to the tests you wish to run on me, she offers. The fire gym must have the equipment necessary to train fire Pokémon. The TM printer is proof enough of that. Well, if being given a prototype move is too much, maybe Ninetales and I could bother you to assist us in testing her powers? Lee speaks his Pokémon's proposal in her place. As I said, we still don't know what we're working with. 2 custom techniques in the chance to assist Madame Ninetales in her growth? My, Lee, keep this up and Clan Moore might have to propose a formal alliance between our families. Moore smiles, but for some reason, Lee feels as if it's not entirely a joke. At Moore's side, Flannery's face grows a little pink and she shoots a glare at her grandfather that goes ignored. Alliance? Oh, some half-remembered history lessons remind Lee what a traditional alliance usually means to old money and nobles. His face warms up slightly. Flannery is good-looking and all, but I hope Moore is just kidding around. Lee catches Flannery's eyes, and the red-headed gym heir just blushes a bit deeper and shrugs helplessly. Moore ignores the silent conversation between Lee and Flannery, either not noticing or pretending he saw nothing. He definitely ignores the smoldering look from Ninetales. Instead, he holds the headband wired to the copier out to Lee like a giddy child. We can accept those terms. Would you like to do the honors? Taking it, Lee carefully fits the headband to Ninetales, taking care to muss up as little of her head tuft as he can. The end result is a little messy, as she's forced to flex her ears to the sides so the electrodes of the stretched out band remain in contact with her forehead. Lee silently promises the now grumpy vixen a good brushing later. Let's give them that Ember shotgun blast we made a few weeks ago, Lee relays to Ninetales. The move turned out to be a bit of a dud. It's an emulation of Seed Blast, but it ate much more stamina than a regular Ember and was generally a worse get-off-me option than even a brainless flamethrower. Ninetales brings the move to the forefront of her mind and closes her eyes in concentration. Through her, Lee can feel the fire tay in her body molding in preparation for the attack. Ready. Okay, hit it, Lee tells more. The gym leader hits a key on his keyboard. The copier groans and shakes, but a progress bar begins to fill on its screen. As we wait, Lee begins, resting his arms on the table. What sort of equipment does the gym have to train its fire types? I imagine you've got quite the array of specialty items. Flannery takes the lead on the question. We've got the standard stuff. Thermometers and thermal cams, targets that burn at different temperatures, all that. For more general stuff, we've got weights, force, sensory things. She can't seem to quite find the name of what she's looking for. Targets and target throwers for accuracy training, really. If it exists, I'm pretty sure Grandpa has one downstairs. My dear, it never hurts to be prepared. Moore insists, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The copier chooses that time to chime and shudder once more. From a thin, slit-like slot on its side, a disc with a strong resemblance to an unmarked CD is spat out. Had to delete overheat, but I'll have Ty make a fresh copy later. Moore smiles and takes the disc, handing it to Flannery. Let's head to the courtyard, shall we? The old copier is closed back up. Then as a group, Lee, Ninetales, Moore, and Flannery walk their way through the gym to the same courtyard where Ninetales evolved just yesterday. As they go, Lee notices they don't pass anyone in the gym. No trainees, no assistants, nothing. Did they clear the gym out for this? It would be the safest option. Ninetales inspects a wall tapestry depicting various fire Pokémon in a very traditional Japanese style as they pass. The centerpiece of the art is a Ninetales and Arcanine standing back to back, both peering up and away from each other. The implication here is that we should remain quiet about our involvement and pretend Flannery created the technique on her own. In short order, the courtyard is upon them. Flannery steps up into the center of the courtyard with the TM in one hand, while the other hovers over the Pokeballs on her belt. I'm not really sure who to pick, she admits, looking to Lee for guidance. Your ace. Lee crosses his arms as Ninetales sits herself to his right. If the whole point of the move is to be impressive, then I'll want to build around your ace, and confirming they can use a pure fire attack made by Ninetales is how we begin. Flannery takes a deep breath and nods. Okay, Torkoal, here we go. She takes a ball from her belt and slots the whole of the TM around the Pokeball button. The disc shines a faint orange and spins around on a thin cushion of fire tay, gaining speed until VVVVRRRRR crack. The disc spiderwebs into cracks before crumbling and falling away. The shards that hit the ground practically disintegrate into dust. Back in my day, Moore grumbles, TMs had to use this great big ugly contraption that scratched your Pokeball like there was no tomorrow. Kids nowadays don't even need a machine to read the disc and everything is all green and biodegradable. Lee suppresses a smile. Flannery beams, tossing her Pokeball high. Torkoal, let's see what you can do. The ball pops open with a snap hiss and drops a tortoise-shaped energy mass to the ground. As the light clears, Lee is given his first look at the ace he and Ninetales will be fighting in a week's time. Standing on the grounds is a tortoise with rusty red skin, with eyes squinted almost shut, and a dark brown, nearly black shell with the same color and texture as volcanic rock. For a Pokémon, Torkoal is rather tame appearance-wise until one considers the hexagonal holes in his shell, where anyone looking inside can see a blazing hot coal base. Lee clearly recalls the video game Pokédex stating Torkoal was small, maybe 1 foot something, but Flannery's Pokémon is roughly 3 feet tall at the highest point of his shell's hump. Flannery's care for the Pokémon is apparent in how his shell shines with a polished gleam. Surreptitiously, Lee withdraws his Pokédex from his jacket pocket and checks the entry for Torkoal, finding the real-world average height is closer to 2.5 feet. Torkoal groans and expels a snort of black, ashy smoke, dutifully waiting for instruction from Flannery. Okay, Torkoal, the redhead puts her hands on her hips. I just used a TM and you should know a new move, so let's try it out. She pumps an eager fist and points to a boulder off to the side of the courtyard. Use. She pauses. What's the move called, and what does it do? We never gave this move a name. Lee looks away, embarrassed for having glossed over that. It's a variation of Ember. Rather than shoot a stream of fireballs, it's a wide-spanning blast of them. The name can be whatever you want it to be, I guess. Right. Flannery clears her throat and regains her composure. Torkoal, she begins dramatically. Use your new move, Ember. Ember. Blast? Emberst? She ends unsurely. If Flannery's antics perturb Torkoal, he doesn't let it show. He draws in a deep breath, his throat glowing a flickering orange, then he throws his head forward. From his maw shoots an explosive blast of embers that fly like the pellets from a shotgun. As each one crosses the distance to the boulder Flannery is pointing out in a flash. Most of them impact with a staccato of pops, blowing holes into the face of the stone. A few flyers singe the wall behind the rock. Holy crap, that was the coolest. Flannery murmurs, looking star-struck at her Torkoal, who puffs up proudly under the praise. My stars. More murmurs, adjusting his glasses. Another one right out of thin air. Lee smiles. I guess that confirms it. Moves made with the aid of pyrokinesis can indeed be passed on. It seemed weaker than what you can do, love, but maybe Torkoal just doesn't have the guff to use it at full power. It passed on my experience, though. She flicks one of her tails. I could barely keep the spread contained when we first began our tests, yet Torkoal accomplished it well. That'll be something to keep in mind. Lee nods. So, he begins aloud, drawing Flannery, Moore, and Torkoal's attention. I've got some exercises in mind for Torkoal to determine what sort of move he would benefit best from, then we can workshop some ideas. Sound good? Flannery's grin lights up the courtyard. High up and nearly at the top of Mount Chimney, Courtney leans against the rails of the cable car, steadily bringing her up the mountain, staring down at the town of Laveridge as she does so. Slipping away from her traveling partners proved to be quite the chore, but the Ninetails' evolution provided enough commotion for her to escape the careful eyes that always seemed to watch her. On the next 6 cars behind her are members of Magma devoid of their uniforms, all of them forming a covert task force. With each part of the team is a crate of supplies, each crate containing a part of a machine being quietly assembled within the volcano. Having left the Magma Science Division for her administrator position before the device was unveiled to senior leadership, the workings of the machine are a bit of a mystery to her. She knows it will somehow resonate with their champion and awaken him, but little else. It doesn't matter too much, however, as she knows the gist of what is going on and is content with that. Groudon, the ancient Pokémon of continents and lord of all that is earthen, slumbers somewhere deep under the crust of the planet. Groudon has vanished from all but the most obscure of tomes, and even in those rare volumes, each more precious than gold, the insights provided by the people of ancient Hoenn are as sparing as they are mind-boggling. It's no wonder to her that the ancient Pokémon have vanished from the minds and imaginations of the people. To most, gods should be peaceful, benevolent things who maintain some sort of balance in the world. Most would find the idea of a god who can shatter the world in anger to be an unpleasant thought. The few startling texts Courtney was privy to said the same thing. 'Twas no mercy or tiding done unto thou from the greater blue and greater red. Thou live in the shadow of their ignorance and violent hate. The best they could glean from the ominous passage was, Groudon and Kyogre formed the oceans and continents while trying to kill each other in an uncontrolled rage. It was only a pleasant side effect that people got to live here afterward. Ye orbs of red and blue, with a fell light, do they quell the greater blue and greater red? Slumber now, Titans, and clash none more in this age. The next passage was more difficult. It clearly referenced some type of artifact, an orb of sorts. The wording suggests the blue orb controls Groudon, and the red one controls Kyogre. Last Courtney heard, her fellow Magma admin, Tabitha, was keeping an ear to the ground for mention of archaeological digs recovering any such artifacts. In the meantime, Magma R&D was hard at work advancing the field of type spectrology by years at a time. All the effort was going to locate anything giving off intense readings akin to ground or water-type energy. Magma needs their orb ASAP, or at least they need to deny the dogmatic Aqua's the red orb. It makes an ironic sort of sense that the ancient Pokémon could be controlled by the power of their rivals. Courtney frowns in distaste as she thinks over Magma's own rivals. Magma is trying to save the world, to ensure peace and growth for 100 more generations, but Aqua seems determined to drown all life on the planet with a religious, moronic fervor. Why they want to raise the seas is something she just cannot understand. Is there even a reason? Will they try to hold the world as ransom? Or has Aqua just transformed into some insane doomsday cult? Bah. Rather than drill into the planet, a time and resource-intensive effort, Magma will use an already open pathway like the volcano of Mount Chimney to rouse their champion Pokémon. Once roused, they'll use the blue orb to control him, and with that control, reshape the world into something that will sustain the lives of people and Pokémon for thousands of years. Courtney's phone rings right on time, and she expected no less. Here in a lone cable car on a mountain is the only place she feels safe speaking to him. She raises it to her ear. Courtney. The voice from the speaker is magnificent, learned, cultured, and so reassuring to hear. How goes your pet project? Well, sir, Courtney pats herself on the back for keeping her worship out of her voice. There are roadblocks on some objectives, but I have integrated well with the group. I know they are suspicious, but I suspect it's natural rather than blown cover. I see. There is a pause. Tell me again, Courtney, your evaluations of them. I have your reports, and as detailed as they are, they lack the touch of a personal conversation. Keep it brief if you would. I know you're only minutes from the volcano. The magenta-haired woman kicks herself mentally. Was a 10-page dossier on each of her marks not enough? She'll do better next time. Sir, regarding the Draconid tribeswoman, she begins. The Draconid is of moderate concern. She is a talented trainer of dragons, but she is too headstrong and violent to be of significant use to Magma. Her current roster is Shelgon, Swablu, and Gumi. She has no tactical resources I can determine. I will strive to make her a non-factor in the least violent way possible, owing to the possibility of one of her Pokémon undergoing stress evolution and generating an incident if she is dealt with too harshly. A Shelgon. Well evaluated. We do not have the resources to spare to deal with a grieving Salamence. Relevant details, indeed. The next one? Regarding Brendan Birch, this one is easy. Brendan is of low concern. He is the most talented and tactical of the three as a trainer, as well as noble in a way rarely seen. His Pokémon are obedient and well raised. His roster consists of Marshtomp, Mawile, Breloom, and an Electrike possessing the Giant's gene. I have rated him as a low concern due to how I intend to sway him into Magma. He is the sort of person who can aid in the governing of a new world. First names? Goodness, Courtney. You sound almost fond of the boy. The voice chuckles. Don't forget your most important mission during your fun, however. I need you at my side if we are to safeguard the generations of the future. I would never forget, Leader Maxie. Not now, not ever, she breathes. I know you won't. Maxie's smile can almost be heard over the phone, and it fills the Magma admin with wondrous purpose. And the last one? Regarding Henson, Courtney hesitates. Henson is of significant concern. His performance as a trainer is merely above average, but he boasts a roster of powerful Pokémon with varied abilities. He has demonstrated prodigious talent in creating Pokémon moves, as have observed a number of undocumented attacks used by his Pokémon. His current roster is Grovyle, Shinx, Octillery, a Corvisquire I've yet to see, and a Ninetales. The line is silent at the revelation. I see. The answer is slow and measured. Continue. Henson is kind, perhaps foolishly so, but I believe he could be convinced to see things Magma's way. At this time, I highly advise against his elimination in any form, as his Ninetales presents a serious retaliation risk, Courtney finishes. The way that Fox stares at her sometimes. Courtney, Gamma Pi Gamma Delta Beta. With a blink, Courtney rattles off the requested ID check code. 1, 7, 9, 0, 6, 6, 4, 3, 4, 1, 8. Good. The voice over the phone sighs. You have felt no breaches on your mental blocks? None. Good. If at any time you feel you've been mentally compromised, you are to consider yourself recalled immediately and will be intercepted for quarantine and treatment. From now on, failure to report in and defeat a security check in a timely manner is grounds for declaring you a lost asset, understood? Even so close to a volcano, a cold shiver runs down Courtney's spine. Leader Maxie? I will not be questioned on this. Good luck with your project, Courtney. Bring pride to Magma. The line goes dead. Chapter 7. Lee's pen dances across his notebook as he watches Flannery's Torkoal struggle to keep Ninetales in his line of sight. The tortoise Pokémon is obviously used to dealing with opponents who boast greater speed, as he turns his head and neck to keep a bead on Ninetales with admirable accuracy. Once the Vixen is at too harsh an angle, though, Torkoal is forced to turn on his feet to follow and falls behind. The gym courtyard is littered with blackened soil and cracked ground. though gym leader Moore seems unbothered by the destruction as he watches from the side of the gym proper. Ninetails blurs into a spear of yellow once more and darts into Torkoal's blind spot directly behind him. Her red eyes flash and her jaws open. From her maw comes a single bolt of flame that crosses the distance between her and the tortoise Pokémon with a whistle. Torkoal, behind you. At Lee's side, Flannery grimaces and tries to direct her Pokémon as best as she can. The nameless fireball splashes across the back of Torkoal's shell without doing any real damage, but it does startle Flannery's ace into retaliating without instruction. Grunting, Torkoal shoots a cloud of hot, ember-filled ash from the holes in his shell, covering him in a burning, protective cloak. Burning ash, one of Moore's own moves, Lee eyeballs the cloud, guesstimating the circumference of the black, sooty defense. He jots the number down next to the 3 other numbers he observed in the spar. 20 feet or so, definitely good enough to keep melee attackers at bay. But not quite enough to deter ranged foes, Ninetails adds, already charging quick attack as Torkoal begins to turn to her. In all other regards, Torkoal would be a serious opponent for most, but this blind spot and his inability to cope with projectiles approaching from behind as a notable weakness, one we figured out within minutes. I feel the ideas brewing in your head, beloved. What do you have in mind? She charges Torkoal head on. A few things, Torkoal, smokescreen. Flannery's voice cuts off Lee's train of thought. Then back up and use Stone Edge. The orange tortoise inhales, then spits out a rolling cloud of opaque, black smoke as he shuffles backward. Once the last puff of smoke passes his lips, his squinted eyes open ever so slightly. Torkoal raises a leg and stomps upon the ground of the gym's courtyard, spider webbing the ground with cracks. A barrage of razor-sharp stones breaks free from the ground at the stomp, quiver midair for a moment, then scream through the smoke at Ninetails. Lee's eyes tickle, and he feels his fox drawing upon his clearer point of view, focusing on a spot behind Torkoal. Ninetails leaps over the entire smokescreen, easily clearing the distance as Stone Edge flies harmlessly under her. She twists midair, tails billowing like a cloak, then fires another nameless bolt of flames at her foe. Neck craning back as far as it can, Torkoal tries to line up another Stone Edge, but the fire bolt tags him in the rear of his shell once more, drawing an annoyed grumble from him. Ninetails lands neatly on her paws behind Torkoal without much of a crouch, but the shock that runs through her paws and up her legs doesn't bother her. I think that'll be enough for now, Flannery. Lee gives the redhead beside him a smile. Thank you for allowing Torkoal to spar with Ninetails. We've got an idea of what would work best for you two now. The gym heir sighs and wipes her forehead with the back of her hand, seemingly relieved that the practice match is over. No prob. Torkoal, come on back, honey. She raises her hand and beckons her Pokémon over. Not even one hit, she mumbles. Lee does his best to not let his smile become awkward. Ah, it was just a practice round is all, and a bad matchup at that. If Stone Edge had hit, that might have ended the fight. He observes the far wall surrounding the courtyard. The rocks hurled by Torkoal's Stone Edge are embedded into the wall like steel knives driven into soft wood. The Stone Edge projectiles must have been charged with an impressive amount of rocktae, as a brown sword of rot radiates an inch or so from each razor stone, causing the rotted bits of the wall to crumble like loosely packed dirt. Torkoal is not a pushover despite his weaknesses. Honestly, I think Flannery's fears about not being able to fill more shoes are unfounded. As Torkoal leisurely lumbers back to Flannery with Ninetails padding along beside him, Flannery turns to Lee. So I'm going to guess you already figured out Torkoal's biggest issue? She asks glumly. My Magcargo and Numel are both in the same boat. It's certainly no fault of you or your Pokémon, and I've got a few ideas on how to fix that. Lee smiles back. Let me collect my thoughts here for a moment before we move on. Flannery returns the smile with one of her own. Ninetails returns to Lee's side and sits, looking up at him. You were saying? Ah, right. Lee flips back to the previous page in his notes, one filled with observational notes and a sketch of Torkoal. If I'm being honest, the most pragmatic answer here is to teach Flannery's Pokémon Protect and drill them until they can instinctually guard their rear. I think Torkoal learns Protect naturally anyway. I had similar thoughts. Ninetails blinks and turns her eyes skyward, peering up at the clouds. Though that doesn't fill the commission very well. It doesn't. Lee agrees. I was thinking of something else. At first, I wanted to go for something fancy, like a loitering munition set to float behind Torkoal that attacks enemies that purposefully try to go for his rear, but weaving such advanced instructions into a move is beyond me. Ninetails huffs in self-aimed annoyance. We'll figure it out, Lee soothes. We just need to crack the secrets behind complex moves. Normal Tay has no built-in homing, so moves like Swift are doing something in the background. Corvi and his efforts with Swift prove there is underlying programming to moves and that we can alter said programming. With your expertise, I know we can figure it out. Ninetales' ire rises briefly at the mention of the still missing Raven Pokémon, but she pushes it aside. More like your expertise. My feats might look impressive, but they would have never come to be if you didn't figure out that my fire isn't truly tied to biological cues. It was a fluke, really. Some discoveries require luck just as some require skill, but it's a discovery all the same. Ninetales refutes him. She looks away from the sky and back up to Lee, curiosity apparent. Your mind is whirling again. Credit for your thoughts? Just thinking on what Corvi did to alter Swift's target mid-flight. Lee raises his pen to his mouth and taps it against his lip as he stares at his notes. When we were working on it, he had no progress, then suddenly began to demonstrate the properties we wanted with slow but measurable improvement. Maybe it's like muscle memory? The repetition might train a Pokémon's brain to mold their Tay differently, changing the programming of the move? I know you can freely mold Fire Tay into almost any form you want now, so I'm wondering if this commission is going to be as simple as dreaming up a new move, then repeating it until the molding steps cement themselves in your subconscious enough that you don't need to think about it anymore. With enough training, we might even be able to make Foxfire fully autonomous or make something even more outlandish. Honestly, love, you open so many doors that I almost don't know where to start. Ninetales is silent for a moment, pondering Lee's words. The idea certainly has merit. I myself cannot rightly explain just how I know a move is a move, but inside of her, Lee feels raw fire Tay churning, running up and down her limbs like the blood in her veins. My fire jumps to my command much faster when you call a move for me to use. It must be some form of instinctual, predetermined molding. Back to our commission, however. Lee turns the page in his notebook back to the one he was previously writing on, where there are a number of ideas, some crossed out for being too complex or ridiculous. Right. If it needs to be flashy, cover the shared weakness between Torkoal, Numel, and Markargo, and needs to work within current limits, then my plan is to go with something that simply attacks in every direction at once. Do you think you can manage a sort of air-burst fireball that rains down on the field? The fox at his side smirks. Not exactly elegant, but it'll do for the first of what will be many commissions. If it is only 2 uncomplicated steps, then I believe we can have this whole deal wrapped up in a single afternoon. That's assuming Flannery accepts our proposal. Do you think we'll get more? Commissions, I mean, beloved, you're going to need to put a price tag on even talking to you. With an unsure smile, Lee clears his throat and turns to a hopeful-looking Flannery with her Torkoal at her side. So after some thought, Lee begins. Torkoal's biggest weakness is the spot behind him where ranged attacks can get him before he can turn. We know powering up Flame Wheel takes too long to be a viable dodging technique, so in lieu of that, my thought here is to keep it simple and provide Torkoal with an attack that can strike all parts of the field simultaneously. All parts of the field simultaneously? Flannery parrots with a confused blink. At her side, Torkoal tilts his head. Lee nods. Yep. Our proposal is this: an airburst fireball that saturates the ground with multiple smaller projectiles. After some tweaking from Ninetales, your team should be able to cast this move and cover large parts of the field in flames. As he speaks, he can feel Ninetales idly twiddling her fire Tay as she follows the image playing out in his brain. Torkoal could either cast it directly upward to nail most of the field, or behind him to punish anyone trying to exploit his blind spot. It'll probably take practice to get it just right, but I think with some time to prepare, you and Torkoal will have a new and viable move ready for your appointment as gym leader. As he talks, Flannery's eyes grow wider and gain a mystified sort of shine to them. A new move just like that? That fast? Lee closes his notebook and stows away his pen in the spiral binding. As I said, it's going to take us some time to really prototype your move, test it, work the bugs out, then present a working copy to you. Having it ready before you take your place as gym leader is the only thing we can really promise. It could be ready tomorrow, it could be ready a day before the turnover. Do you have any input on what you want? This proposal is just our suggestion, and you're free to ask for something else. Flannery crosses her arms and tilts her head back, looking up at the sky in thought. I mean, I'm not really sure what to ask for. I never really considered the possibility of a move of my own just popping up out of thin air like that. You said your idea is, like, a bunch of falling fireballs that hit the whole field? At Lee's nod, she continues. It sounds cool to me. What's the next step? Next, we should. Lee pauses. Perhaps we should baseline just how much stamina Torkoal has. Ninetales silently suggests. Energy consumption is an important factor to consider. Not a bad idea at all, love. I think I know just how to do it, too. Lee nods. Next, he addresses Flannery out loud. Let's get an idea of Torkoal's total fire output and try to gauge how much we're wanting this new move to cost him. If we make it so powerful that Torkoal can only cast it once, that's time you'll have to waste learning how to modulate the power. In a worst-case scenario, the move might not even work under a certain threshold if it's made with too high a predetermined level of power. Flannery smiles. Gotcha. So what do we do? Lee leads Flannery, Torkoal, and Ninetales to a boulder sitting at the edge of the field as he explains. How many times do you think Torkoal can use Flamethrower going full tilt in a match before he exhausts himself? The gym heir and her Pokémon lock eyes for a second. All out? 10 or 11 times I think, she replies, turning back to Lee. Alrighty. Lee reopens his notebook and readies his pen as the group comes to a stop. Have Torkoal use Flamethrower on the boulder there. He gestures with his pen, and Ninetales is going to match him as best she can. That'll tell us how much energy the new move can consume without being a burden. You heard the man, Torkoal. Flannery smiles and dramatically points a finger at their rocky target. Flamethrower, and give it all you've got. Torkoal takes a deep breath, the coal bed in his shell blazing orange and making Lee uncomfortably warm as he does so. Then from the tortoise Pokémon's mouth comes a spiraling pillar of near-white flames. The heat is so intense that Lee is forced to blink as his eyes dry out. The flamethrower strikes the distant boulder almost like a physical object, throwing chips of rock away. The face of the stone rapidly heats to red hot, and parts of the boulder pop and explode away as it heats unevenly. Torkoal was certainly raised by a fire-type master. Lee grimaces and ignores the discomfort of open flames not under Ninetales' careful control. His scars tingle unpleasantly before the heat. Does the spiraling motion of the flame do something for the attack? Added stability? He jots the note down. Alrighty. Ninetales. Match him as best you can. Start small and ratchet up until you're on par with him. Ninetales steps up beside Torkoal, wholly unbothered by the air-distorting heat the other fire-type is putting off. She takes no breath and performs no flourish, merely opening her jaws and letting a stream of whooshing fire spill out. The new attack washes over the boulder, and the rock hisses as it starts melting into a puddle of molten stone. Ninetales' flamethrower is already the near-person engulfing size of Torkoal's, but the flames are a searing white that hurt to look at. The heat never reaches Lee, but Flannery winces and steps back. The fox Pokémon's brows furrow, and slowly the intensity of her flamethrower dials back, matching Torkoal's near perfectly. Out of curiosity, Lee snakes his way a little deeper into Ninetales, touching that nebulous dynamo of pure, raw infinity energy deep inside her. Sustaining this flamethrower pulls at her reserves, but the drain is lethargic, almost unnoticeable at first glance. She could melt 20 boulders like the one here in the gym courtyard before needing a breather. Remember this level of drain, love, Lee orders. Ideally, we don't want to go over 200% of what this flamethrower costs. That'll give Torkoal 5 or so casts of this new move. Understood, is Ninetales' short reply. Okay, that's good. Lee's voice is almost lost over the roar of the twin flamethrowers, but both Ninetales and Torkoal abate their attacks, leaving the half-melted boulder to crackle and cool. Ah, sorry about the rock. I guess I didn't expect it to melt so easily. Flannery waves the apology away. No worries. Torkoal can put a new one there no prob, she says. What's next? I think that's about it. Lee shuts his notebook once more. We'll begin prototyping the move and report back with our progress. Thanks for taking the time to work with us so we could get an idea of where to go from here. Off to the side, in the shade of the gym, Moore picks that time to speak up. Well now, he rises and pushes his glasses further up his nose, slowly making his way to Lee and Flannery. Quite the process you have there, my boy. We're just following the same steps we use for moves we intend to use for ourselves, Lee says with a shrug. I see. Moore digs in his pocket and withdraws a Pokeball. Now that you've completed your assessment, would you like to test Madame Ninetales' powers now, or later? Lee looks down just as Ninetales looks up, their eyes meeting in a conversation passing in less than a second. If it's all the same to you, may we come back in a day or two for advanced testing? I think we can get baselines on our own, and we've got an appointment to see my Octillery at the Pokémon Center. Of course. No problem. Moore grins and puts his Pokeball away. Thanks again, my boy. I know you've got Flannery's number, so give us a ring when you want to visit. We're also looking forward to your match here soon. See you later. Flannery smiles and offers a wave. Lee waves back, and after tucking his notebook under his arm, he and Ninetails make their way through the empty gym and back through the front door. Do you think we can really finish this move in an afternoon? Lee asks his ace as they begin the trip back to Laverage. Ninetails flicks one of her tails as she pads along next to Lee. Perhaps one afternoon is hyperbole, but I don't believe it will take long. 2 or 3 days at most. You recall how convergence destabilizes when I add too much power too quickly? I do. Lee's mind works as she reminds him. You're intending to use a hollowed fireball with an induced instability as the delivery method for the other fireballs? Indeed. Inside Ninetails, Lee feels her fire taster and form up into the complex molding that would be needed. Lee mulls over the idea. Perhaps add another unstable fireball in the core with the projectiles situated around it, one that explodes after the shell. It could scatter the fireballs without needing to add a more complex step to the mix. Like someone laying their hands upon the hands of another, Lee focuses and exerts a gentle touch on Ninetails' control of her fire. The Great Fox lets herself be guided along, and the fire tay is shaped like warm clay between their combined wills. Something like that, maybe? Ninetails inspects the beginnings of the still nameless attack, then she smooths out some of Lee's changes. I see what you intend to do. If we thin this part, however. The unseen hands move once more. Just a week ago, Lee would have never been able to tap into the psyche of Vulpix so deeply. It pushed their bond nearly as far as it could go, combining their wills to control attacks mid-flight. But now, as a Ninetails? Nothing about her is hidden from him, and even if the mysteries around her powers befuddle him, the borrowed instincts from Ninetails smooth over the gaps in his understanding. Ideas and refinements flow between them as if they've always been able to do such things. The new and exciting experiences only make his questions about the deeper nature of Pokémon burn even more. What is the true relationship between a Pokémon's life force, infinity energy, and the type energy they command? How do they make Tay bend to their will? Why does Tay do what it does to the world outside of a Pokémon's body? Physics as he knows them just wouldn't work with IE and Tay thrown into the mix. I guess that decides what I'm going to study in school. Lee rests his hands in his jacket pockets as he and Ninetails walk. I'll need to get in contact with Roxanne and see if any of the Rustboro University courses offer majors in the study of IE and Tay, or at least advanced Pokémon biology. I can probably pull a double minor in Pokémon nutrition and psychology, too. Be careful to not stretch yourself too thin, beloved. Ninetails warns, still engrossed with the preliminary prototyping of their commissioned move. As they walk back into Laverage proper, Lee leaves the ponderings of their commission to Ninetails as he withdraws his phone from his pocket. Once more, the hundreds of emails stare at him, demanding attention. Wordlessly, he opens his mailbox and begins sorting through everything. The first and most prevalent is that someone made an entire thread about him in the BattleNet forums, and every time someone mentions him, it generates an email. For a moment, he debates going and reading the thread, then he looks at the page count. Page 1 of 89, maybe later. Another thread mentioning him is one frequented by rare Pokémon enthusiasts. A glance at some of their pinned posts tells him Ninetails is apparently the 27th rarest Pokémon in the world, with Sylveon at spot number 28 and Relicanth at spot number 26. Spots 1 through 10 are dominated by legendary Pokémon with a confirmed capture, and the teens are mostly fossil Pokémon with a third-stage dragon or fairy here and there. To Lee's relief, none of the legendary Pokémon with a confirmed capture are godly, unique legendaries. The number 1 spot is held by Suicune, of which there is only one recorded to be in the care of a trainer. Apparently, a Sinnoh native named Tobias caught a Latios recently, as that section of BattleNet is aflame with intense speculation on where he found the legendary dragon. Tobias commented once, simply saying, "Latios doesn't want me to say sorry," when pinged relentlessly on where he got the Eon dragon. Someone did invite Lee to a private group of Hoenn-based rare Pokémon hunters, the aptly named Seekers of Hoenn. Rather than join right away, Lee marks the invite as read and moves on. One email is a private message from one of BattleNet's admins. Slightly worried, Lee opens it and reads what's inside. From site_admin hello L_Henson. This is official notice that you are the subject of a BattleNet megathread, link. A megathread is a subtype of thread on our forum dedicated to any discussion of a given topic or person, such as Pokémon or trainers. BattleNet prides itself on being the largest and most accurate hub of news and information for all things Pokémon, so we wish to assure you that your megathread will be policed by site administration just as all other megathreads are. We have no tolerance for harassment, misinformation, or illegal activity on our website. We at BattleNet are proud advocates of free and open information, but we still draw hard lines at such inappropriate activities. As a trainer who is the subject of a megathread, we encourage you to interact with our community in a positive way and to offer corrections to your thread to ensure the accuracy of posts within. If at any point you have questions or concerns, please contact BattleNet staff and we'll be happy to assist. Under the body of the email in text so small Lee has to zoom in to read it, there is something else. BattleNet is obligated to inform you that under the Safe and Sound Act of the Hoenn Civil Government, you are entitled to request the removal of some or all information relating to you, your family, and your Pokémon if you believe yourself or your loved ones to be in bodily danger due to the public posting of said information. Upon submitting such a request through proper channels, BattleNet administration will temporarily suspend the viewing of your information to all users as we assess your complaint. A formal reply with our decision will be sent to your email on file upon the conclusion of our assessment, which will be no more than 48 hours after the submission of your complaint. With a worried frown, Lee opens the thread dedicated to him and scans the opening post. What he finds isn't too outrageous, but he grumbles to himself as he realizes that being anonymous is well and truly a pipe dream now. Millions of people have seen the video of Ninetales' evolution, and the megathread screams to everyone that his team is loaded with custom moves. He and his Pokémon have effectively become minor celebrities overnight. After taking a few minutes to comb some of the boards belonging to other regions, Lee is glad to say the burst of fame is mostly isolated to Hoenn. That offer from Nigel to use the lab's PR guy is looking mighty tempting now. Lee sighs and moves on to the next email. For a moment, he debates asking BattleNet to take down his thread but ultimately discards the thought. The damage is already done and trying to hide it is just going to look bad. I can't say I was huge on social media back home. Didn't really make sense to me, I guess. Who would care what a nobody like me was doing? A PR guy to manage this mess is a must. Don't be too hasty in that regard, beloved, Ninetales speaks. Lee feels her mentally shelve that half-made moves so she can focus on him. While proper public relations are important, using a proxy for everything is going to come off as sterile. A bit of fun here and there won't harm us. A bit of fun, eh? Lee hums and takes a look at the next email, yet another group invite. Fox Friday, looks innocent enough, the members being simple fans of Vulpine Pokémon for no reason deeper than personal taste, so he accepts and joins the group. Just in time, too, as the latest topic of their little slice of forum fits Ninetales' concerns perfectly. Hey, Ninetales? He points his phone at her. Ninetales looks up at the phone, or more specifically, the camera of the phone with a tilt of her head. Click. Lee saves the portrait shot of Ninetales and smiles, camera still raised. I love you. The vixen's ears stand up in surprise, then her surprise melts into a tender smile. The sudden return flow of love from her mind to his nearly makes Lee forget to hit the capture button. Click. Prize saved. Lee shuffles his phone into his offhand and strokes Ninetales' neck when she presses her head into his side. The warmth bleeding into him is more than just physical. Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokémon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, L_Henson you are viewing. All public groups you are a member of, and all private groups you are a member of. Group name. Fox Friday topic of the day. Friday photoshoot today at 9:06 a.m. Zorororo, photoshoot time. We're going with a classic. Post a fox before and after you say something. Unlike the open forum style of BattleNet's boards, the groups are structured more like chat rooms for faster and looser conversations. Lee posts the pair of pictures, releasing Ninetales as she composes herself and steps away. Today at 1:55 p.m. L_Henson, before and after I said, I love you. Attachment number 1. Attachment number 2, multiple people are typing. Then the group is promptly muted. He'll check on it later. Organic enough for you, Miss PR? Lee shows his phone screen to Ninetales, who just rolls her eyes. Now crossing into the limits of laverage and the throngs of people who slow down to peer at Ninetales, Lee sorts through the rest of the flood of emails. Most of it is nothing worth looking into and, after adjusting his email preferences on his BattleNet account, the steady stream comes to a halt. One email is from the smaller, Pokémon contest-oriented sister site of BattleNet, which makes no sense to Lee as BN has a contest section. This sister site, Contest Corner, is inviting him to attend Pokémon contest exhibitions as either a participant or a VIP. That's another one he puts on hold. There is Aaron's email, which goes into detail on how Sylph would love to enter an exclusivity deal with him. Since the email very specifically mentions that Lee would not be allowed to produce TMs without them, The reply is a short "I'll think about it." A different part of BattleNet apparently took notice of Grovile, as a small private group of grass specialists, cheesily named Nature Warriors, invited him to join. Once more he marks the invite as read and resolves to come back later. Several people have directly messaged him on BattleNet, and most are just spam, but one jumps out at him. From Kaboo, verified trainer, Galar gym leader, hello Lee. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kaboo, and as you've probably seen, I'm a gym leader here in Galar. I myself am from Hoenn, and I always keep an eye on my birth home for different news and happenings. I happened to retire for the night and checked my computer at just the right time, as I saw the magnificent video of your Ninetales evolving. I'm reaching out to you for a few reasons and hope to hear back from you soon. First, I would like to congratulate you and your Ninetales on her evolution. For many trainers, Pokemon like Ninetales, Arcanine, Charizard, Typhlosion, and a small handful of others stand at the apex of fire types, and I am blessed with both an Arcanine and a Ninetales of my own. My Ninetales has expressed an interest in meeting yours should you ever visit Galar, and I won't beat around the bush and say he's strictly looking for friendship. If your Ninetales doesn't object to the idea, I would like to discuss the possibility of breeding between her and my own Ninetales. Secondly, I would like to be the first to give you your dues and recognize you as a proper fire specialist, as your Ninetales' abilities speak volumes. The private group Firemaster is where we gather to discuss our shared Pokemon and passions. As your career as a trainer progresses, you'll find more groups like ours. We try to have meetings in person a few times a year, so if you are interested, the dates are marked on our event calendar. You will find the invitation link below. Edit. While not originally planned, I've been asked to offer you an invitation to 9TT. 9TT is a smaller group exclusive to a few Ninetales trainers. The admin, who asked me to invite you, is a Pokemon master as picky as she is knowledgeable on everything related to Ninetales as a species. She's been passing out her knowledge to a selected few over the last year. If you have her notice, your collective feats are truly something to behold. I look forward to speaking with you, Lee. 9TT. Link, Firemaster. Link, regards, Kaboo. Proud gym leader of Motostoke City, defender of the realm of Galar, and fire-type master. Lee rereads the message twice before he begins to type up his reply. Awful formal for a forum message. He clicks his tongue, realizing the politics game is going to follow them as he and his team keep rising. I'm going to guess your answer to breeding proposals hasn't changed with your evolution? It hasn't. Ninetales wrinkles her snout in distaste. I have entire lifetimes before I need to worry about such things. With a nod, Lee pens his reply. Certainly not shy, is he? Or did he say that quiet part out loud to distract from something else? Hello Gym Leader Kaboo. Thank you for the congratulations, as it means a lot to both myself and Ninetales. Her evolution is a moment I will never forget. Regarding your offer, I must decline the breeding proposal at this time. Ninetales does not wish to breed for profit, and I will stand beside her in her decision. Who knows what the future holds, however. If she changes her mind, I will message you. Secondly, thank you for the invitations. I will join them here shortly. As I am a traveling trainer, I cannot say how active I will be, but I will attempt to add to discussions when I can. I'm certain there is much to learn from respectable peers such as yourself. Kindly, Lee Henson, trainer and Pokemon researcher of the Hoenn Regional Pokemon Laboratory. Once done, Lee nods to himself and silently offers his eyesight to Ninetales. What do you think, love? Ninetales reads the draft through Lee's eyes, approval radiating from her. Respectful, but still firm. It will do well, she says, pulling away from his senses. Lee's thumb falls on the send button, and the message is off. Eyeballing the pair of invite links and resigning himself to fate, he taps the first one. Group name. 9TT topic of the day. N.A. inside. The group is somewhat barren, with the last sent message being 4 days ago. Scrolling up, there isn't much there either, as it looks like whoever administrates the group deletes the message history every month or so. None of the 12 other members seem to react to the join message generated when he hit the link. Lee recognizes a precious few of the members. There's Kaboo, for one. Then there's Blaine, a man regarded as one of the strongest Kanto gym leaders and a world-renowned fire specialist. Rudy rings a bell, and after a moment Lee remembers the man as an Orange Island gym leader. The others, he has no idea, but all of them boast impressive trainer classes like Verified Elite, Master Breeder, and even one, Veteran PKMN Ranger. The admin of the group, though, Lococo, 9TT Administrator. Where have I heard that name? Lee taps the edge of his phone against his chin as he thinks, but can't seem to recall such a woman anywhere in the Pokemon canon. It's frustrating, as he can almost feel the answer tickling his brain, but he just can't remember. My meta-knowledge is so out of date by this point I should probably toss most of it. He taps on Lococo's name to pull up her profile, only to frown at what he finds. Which is nothing. Literally. Lococo's profile has 0 posts, 0 comments, and is missing nearly all the info required for a profile, even the mandatory parts. No date of birth, no region, no Pokemon or trainer class, nothing. It's as if she exists in name only. How odd. What kind of strings did she have to pull to do this? Battle.net made it pretty clear they hate taking down anything on their site. Kaboo was specific in calling her a Pokemon master, so is that it? Before he can ponder further, his phone pings and he taps the notification on reflex, taking him back to 9TT. Today at 2:04 p.m. Lococo, admin, good afternoon, Lee Henson, and thank you for joining. I've taken notice that you are a caring trainer for a fine young Ninetales. If you need any guidance on how best to raise her or manage your relationship with her, please do ask. I am here to help you and everyone else. For a reason Lee cannot place, reading the message makes the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Slowly, he types a reply. Today at 2:05 p.m. L_Henson. Thank you, Lococo. Kaboo speaks highly of you. If I have anything to ask, I'll consult you. Lococo doesn't reply, and taking it as a dismissal, Lee goes back to Kaboo's message and clicks the other link. Firemasters is much more active, boasting 50 or so members and messages from only a few moments ago. Lee reads down the member list. There's Kaboo, of course. Blaine again, Flannery and more, Flint of Sinnoh's Elite Four, Malva of Kalo's Elite Four, and a host of other people. Nearly all of them have some sort of professional trainer class, but one above all others takes the cake. Leon, Galar Champion, is typing. And he's the first one to begin typing as soon as the welcome message is announced. Yeah, no, fuck that. Lee shoots in a message as quickly as he can, barely able to keep his spelling straight in his haste. Today at 2:05 p.m. L_Henson. Hello everyone and thank you Kaboo for the invite. I cannot say how active I will be due to being a traveling trainer, but I'll do my best to contribute where I can. I'm actually about to lose service now, so I hope to be back soon. He closes the website and stuffs his phone in his pocket. PR, politics, social media. Lee's voice is so quiet only Ninetales can hear him. Both Man and Fox turn down a side street, bringing the Pokemon Center into view. When we're done with all of this league tournament shit, we're building a nice cabin somewhere in Sinnoh and I'm throwing my phone into a lake. Ninetales' reply is a comforting set of tails wrapped around his back. No need to stress. You have myself, Grovyle, and everyone else with you. With a cross of his arms, Lee lets his worries go. Sometimes I hate that you won't let me bellyache about things. It's a full-time job, I assure you, the Golden Fox smirks. Come now, fool, angle your shields, do you want to be struck? Below Corvisquire in the forest clearing, Ralts cries out and raises another shield of translucent psychic energy, this time angling it to the right slightly. Corvisquire's latest barrage of swift stars smash into the pink shield, which cracks like glass, but as the last star detonates with a bang, the shield barely holds. If the psychic moron had dared try to block the attack head-on, Corvisquire knows the shield would have broken. Mercilessly, Corvisquire swoops down, racing for the ground at a near 90-degree angle, then inches away from crashing, he pulls up and races towards Ralts so fast his sight begins to blur. The power of steel flows into his wing, and with a tilt, he's poised to take Ralts' legs out from under him. Ralts, the voice of the boy, Wally, rings out from the side of the clearing. Teleport. With only a second to spare, Ralts vanishes in a flash and escapes Corvisquire's steel wing. Clicking his beak in annoyance, Corvisquire pulls up, filling his vision with the sky. He feels a confusion attack from Ralts try to yank at his wings and jostle him, but all it takes to break the psychic hold is to flex his wings with force. Leveling out in the sky and looking back down, he meets the determined eyes of the Ralts below him. Off to the side, the green-headed brat Wally does a decent job keeping his face clear of worry. The boy and the tiny psychic break their eyes away from Corvisquire to look at each other, no doubt trying to form a telepathic plan. I didn't expect them to come this far in just a week or so, the Raven Pokemon muses to himself. Day in and day out, Wally and Ralts have come to him, bringing him tributes in return for training. The first days were pathetic, with Ralts unable to do more than run away like a Rattata before a Fearow. His attacks were weak, his defenses were laughable, and Corvisquire thought his plan of making an ideal foe to push his own evolution was going to fall flat. It made his blood boil, that this weakling dare waste his time in good faith instruction. Then slowly, Ralts began to get better. He dodged quicker, looked for openings to strike from, and started utilizing his powers in creative ways, something Corvisquire ordered him to do every single day, in every single spar. It was a surprise to the Raven Pokémon when Ralts admitted that it was Wally coming up with half the plans and ideas. Sometimes when we go home, Wally and I will go to the backyard and practice on our own, Ralts said proudly during a break a day ago. We want to get strong like you. Wally nodded along as Ralts spoke. We know you've probably got other things to do, Mr. Corvisquire. The green-headed child mirrored his Pokémon's sentiments. So we're doing our best to catch up. I don't want to be a burden on everyone around me. Corvisquire's stomach did not clench when the boy's overexcited words were punctuated with a short coughing fit. Corvisquire pulls himself out of the memory and takes his eyes off of the little fool and his child, instead looking at the falling sun. We're done for the day. He caused to Ralts and Wally. I will be busy tomorrow, and Friday next week. Do not seek me out or you'll be wasting your time. Ralts' eyes lose their psychic glow as the foolish little Pokémon allows himself to relax and rub one of the bruises dotting his form. Okay, he replies with obnoxious cheer. Thank you for today, Mr. Corvisquire. Both Ralts and Wally mirror each other, smiling and waving before they turn and begin the short trip back to the town of Verdanturf. Corvisquire ignores them both as he dives into the trees, flying past branches and zooming along a path that's quickly becoming familiar. In short order, he finds the right tree and pulls up, slowing to a stop before he lands on a thick limb. Folding his wings, Corvisquire shuffles along the branch to a small knothole in the tree, where his beak dips in. He bites down on what he's looking for and pulls it free before setting it down on his perch. Sitting before him is a crumpled Devon shipping manifest, one stolen from Verdanturf's small outskirts warehouse. Holding the packet of paper steady with a talon, Corvisquire bites the first page and flips it, taking in the second page with a crooked smile. He can't steal something too high profile, as he already knows Pokémon Rangers are prowling around Hoenn looking for him, and every wild Pokémon is a mouth that might potentially squeal. He cannot afford to add more heat to himself. His talon taps down the page, past bulk Pokeball shipments, an entire crate of lum berries, and past several evolution stones. No, one never goes for the big ticket items for goals such as this. What is taken has to be not worth pursuing. His talon stops on his mark. The fool is progressing. Once he evolves, a gift from his dear mentor will be too much to resist. In a week's time, Verdanturf will be receiving a handful of evolution stones, and among that number are 6 middling-grade Dawn stones. It just so happens that Ralts will evolve into Kirlia, and Kirlia evolves into one of their 2 final stages with a Dawn stone. Corvisquire can either wait for the little fool to evolve naturally after he hits his Kirlia stage, or outside factors can speed things up. Corvisquire was never the patient sort. They won't miss one stone. I'm sure of it, he smirks to himself. Chapter 8. Happy to be free of the Pokémon Center and out training? At Lee's side, Octillery bounces in place with a delighted burble, his smile obvious even if his nozzle-like mouth does not move. A few feet away, Ninetales smiles at her new teammate's enthusiasm, while Grovyle simply nods his approval.
Shinx could probably match Octillery's energy like the electrified ball of fuzz that she is, but alas, Lee has reluctantly left her in Brendan's care for today so that she won't be dangerously underfoot during training of this level.
Sorry, baby girl, I'll make it up to you. 4 days after meeting Moore and Flannery to discuss their commissioned fire move, Octillery is finally free of the Pokémon Center he now seems to loathe with a passion. The poor octopus Pokémon seemed bored to tears until Nurse Joy came into the aquatic ward with discharge paperwork for Lee during their visit today. Octillery clung to Lee like he was some sort of savior the entire way out the door, not at all caring that they were marching into the fields outside of town to train ASAP. Lee smiles and places a hand on Octillery's head. The octopus skin is still slick and cool despite the heat.
The water type seems unbothered by the early morning sun in the shadeless clearing Lee found several miles outside of Laveridge for today's training.
I'm glad that you're feeling better, Lee says with a smile as he withdraws his hand and lets it slide into his pocket with his Pokédex. I'm sorry to ask so much of you so soon after you've just left the center, but are you willing to help us in the gym battle here in a few days? We'll be fighting fire types, but you might still get a bit banged up. Octillery blinks once, an inquisitive gurgle bubbling from his throat. Lee had noticed the red cephalopod lost his focus a bit when gyms were mentioned before, and takes a guess as to where the confusion might stem from. Never heard of a gym before? Octillery shakes his head in the negative. How odd. He's got a solid grasp of English, but doesn't know what gyms are. Could Octillery have been wild the whole time? Lee hums. Well, gyms are places where Pokémon trainers pit themselves and their teams against the strongest Pokémon team in a given area. If you win, you're given a badge as a token of your victory along with some prizes, and any team who beats all 8 gyms will be eligible for a tournament against other teams who've done the same thing. If you win the whole thing, you can challenge the Elite Four, who are trainers and Pokémon of immense skill. By beating them one by one, you can then challenge the regional champion, the finest trainer partnered with the best Pokémon around. Make sense? Although, I'm not sure I actually want us to win. I know the title says, champion, but since the whole sport is so deeply intertwined with politics and regional military might, champion and governor general are interchangeable terms here. Honestly, I don't think being champ would be fun. Lee is reminded of the card from Stephen Stone still in his wallet. The card has both an email and an office phone number, but the idea of phoning a champion for idle chit-chat is so laughable that he puts it out of his mind. Oh, right, I haven't checked BattleNet in a few days. Oh well, they can wait. Octillery follows the explanation easily and nods, his tentacles waving and ready. Glad to hear it. Lee grins and withdraws his Pokédex. He flips it open and points it at the water type. First off, let's get an idea of the moves you know and work from there. I've heard your kind have a talent for learning many types of attacks, and that's going to be a huge help, not only to the team but to the research I'm conducting on type energy. Lee's thumb falls on the Pokédex's confirm button. Octillery, the jet Pokémon, the mechanical voice of the Pokédex drones. The suckers on Octillery's tentacles grip prey so tightly that few can escape. It will then daze prey with a strike from its rock-hard head before eating. Once the dex is done with its blurb, a slew of more helpful info is displayed on the screen. Rock-hard head? Lee frowns. He looks over to his newest Pokémon, a hand raised. May I? When Octillery nods, Lee places his hand on the octopus's head and gently presses down, finding that Octillery's head lacks a skull as expected and gives way. Well then. I recall other Dex entities also saying your species can squeeze into nooks and crannies too. I'll have to see about getting this bogus blurb corrected, then. Octillery chortles in amusement, a curious sound similar to churning water. Then he seemingly sucks in a breath and Lee pulls his hand away when Octillery's head suddenly hardens under his palm and pushes out the dimple he made. Wha? How did? The zoologist tentatively touches Octillery's head again, finding it totally unyielding as if a skull manifested out of nowhere. Lee closes his Pokédex, Octillery's moves forgotten for now.
How did you do that? The red octopus raises a tentacle and looks at the barren ground, his head swaying back and forth as if hemming and hawing over how to explain.
An idea seems to strike him, as Octillery's tentacle deftly moves like an inspired artist's brush. In the dirt, he draws a rough sketch of himself with a large, balloon-like head and 8 tentacles. He gives the sketch a face, then draws a thin circle around the face. Another circle is drawn around the first, this time larger and almost touching the edge of the sketch's head.
Lee can feel Ninetales' curiosity, and Grovyle must be curious as well, as he and the fox step closer to watch Octillery work.
Circles drawn, Octillery then digs his tentacle into the space between the circles, carving out a trench maybe half an inch deep. He tosses the dirt away, then leans over his drawing and lets a dribble of water flow from his mouth into the trench, filling it up. With a gurgle, he scuttles back half a step and points at the filled trench. Lee scratches his chin as he tries to puzzle out the cryptic explanation. How interesting. If his backpack wasn't up against a distant tree, he would be tempted to get his notebook out and record this. What a remarkable way to relay information. Of course, most Pokémon are smart enough to get simple points across a language barrier, but a full pictogram using abstract informational media like water is something else. He looks up away from the pictogram to Octillery, who stares at him expectantly. Ninetales' mind works as she tries to figure out just what the octopus means, and Lee can feel it. She looks up to Octillery with a short, questioning purr rolling from her throat. Octillery stubbornly says nothing, putting a frown on Ninetales' face. Rude. The vixen mentally sniffs. He could at least say he does not want to answer. Grovyle looks like he's trying to figure it out as well, but the slight crinkle of his eyelids and the impatient twiddle of his twig tells Lee the gecko Pokémon isn't any closer to finding the answer. Let's see. How could he suddenly harden his head, and how would it fit in the context of the drawing? Lee studies the drawing again, trying to draw on his limited knowledge of cephalopods. Obviously, water has something to do with it, but is this in a biological sense or a Tay sense? I feel like this drawing would be more outlandish if it was strictly Tay, so let's assume it's biological for now. He looks at the circles and how they're placed between the watery trench. Are the circles meant to represent some kind of container? A container for the water? It's inside the body of the sketch, so. Lee clicks his tongue. Octillery, may I touch your head one more time? Octillery leans in, giving the man his silent permission.
Lee places his hand on Octillery once more, this time pressing down more firmly.
There isn't much, almost none, but there is just the barest hint of give. Lee's fingers sink maybe a millimeter or less into the octopus head. Withdrawing his hand and rubbing his fingers together, Lee ponders the new info. So still not a solid skull, but so close that it wouldn't matter much in combat. Looking back at the water, the circles, and how they're arranged in the octopus sketch, the answer hits him. I'll be damned. Lee grins and turns to Octillery.
Is it a subdermal sac that you can pressurize with water at will? Octillery's eyes widen to a near comical degree, then he burbles happily, his front two tentacles meeting each other in wet, delighted applause.
It's one thing to use a pictogram, but another thing entirely to use said pictogram to relay advanced biological information in a manner understandable to others. Octillery is quite something. Lee's grin as wide as the few doubts he has about Octillery fade away. Now, that's nature at its finest. Both your brain and the pressurized sac. The octopus nods like he expected nothing less. Now I have to know what moves you know. Lee flips his Pokédex open once more and points it at Octillery. I know I told you I was a researcher during yesterday's visit, but I didn't go into any detail, did I? On top of Pokémon biology and psychology, type energy and its dynamics have been endlessly fascinating to me recently.
I'd love it if you'd be willing to help me with my research with your huge move pool, Octillery. The red octopus eyes light up at the thought.
Definitely the brainy type. Lee smiles and scrolls down his dex to Octillery's moves. No wonder he hated the center so much. I doubt they kept him stimulated enough. I'll have to make a note to get some puzzles and brain teasers for him so he has something to do in his downtime. When he finally sees the water type's move pool, Lee lets out an impressed whistle. Scan complete known moves. Wrap headbutt water gun octazuka psybeam gunk shot rock blast charge beam aurora beam signal beam ice beam bullet seed focus energy lock on, good god. Octillery has some insane coverage and knows how to mold 9 of the 18 different types of Tay with the potential to learn more. I know for sure he can learn dark, steel, flying, fire, and ground moves too. If he could someday learn how to use every Tay. Lee flips his Pokédex closed and returns it to his pocket. Part of him suddenly wants to capture a Kecleon to use in conjunction with Octillery to study Tay, but the thought is shelved for now. Only having 2 melee moves might be an issue, though. I understand Octillery is going to end up being a ranged attacker, but Wrap and Headbutt alone aren't going to be viable backups. Ninetales takes the moment to chime in. Iron Tail, perhaps?
There is no reason he cannot learn to apply the move to his tentacles. She tilts her head and meets Octillery's eyes.
If he knows Bullet Seed, then Seed Blast is also on the table. True. Lee clears his throat.
So, Wrap and Headbutt are rather self-explanatory.
Let's test out your other attacks and see what kind of things we can discover. Since Octillery is the newest member here, he looks over to Ninetales and Grovyle. I'll likely spend most of today with him to get a better feel for how Octillery likes to battle. We've already discussed our basic game plan for the gym. Grovyle goes in to wear down everyone he can, then we switch to Octillery for cleanup duty, then Ninetales if things go really south. Flannery's team is strong, but I think we can take her for a fairly clean win. Grovyle smirks. Octillery nods along, and Ninetales frowns at being sidelined. Silent, telepathic assurance from Lee soothes her, but her frown remains. I understand your logic, beloved. I simply don't enjoy it, is all, she sends back. Part of Lee still cringes at essentially offering Grovyle up as a buffer to make Octillery's job easier, but being the level-headed mom that he is, Grovyle has taken no visible offense to the otherwise logical plan. If anything, he seems emboldened that he is being chosen as the first pick in a fire-type gym. I wish I had that kind of positive outlook. I know Grovyle is getting frustrated at his lack of inclusion in gym battles, though. He was skipped over for both Rustboro and Dewford, then went down to the baton pass trick in Mauville. I hope this is a good confidence booster for him and not a letdown. Right, let's begin, everyone. Lee points a finger at the gecko Pokémon. Grovyle, you already know what you want to work on today. Once you feel good and warmed up, come to me and we'll give you Roxanne's Rock Tomb TM to even the odds for the gym match. After that, we'll use today to get a feel for the new move and brainstorm uses for it, okay? Grovile crosses his arms and nods, not quite keeping the eager gleam out of his slitted eyes. Ninetails. Lee's finger moves to his ace and best friend. We're making good progress on the commissioned move. Keep that up for the first half of today. Then we'll test your upper limits to see how long we need to keep our control exercises going. Ninetails shifts on her pause. You've informed the Rangers of our intentions here already? She vocalizes her question as well with two short, inquiring yips for Grovile and Octillery's benefit. I have. Lee nods. I gave both the local Pokemon Ranger Station and Laverage Emergency Services a call this morning to inform them that we'll be out here and that things might get noisy. They said to keep environmental damage to a minimum and keep wild Pokemon out of any crossfire, and they won't have any reason to step in. Both seem reasonable to me. Ninetails looks around at the barren training ground. The spot they found several miles outside of Laverage is sooty and devoid of life, having been subjected to a wildfire a few months ago according to a short chain of text messages with Flannery. The ground is bare dirt, the trees are husks, and there are no Pokemon around. The edge of the burned area is recovering, but even then, the new trees are small and the greenery is thin. All in all, the perfect place for a fire type to go wild. Ninetails smiles. I think we can manage under the Rangers' rules. Finally, Lee turns to Octillery. We're going to run you through some exercises, move tests, and a physical to benchmark your health. I have no doubt you'll perform well. This is more for my peace of mind than anything else. The octopus puts on a determined expression, clearly eager to begin. As the day drifts into the afternoon, Lee sighs and wipes at his sweaty forehead with the back of his hand. What a day, and we're barely halfway done. With the impending gym match just 3 days away, all three fighters on Lee's team have thrown everything they have into honing their skills. Grovile, with his mastery of Leaf Blade and X-Scissor, has been combining his know-how of feint attack and cutting moves to try and recreate Night Slash and expand his coverage. Much like feint attack, Night Slash is not a move anyone in the Sceptile line can normally learn. The limitation shows considering how much the Savon-like Gecko Pokemon has been struggling to reverse engineer the move over the last 2 weeks. He can mold Dark Tay, but the energy only sometimes holds an edge when channeled into the leaves growing from Grovile's wrists. It's much the same with his claws as well. There must be a trick to getting the energy to hold an edge. Dark Tay certainly doesn't behave like grass or bug, but I guess that's to be expected, Lee muses. Between frustrating failures, Grovile alternates between furthering his mastery of Quick Attack and getting used to Rock Tomb. Quick Attack's progress has begun to level off, leaving Grovile somewhere between Andre's Absol and Watson's Jolteon in speed. That's not the most impressive part, however. No. His ability to near totally arrest his momentum and accelerate in another direction is what's truly impressive. Grovile must be putting several G's worth of stress on his body making such sharp turns or coming to abrupt stops with Quick Attack. Or Quick Attack is somehow shielding him from the worst effects of moving at such speeds. If that's the case, then I might have a newfound appreciation for the flexibility of normal Tay. Or maybe a better term is neutral Tay? No, don't worry about that right now. Normal Tay is fine. Lee takes a moment to admire Grovile as he trains. Brows furrowed, the Pokemon hisses and draws an arm back from his place about 30 yards away. In front of his open claws, a small rock begins to form from sand that appears from seemingly nowhere. The sand collects into a mass, forming a solid brown rock that grows larger and larger. Before 3 seconds have passed, a stone as large as Grovile floats before him. Then with a grunt, he thrusts his forearm forward. As if thrown by a Pokemon thrice Grovile's size, the stone quickly flies forward in a lazy arc, crashing down into the dirt with a mighty thud that can be felt in the soles of Lee's boots. While the attack is a far cry from his usual blistering fast assaults, the simple yet destructive power of hurling a large rock cannot be denied. If a Pokemon were struck by the boulder, the resulting powdered bones would make for a very bad day. With a deep sigh, Grovile raises his arms, the green leaves of his wrists darkening with the power of his bastardized Night Slash. Then, with a movement so fast Lee almost doesn't see it, Grovile races forward and slices into his newly created boulder as little more than a flicker of green. Shank crack. The top half of the boulder slides away from the bottom to tumble on the ground, revealing a rough, uneven cut through the stone. Grovile huffs and shakes his wrists, which must be smarting after powering through solid rock. Lee hums to himself and inspects the aftermath of Grovile's other Rock Tomb attacks. Around the field are a few other boulders, but the oldest ones have crumbled away into piles of sand. The newer ones all feature rough cuts and slices in their faces, all of which leak slow trickles of sand. I wonder, is it Grovile's inexperience with the move, or with molding rock Tay causing that? Or do all Tay constructs decay rapidly? I don't recall water produced by Pokemon evaporating quickly. It feels like the more I notice, the less I understand. Lee then turns to Ninetales. Like Grovile, his oldest partner is flexing back and forth in her training. Between bouts of honing her skills, she's been working on their commission for Flannery. After some back and forth over the last few days, they agreed on the move to present to Flannery and how best to create it. Nearly on the other side of the field, Ninetales angles her head back, a sphere of rolling fire the size of a beach ball manifesting before her open jaws with a whoosh of hot air. She narrows her eyes, leaning back a little more, then she lets go. The fireball races up into the sky, then explodes like a magnificent firework. From the burst of orange flames comes a rain of smaller, fist-sized fireballs that scream as they fall to the earth. Nearly all of the fireballs hit the ground behind Ninetales within a huge radius, each one exploding like a grenade and throwing blackened dirt everywhere. The staccato of explosions rolls off Mount Chimney and echoes back at the group, letting them hear it over and over until the sound finally fades. When the smoke and dirt clear, Ninetales is left standing in a field of shallow craters. At first, Lee wished to make something tailored for Torkoal, but then realized that to make the move in a reasonable timeframe, Ninetales would need to do most of the heavy lifting and actually make it usable for herself. The restriction left them with moves that are forced to work within the confines of Ninetales' biology, but perhaps that's for the best for their first time creating a move for someone else. The airburst fireball is what they went with. Working together, Lee and Ninetales formulated an attack that needs no programming in order to accomplish its task. The initial fireball is little more than a weak shell to hold the actual projectiles inside while the attack rises to a target height of about 20 yards up. The outside of the shell is nice and stable, but the inside needs only a forceful touch to destabilize and collapse into harmless embers. Inside that shell are numerous smaller fireballs not unlike the projectiles of Convergence. The tightly wound balls are filled with dense, volatile, liquid fire Tay that is only kept from going critical by their more solid shells. These smaller shells are hardier than the thin one, keeping them all in a tight bundle, but a harsh enough impact, like, say, with the ground, jostles their contents enough to explode. In the center of the firework-inspired attack is a much less stable fireball, one that, after some trial and error, Lee and Ninetales have successfully configured to pop at the apex of the attack's flight, bursting the outer shell and propelling the multi-ball payload to spread before gravity takes hold. The user only needs to angle the attack in the direction they want to saturate, and after flying up, everything takes care of itself. Though, maybe saying they have configured the central fireball acting as the propelling charge is too much. It's more like they've figured out how to make a purposely flawed fireball fail and detonate at the most convenient time. True configuration would be learning how to put a timer on a stable fireball, something that eludes Ninetales when the move lacks her direct pyrokinetic control. The move failed over and over in the beginning. Sometimes the central fireball was too violent and destroyed the payload in a gigantic conflagration. Sometimes the outer shell was too solid and Ninetales had to hastily toss the ball away with her pyrokinesis before it came back down and exploded in her face. Sometimes something else happened and things went sideways. Despite all their failures, though, the move was finished in only a few days. Now all that's left is to refine it as best they can before presenting it for copying. All in all, it is a functional and powerful move, even if its no programming nature means it cannot be modified much. The discovery that fire Tay can exist in multiple states like liquid and solid is a worthwhile reward for the grief, in Lee's opinion. Ninetales sighs and looks at her golden pelt, which is stained with dirt and soot. Lee, please tell me some of our upcoming training involves the creation of psychic barriers. She wrinkles her snout in a display that makes Lee smile. Now that my fur is thicker, cleaning up at the end of the day is such a pain. I'd prefer to just block the grime before it hits me. She shakes herself head to tails, dislodging only a minimal amount of dirt. I did look up methods used to train young psychics in making barriers, but it requires holding something flat and delicate like paper taut without ripping it as the first control exercise. That trains your brain to make stable surfaces mid-air. Ninetales audibly growls, her gleaming eyes turning to send a sour look to a mess of broken eggshells, yolk, and paper egg cartons ripped up in frustration. The mess has since been tossed to the greenery for nature to reclaim. One exercise Lee has been having Ninetales work on is a simple one he read about online. Telekinetic control can be honed with simple, repetitive exercises that don't require much force. Something simple like moving eggs between cartons without crushing them is where many psychics too strong for their own good begin. So far, it's not been terribly fruitful for Ninetales. You'll get the hang of it, love. Lee closes his eyes and pulls his fox into a mental hug, siphoning away her dissatisfaction with her progress. The channel between them shortens, and their raw minds touch as Lee wraps her in assurance. He's careful not to touch too much of his mind to hers at once, though, lest he trigger a mind meld like they shared shortly after her evolution. Telepathically, Ninetales melts into the embrace with a half-hearted huff. You evolved less than 2 weeks ago, Lee continues. Don't let it get you down. You'll master your powers and I'll be there every step of the way to help. Ninetales is content to bathe in Lee's affection, then reluctantly pulls herself free to resume her training. Of course. I won't let you down. You really believe there is anything you could do to make me think you let me down? Lee physically chuckles. The fox doesn't answer, but the surge of love that flows from her to Lee says more than words could anyway. Something wet taps Lee's hand with annoying persistence, and reopening his eyes, Lee looks down to see Octillery leveling him with a narrow-eyed stare. Oops. The zoologist gives the octopus an awkward grin. Sorry for spacing out there, Octillery. Let's use up the last of our targets then we'll all break for lunch, okay? Pacified, Octillery gives his tentacles a wave that Lee has learned means, I'm ready. Testing the red octopus has been nice and smooth. For the past week, Lee has been brushing up on his knowledge of cephalopods and their health, and as he expected, Octillery passed this morning's physical with flying colors. Not that the lack of issues is surprising or anything, considering that he's spent over a week in a Pokemon Center. It would be surprising if anything was wrong with him after that. Octillery's performance lives up to Lee's initial expectations as well. The 3-foot-tall octopus is an utter terror at range, but cracks begin to show when he's asked to perform melee feats. The poor guy is by far Lee's slowest Pokemon, as crawling about on his tentacles is the best he can do mobility-wise. With a wind-up, Octillery can jump a decent distance, but it's not entirely viable as a dodge unless Octillery has already read his foe's attack well in advance. Though, maybe reading an incoming attack and figuring out the best place to dodge to isn't that big of an ask for him. Lee muses to himself. Lee reaches down to the cardboard box at his side, seeing only 5 targets left. He picks 2 up and flips them between his fingers. The targets are nothing special, being clay discs rather similar to the ones used in shotgun skeet matches. It was a surprise to learn that skeet is indeed a sport here on this alternate Earth, but like all other sports, everything Pokemon-related eclipses it by an absurd margin. It makes sense to Lee. Sports like football can be thrilling, but even a mid-level Pokemon battle beats out all but the most insane football plays. Before Octillery can become irritated with him standing idle and not throwing targets, Lee clears his throat and winds an arm back. Octazooka. He lets the discs fly. One flies straight, and the other flies at an awkward angle off to the left. The left one is a bad throw, and it's heading towards the ground fast. Octillery's eyes instantly snap to the spinning discs of orange flying by. He gurgles, and just before he fires, Lee covers his own ears. Bang-ing-ing. Octillery leads the shot perfectly. The bolt of ink shatters the leftmost clay disc into 1,000 pieces before it can hit the ground. His eyes then take in the easier shot, and rotating himself slightly, Octillery sucks in another breath. Bang-ing-ing. The second disc is hit dead center and vanishes in a spray of ink and clay shards. Lee picks up another disc and lets it fly. Gunk shot. Lee can almost see the ballistic calculations playing themselves out in Octillery's eyes. The octopus leans back slightly, then he puckers his mouth and spits a sickly purple orb that fills the air with the noxious scent of toxins. Unlike Octazooka, Gunk shot is far slower and heavier, arcing through the air like a baseball launched from a pitching machine. Regardless of its speed or less than flat trajectory, Gunk shot collides with the clay disc with a hiss, coating the target in a mess of noxious purple goop. The mess falls to the ground with a splat, where it bubbles. The harsh poison of Gunk shot strips the orange paint right off the disc before it eats through the clay itself. Mindfully, Octillery looses a spray of water from his mouth into the poisonous puddle, diluting it into something much less harsh on the nature around it. Once the purple color is barely visible in the now larger puddle, Octillery cuts off the fire hose of water with a satisfied gurgle. Thank you, Octillery. Lee smiles and places a hand on the octopus head. Even if the land here is already good and destroyed, we don't need to make it worse. Octillery nods, then sends an impatient look at the remaining clay targets in the box. Right, Right, sorry. Lee picks 2 more up. Last ones. Ice beam. He throws both high. Octillery responds near instantly. From his mouth shoots a frigid beam of light blue energy that quickly lowers the temperature around himself and Lee. The sudden drop draws a shiver from the man despite the beating sun overhead. Ice beam isn't an instant laser, and the beam quivers as if experiencing some kind of instability, but it flies quickly and in a straight line for 100 yards easily. In a burst of crackling ice, the first clay disc is struck and instantly shatters from the thermal shock. Then, rather than end ice beam and fire again, Octillery simply sweeps the beam over the second disc, once more leading his attack so perfectly that there is almost no wasted movement. Ice beam washes over the second disc, and it shatters into frosty shards like the first. Octillery cuts off the beam and looks up to Lee expectantly. 50 out of 50, Lee chuckles and gives the empty cardboard box at his side a kick. 100% accuracy rating. Well done, Octillery. The water type waves a tentacle uncaringly, as if saying that was nothing. Well, I found it impressive, at least. Lee smiles and picks up the box, tearing it down so he can stuff it with the other bits of kindling he keeps in one of his backpack's pockets. I bet you're hungry after all that, so let's eat. After a late lunch and a bit more training, Lee makes the decision to call it a day. Even if both Pokemon hide it, Grovyle and Octillery are tired after a long day. It's only made more apparent when neither protest being recalled back into their Pokeballs for a well-deserved rest, leaving Ninetales and Lee alone. Before they clean up and leave, Ninetales noses at Lee's hip. Lee, Ninetales begins. We've been working on my finesse for the last few days. Now that we have this unused land, should we try to find my new limits? That's right. I nearly forgot, Lee responds. He snakes a mental thread into Ninetales, touching her core and realizing she's not even winded after today. I guess using the same move over and over, broken up with breaks, isn't the most taxing thing around. I'm game to stay a bit longer to help you try everything out. Ninetales' namesake appendages wave about with an eager enthusiasm to them. What first? First. Lee hums and slowly turns his head, spying a mostly intact, if dead, tree close to the edge of the greenery. The tree is wide enough around that it would take 2 men his size hugging the hunk of wood to barely meet fingers around the trunk, and it's easily 80 feet high. I'm no arborist, but I'd estimate a tree that size is at least a few tons, even if it's totally dry. Ninetales ripped a heavy door off its hinges by total accident, so shifting a dead tree should give us an idea of where she lies power-wise. With a nod, Lee points to the dead tree. Let's give your telekinesis a try. Give that tree a telepathic once over, and if nothing is living in there, give it a pull with everything you have. Ninetales nods, her eyes glowing. Like a creeping stain, an aura of deep purple covers the tree, starting from the base and moving up. The distance of over 100 feet doesn't seem to bother her at all. The aura slows slightly when it has to envelop the rickety branches, but in a matter of moments, the entire tree is covered. Some of the burnt bark crumbles and a few branches break when the telekinetic corona tightens into an ironclad grip, but the tree remains stable for the most part. Ninetales narrows her eyes, then with an effort Lee can feel secondhand, she pulls. The tree groans and the ground rumbles as the dead roots fight to keep the tree in the dirt, but it's a losing battle. Ninetales screws her eyes shut, growls, and yanks as hard as she can once more. With a ground-shaking bang, the tree, roots and all, comes free in a plume of dirt. The tree is dislodged so violently that Lee has to raise his arms and shield his face from flying clods of dirt that smack into him. In Ninetales' ethereal grip, the dead tree hovers 20 feet over the hole its roots once lay inside, the network of gangly roots beneath the mass slowly dribbling soil back into the hole. Lee lowers his arms, taking in the sight with his jaw slowly dropping. God damn, he curses to himself. 9. I expected you to shift the tree around a bit, but ripping it right out of the ground? He shakes his head. I didn't see that coming. Ninetales clears her throat and slowly sets the tree down like a child might do a large branch. My apologies. I didn't realize I could do that, she says, sounding faintly embarrassed. No, it's fine. It's a learning experience for everyone, Lee assures with his hands raised. Was keeping that much weight aloft hard? Not hard, per se, but I don't think I could keep something of that weight up indefinitely. Perhaps several minutes before the strain begins to cause a headache. Ninetales tilts her head. Alrighty. Lee looks over the uprooted tree and lets out a low whistle of amazement. Okay, as for physical strength, we're probably going to need something more specialized than what we can use in the field. I've been meaning to get a radar gun for Grovyle too, so we'll put a number to your speed another day. For the last obvious test, Lee looks around, finding no worthwhile or sturdy enough targets. For your fire abilities, let's keep it simple for now. Try out a flamethrower with as much force as you can put behind it. Aim it straight up, as I don't think there's really a good target out here. Ninetails nods and takes a few steps away. She takes a deep breath, one that makes her tuft of breast swell. She leans her head back in. Lee hisses and turns away, the sudden light blinding him. Blinking, he reopens his eyes and gapes at what he sees. From Ninetails' maw comes no simple flamethrower. A roaring, billowing pillar of white-hot flames races into the sky, drying the air out and making the dirt around Ninetails' paws hiss and crack. The firestorm has enough circumference to swallow 3 men standing arm's length away from each other with room to spare, and it only widens out the further it flies up. The flamethrower keeps going and going, cooling into orange flames as it gets further away from Ninetails, before finally losing steam and sputtering out hundreds, maybe thousands of feet up. Ninetails shuts her jaws after 15 seconds, cutting off the raging fire. The pillar of flame wavers, the last vestiges rising up before going out. Although the fire never actually reaches that high, Lee watches as the residual heat in the atmosphere eats away at the edges of several clouds. It's almost like watching cotton candy being sprayed with water. Ninetails lowers her head and pants, the first pangs of exhaustion she's felt since evolving hitting her like battering rams. "Ah, overexertion, my old friend," she begins, sarcasm dripping from each word. "How lovely of you to visit. Love, if it's any consolation, then I don't think there are many Pokémon that could take a blast like that and remain standing." Eyes still skyward on the lazily evaporating clouds, Lee steps over to Ninetails. The dried-out dirt crunches underfoot as he kneels next to her and pulls the golden fox into a one-armed hug. Stamina might have been an issue as a Vulpix, but a flamethrower only a tenth as powerful as that would have floored anyone you've faced in the past. The fox smiles and presses her muzzle under Lee's chin, tickling his cheek with her ears. Then one ear quirks and she turns to look at the horizon. Lee follows Ninetails' eyes. Coming in hot on the broad back of a smiling Togekiss is a woman garbed in the signature dress of a Pokémon Ranger. Even so far away, the irritation her tense form radiates is plain to see. I guess burning away the clouds counts as damaging the environment. Swell. Another 3 days worth of training sun up to sundown pass, and the day of Lee's 4th gym match finally arrives.
The past days spent helping his Pokémon hone their skills have left the whole team brimming with confidence for the fight ahead, and with Flannery's custom move done and ready for copying well before the deadline nearly 2 weeks from now, team stress has been at a minimum the whole way.
Zinnia and Courtney left a sleepy Brendan behind to secure a few of the Laveridge gym's sparse seats, leaving Lee to rouse Brendan and Marshtomp for the trip to the gym, which they're on the way to now. "So, you nervous?" Brendan asks, looking up at Lee. The zoologist shakes his head. "Not really. Maybe a little anxious, but it's not anything negative. This'll be a fun match, I think." When Lee says he's not nervous, Brendan's eyes drift over to Ninetails, who is nodding along to Marshtomp as the mudfish Pokémon adamantly croaks about something. "I guess I understand why. Ninetails is impressive, but she's not the only member of the team." Lee clicks his tongue. Grovyle keeps on improving with no end in sight, and Octillery has more than proven himself competent. He seems to have a different beam attack for every occasion, and that's assuming he doesn't just put the other Pokémon through a wall with a tank shell made of ink. Brendan grins at the imagery. You don't actually need to tell me how your Pokémon are doing. I stopped by the Laveridge Ranger Station to take a look at local migration reports and was just in time to hear a Lady Ranger complain about that son of a bitch Henson and his fox forcing me to fly out again. That tells more than you ever could." Lee blushes and looks away in embarrassment. They should have defined what counts as undue environmental destruction better. I had Octillery cool off any slag we made before it could start any fires. Sure, Brendan laughs. "So now that your super secret gym prep training is done, when are we having a water versus water match? I bet Marshtomp can take Octillery." Marshtomp breaks away from his conversation with Ninetails to croak in agreement. "Isn't your match tomorrow?" At Brendan's nod, Lee continues. "Let's give it a week, then. Don't think Flannery is a pushover or that your team will get away without injuries just because your ace is a water type. I'm already counting on taking a few days of recovery time for my team." "I know that." Brendan crosses his arms and mockingly sticks his tongue out at the older trainer. "We'll win, though." The 2 trainers and 2 Pokémon make their way through town. By now, Ninetails is a common enough sight around Laveridge that not too many people stop to take pictures or immediately get out of the way, so they navigate the crowded streets a bit more slowly than usual. After a while, They turn off down the unpaved route leading to the gym. On the quieter road leading to the gym, Brendan suddenly speaks up once more. Hey, Lee? The boy asks. What do you see yourself doing after the Evergrande conference? Lee blinks. That's quite a bit away, so it's hard to say. Why do you ask? He gives Brendan his full attention. Well, Brendan rubs one of his arms with the opposite hand, seemingly unsure of what to say. When we first started out on this journey, I kind of didn't have a goal in mind. I always figured I'd wander around, find neat Pokemon, and discover something I loved doing like my dad did with Pokemon and their habitats. Dad could have been the champion if he decided to take on the Elite Four after his Evergrande conference win. Brendan's words stop as he looks down at the Pokeball belonging to Marshtomp in his hands. Off to the side, both Ninetales and Marshtomp let their conversation die out to listen. I did a lot of thinking since we got out of the Valley of Steel, and a lot of talking with my Pokemon. From there, it became obvious. I've figured out what I want out of being a Pokemon trainer. Brendan stares up at Lee with an intensity that feels out of place in the eyes of a child. We're aiming for the throne of champion. We're going to go all the way and use everything we have to get there. We're going to take Dad's legacy and finish what he started. Marshtomp pumps a fist and practically roars his support for his trainer with a bellow so loud it echoes off of Mount Chimney. His beady eyes shine with the same intensity as Brendan's, and if Lee didn't know any better, he would have said the pair are mirroring each other's emotions with telepathy. Lee almost steps back. Geez, Brendan. He can't manage any other words. And the reason I'm telling you this, Lee? Brendan's fingers clench around Marshtomp's ball. I know you're not the kind of guy who wants to be champion no matter how strong your Pokemon get. You're like my dad in that regard, so if we don't face off in the Evergrande conference, then I want a real battle with you, no holds barred. No matter how far my team gets in the conference, or the Elite Four challenge, or even the champion title match, I know that once everything is said and done. Brendan's eyes pin Lee in place. A real battle against you and your Pokemon will be one of the hardest challenges we could ever face. It'll be proof of how far we've come. It takes Lee a moment to find his words. When he does, he gulps. If a battle with everything we can offer is what you want, then consider it done. But you're putting a lot of faith in me there, Brendan. Like a flipped switch, Brendan grins and goes from frightful trainer back to happy-go-lucky boy. Maybe, but I believe in you. You're a tough guy and a crazy good Pokemon trainer. Some rivalry is good for everyone. Also, you never answered me about what you want to do after the conference. Rivalry is good for everyone? Bah. Nice way to justify the threat to kick my ass. Lee inwardly rolls his eyes. You're right on me not wanting the champion title. If we somehow make it to Steven Stone and eke out a win. He looks over to Ninetales, a quick conversation passing between them. I'd probably turn the title down. I know neither myself nor Ninetales would want to be tied down, and Grovyle is in it for the glory of beating tough Pokemon, not a title. I imagine Octillery would be neutral on the matter and Shinx probably won't care one way or another once she's old enough to understand. Whether or not we enter the Evergrande conference is still up in the air, really. Brendan slumps and groans as they pass the open gates of the gym and begin the final approach to the main building. Mon, really? I think you should enter. It would be a huge prestige boost to the lab if we both make it. I never said we won't, I'm just saying it depends on how the team as a whole feels about it once the time comes, Lee replies, taking the front door of the gym and holding it open for Brendan, Marshtomp, and Ninetales. Following in after them, he nearly bumps into his fox when he finds her standing stiff with surprise in the doorway. Ninetales? What's up? Why? Then he sees why she, Brendan, and Marshtomp were stunned into stopping. In the lobby being sold a last-minute ticket by a flustered gym aide as Steven Stone, the Hoenn champion. Are you fucking kidding me? The nervousness that Lee denied to Brendan suddenly rises up and digs its claws into Lee's stomach. I know he and the other gym leaders keep an eye on my matches, but coming here in person? The jingle of the bell over the door makes the champion look over his shoulder, and when he spies the group behind him, he smiles. If it isn't Lee Henson and Brendan Birch. He takes the offered ticket from the gym aide running the front desk and tucks it into his suit's breast pocket before stepping towards them. You certainly took your sweet time, Lee. Your match is beginning in just a few minutes. Steven, it's a pleasure to see you again. Lee sighs. The streets were a bit congested, I'm sure you understand. You, Brendan stutters, looking up at Steven with stars in his eyes and a grin barely contained. Why, you know who I am, Mr. Stone? He asks as if he can scarcely believe it. Steven waves Brendan off. Just Steven is fine, Brendan, and of course I know of you. You were one of the first trainers on the radar of myself and the rest of the Hoenn League this year. We've got high hopes for you. Brendan looks as if he'd just died and gone to heaven, but before he can space out too hard, Marshtomp elbows Brendan's side and pulls him back to reality. Oh, Brendan grins and scratches the back of his head. I'll do my best. I know it, Stephen smiles in reply. What brings you to Laveridge, Stephen? Lee asks, wondering just why a champion would be here and hoping to God it's not just to mess with him. I have doubts he's here just to stress you out, beloved, Ninetales sends to Lee. I wanted to see your match, of course. Stephen says brightly. You were saying, love? Or maybe it's more accurate to say I was in the neighborhood and happened by at an opportune time. The Devonair corrects himself after a moment. My Pokemon and I were taking a short vacation in the Valley of Steel, and after our R&R, stopped by Laveridge to refresh ourselves before heading back to Evergrande City. Stephen reaches up and rubs the Mega Keystone in the pin of his left breast pocket with a drawn-out sigh. If I had known just how many meetings and stacks of paperwork were involved with being champion, I might have passed on taking the office. Lee nods, then a thought strikes him. A risky one, but one that might save lives down the line. Say, Stephen, if you aren't terribly busy, can you spare a bit of time to talk after my match? I've got a few things you might be interested in hearing. I would have sent an email or something, but you never know what email filters might catch nowadays. Translation. I don't want anyone to know about what I have to say. Stephen's smile remains on his face, but it cools into something more professional, telling Lee the man is plenty adept at reading between the lines. I can make time, sure. I'll be here in the lobby when you're ready. Lee glances at Brendan, who still seems to be so star-struck by Stephen that he missed the unspoken words. Well, off we go. Wish us luck. Good luck. Stephen smiles and ushers Brendan and Marshtomp along through the doors to the spectator seating. Meeting Ninetales' eyes once more, the pair head through the doors to the arena. Already used to the routine, Lee takes a lapel microphone off of a wall-mounted rack of chargers and fits it to his collar without the young aide by the arena door needing to say anything. Sir? And ma'am? The aide says after a minute of staring at Ninetales. All Pokemon need to be in their Pokeballs prior to entering unless Ninetales is going first. Master Moore's rules. Rolling their eyes as one, neither Ninetales nor Lee fight the rule, and Ninetales is returned to her ball in a flash of red. Where her telepathy was dulled by the Pokeball before, Ninetales' mental presence is powerful enough now that she only needs to put moderately more force into remaining connected to Lee. An asinine rule if you ask me. Ninetales grumbles from within her ball. Lee just pats the ball on his belt in sympathy. They only need to wait a few minutes, as the aide by the arena door raises a hand to the radio in his ear and nods. Right, sending him in. The young man's hand drops. Mr. Henson, you're up. Good luck. Lee gives the younger man a nod and steps through, blinking at what he finds. The Laveridge Arena is made of packed dirt like the other arenas in the previous gyms, but is larger than regulation, maybe 30% or so larger, and at the expense of seating room to boot. There are only 4 rows of seats on either side of the arena and they're utterly packed. Scanning the room, Lee finds Brendan, Courtney, and Zinnia up in one corner. Brendan and Zinnia smile and wave down at him, and after a moment of watching the two next to her, Courtney offers her own short wave. For being in the same room as the champion, Lee sends a sidelong glance to the other side of the room. Courtney has a damn good poker face. Off to the right in a prime spot front and center is Stephen. The people around all gape and try their hardest to pretend they're not staring at the champion, and all of them fail miserably. If the Steel-type master is bothered by the attention, he hides it like a pro. Finally, on the other side of the arena, Flannery stands with a severe expression on her face. The way her fingers twiddle with a Pokeball gives away her true thoughts, however. Unlike the other arenas that were always filled with chatter, Laveridge is quiet as Lee takes his place in the challenger's box. Maybe it's from how traditional the gym is. I wouldn't want to look out of place by making noise in a place like this, either. Off to the side, the referee, an older man in dark, striped robes, steps forward and clears his throat into the microphone in his hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The spectators go totally quiet as the ref's voice reverberates through the overhead PA system. Thank you for joining us for our latest match here at the Laveridge Gym. Today, Jim Air Flannery will be facing Lee Henson of Littleroot in a 3-on-3 standard battle for the Heat Badge. We're pleased to have you all here as witnesses for fine young trainers and Pokemon testing their mettle in the Ring of Honor. The intro is precise and without any fanfare. One moment, if you would. A loud voice followed by clinking footsteps breaks the calm. The double doors behind Flannery open, and out steps Moore. Flannery turns away from the arena, and Lee can almost imagine her confused blink. Grandpa? There, standing behind Flannery on the defender's side of the field, is Mira Moore dressed in a full suit of polished armor fit for a samurai. Much of the armor is red, with the chestplate painted to depict rolling flames. Under his left arm is a full helm with a faceplate in the exact image of a snarling Typhlosion, and on his right hip are 6 full-size Pokeballs held in holsters of woven straw. The elderly man's glasses are gone, and on his face is a stern, stone-hewn visage that truly emphasizes his age. Flannery, my dear, Moore allows his face to soften. After a last-minute decision, I will be handling this battle. If you would, please? He gestures to the space behind the defender's box. Flannery, who seems too shocked to argue, nods and steps away. Moore smiles at her, then turns to glare at Lee as his face hardens once more. Lee Henson, he calls. Know this before all else, you are recognized. Sweat rolls down Lee's brow. Recognized? Moore nods once. In you, I see vast potential. The passion and love you put into your Pokémon has already taken you to new and grand heights, and you've still so far to go. Your passion has touched something long dormant within me, within my Pokémon, and only now do I realize how I have brought shame upon this gym. Shame? Ninetales questions, her ball wiggling in agitation. What is he talking about? Lee looks over to Flannery, then to Steven. Both wear open surprise on their faces, so this wasn't scripted. Steven meets Lee's eyes for just a moment, but what Lee sees makes his blood run cold. Steven looks concerned. Concerned for Lee. The scarred man swallows thickly. Even through her ball, Lee swears he can feel Ninetales' hackles rise. I have allowed apathy and age to form rust upon both myself and my Pokémon, Moore continues, slowly raising the helmet under his arm. My dearest granddaughter Flannery has already surpassed me in so many ways. Once this gym is hers, she will take it to a level of glory unseen before, and this is something I know to be true in my heart of hearts. Truly, the youth of this era are titans that we old ones can only stare up at in awe. Nevertheless, I have shamed the Laverage gym by halting our own progress in favor of the dreams of the young and inspired. My team, my first Pokémon, Tai. I have done them all a grave disservice by letting their fire dim. We are old now, twilight years are upon us, and no lamentations will allow us to do them over. The helmet comes to rest on Moore's head, and slowly, he fastens the strap under his chin. We will not go quietly, though. Moore's voice reverberates hollowly through his helmet, and goosebumps break out along Lee's skin. It's our time to step aside, to allow fine trainers such as Flannery and yourself to take the stage. We will not simply burn out, though. No, we will go out as true masters of the flame should. With a bang and a grand plume of fire. Moore's voice rises the longer he speaks. We have fallen from the ranks of the elite, but the world will hear us roar one last time. Lee Henson, he who stands so readily beside the mythical, accursed Ninetales, I, Mira of the House of Moore, challenge you to a 3-on-3 battle for the Heat Badge. In his helmet, Moore's eyes shine. The full might of Jim Laverage beckons. Lee, will you be found wanting? God damn it all with this clan and nobility shit. Lee mentally curses. I knew this deal was going to come back to bite me somehow. Lee palms Grovile's ball in a clammy hand. Well, I can't really run away from this, can I? You're on. Moore takes his first Pokeball, holding it aloft with a toothy grin visible under his helmet. Splendid. Most splendid. Give me the honor of showing you what awaits. Both Lee and Moore draw back their arms as one, then 2 Pokeballs fly into the arena. Chapter 9. Lee feels a bead of sweat roll down his neck as he watches the Pokeballs fly into the arena. Why do we always seem to run into situations like this? Grovile's ball flies a bit faster than Moore's, and pops open first with a snap hiss. In a flash of light, Grovile stands ready on Lee's side of the field. The gecko's legs are tense, his arms are raised, and his yellow eyes glow faintly in the old fluorescent lights of the gym. When he sees Moore rather than Flannery, his mouth quirks into a slight smirk. Moore's Pokeball pops open next, dropping a large mass of light onto the ground. The light takes a tall shape with 4 legs before the white glow fades, revealing a magnificent Rapidash standing tall on the field. Moore's Rapidash bears a resemblance to the mundane horses Lee is familiar with in shape only. The equine Pokémon is covered in pale yellow hair faded with age, broken up by scars here and there, but the rolling muscle beneath is fit for a stallion in its prime. Billowing flames of orange and red form Rapidash's mane and tail, along with crests of fire just above his deep blue-colored hooves. Below the short unicorn's horn on his forehead, Rapidash's red eyes regard Grovile with clear dismissal. The stallion snorts and throws his head, looking down upon the grass type before him. Grovile's smirk sours. Off to the side, the referee overcomes his shock and clears his throat into his microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice wavers slightly. Our challenge today has been changed by Gym Leader Moore. Challenger Lee Henson will face Gym Leader Moore 3-on-3, with no substitutions for either party. The match will begin shortly. The referee sends a severe look to one of the aides to his left. The nervous gym aide scarcely notices, as he pulls a Pokeball from his belt and pops it open, releasing a young Kadabra, who first looks at Grovile with a raised brow, then to Rapidash, leaving the psychic type to stare with open, wide-eyed alarm. The Kadabra raises his hand, and around the arena, two barriers with several inches of air insulation between them flare to life. The pink walls fade into invisibility, but their low, ongoing hum tells everyone the barriers are still up. No subs? Damn. Lee frowns. That might complicate things. Give it your all, Grovile, he silently wishes, staring into the Pokemon's back. The ref looks between Lee and Moore. Are both sides ready? Ready. Lee reluctantly mutters. Ready. Moore's grins, wide and almost maniacal. Ready. The referee raises his hand and chops it down. Begin. Flame wheel. Moore's command is near instant. Rapidash rears up on his hind legs as his flaming mane and tail surge into a single mantle of bright flame. Then he falls forward and rolls into a giant wheel of fire that races across the large arena. The horse Pokemon crosses half the space between himself and Grovile in a flash, leaving a trail of blackened, burnt dirt in his wake. Quick attack, stay at range, and use Seed Sniper. Lee barks. We can't really get close to Rapidash while he's covered in fire. We need to stall for right now. Grovile's eyes narrow, and the subtle glow of quick attack covers his body. Then in a flash of green, he zips away off to the right side of the arena and far out of danger. He lands without so much as a skid on the ground and opens his mouth. In his throat, the bright, green-yellow light of Seed Sniper begins to build. Rapidash rolls out of Flame Wheel, still flying at full speed towards the invisible wall of the barrier. Then in a move that would break all the limbs of a normal equine, Rapidash flips and twists around, landing hooves first against the barrier. The stallion's legs bend to absorb the impact, then he springs off of the wall and rolls back into another flame wheel. Bang-ing-ing. The supersonic crack of Seed Sniper shakes the walls and, like a laser, the seed hurtles toward Rapidash in a streak of yellow. The intense flames of Flame Wheel set the seed alight, but before it can turn to ash, the botanical bullet clearly hits flesh with a wet thwack. Move. Lee calls again, looking towards the other side of the arena. Grovile follows Lee's eyes, and with another flare of quick attack, the gecko Pokemon is gone, missing what would have been an incapacitating blow by half a thought. Rapidash unrolls once more, his cloak of fire fading with an irritated snort on his part. He digs his hooves into the dirt and slows to a stop, focusing an ugly eye on Grovile. On the fire-type's left shoulder is a round bullet wound. Heat-dried blood stains it while fresh blood slowly dribbles down Rapidash's leg. Well done. First blood goes to you and Grovile, Lee. Moore praises, his grin not faltering at all. We cannot let your game of keep away continue though. Rapidash. Flame terrain. Shit. Lee's eyes bug out. Grovile. Make a safe spot with Rock Tomb. He orders, not waiting to see what flame terrain actually does. If it does what it says on the tin. Rapidash rears up on his hind legs again, kicking out his front legs with a whinny. His hooves light up with a blinding white heat, and then he drives them into the ground like superheated hammers. At the same time, Grovile leaps into the air and draws back one of his two-fingered hands. Before the hand, a rock manifests from little whirls of sand, growing to Grovile's size with the rumbling groan of stressed stone. He tosses the boulder to the ground with a crash and lands on it in a crouch. He digs his hind claws into the stone, ready to move at a moment's notice. It quickly becomes apparent why Moore named Rapidash's attack Flame Terrain. From around Rapidash's hooves, the ground cracks and begins to glow red-hot. The cracks, spewing out sooty embers, spread like glass spider webbing in slow motion. The ground between the rens in the dirt steams and hisses, drying to ashen clods. Grovile cringes, though Lee can't feel any of the doubtlessly oppressive heat. The whole field is going to be a no-go zone for Grovile if he can't touch the ground. Lee grits his teeth as he watches Flame Terrain consume the arena floor. Don't let him finish, Grovile. Rock Tomb. Grovile draws his hands back with a hiss rolling from his lips, as a pair of craggy boulders manifest before him. Grunting, he pushes one then the other at Rapidash. The stones gracelessly fly through the air with a dull whoosh, one aimed at Rapidash's legs, and the other at his head. Defend. Flamethrower. Moore calls with a pointed finger. Rapidash raises his head and opens his mouth. From inside of his throat and without a single moment to charge comes a tight beam of spiraling fire, barely as big around as a bottle cap. The beam splashes across the first rock tomb and deflects off the rock faces, sending gouts of fire large enough to engulf a man in every direction. The stone superheats to red hot in less than a second, then explodes as if filled with gunpowder, throwing splatters of molten rock everywhere. Rapidash, still powering flame terrain, throws his head, sweeping the impossibly concentrated flamethrower into the second boulder still flying at him. Following in the footsteps of its short-lived brother, it explodes into red-hot chunks scattering around the arena. Grovile weaves to and fro on his boulder, avoiding the molten bits of rock with a frown. He glances back at Lee as more and more of the ground is turned into a hellscape. Rapidash snorts and swings his head around again, drawing his flamethrower and sweeping the blistering beam towards Grovile. The gecko Pokémon returns his eyes to his opponent and leaps over the flamethrower. Rapidash's eyes follow Grovile, and he sweeps the attack up to follow, maintaining the slow creep of flame terrain the entire time. By now half of the field up to the barrier is hissing and sputtering, just short of being fully molten. Detect. Lee clenches his fist as his mind frantically tries to come up with a plan to deal with this nightmare scenario. Grovile's eyes glow with supernatural clarity. Contorting his body to the side and charging quick attack, he turns and spins away in a mid-air dodge that draws gasps from the crowd. Moore's Rapidash simply keeps his flamethrower going and chases Grovile through the air as if trying to swat a fly with a laser beam. Hissing in exertion, Grovile flares his quick attack and darts in another direction after another near miss from flamethrower. He and Rapidash keep the dance going, and with each gravity-defying dodge, Grovile is forced further and further away from Moore's side of the field. Lee takes his eyes off the fight for a moment to look at the crowd. Steven watches the going-ons with a Pokeball held idly in his hands. His steel blue eyes remain locked on Grovile without a single waver, and he, Doolittle, use that brain and remember mine and Brendan's lessons. Focus on the battle, not the people. A tiny voice similar to Zinnia's scolds in the back of his mind. With renewed focus, Lee pretends all the eyes on the Pokémon and himself are gone. Grovile can't remain in the air indefinitely with quick attack, and using Rock Tomb to make platforms isn't going to cut it. Lee eyes the boulder Grovile used as a sanctuary with a wince. The air inside the field is growing so hot that it's beginning to shimmer. Flame terrain has already reached Grovile's perch and its base is melting into liquid slag. I can only imagine the hellish temperature Grovile is dealing with in there. Grovile dodges the latest pass of Flamethrower, this time with only an inch to spare above his back, and Lee has to stifle a wince and a curse when he sees Grovile clench his jaw in agony. Even with a total miss, a thick line of scales on Grovile's back is burned nearly black from sheer radiant heat. The flesh underneath the burn is dry and cracked, and Grovile's twisting through the air splatters the ground and barrier with droplets of blood. Lee, whatever you do, don't let Moore drag the fight out, Ninetales urges from within her ball. Lee can feel her peering through his eyes and watching the fight as well. If you let him decide the pace, Grovile is sure to be beaten. Damn it all, Lee mutters, wondering just how to get out of this as Ninetales' words bound around in his head. Trying to limit Grovile's mobility is a smart play on Moore's part. We're getting risky then. I wanted to practice this maneuver more, but live fire it is, Lee sighs. Grovile, quick attack directly at Rapidash, and charge Rock Tomb as you go. Oh? Moore's eyebrow rises. Intercept, Rapidash. Grovile crosses his arms in front of him as he falls, stones beginning to form before his claws. Then with a deep breath, Grovile flies down at Rapidash in a burst of white aura. The flamethrower Rapidash is somehow still maintaining is swept into Grovile's path long before he reaches his foe. With less than a foot between himself and the fire, Grovile thrusts his hands forward and uses the rapidly coalescing rock tomb as a shield. Flamethrower bites into the rock, superheating it and carving a melted trench. The second before the rock goes critical and explodes, Grovile's aura of quick attack shines white, and he flips over his stone shield to rush Rapidash as a zigzagging blur of green. The horse's eyes narrow, and like a hose nozzle being adjusted, the flamethrower's tight beam flares out into a wide spray of fire. Lee's jaw drops at how such a simple maneuver turns his entire plan inside out. Lee, you idiot. Of course, Rapidash can control flamethrower's spread. Any good fire type can. Why did I order Grovile to rush in without expecting that? In the back of his mind, Lee can feel Ninetails trying to shush the self-aimed scolding. Grovile is consumed by the fire with barely any time to cry out. In the blaze, his silhouette writhes and loses its momentum, beginning to drop from the sky. Grovile, listen to me, power through it, you have to go through to make it stop. Lee's heart begins to sink. The silhouette stiffens, then rockets forward again, curving and landing squarely on a surprised Rapidash's back. Lee winces for what feels like the 10th time in the match. Grovile is panting and covered in burns. Patches of his scales, particularly on his arms, are blackened and cracked. A few smaller patches are even more macabre, with scales burned away entirely, exposing cooked red flesh beneath. His head leaf is burnt to half its usual length, and the leaves on his left arm are gone. His miracle seed is unharmed, but the neckerchief it's affixed to is done for, barely hanging on by an ashen thread. Grovile shakes constantly and looks to be barely holding on to consciousness. The flames of Rapidash's mane only make Grovile's exhaustion more apparent, as the usually unflappable lizard shies away from the fire. It's a display of weakness he would never consider doing in his right mind. Don't dally, Lee, Ninetails urges. Rock tomb, Lee orders, hoping beyond hope Grovile isn't too exhausted. Pull free and buck him off. Moore's order is just as fast, and in his helmet, Lee can see the elderly man's eyes narrow. With a gasp, Rapidash finally lets his flamethrower sputter to a stop and goes to pull his hooves free of the ground. With visible effort, the stallion pulls one free with a burst of ash and molten dirt. But the other remains stuck in the ground. With a snort, he tugs again, and slowly his hoof rises out of its molten bath. He shakes his body to try and dislodge Grovile as best he can without breaking a leg, but Grovile reflexively digs his hind claws into the equine Pokémon's back, drawing bloody furrows. Grovile's eyes snap into clarity at the sound of Lee's voice, and with a vindictive hiss, he draws an arm back as a rock the size of a bowling ball quickly grows in his burnt and cracked claws. What's left of the leaves clinging to his head and wrist glow bright green as Grovile's ability, Overgrow, activates in his peril. With all the finesse of a rampaging Ursaring, Grovile drives the rock tomb right into the back of Rapidash's head with every bit of force he can muster. The rock shatters across Rapidash's skull, and blood wells up from the wound as Rapidash falters in his efforts to free himself. His eyes roll in their sockets from the stunning blow. Flare your mane, get him off, Moore's voice commands. Get out of there and... An idea strikes Lee, one that some people might see as cruel, but we can't stand up to Moore's Pokémon in sheer power, so we will have to get technical in how we deal with his team. With Overgrow in the seed active, Grovile should have enough firepower to overcome a fire-type's grass resistance, so... Mind made up, Lee finishes his order. Get out of there and use Leaf Blade on Rapidash's free front leg. Moore's eyes shoot open. Belay last command. Retaliate with Stomp. Grovile moves first, jumping off of Rapidash and landing heavily on the cooling ground, a brilliant green blade growing from his right wrist. He draws his arm back and hacks at the bulging tendons in the back of Rapidash's free leg. The leaf blade cuts deep and draws blood just as the dazed Rapidash raises his hoof to stomp on the gecko Pokémon. He brings his leg back down like a hammer blow that Grovile only barely stumbles out of the way from, cratering the ground and rumbling the whole building. As soon as the hoof punches through the dirt, though, Lee can hear the partially cut tendons snap. It's a sound that makes his stomach roll. With a cry of pain, Rapidash's free leg gives out and refuses to support any weight, causing the equine to stumble and fall to his side with his other front legs still trapped. The sound of Rapidash's trapped fetlock breaking is as loud as thunder in Lee's ears. Rapidash flails in both pain and anger if the hateful, wild-eyed glare that he levels towards the burnt and exhausted grass type before him is any proper indicator. Gritting his teeth, Rapidash slowly, painfully pulls his trapped leg free and tries to rise, but neither of his crippled front legs can support any kind of weight. He breathes raging tongues of flame impudently as he stumbles back to the ground. Grovile leaps to one of the corners where the horse Pokémon can't angle his neck, watching and waiting as Rapidash struggles to move. Behind Rapidash, Moore watches his Pokémon struggle with a deep, melancholic frown that forces guilt to settle in Lee's gut. After 10 seconds of fruitless efforts on Rapidash's part, the stunned referee steps closer to the invisible barrier around the arena and raises his microphone to his mouth, seemingly unsure what to say. It appears that gym leader Moore's Rapidash is unable to battle. Round 1 goes to Grovile. Grovile, burned and in pain, takes a deep breath, steadies himself, and crosses his arms as if he didn't just defeat a Pokémon decades his senior with a type disadvantage. Rapidash lays his head down, eyes wide and mouth open as he's declared the loser. It's as if the thought is utterly inconceivable to him. A hole opens up on Moore's side of the barrier, and with a reluctant sigh, Moore recalls his Pokémon into the worn Pokéball in his hand. I see. Moore begins, placing Rapidash's ball back into the woven straw holster resting against his side. I know not if I have allowed my team to fall so far, or if the talents of the new generation outstrip me to a degree even I didn't realize. Even 10 years ago, the thought of any of my team falling in combat to a grass type, let alone a mid-stage grass type, would be laughable. Now, look at where we are. Moore isn't wearing a microphone, not that he needs one, as the gym is stunned silent following Grovile's win. Lee licks his lips, feeling as if he should say something. Perhaps assuage his feelings, Ninetales suggests. All I have on the matter is your mostly forgotten history lessons, but typically noble types will remember if you help them save face. Right. This whole mess is political as well. It has to be, somehow. Lee withholds a grimace and directs himself to the gym leader. Gym leader Moore, even if Rapidash takes the loss harshly, I didn't put Grovile forward to be insulting, I let him lead as I have faith in his abilities as a fighter. You and Rapidash battled in a way that pushed both of us to our limits. As evidenced by Rock Tomb, I've been specifically training him to counter his weaknesses, yet Rapidash trivialized much of what I've taught. Speaking of limits, Lee looks towards the referee. Ref, I'm retiring Grovile from the match. He's gone above and beyond after facing down such a powerful Pokémon. Grovile turns to Lee, offering him the faintest of nods. The referee accepts the concession with a nod of his own, raising his microphone once more. Challenger Lee is retiring Grovile from the match following his win. Grovile may not be used for the remaining duration of the challenge. Both Gym Leader Moore and Challenger Lee have 2 Pokémon remaining. That Rapidash was a fucking monster and we won that by the skin of our teeth. Lee gulps. He landed only one direct hit and it nearly took Grovile down. Meanwhile, he kept 2 attacks going for minutes on end, got shot in the shoulder, took a super effective rock to the back of the head, got hamstrung, busted an ankle, and still wasn't knocked out. We had to hit him with a TKO for a win. Lee breathes out a sigh and raises Grovile's Pokeball in his hand. To think Rapidash was even better in his prime. What the hell would 2 elite-level Pokemon clashing look like? Or even 2 champion Pokemon? Messy, I would presume, Ninetales telepaths dryly, though she can't hide the apprehension in her voice at the thought. Regardless, Grovile's ability to maneuver midair is the only reason we won that. If he lacked the ability to tell gravity to get bent, then we would have been sunk. In a flash of red, Grovile's burned and battered form is returned to his Pokeball. Raising the ball to his mouth and covering his lapel mic with one hand, Lee smiles and whispers, "Damn fine job out there, Grovile. I can't even put into words how proud I am of you. I mean it when I say you went above and beyond today." The ball in Lee's hand shakes once, then goes still. Putting Grovile's ball on his belt, Lee takes Octillery's ball and raises it to his mouth. "Ready?" he murmurs. The octopus ball rattles eagerly. On the other side of the field, Moore smiles thinly as he takes another Pokeball from his holster. "Ready?" Lee nods, raising Octillery's ball. Once more, both trainers throw their Pokeballs at once. This time, Moore's throw is a hair faster, and his Pokeball pops open first, dropping a simply enormous mass of light onto the scorched floor. Octillery's ball snaps open a moment later, and due to being smaller, the octopus materializes more quickly. Already alert, Octillery doesn't even need to blink any stars from his eyes. He stands ready with a narrow-eyed glare and all of his tentacles raised, ready to strike. The mass on Moore's side finally finishes coalescing into a Pokémon, and Lee covers his mic before cursing under his breath. Standing at least 7 feet tall and utterly rippling with muscle, Moore's second Pokémon is revealed to be an Arcanine, the Kusin of Ninetales. The humongous canine is covered in rusty orange fur crisscrossed with thick black stripes. His chest and head are covered with a thick, cream-colored mane bleached nearly white with age, and the back of each of his legs sport a tuft of the same color fur. Behind him, a dense tail sporting the same cream coloration lays limp and unamused. Like Rapidash, Arcanine's fur is marred by thin, hairless patches of scars. The Pokémon cuts a majestic, regal figure, as if his very presence compels admiration and deference. While Growlithe, Arcanine's prior form, is much more common than Vulpix, Arcanine is a different story. The books call the canine Pokémon legendary for a reason, and it's because Arcanine is nearly as rare as Ninetales. Though, it's less because of how uncontrollable Arcanine is, and more due to practicality. Few people have the resources needed to feed and care for a powerful, fire-breathing dog that weighs several hundred pounds and lives 100 years on average. Factor in the cost of the Firestone needed to evolve a Growlithe, and one is looking at 7 figures of investment at minimum to raise an Arcanine over the Pokémon's entire life. Owning an Arcanine is a loud and proud symbol of prestige. It doesn't hurt that they're mighty Pokémon renowned for their superb speed, stamina, and physical strength. Kanto and Johto's old noble families keep Arcanine to this day for many reasons beyond saying, "Look at how wealthy I am." Arcanine's hard eyes take in Octillery. He then pulls his lips back into a snarl, revealing teeth as long as a human finger that gleam a brilliant, healthy white. The canine tooth in the lower right of his jaw is missing, replaced with a titanium implant. The holes in the barriers close up with haste as Octillery and Arcanine size each other up. Round 2, Arcanine vs Octillery. The referee stumbles over Arcanine's name as if he didn't expect the Pokémon to make an appearance. Begin. Rock blast into Octazooka, Lee calls. Strangely, or perhaps worryingly, Moore doesn't call an attack. He simply stands with his arms crossed. Octillery draws back and spits a barrage of small stones from his mouth. Around each stone is an aura of red, and after several feet of flight, the aura flickers out. As soon as the red is gone, the stones expand to be the size of cannonballs as if by magic. The rocks keep all their speed despite the physics-defying trick and scream towards Arcanine's flanks, but the Mon still hasn't moved. A second later, Octillery gurgles and swells, then with a supersonic crack, fires a bolt of ink in the middle of the rock barrage. With grace unbefitting of a beast of his size, Arcanine swerves around the Octazooka, which outtraces Rockblast, then weaves and ducks around the stones flying at him as if he's entirely weightless on his paws. The entire time, his eyes never leave Octillery. The sound of the stones impacting the barrier behind him and shattering into thousands of pieces doesn't rattle him either. Moore finally calls an attack, and it's the last one Lee wants to hear. Extreme speed, then Thunderfang. Shit. Wall yourself off. Lee tries to counter. Arcanine tenses, and before Octillery can spin around and make a wall of ice with Ice Beam just as they practiced, the fire type moves. There is no flicker, no flash of color, no shadow, nothing. For an instant too short for Lee to appreciate, Arcanine is standing on the other side of the field, then the dirt implodes under his dinner plate-sized paws. But Arcanine doesn't move, the great canine simply looks hazy now. Lee blinks when he hears a squeal of pain, and as he blinks, Arcanine disappears from his sight. No, wait, what happened? Arcanine is already upon Octillery, mauling the octopus and shaking him around like a ragdoll. Octillery twitches and writhes under the crackling, electrified fangs digging into his flesh. What the fuck? I could have sworn I saw him standing still a moment ago. Lee's mind whirls. Arcanine didn't leave behind some kind of illusion, did he? No? Lord above, he moved so fast that he actually tricked my eyes. I just saw a real after image. Lee doesn't dwell upon the revelation for long and returns his head to the fight.
Octillery, fight it, use wrap around his neck and squeeze as hard as you can. Octillery struggles past the electrical surges running up and down his body just enough to wrap 2 tentacles around Arcanine's neck.
Before the octopus can get a proper grip, Arcanine throws his head and releases his jaws, sending Octillery rolling across the dirt. The water type lets out a short squeal each time his savage, electrical burn-covered bite wound is dragged across the ground. Moore doesn't leave his Pokémon without an order for long. Circle around and Thunderfang again. Arcanine moves in a flash of rusty orange and gleaming teeth, his paws digging furrows into the dirt from the force of his legs alone. Fuck me. First, he tries to keep Grovyle at a distance, then he knows to stay on top of Octillery. Has Moore fought Pokémon like them before, or is he reading them somehow? Lee growls under his breath, Octillery. Use gunk? Shot. Just like we planned, Octillery. Hold steady. Lee thinks even if only Ninetales can hear him. Octillery rolls to a stop, his eyes taking on a knowing gleam after hearing the pause in the command. But Moore notices too. His eyes harden. Arcanine, be wary. Arcanine bears down on Octillery twice as fast, sparking fangs poised to shred the smaller Pokémon. Octillery gurgles and sucks in a breath, making an obvious show of charging an attack and pointing his mouth directly at Arcanine. The huge canine jukes to the side at such speed it's as if he teleports, dodging a projectile that Octillery hasn't fired. And fire. During the split second that Arcanine's brow furrows in confusion, Octillery corrects his aim and spits a glob of viscous, fuming purple right into Arcanine's mouth. The poisonous gunk splashes across Arcanine's lightning-infused fangs, his gums, his tongue, and the force of the shot sends some right down his throat. Some splatters across his nose, with a bit making its way into his nostrils. If training with Octillery has taught Lee anything, it's just how nasty poison is as a type. It's as if someone took a timid child's understanding of what poison is and distilled that fearful nightmare substance into something even worse. Poison Tay is both caustic and toxic, existing as a general anathema to anything alive.
Octillery isn't even poison type, yet his gunk shot shatters rock, eats through the shards left behind, then kills plants around the impact.
And Arcanine just took a direct hit to several mucous membranes. Arcanine leaps back and snorts, sending purple muck and mucus to the ground. He snorts again, and this time the mucus is flecked with blood. Then the pain sets in.
Arcanine shakes, then howls and hacks in torment, whipping his head side to side and showering the ground in bloody saliva.
He stops for a moment to retch, spilling blood from his bleeding gums and nose, then he vomits a torrent of steaming fluid with a worrying red and purple tint. He coughs once more, throwing up another mouthful of red and stumbling. Arcanine, fight it, boy. More urges. Lee can just barely make out the sight of sweat on the old man's helmet-covered brow. Raise your temperature and burn the toxins out. Do it now. The fire-type coughs, giving Octillery a woozy glare filled with seething anger.
He takes a deep breath in, then out, flames exiting his mouth with the exhale.
Of course, he has a counter for poison. Lee clicks his tongue, feeling foolish for pausing. Octazooka. Octillery sucks in a breath of his own, then blasts a tank shell's worth of ink at Arcanine. The orange and black canine aborts the purge of poison from his body and leaps to the side, dodging the ink that hits the ground behind him and kicks up a cloud of dust. Again, don't let him rest, the zoologist orders. Poison. What a distasteful way to win, but I don't know what else we can do. Lee takes the short lull to inspect his Pokémon. What he finds makes him wince. Octillery's right side is one giant, ghastly bite wound surrounded by spider-webbing electrical burns. One of Octillery's tentacles looks as if a fang went completely through it, as the limb is limp and unresponsive. Two more tentacles are being used as makeshift sutures, holding much of the bite wound closed and stemming Octillery's bleeding as much as possible. Despite the efforts, blood is still soaking the dirt next to the octopus. If not for the impromptu field treatment, he likely would have fainted from blood loss already. The red cephalopod continuously blasts his signature attack at Arcanine, who dodges each supersonic bolt. Even if Octillery tries to fake him out or herd him into another shot, Arcanine still remains untouched even if his grace is waning with each passing second. Down 3 tentacles, tender on his entire right side, and slowly bleeding out. Even if Gunk Shot really messed up Arcanine, Octillery still got the worst of the exchange. Lee frowns and mentally scrolls through all the maneuvers he and Octillery worked on. Enough of this. More roars, his anger carrying throughout the entire building. Have I allowed my team to fall so far? I cannot bear the shame. Arcanine, we're done playing Meowth and Rattata. Use Facade. It takes Lee a moment longer than he cares to admit to remember what Facade does. A normal move that doubles in power if the user is burned, poisoned, or paralyzed. Fuck me, really? Arcanine dodges one final Octazooka, then sets his muzzle in grim determination. Drawing back his lips for a bloody snarl, an aura of white wisps around his body as small billows of steam escape from between his teeth. He lowers himself, then blasts forward trailing white like a missile. Neither Lee nor Octillery can do anything as Arcanine drives his skull into Octillery like a supersonic wrecking ball. Lee is treated to the disheartening sight of his newest Pokémon's entire body rippling like a water balloon ready to burst, then flying off of his tentacles and smashing into the arena barrier with a bone-rattling thud. Arcanine coughs once more, splattering the ground with red droplets. Octillery falls to the ground, unmoving and barely even breathing. His whole body goes limp like a deflated ball. Lee's shoulders slump. Damn. Octillery is unable to battle. The referee calls the match as a hole opens up on Lee's side of the barrier. Arcanine is the winner of round 2. Applause and a handful of cheers come down from the crowd as Lee raises Octillery's ball and recalls the unconscious water type. Like with Grovyle, he raises the ball to his lips and whispers. You did incredible out there, Octillery. We've only been working together for a week and already you're irreplaceable. Thank you, he murmurs quietly before clipping the Pokeball back to his belt. Challenger Lee, please select your final Pokémon. The referee calls. The applause goes quiet at the announcement as nervous anticipation seems to fill the entire arena. All eyes are on Lee. Everyone knows who his selection is going to be. On the other side of the room, Moore's grin finally returns. Lee takes Ninetales' ball and enlarges it. With a deep breath, he steadies himself and readily accepts the mental embrace Ninetales pulls him into. Ready? Always, beloved, she says, her voice filling him with blessed confidence. They pull one another close enough that words become useless. Lee draws his arm back and throws the ball into the arena. The ball splits open, and out comes Ninetales. The great fox lands in a crouch, then slowly stands, unfurling each one of her tails as she does so. The sunlight streaming in through the window suddenly redoubles its intensity, casting harsh rays that quickly begin to heat the room. The aging air conditioning system of the gym kicks on, but even then the large room begins to grow warm. The only one who doesn't feel the additional warmth is Lee. Once Ninetales is at her full height, she snaps her red eyes open and stares down Arcanine with open, burning hostility. Despite being twice Ninetales' size, the other fire-type wheezes through his burned trachea and retreats half a step. Round 3, Arcanine vs Ninetales, begin. The ref chops his hand down as the barrier in front of Lee closes again. Before Moore's mouth can even move, a command flows from Lee to Ninetales. In the time it would have taken for a regular person to say a single word, Ninetales and Lee could have an entire discussion with how closely intertwined their minds are. Hold. Lee's brain fills in the silent instruction with a word, just for himself. Ninetales' eyes glow, and Arcanine is seized in a purple telekinetic aura, forcing him to stiffen against his will. Crunch. Break the hold and use facade. Moore's voice booms as his eyes take on an intense focus. He noticed fast. Hex. Before Arcanine can power up Crunch, wispy orbs of ghostly violet swirl into being around the immobilized Arcanine, then they all converge and sink into his skin. A half-second later, Arcanine shrilly yowls as arcs of charged ghost tay rip across his body, cruelly attacking the organs most ravaged by Octillery's poison. Arcanine, focus. Break the hold, Moore demands. Extrasensory. Extrasensory is an extraordinarily brutal, borderline sadistic move to Lee. Ninetales learned it upon her evolution, and when they tested it on a boulder a few days ago, they were left with a pile of gravel. Some way, somehow, the psychic field creates zones of overlapping spatial fluctuations, or at least that's what it looks like to caught inside as ripped apart. Nature was on its A-game when it decided only 20 or so Pokemon can learn it, Lee muses to himself. Ninetales' eyes glow brighter, and all around Arcanine, fields of overlapping psychic bubbles form out of thin air. The bubbles all quiver as one, then each one expands and contracts rapidly, pulling at the canine's body with rippling gravitational distortions. Arcanine howls as his entire body bruises, with several splits opening in his skin. Blood quickly begins to soak his fur, and when Ninetales releases him from her crushing telekinetic grip, the monstrous dog Pokemon sways on his paws. With a snarl, Arcanine raises his head and reflexively fires a gout of white flame towards Ninetales. The vixen's control of all things fire leaps out, sinking invisible tendrils into Arcanine's nameless attack and wresting control away from him without a struggle. Just as the fire reaches Ninetales, it parts around her as if splashing against an invisible, spherical shield, missing entirely. Arcanine, listen. Moore is actually beginning to look unsure. The poison has progressed too far. Use facade or you'll be defeated. Arcanine snarls, lowering himself as the same white, steamy wisps diffuse from his fur and begin to surround him. Double team. Feint attack. Confuse ray. Hex. Be ready to move. Use only non-fire attacks to remain optimal. Ninetales narrows her eyes. Unnoticed by anyone other than Lee, a single double team illusion covers her form just as the cloak of feint attack renders her invisible. Slowly, she steps off to the side while her doppelganger remains standing in her place, powering up her confuse ray as she does so. In the backseat of Ninetales' mind, Lee focuses on animating the single double team illusion, keeping its tail swaying and its chest rising and falling so his partner can keep concentrating on remaining unseen. He pulls the clone's muzzle back into an infuriating smirk, hoping to remain a juicy target. Still cloaked, Ninetales lets her confuse ray fly. Arcanine rushes forward, facade turning him into a missile once more, only for him to stumble halfway through and stop as he runs face first into an unseen confuse ray. With a growl, he shakes his head and clears the mental fog within only a few seconds, but a few seconds is all it takes for Hex to crackle to life again and tear into his body. Once more, he howls and seizes on his feet. Finally, Arcanine sways on his paws once more, then falls to his side with a thud, wheezing and too weak to rise. Twice he tries to get back on his paws, and twice he just falls. On his third failure, he lays down and stares at the Ninetales illusion with defeat in his eyes. Just like in the last matches, after 10 seconds the referee steps up to the side of the arena and speaks into his microphone. Arcanine is no longer able to battle. The winner of round 3 is Ninetales. Abandoning Zinnia's advice for a moment, Lee looks into the crowd. Behind the polite applause, a number of people seem startled by the match. In a way, Lee can understand it. To them, it must look like Ninetales won without moving a muscle. Something tells me it would be a different story if Arcanine was at full health. Steven still watches carefully with a Pokeball in his hand, looking between the downed Arcanine and Ninetales illusion. Then his eyes shift and look right at the real Ninetales, who is still invisible. Well, that's not creepy or concerning at all. Is Metagross telling him where Ninetales is? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Up in the stands, Brendan stands and applauds louder than anyone else, his face locked into a grin so wide it must hurt. Beside him, Zinnia is standing too, clapping her hands with a grin that rivals Brendan's. Next to her, Courtney's applause is much more reserved, though her small smile at least makes it seem genuine.
A hole opens in Moore's side of the barrier, and raising Arcanine's ball, the gym leader sighs and recalls his ill Pokemon in a flash of light.
He raises the ball and touches it to the forehead of his helmet, muttering something too quiet for Lee or Ninetales to hear. Replacing Arcanine's ball in its holster, Moore sags.
Goodness me, goodness me. He raises a hand and clenches it over his chest.
We're in quite the mess with this one. Once more, Lee can't help but feel compelled to say something in response. Mentally, he untangles himself from Ninetales enough that their words won't get jumbled. Gym leader Moore. Lee pauses and crosses his arms, not really sure how to phrase himself. Maybe this battle isn't the glorious thing you were hoping for, but it certainly told me something. That your Pokemon and tactics are just too much for us to handle without tricks like targeting weak points or using poison. I don't think your Pokemon are weak at all, and perhaps you're being too harsh on yourself by saying they've fallen. Your Pokemon have clearly been raised with love and dedication, and it's plain to see. Even a rookie trainer like myself sees it. Moore chuckles, then it deepens into a full belly laugh. No, my boy. You give me too much credit and yourself not enough, and this certainly isn't a criticism of our battle here today. It would be foolish of me to expect anything but a battle of wits as well as might. No, in that regard you and your Pokemon have more than lived up to my expectations. This is the most difficult battle we have faced in years. His smile lessens. My era was won before the information age, so I cannot show you just how mighty we stood in those days long past, but as we are today. Well, my Pokemon and I are merely pale imitations. Juxtaposed against yourself, it's all the more obvious. Moore reaches into his straw holster and withdraws an old Pokeball, one with nearly all of the red paint on the cap worn away. Moore rubs a thumb across the capsule lovingly. Rapidash is far past his prime, and Arcanine's age is beginning to show. My first partner, Ty, is nearing the end of his days as a battler. Today might even be his last battle before he's just too battered to continue. I know where we stand, Lee. Today was never truly about winning. Moore throws the worn Pokeball into the arena. Today, Moore's roar echoes through his helmet as his eyes blaze. Today is about that glorious final burn. The weathered Pokeball snaps open and deposits a Pokemon in the field. As the light of the Pokeball fades, Lee feels his heart leap into his throat. In the Pokemon anime Tai, Moore's Typhlosion is depicted as an average member of his species. No outstanding traits, no real battles shown, just a normal Pokemon. The Pokemon before Lee and Ninetales is not normal. Tai stands tall, at least 6.5 feet, and like his teammates, his physique is positively Olympian even with his graying coat showing off his advanced age. That's not what draws the eyes, though. The scars do. Tai's entire chest, his stomach, his arms, his legs, parts of his neck, parts of his face, they're all covered in overlapping scars and burns. Even the tip of his right ear is missing, and on the left side of his chest is a spiraled scar like he was shot with an artillery cannon. His entire front is a veritable tapestry of suffering, each square inch of ghastly flesh telling a story not fit for any with a weak constitution. The Pokemon stands all the taller and more unbreakable for each healed wound, like a war monument brought to life. Lee reaches up and touches the 3 lines burned into his face. They feel almost like nothing in comparison. Tai turns slowly to regard Moore, showing Lee and Ninetales his back in open dismissal. The only scar on Tai's back is a spiraling exit wound, a mirror to the one on his chest. Ninetail's hackles rise, and she struggles to remain invisible. Old friend. Moore's visage is soft despite Ty's eyes boring into him. Can I count on you here? Ty says nothing. Slowly, he turns around, facing the Ninetail's illusion and lowering himself into an animalistic ready stance, one forepaw braced on the ground with the other held claws out. On his back, the iconic mantle of jet-like flames Typhlosion is known for bursts to life, burning not orange, but a pearl white with a ghostly blue center. Final round. The referee looks between the Ninetail's illusion and Ty, not hiding his nervousness at all. Begin. No one moves right away. Ty stares down the illusion with smoldering eyes, silently daring Ninetails to make the first move. After a full, nerve-wracking minute passes, Lee breaks first. Baby doll eyes, confuse Ray. Under her cloak, Ninetails stares hard at Ty, the glow in her eyes going unseen. The instant baby doll eyes is cast, the veteran Pokémon takes off across the ground with devilish speed on all fours, moving and zigzagging like he didn't even notice the enfeebling effect of the fairy ray. He's on top of the illusion in an instant, his clenched fist trailing white as he swipes it through the false Ninetail's head in a brutal, unnamed attack. The double team dissipates, leaving Ty alone. I knew there was something fishy. Moore exclaims, eyes scanning the arena. Ty. Burning ash. Ty draws in a breath just as Ninetails confuse Ray strikes, but like with baby doll eyes, Ty is seemingly unaffected. He slows for perhaps half a second, then he spews a thick cloud of ember-laden ash at the ground, making a cloud that quickly scatters in every direction. The hot ash doesn't harm Ninetails, but it does stick to her, making her outline obvious through faint attack's cloak. Ty moves like lightning, zooming toward the revealed fox with his mouth open and teeth aimed squarely at Ninetail's neck. Hold him. A purple haze, the same color as the glow that overtakes Ninetail's eyes as faint attack drops, covers Ty from head to toe and stops him cold. The Typhlosion growls, and without needing any instruction, he flexes his body against the blanket of telekinesis around him. His muscles stand up in sharp relief against his scarred skin, and to Lee's horror, Ty shatters the telekinesis around him with sheer physical strength alone. The sound of the telekinesis failing is sharp and hard on the ears, like a burst of radio static played at maximum volume. Ninetails recoils from the backlash of having her focus broken so utterly. A headache quickly begins to bloom in her head, and Lee does his best to draw the pain off of her and into himself. Ty lowers himself again and runs at Ninetails, his teeth seemingly gravitating towards her neck. Quick attack. Double team. Ninetails jumps to the side out of the cloud of ash and out of Ty's way, illusions trailing her and scattering as she does so. She lands on her paws some distance away with a frown. Combustion. Moore is just as fast to respond to the clones as they appear. Combustion? Lee wonders. I've never heard of that move. Unperturbed by the missed attack, Ty stands on his hind legs and crosses his forepaws, which take on a bright orange glow. With a growl, he thrusts his arms out, the fur of his arms rubbing together and sparking with snaps and pops. Then a gargantuan fiery explosion, with Ty as the epicenter, rocks the entire building. Smoke fills the psychically shielded battleground, chips of rock bouncing off the transparent wall and clattering to the ground. Any personal woes or memories of fire are skipped by Lee as Ninetail's pain tears through his body. With a gasp, Lee's legs shake as he almost falls to his knees. Already, he can tell how bad the damage is. His ribs are on fire and the taste of blood coats his tongue, so Ninetails must have shattered a few ribs and might be bleeding internally. His left ear is ringing, so Ninetails is probably deaf on that side until seen at a Pokémon Center. A phantom limb he doesn't own is filled with sharp, keen pain, meaning one of her tails is broken. The rest of his body just aches in general. Through Ninetail's bleary eyes, Lee watches her get to her paws shakily. Gritting his teeth, Lee urges her to rise. Ninetails gets to her paws, ignoring the stabbing of her abused ribs. With a growl, she reaches out to Lee and pulls his mind a little closer, and to his surprise, time seems to slow as they think together. I don't know what happened, but I'm certain Moore has more hidden moves than he originally let on, the vixen mentally snarls. Rotten bastard. I don't care how powerful Typhlosion is, we're tearing him to pieces. The complaint comes off as a bit hypocritical to Lee, but he doesn't voice it for now. It won't do to rile his fox up in such a critical match. Easy, love. Lee watches as a stone launched by Ty's explosion falls as if dropped into molasses. His desire to study this strange time perception alteration is pushed aside for now. It takes immense effort just to move his eyes to follow the stone, and he can feel Ninetails totally ignoring her body to communicate with him. Sadly, it looks like recreating a bullet time effect is off the table. I kind of expected that Moore was hiding something. Everyone seems to keep the best methods and discoveries to themselves to keep their competitive edge. His neutral face falls into a frown with painstaking slowness. That explosion is bad news. If Tai can attack in every direction at once, that negates much of what we can do. I can feel he's already injured you. Ninetails says nothing, still not acknowledging that she's been wounded. The orange glow, though. Fire Tai? It must have been. Ninetails agrees. I felt more than a bit of heat. Lee would smile if he could. Do you think you can pull control away from him? Ninetails' mental smirk is almost evil. Mentally, the man and fox pull away from each other, and sensation returns to their bodies. Time resumes its normal speed. Double team. Payback. Doppelgangers once more flash into existence around Ninetails, each one bounding away to surround Tai, who looks unimpressed with the stunt. As one, each fox snarls as bubbling dark seeps out of her wounds, coating her in a cloak of dark that fills her body with spite-powered strength. Combustion. Moore orders once more, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he looks at Lee. Lee smiles back. Ninetails and her clones rush Tai, each one opening their slender muzzles to bear sharp teeth. With a scoff, Tai crosses his arms and thrusts them out again, sparks flying from his fur. Now, before the old Typhlosion can set off another explosion, Ninetails' influence snakes its way into Combustion's orange glow, seizing the reaction before it can complete. All that comes from Tai's arms is a puff of smoke. Tai's eyes narrow as Moore's jaw drops. What in the blazes? The half-second of surprise is just enough for Ninetails to leap up, dig her claws into Tai's chest, and snap her jaws around Tai's throat like a steel vice. With a roar of fury more than pain, Tai drives a glowing fist right into Ninetails' head, making stars explode into Lee and Ninetails' vision. The bloody split in her temple empowers Payback enough that Ninetails can bite down hard enough to cut off the veteran's windpipe, choking him with a gasp. Pull her off without hurting her, Tai. You'll make Payback worse. Moore's orders quickly stop his Typhlosion from sabotaging himself. Tai takes Ninetails' jaws in his hand like paws, trying to pry the superpowered fox off. The golden fox growls and whips her head side to side before her burst of physical might fades, wrenching Tai's neck and throwing his balance off, but the titan of a fire type simply refuses to stumble. Finally, just as Payback begins to wane, Tai overbalances and topples over, and Ninetails refuses to let the opportunity go to waste. Snarling once more and rebuffing the pain in her ribs, she twists her whole body and throws Tai into the ground head first. The packed dirt of the arena caves in as Tai strikes it, making a crater several inches deep and drawing a wounded cry from the Typhlosion, the first one in the entire match. Back away. Tai returns to his feet with a livid roar, not letting the cut in his skull or the blood dripping into his eye stop him. He takes a wild swing at Ninetails, who ducks the blow and leaps backward. Hold him. Extrasensory. Ninetails' eyes glow violet, and Tai freezes in place. The head wound must be slowing him down, because the Elder Fire type doesn't escape immediately, giving Ninetails enough time to encase him in a psychic bubble. Tai roars again as psychic power pulls at every fiber of his body, opening up rents in his skin, making ugly bruises blossom across his body, and likely hemorrhaging something inside of him. His struggles redouble, and rather than let him overpower her again, Ninetails drops him and leaps to his left, directly out of the way of Tai's retaliatory wild charge and the glowing fist that effortlessly punches nearly a foot into the ground. What a tough old bastard. Lee sweats, gets hit by baby doll eyes and still has enough strength to shatter Nine's telekinesis, shrugs off a confused ray that sends other Pokemon right into a seizure, took a Payback bite to the throat, made Payback worse and barely choked, gets choke slammed into the ground hard enough to leave a crater, eats a full power extrasensory, and he still fights like he's more pissed than hurt. How strong was he back in the day? Hey, ha 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 ha. Moore suddenly laughs. I haven't seen Tai this fired up in years. Hell, I haven't seen him bleed in years. This is wonderful. Extraordinary. Come on, Tai, he urges his Pokemon. Don't hand the youngsters a win. Show them what you can really do. Quick attack. Quick attack. Stay a step ahead. Both Ninetails and Tai transform into blurs of gold and gray-blue respectively, crashing into each other and disengaging a moment later all across the battlefield. The only way Lee can tell what's happening is by watching through Ninetails' eyes. One clash and Tai leaves with a new bite wound. Another, and Ninetails has claw marks carved into her chest. The pair stop for a second, Tai dodging around a tongue of flame that leaps from Ninetails' throat, one that chases him like a snake. Finally, he bats the fire away with a paw and launches back into quick attack with Ninetails following. For all her skill and physical strength, Ninetails begins losing more and more exchanges. 10, 20, over 30 pass in the span of just a few seconds, broken up by short furious trades of projectiles. Ninetails' injuries begin to pile up. For each new one, Lee has to bite his tongue and forcefully keep his face straight as every sensation Ninetails feels echoes through her into him. At the 1-minute mark, Lee can barely stand and groans under his breath. Disengage. Ready payback. Ninetails reappears on Lee's side of the field, panting and with an uncomfortable amount of her golden coat stained red. Her limbs shake, and her left hind leg struggles to hold any weight. Through her, Lee feels her determination to win is fueling her far more than anything else. Tai, however, apparently has no plans to let her go and comes down at Ninetails like a roaring, furious comet. With a growl, Ninetails spools up payback and lets Dark Tai practically explode from her numerous wounds, covering her in a sinister mantle of black. Abort. More calls, drawing a silent curse from Lee. Tai flares his quick attack, halting mid-air and leaping back to Moore's side of the battleground with a single deft flip. While Tai won much more of the high-speed fight than his foe, he didn't escape unscathed. A deep bite wound across his left wrist slowly drips blood on the ground, 3 thin slashes run across his inner left thigh, and his right eye is bruised and blackened. Tai breathes slowly and deeply, with a nearly inaudible wheeze. This is almost more than I could have hoped for. Moore smiles. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. The joy in each laugh can't be understated. To push Tai to such lengths, I'm astounded. Lee, Madam Ninetails, this is everything I ever wanted. Push him to such lengths? Lee almost shakes his head. Hardly. Typhlosion looks like he can go another 10 rounds. Perhaps on the surface. Ninetails pants, not taking her eyes off of Tai. Age hasn't been kind to him, Lee. I can feel the fire inside of him giving out. Lee closes his eyes and allows Ninetails to gently guide him through her extra senses. Then, he sees it in a way no other person likely ever has. If Ninetails is a deep core of paradoxically solid fire, one producing warmth without end, then Tai is a candle without any wax left. On the end of a wick long since turned to fragile ash burns a single, stubborn flame. Blinking away the imagery, Lee looks at Tai once more, noticing the mantle of jet-like flames around his neck is slowly, reluctantly changing from white to orange. Fighting at his maximum, even for less than 15 minutes as we have, has pushed him beyond the brink. Ninetails blinks, the vengeful irritation she's been nursing for Tai and more begins to drain, replaced with something more melancholic. Tai can't maintain this pace for long, not with the injuries I've inflicted upon him. Which is why it's time to bring this match to an end, Moore continues, drawing Lee and Ninetails in with the ominous line. I know combustion failing was no fluke, and instinct tells me that trying overheat will get us nowhere. Nevertheless, we have a second option that's just as good. The gym leader's grin lights up the darkness of his helmet. Tai, it's time to finish this. Either we fall here in an exit for the ages, or we send a pair of whelps packing. Moore points a damning finger forward. Tai, hyper beam, give it everything you have. Lee's eyes bug out and Ninetails' stomach drops. Typhlosion turns his eyes to Ninetails, his red irises softening in a split second of respect, then he raises his head, mouth open wide. Above his mouth, a globe of boiling golden energy begins to grow, going from the size of a fist, to the size of a beach ball, to the size of a man in the span of only 4 seconds. Then the ball begins to contract, shrinking down on itself until it's a tiny marble glowing such a bright white that no one can look at it directly. Tai lowers his head, aiming his attack right for Ninetails, and Lee sees the sweat beginning to soak the elderly Pokemon's fur. Panicked and bereft of any plans for beating such a monster Pokemon, Lee makes the fastest call he can. Flamethrower. Match him. Ninetails opens her jaws wide, a light deep in her throat flickering white as she prepares to spew fire to meet the hyperbeam head-on. Her remaining energy screams within her body and beelines towards her mouth, making the white glow utterly blinding. In the stands, Lee sees Steven suddenly stand from the corner of his eye and throw the Pokeball in his hands. Metagross. Steven barks. Reinforce the shield around the arena now. Lee doesn't actually get to see Metagross be released, as the entire room lights up a horrific, calamitous white. Ninetails would never hurt you. Nausea smashes into the zoologist like a freight train, but he swallows the bile in his throat, takes a deep breath of cool air, and peers from around his arm into the arena. Inside, Ninetails and Tai are locked in a final battle that can only be described as cataclysmic. From Ninetails comes her strongest flamethrower, The same white-hot pillar of flames she demonstrated a few short days ago, the one with enough power to ruin entire landscapes. Ninetails stands with her legs spread and braced in the blackened, burned dirt and her tails all splayed out, the broken one included. Her head is thrust forward, her maw open and blasting fire with every ounce of power she can muster. In the middle of the arena, her flamethrower meets Ty's hyperbeam in a dead-even struggle. Her fire pushes against the practically solid battering ram of energy shooting from the old Typhlosion's jaws, with smaller beams bending around the fire to smash into the cracked barrier. Ty himself is down on all fours, gripping the ground with his claws and roaring with such terrifying volume that he can actually be heard over the shrill scream of his and Ninetails' attacks meeting. Flamethrower and hyperbeam smash into each other like opposing rivers. Slowly, Ty's beam begins to flag, and Ninetails pushes even harder, the diameter of her flamethrower growing and pushing hyperbeam back. Ty snarls, eyes wild, and with jaw-dropping effort, he somehow pushes even more strength into his beam, matching Ninetails and meeting her in a stalemate once more. Both flamethrower and hyperbeam glance off of each other for no longer than a second, but the errant attacks strike the shield around the battlefield. The first barrier shatters, and the young Kadabra off the side of the arena lets out a cry lost to the din of the clash before him. A horrid heat pours into the room, raising the temperature several degrees instantly and quickly rising. The few spectators scream until another barrier, one formed from nearly transparent, interlocking hexagons, forms in place of the first one. Lee hazards a look over to Steven's Metagross, who watches Ninetails and Ty with a shine to his red eyes. Flamethrower and Hyperbeam both begin to sputter as both Pokémon start to lose control. From Ninetails, Lee can feel her stamina being sucked down at a rate he previously thought impossible. Ninetails, keep in control. You can do this. Lee sockets himself into her attack, letting her consume his stamina. He can only let the fox drain him for a handful of seconds before his head becomes light and she forcefully disconnects him, but anything he can spare to keep her in the fight is worth it. A second before it happens, Ninetails squeezes her side of their bond down to almost nothing, freeing Lee from her aches and pains. Flamethrower and Hyperbeam both destabilize, detonating in an explosion that covers the entirety of the boxy shield around the pair of Pokémon. Even with the explosion contained, the tremors that run through the entire building knock ceiling tiles loose, shatter windows, and burst a fire sprinkler pipe overhead, sending water raining down. Ninetails, Lee cries, his stomach tying itself into a knot. Moore remains quiet. The 15 seconds it takes for the smoke to clear is the longest of Lee's life, but when the dust settles, he can hardly believe his eyes.
The battleground is entirely ruined, as most of the dirt is now ash, and in the ashy field, both Ninetails and Ty are still standing.
Lee forces his telepathic connection to his Pokémon open, ignoring the racking, bone-deep weariness and the phantom pain of being more living injury than unmarred flesh. Ninetails? The fox doesn't respond. It's all she can do to stand on her shaking legs and not fall into a dead faint. Blood is pooling under her, and swaths of her fur are burned away despite how her pelt should be fire retardant. Even now, Lee can see the darkness beginning to creep in the edge of her vision, which is focused firmly on the ground. Come on, love. I'm so sorry to do this to you, but hang in there for a bit longer. Lee opens up his stamina to her again, diverting a bit of his own essence to slow the unconsciousness creeping up on the vixen. Even half dead and unresponsive, she weakly snorts and finds just enough willpower to feed her trainer a morsel of telepathic love. Lee looks up at Ty. The Typhlosion is dyed red with blood, and he stands openly panting with his head bowed. Slowly, he raises his head and aims unfocused eyes at Ninetails. Ty takes a single, shaking step forward, dragging a lame leg behind him. There is no way. Awe and a touch of fear strike somewhere deep within Lee as Ty shuffles closer, step by step, foot by foot. There is no way he's still moving after that. That explosion had to be enough to bring a skyscraper down, and he's still able to fight? Moore's first Pokémon makes it to the halfway point in the charred battlefield, then with a hiss, he crumples to the ground. If not for his gasping breaths, Lee would swear that the Pokémon fell and died. Silence reigns in the gym. Lee licks his dry lips, looking between the still-standing Ninetails and the fallen Typhlosion. Did we win? Moore raises his fist to his mouth. Norbert, the call? At the side of the arena, the stunned referee raises his microphone. Ty is. He stops short, blinking his eyes as if he were dreaming. Ty is unable to battle. The winner of the final round in today's gym match is Ninetails and her trainer, challenger Lee Henson. Ninetails perks an ear, and with the very last of her strength, she rears her head back and lets out a victorious howl. Immediately after, her legs finally give out and she falls to the ground, her mind going blank with a lingering note of pride that's plain to Lee. The barriers around the arena fall for the last time, and both Lee and Moore recall their fallen Pokémon to their Pokeballs. The lack of applause or really any reaction from the onlookers places an awkward feeling upon Lee's shoulders, but nonetheless, he walks out to meet Moore in the middle of the ruined field. "Thank you, love. You were spectacular." Lee smiles and returns the ball to his belt. In the center of the field, Moore removes his helmet, showing everyone his sweaty, exhausted face that nonetheless wears a small, content smile. He offers a hand for Lee to shake. "Lee," he begins, "I have nothing more to say that you and your Pokémon's astonishing performance here today hasn't already said. First Roxanne, then Brawley, Liza and Tate, my dear Flannery, and now you and all of the other young men and women challenging the league this year. The future is bright, and my team and I can retire knowing the world is in good hands." He releases Lee's hand, and from a pocket in his breastplate, the gym leader produces a shining badge in the shape of a plume of flame. With a wide smile, Lee reaches for the badge, but stops when Moore pulls his hand away. "Before I give you your rightfully earned heat badge," Moore smiles mischievously, "can you make a promise for an old man?" "That promise being?" Lee raises an eyebrow. Moore laughs once. "Why, return to the Laveridge gym in a year or two. I know a battle between you and Flannery will upstage our match today countless times over." "Ah, so that's the political angle to this whole stunt." Lee returns Moore's smile. "I can do that." The badge is dropped into Lee's hand, and the silent spectators burst into deafening applause when it's raised high in triumph. Interlude 2. The elevator door shuts behind Steven with a near-silent click as he steps into his floor-spanning office in Evergrande City. With his mind abuzz, he barely notices sitting down behind his desk. The champion is only pulled from his musings when something icy and alien touches his brain. "Your thoughts are in disarray, Steven. Are you well?" Steven blinks and sits up straight. Inside his jacket, where a number of magnetic Pokeball clamps are sewn, Metagross Ball begins to grow warm, like a machine humming into high gear. "I'm fine, Meta. Just thinking is all. How are you feeling?" The instant the thought hits Metagross, Steven feels the lightning-fast reply come. "Teleportation from Laveridge to Evergrande utilized 6.45% of my total stamina reserves," Metagross rattles off mechanically. "Supplementation of the Laveridge Arena barrier utilized 8.71% of my total stamina reserves. At this time my reserves have recovered to 94.82% and rising. I am able and ready." Steven can't help but smile to himself. No need to be so clinical. You could say, "I'm fine." "I'm fine" relays nothing of substantial value, Metagross sends back. The champion and Devonair doesn't argue, knowing it's a lost cause with his stubborn ace. Instead, he logs into his computer and clicks his tongue at the number of emails in his inbox. How was that 8% divided between Ninetales and Ty? Metagross takes only a second to answer, but Steven is well aware that a second to Metagross is an eternity to anyone else. Just one idle thought from the steel type would burn out a modern computer from the sheer processing power needed. Between combatants Ninetales and Typhlosion, my barrier absorbed a comparable amount of force between their attacks. Of the 8.71% stamina utilized, combatant Ninetales' flamethrower required 4.6% of the aforementioned total. Steven lets out a breath. Not a bad figure. Not a bad figure at all. With a drag of his cursor and the typing of a long, nonsensical password, Steven opens up a hidden network path on his computer, one home to a number of off-record servers under the Hoenn Pokémon League HQ. Once inside, he opens up a folder labeled Archive 19XX0101_Johto Kanto. Inside are a number of subfolders, and any history buff would pale upon seeing the names of each folder. Each folder is named for a battle fought in the Kanto Johto skirmishes. Pokémon battling is the world's most profitable sport, the go-to method for dispute resolution, and is a general way of life for many. At the dawn of the information age, every regional Pokémon League had very quickly agreed on one thing. War footage should not be spread for fun. Any unapproved graphic media that could damage the delicate relationship between Pokémon, Pokémon trainers, and the common person had been deemed unacceptable, and to this day, a small army of technicians and a legion of Porygon work to scrub the internet of any content the League deems uncivilized. The resilience and stubbornness of the internet cannot be understated, but the underbelly of the web, away from normal people and the scrutiny of the League, is the only place where such footage of death and carnage can survive. Some people cry foul at the censorship, and in a way, Steven understands, but at the same time, Steven's cursor hovers over a folder, one labeled 19XX1023 Mount Silver Route _wildfire incident. He dares not open it a second time. There's a unique horror to seeing a Pokémon, then the trainer behind him fall, both never to rise again. It's vile. Wrong. Moore and Ties might were a pillar for Johto those 20-odd years ago. Legends who stood side by side with trainers from Clan Blackthorn, Clan Hayato, and Johto gym leader Price, who is still regarded as one of the best Ice-type trainers to have ever lived. Moore and his Typhlosion were past their prime even then, but they commanded a terrible presence on the battlefield. Where they went, Kanto's forces burned. Kanto's civil army, staffed by regular people wielding small arms, refused to march anywhere that Moore and Tai might be. Tai was finally disabled and retired from the conflict after being impaled through the chest by the horn drill of a Raiden belonging to one Giovanni of Kanto. Price would be forced into open retreat by Kanto's Samuel Oak a week later. When the Blackthorn clan head fell in an ambush, the clan of Dragon Tamers was left leaderless. As tragedy and misfortune piled up and their allies proved reluctant to assist, Johto's morale collapsed. The war came to a close with Johto's surrender only weeks later. Moore returned to Hoenn bitter and defeated. Only his decades of service and the potential for public backlash had kept the League from expelling him for abandoning his post as an Elite Four member to fight in the most unpopular war in history. The black mark that branded his file still stands to this day. Nearly 40,000 souls went to meet Arceus in those 5 months, marking it as one of the most deadly conflicts in modern history, and the then primitive internet gave everyone a front-row seat to the devastation. Steven logs out of the server and steeples his fingers on his desk. Even with age and old wounds slowing him down, Tai was still a monster of a Pokémon who went undefeated for years, until today. It seems almost surreal that he was bested. As I stated previously, Metagross begins, interrupting Steven's thoughts. Due to advances in medical and communication technology, along with greater availability of education for trainers, it is a near certainty that subsequent generations will surpass their forebears. The supercomputer of a Pokémon doesn't seem impressed with either Tai or Ninetales, or at least that's how Steven sees it. Metagross' more esoteric emotions are still a mystery to the champion even after nearly 2 decades together. Your first meeting today is scheduled to begin in 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Ah, right. Thank you, friend. Steven clicks his tongue and opens his calendar, seeing the 2 meetings he has set for today. One is the usual, however often meeting the gym leaders and Elite Four attend whenever everyone manages to find a free hour, and the one before that is one Steven scheduled on his phone before leaving Laverage. Emergency disciplinary hearing 3:45 p.m. Turning on his camera and his microphone, Steven enters the meeting and schools his face into well-practiced diplomatic neutrality. Less than 2 minutes later, his computer beeps and Mura Moore's face appears on the screen. The old man looks entirely too content for being called into a meeting such as this. Behind the elderly gym leader is a darkened meeting room with no one else present. Mura, Steven begins. Even after being on the throne of Hoenn's champion for several years, it still feels a little odd to the Devon heir that he ranks above decorated veterans such as the man before him. Do you know why I scheduled this meeting? Because you wanted to escape the curious mob that was dying to know what you and Lee talked about in that private sitting room? Moore jokes with a hearty laugh. Goodness me, your fans are going to have a heyday with that one. What do the girls call it? Yao why? I admit I'm rather curious myself. What was so important that that Lee boy had to talk to you in person? Steven doesn't humor the joke. Don't worry about that discussion. I called you here to discuss the dangerous stunt at the end of your match with Lee Henson. The champion's eyes narrow. Moore, as gym leader, it's your duty to ensure the health and safety of everyone who steps foot into your gym. You know the strength of your own Pokémon better than anyone, and you knew that the average league-trained psychic type would not be enough to contain the after-effects of a hyper beam. If the second barrier had failed, we could have had dozens of injuries and possibly even deaths on our hands. What do you have to say in your defense? Moore's expression doesn't shift. I recognize that maybe I went a little overkill at the end there, but I don't think you understand, Steven. I needed to let Tai have one last clash. One more moment to relive the good old days before Dialga's wake forced him to fade into the twilight. Maybe you didn't see it, but I did. When Tai was staring down Ninetales, I saw decades lift off of his shoulders. I saw the Tai from before I let him stagnate. Moore's voice rises until the gym leader stands up in an emotional crescendo. All at once, the energy seems to drain out of the fire-type master, forcing him to sit back down heavily. I betrayed him, Steven. Moore whispers, head bowed. I let him sit and languish, afraid of the Pokémon I raised from boyhood. I went to defend my ancestral home, and what did I get in return? Years of scorn for participating in the phantom sense of blood on my fingers. Tai created so many widows, widowers, and orphans all those years ago, all of them at my order. I let him get old and fall from the elite because I feared him, my first Pokemon. I needed to give him this, Steven, I needed to show him I learned to trust him again before he dies. Moore removes his glasses and pinches the bridge of his nose with a deep, shuddering sigh. Not once did he protest. Weeks, months, years at a time spent idle, growing older and weaker. Not once did my partner question me, so absolute was his trust. Taking a deep breath and holding it, Steven counts to 10 and exhales slowly, hating how he always feels like the bad guy in exchanges like this. I understand there was an emotional stake in this particular match, Mura, he begins calmly. Due diligence still wasn't performed, though, and that is my primary concern here. If Metagross hadn't stepped in, there was a very real chance of the second barrier failing. I think you already know the implications of such an event upon yourself, but Flannery would have been caught up in the scandal as well. Moore says nothing, but from how his shoulders slump further, the point obviously gets across. She had no part in this. Taking over the match was entirely my decision. That may be, but the Laverage Gym is the oldest and arguably the most respected gym in Hoenn. Flannery would have inherited a gym with a tarnished reputation if the worst had come to pass. People don't forget things like that nowadays. Steven leans back in his chair, remaining stern. It's still conduct not befitting of a gym leader either way. Moore says nothing in his defense. Since no harm was done and you're already planning to retire, I won't be filing an official reprimand, and if the chairman or the board of directors asks, I will say the matter is already resolved. Steven's conscience finally forces him to relent. How are your Pokemon doing? Moore raises his head and replaces his glasses, doing so with an exhausted sigh. Rapidash has a broken fetlock on his right foreleg and severed tendons on his left. He'll be down for a week or so with another week of limping after that, but he's expected to make a full recovery. Arcanine will be back home in a few days, though he won't be smelling or tasting much for a few weeks. Tai. Moore smiles, both content and melancholic. The Pokemon Center gave me an official notice that his days as a battler are over. Steven struggles not to shift in his seat. Will he? Tai will live, of course. Moore finally laughs once more, his spirit returning. That fight forced him to use everything he had and aggravated a lot of his old wounds. That's not to say Tai can't roughhouse with his kids or send a whelp packing, but his retirement is official now. The average Typhlosion only lives to be 60-some, and Tai is already pushing 70. We're a regular pair of old coots now. Steven finally allows himself to smile. I'm glad to hear everything will work out. Moore laughs once more. You're a good kid, Steven. I can't think of anyone better to be champ. The Firemaster composes himself and clears his throat, bumping his table with his elbow and shaking the camera a bit. Now, onto the big meeting, right? I'll see you there. With that, Moore drops out of the call. With a tired groan, the champion leans further back into his comfortable leather chair, grumbling to himself. After spending a minute mustering the willpower to compose himself, he sits back up and clicks join on the next meeting link after turning off his camera. Ding. After buffering for a moment, the computer screen fills up with the names of all of the gym leaders and the Elite Four. Well, the champ himself is late. Sydney's icon lights up, and Steven can already imagine the man's sneer. What took ya? Glancing at the corner of his screen, Steven rolls his eyes when he sees he's only a single minute late. Sorry, Sydney. I was organizing some news that I'll be sharing. Steven's retort is as diplomatic as he can make it. Does anyone have any important news they'd like to share before we move on to the state of the league this year? There are murmurs, and after a moment, Roxanne takes the lead like she usually does. Devon Corp suffered a break-in here in Rustboro several weeks ago. As I'm sure you've all heard, the academic woman's frown can almost be heard in her voice. I worked with the local police and Devon to try and determine who the thief was and what the possible motive might have been. A Devon representative revealed to me that the thief was after a gene sequencer intended to clone Pokemon from fossils. Clone Pokemon from fossils? Watson asks with an amazed whistle. Didn't that lab in Kanto land in hot water over the ethical ramifications of cloning some years back? The Cinnabar Island laboratory in Kanto pioneered the technology and faced rather severe backlash for it. Yes, Roxanne confirms. But Devon has begun prototyping their own gene sequencer. As per the representative who shared the details with me, I must request that this information does not leave this circle. If this tech is so new, it must have been top secret. Phoebe, the Elite Four's ghost-type master hums. How did the thief know? Roxanne pauses, likely to collect her thoughts. After setting up a sting operation with the Rustboro Police Department, we captured another thief and interrogated him. He refused to reveal much, how he acquired the information on the gene sequencer included. After several fruitless days, all we ascertained is that he is loyal to the eco-activist group called Aqua. Those bozos again? Watson grunts. I heard they've been sniffing around the Slateport sub-docks, too, and someone busted them before they broke into a dock holding some state-of-the-art submarine. Their thugs have been seen around Lily Cove as well, according to my darling niece. Wallace chimes in. The water gym leader might sound as he usually does to everyone else, but years of being best friends have keyed Stephen into the dangerous lilt in Wallace's tone. How curious. The thief refused to cooperate for a lighter sentence and was jailed with a heavy bail amount. The bail was paid, then the thief never showed up to his court date. He's assumed to remain at large. Roxanne clicks her tongue. Stephen takes that time to unmute himself. Thank you for the update, Roxanne, he says kindly. That actually ties into my news as well. Does anyone mind if I take the floor for a moment? After a round of negatives, Stephen clears his throat. A source I've deemed to be reliable has tipped me off that the eco-activist groups Aqua and Magma might be a greater danger than suspected, suggesting that their current street gang-level crimes and environmental activism are fronts for something much more sinister. The source suggests that both gangs have deep pockets, friends in high places, a slew of elite trainers and Pokémon to call upon, and goals that might result in the loss of lives or even the destabilization of Hoenn. The champion hardens his voice. This is an unofficial notice for all gym leaders in Elite Four. Confirmed members of Magma and Aqua are now considered persons of interest to the Hoenn region. Suspected members are to be tracked and may be detained for questioning with probable cause. An official notice in writing will be sent to you after the Hoenn League Department of Justice finishes its final drafts. I am warning you in advance as I believe that this is a matter that shouldn't wait. Depending on the results of further investigations, Magma and Aqua may be elevated in status from simple eco-activists to domestic terrorists. Stunned silence is the answer to Stephen's announcement. Really, he can't blame them. If he didn't get the news right from the Ponyta's mouth, he wouldn't really believe it either. That's quite a warning, Stephen murmurs, resting his chin in his steepled fingers. Metagross? From within his ball, Metagross is silent for almost 5 full seconds, long enough for a living supercomputer like himself to simulate a rocket launch. Once so detailed it would go all the way down to the specks of dirt displaced by the engines. After a thorough analysis of Henson's brainwaves during questioning, including a recursive analysis of the results, I have found no evidence of falsehood or deception. He believes what he is saying. Stephen raises his eyes back to Lee Henson's face. Blue, impassive eyes, one framed by ghastly burns, stare back. I'm aware it might be hard to swallow, Lee says with a nod. And I'm sorry that I cannot reveal the source of my information for safety reasons, but I hope Metagross verification of my word is enough. Stephen isn't really sure where to begin with this. Plans to awaken ancient Pokémon? Moving landmasses and oceans? Schemes upon schemes upon schemes? It almost seems like something out of a fantasy novel. Henson seemingly couldn't stress how dangerous both groups were enough, going as far as to give detailed accounts of key members, one of which he and his dragon tamer friend are traveling with to pump for info, and their capabilities. To make things worse, Henson declined to cite where exactly he got all of this information, saying that revealing his source would put him in danger. When Henson said that leaders of both organizations are capable of mega evolution, Stephen felt his brain short-circuit for a moment. Absolutely no one outside of the highest tiers of upper echelon trainers and classified circles in academia should even know what mega evolution is. And yet, Henson looked right at the keystone pinned to Stephen's breast pocket when he said it. The conclusion was inescapable. He knows. Did his Draconid friend tell him? No, never. The Draconids are as stubborn as the dragons they stand beside. Not a single one would dare breathe a word of their sacred technique to an outsider. During Stephen's visits to Meteor Falls in the far north of Hoenn, not one Draconid has ever agreed to part with any information related to mega evolution, no matter the reward offered, and so the phenomena still remains mostly a mystery. Were Henson anyone else, Stephen might have invoked his powers as champion and declared this whole fiasco to be a national concern, letting Metagross mentally probe the other trainer without fear of legal repercussion. He had stopped himself short, though. The possibility of Henson realizing something is amiss mid-probe is just too high. Alienating the Hoenn Regional Laboratory, the Birch family, a Draconid, and angering a Ninetales on top of a cadre of other powerful Pokémon is courting disaster, even for a regional champion. So here he is, in the awkward situation of being told about national threats not from an official source, but from a trainer vetted only by Metagross. It's obvious that you're very well informed, Lee. Steven lets the statement hang, hoping Lee will provide more info of his own accord. When Steven gets no such thing, he continues. However, my ability to act is limited by your refusal to disclose exactly where you're getting your information. If someone is threatening you to keep quiet, I would be happy to provide official league protection from any persecution or retaliation. The unmarred side of the other trainer's face frowns. Thank you for the consideration, but I'm afraid I still have to decline. Henson seems to consider something as he taps a finger on the meeting room table. Champion Stone, have you ever heard of Ash Ketchum? I've heard his name pop up here and there, yes. He's competing in the Evergrande conference this year, I believe. Steven raises an eyebrow. Why ask? Have you been following his? Lee pauses, rolling a raised hand as he searches for a word. More extravagant adventures? Extravagant? I don't know what you mean. Lee hums, staring hard at the champion. That confirms a few things for me. I know the various leagues keep files on different trainers, so look up Ash Ketchum when you get a chance. I think my warnings about Groudon and Kyogre will make more sense after that. Legendary Pokemon, as in legendary with a capital L, are more real than you think. Worse is that Magma and Aqua know that, too. Lee smiles, and it's a grim thing that forces a frown onto Steven's face. After all, is there anything more tempting to a psycho with men and money to spare than godly power? What Steven found in Ash Ketchum's files, or rather what he didn't find, spoke volumes. Even with his credentials as a champion, the logs regarding the Kanto Borne trainer were filled with black ink. A lot of black ink. Even the dates were redacted. It took a brainstorming session with Metagross doing the heavy lifting to build a rough timeline of all of the censored files, and each one lines up with strange happenings and legendary Pokemon hearsay in Kanto and Johto. He sent an inquiry to Kanto's chairman for more information, and his email bounced back. Someone is going to a lot of trouble to ensure Ash Ketchum and his friends remain unmolested in their travels, but it highlights Lee's warnings clearly. Legendary Pokemon, as in legendary with a capital L, are more real than you think. Is there anything more tempting to a psycho with men and money to spare than godly power? With little else to do and honestly feeling a bit out of his depth, the Devon heir decided to trust in the warnings as they were presented to him, and to begin his own investigation into the mystery that is Lee Henson. Well, Norman Maple of Petalburg begins unsurely, drawing the champion's focus back to the present. Sure thing, Steven. We'll keep an eye out. Steven, dear, Glacia of the Elite Four begins to object. How was this source verified? By Metagross. With that, any other protests wither on the vine. Steven clears his throat. I apologize if I unintentionally made the atmosphere awkward. Is there anything else, before we move on to lighter topics? After a round of negative murmurs, the champion leads the group into the next topic. Has anyone had any interesting challengers? We've had a record number of registrations for the Evergrande conference this year, so I imagine everyone's schedule is packed. Several. Roxanne begins, her cool voice restoring an air of normality to the meeting. One Gavin Freed, a fighting-type specialist, visited me. Due to the threat he presented, I met him with my personal Graveler and Nosepass. He did well, securing a sure, if narrow win, despite Nosepass paralyzing his Machoke early in the bout. My other opponent was a rather sour boy, maybe 17 years of age, named Andre. Roxanne huffs. I underestimated him at first, which proved to be a mistake as his Mightyena's Ice Fang incapacitated my loner Geodude in one strike. Nosepass fared better, defeating Mightyena, but lost against his Absol. That Absol was quite adept at avoiding harm. The Rustboro gym leader sighs. His Pokemon were powerful and his tactics without needless fluff, but the boy could do with an attitude adjustment. The gloating before and after the battle was entirely unseemly. Brawly groans. That kid. Don't worry too much about Andre, Rox, Brawly says. He was my last real challenger, too. The kid is a dark-type specialist and has been throwing himself against me for years, finally winning narrowly a month ago. He's got a case of asshole syndrome and some sort of victim complex that I'm hoping calms down now that he's left Dewford, the surfer grumbles. In other news, I battled this kid, Ash. I beat him the first time, but he had his Nuzleaf pull a pretty clever trick in the rematch by attacking Hariyama's legs. With Hari slowed down, Nuzleaf took the win. He chuckles. I'm going to battle the Gavin guy you mentioned tomorrow, but I haven't really faced anyone else of note. My turn then? Watson goes next. I've got 4 this time around. Brendan Birch, Lee Henson, Tyson Rin, and Ash Ketchum. Ho ho, Brendan really is his father's son. The old electric-type specialist laughs. Baited me good. His Breloom smacked one of my poor Magneton silly with counter, and his Marshtomp went toe-to-toe with Manectric for a fantastic finish. He was really cooking my brain there with his moves all planned out and such. Watson's chuckles ease. Lee Henson. I hope I didn't make a bad impression on him. He came into the match distracted and was right peeved when I had to pull out the old agility to baton pass to save Jolteon and knock out his Grovyle. All the speed in the world couldn't save us from his Vulpix, though. The sound of Watson scratching his beard can be heard through the microphone. Sure as the sun rises, she went on the attack and everything she threw out curved and swerved like an angry Beedrill with barely any warning. Magneton and Joltai both went down, and that was that. Tyson and Ash. Watson hesitates. I'm not sure what happened in those matches. Tyson was a terror and a half. I remember sending him packing 3 or so years ago, and by golly, he and all of his Pokémon must have had their noses to the grindstone the entire time because his Donphan tore through my Jolteon and Electabuzz. We could barely do anything. It was the same story with the Ketchum boy and his Pikachu, only worse. With one attack for each, Pikachu downed both Manectric and Magneton. A ripple of murmurs flows through the assembled elites and gym leaders, and after a second, a sigh comes from Sydney. Someone want to put it on screen sometime today, maybe? Reluctant keystrokes can be heard through Watson's mic, then the videos of each fight begin to play. Ash's battle is just as Watson said. The boy's Pikachu throws utterly enormous thunderbolts at Watson's Pokémon, so bright they almost overwhelm the cameras. With just 2 attacks that rattle the windows, the battle is over, leaving a shocked silence behind. Arceus above. Winona mutters. Tyson's is almost worse. The Donphan the young man used is brutal. The instant Jolteon makes the mistake of coming too close, Donphan seizes her hind leg in his trunk with devilish speed before he breaks the limb like a dry twig. Before Jolteon can cry out, she's raised high, slammed upon the ground, and then crushed beneath Donphan's foot as Tyson calls for an earthquake that shakes the entire building. Electabuzz is dealt with in a similar, nauseating manner. I battled Tyson 2 days ago. Norman breaks the usual order to chime in grimly. I used Spinda against his Hariyama and paid for it. Spinda went down in a single blow. Slacking managed a win against Hariyama after sustaining a few injuries, but a sound similar to grinding teeth can be heard for a moment over Norman's mic. Slacking was treated like a toy by Tyson's Metagross. There are several sharp inhalations when they hear another of the near-legendary Metagross is in the hands of a trainer other than the champion, and it takes Steven a moment to realize one of them came from himself. We lost, and last I heard, he was headed to Rustboro and then Dewford. Norman finishes, clearly warning Roxanne and Brawley. Other than that, I defeated a talented grass trainer named Valerie who is set for a rematch in about a week. I'm not sure I can win a second time. It seems like Miss Forrest is moving quickly. Winona says quietly. To my shame, I underestimated Valerie Forrest and suffered a loss at her hands. Her Venusaur is quite a powerful Pokémon with an impressively diverse array of techniques. No one too strong has crossed our paths yet. Liza of Moss Deep speaks for herself and her twin brother, Tate. Wallace hums under his breath. Mr. Clark White and I clashed a few weeks ago. He has quite a polished nonverbal style to conduct his Pokémon with, quite literally I might add. I've never seen someone use an orchestra conductor's baton to direct Pokémon as he does, and it was a delightful showing. Alas, the power of his Pokémon left something to be desired, as he struggled greatly for his win against my weaker Pokémon even when he left me guessing as to what he would do next. After a moment, Wallace speaks again. Mura, you've been silent so far. Have any interesting trainers crossed swords with you recently? Oh Wallace, you don't know the half of it. Steven thinks to himself. More chuckles. It's a quiet, worrying sound, and it tells Steven that the Johto Noble Theatrix are going to come out. Indeed. Today, I battled Lee Henson in a 3-on-3 match. It was quite something. Drake, the strongest of the Elite Four, finally speaks. You mean your granddaughter battled Henson? No, I know what I said. Moore's tone is all smiles. Today, I pitted my Rapidash, Arcanine, and Tai against Lee's Grovyle, Octillery, and Ninetales. We lost. Even with the meeting relegated to audio only and despite it being no surprise to himself, Steven can still feel the tension ratchet up. First the revelation that a Metagross is in the hands of a challenger, and now a Ninetales? Without needing someone to complain, Moore taps a few keys on his end. Come on? I know Flannery put the video somewhere. Aha. Moore starts the recording of the fight for everyone to watch. The first is Lee's Grovyle against Rapidash, and already Steven can tell everyone's eyes are glued to the screen. Reviewing the match from this new perspective, Steven watches as the grass-type dips and dives with impressive mid-air control, avoiding what should have been nigh undodgeable attacks. Then, when Rapidash suddenly changes the spray of his flamethrower and sears large, ugly patches of skin right off of Grovyle, there is a gasp here and there. The brutally pragmatic disabling of Rapidash draws hisses from more than one person. Octillery vs Arcanine is less thrilling, but no less wince-inducing. Octillery's resolve to keep battling with his entire side torn open is admirable, but the gunk shot directly into Arcanine's mouth and its horrifying effects flip any positive sentiment right around. After Arcanine's unexpected facade finishes off Octillery, Arcanine is left a panting, wheezing mess, with Red still weeping from his gums. Finally, Ninetales makes her appearance. Challenger Lee, please select your final Pokémon. The referee calls. The applause goes quiet at the announcement as nervous anticipation seems to fill the entire arena. All eyes are on Lee, everyone knows who his selection is going to be. Lee takes Ninetales' ball and enlarges it. With a deep breath, he steadies himself, draws his arm back, and throws the ball into the arena. The ball splits open, and out comes Ninetales. The great fox lands in a crouch, then slowly stands, unfurling each one of her tails as she does so. Once at her full height, she snaps her red eyes open and imperiously stares down Arcanine with open, burning hostility. The fox cuts a hauntingly beautiful figure, one that glows radiant gold in the intense sunshine streaming through the windows. Even through a computer screen, the weight of her presence is undiminished. Ninetales' eyes glow, and everyone is treated to a front-row seat as Moore's Arcanine is dismantled without being touched. When Tai, in all of his scarred glory, is finally called upon, no one makes a sound as the pair of fire Pokémon clash, ending with a flamethrower versus hyper beam struggle. The resulting explosion is one that rocks the gym so violently that the cameraman tumbles to the ground, ending the video with a loud crack and an offline error message. Madam Ninetales was the final send-off Tai needed. Moore sighs contentedly. I feel the storm brewing over Hoenn. This year's crop of trainers. Moore laughs, loud and clear, will be unforgettable. Silence consumes the meeting for the next minute as mute testament to the calculation being undertaken by every other participant. Welcome to BattleNet, the Pokémon Battle Authority. You are currently logged in, L_Henson. You are viewing all threads. And threads that have new replies. OR private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per page topic. Official Lee Henson Megathread Threadmark number 1. Lee wins 4th badge at Laverage Inn. Boards Hoenn Indiv Trainers Lee Henson Danny Darko posted on July 20, 20XX. Well, I almost died, but I'm pretty happy about it. NGL. I nabbed a ticket to see Lee's battle live at Laverage and flew in on my pal Firo to see if he lives up to the hype. I definitely got my money's worth. I got most of the battle on my phone and I'll post that alongside the rip of the TV broadcast. Summary for anyone who can't watch RN below. So this was supposed to be Flannery versus Lee because she's been fielding all the battles in Laverage for like the last month and some change in filtering the casuals pretty well. But Mura Moore walks in at the last minute and yoinks the match away from his granddaughter. I asked the guy next to me what was going on and he kind of shrugged. They start the match and Mura sends out his personal Rapidash. Like a Rapidash to fight Lee's Grovyle. I'm sitting there like, WTF, how is this fair? Then Grovyle pulled out some insane 3D moves, shot Rapidash in the shoulder with a move I've never heard of and got first blood, then somehow tanks a flamethrower to hamstring Rapidash and win the fight. Look, I know I'm bad at describing fights, just watch the videos. Grovyle's fight was good. Grovyle gets retired, and Octillery comes out next to fight Mura's Arcanine. This fucking guy sent out an Arcanine in a gym match. Octillery gets blitzed by Arcanine and loses, but not before he does Arcanine dirty and hits him in the mouth with Gunk Shot. Arcanine is choking, bleeding, and throwing up, and finally things even up when Lee sends out Ninetales. Arcanine stood no chance and gets folded like wet cardboard without being touched. I can't even put the Ninetales v Typhlosion fight into words cuz running out of postspace and I can't do it justice anyway. Just watch.
Mura keeps going on and on about how his Pokemon aren't elite tier anymore and it shows, but fuck me, they ain't slouches either, man. Cool it, edit. Thanks for Threadmark mods. #TV Rip Laverage Gym Lee Henson vs Mura Moore. Link, #LHVMM. Link, showing page 91 of 124. Kazuo Candy replied on July 20, 20XX. This thread is clearing 150 pages by tomorrow.
Screenshot this post. Low-key bad at battling replied on July 20, 20XX. Type specialists on Suicide Watch. Variety team wins again. Go look at the stats and see that how the top 1% of trainers almost all use variety teams. J_Auger, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Danny Darko, the fuck you mean you almost died, you're skipping over an important part. Oak Nuggins, banned, replied on July 20, 20XX. Deleted. Run that back, mod, replied on July 20, 20XX. Oak Nuggins third strike for advertising in viral threads. You're gone. K_Marcus, PKMN Ranger, replied on July 20, 20XX. Was Steven Stone in the crowd? I swear I saw Steven Stone. #1 Solrock replied on July 20, 20XX. Okay. I know everyone is absolutely freaking out about Ninetales, but I'd like to talk about Grovyle for a moment. Go back and watch. Timecode here, where Rapidash is using Flamethrower and Grovyle flickers around it in midair. That's crazy. How fast is that Pokemon? Can he fly? Carbink Boy replied on July 20, 20XX. 77 OK. What the hell is he feeding his Pokemon, and where can I get some? AG_, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Maybe I should start betting on these matches? Henson for the title vibes, anyone? Hoenn's heating up this conference. Wireless Grasp, psychic type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Where did that second shield come from? The Gym Kadabra's shield broke on that last attack, and there was a little bit of a shout at the end. Did someone say Metagross? Showing page 92 of 127, Fei Fi Fo Fum replied on July 20, 20XX. Anyone else take a look at the crowd in the video? I thought I saw Steven Stone of all people there. Can someone who was actually there confirm that? Edit. Wireless Grasp, if the champion was there, then that must have been his Green Phoenix, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Why is no one talking about how Ninetales countered Hyper Beam with Flamethrower? Hyper Beam. Sure, she took some damage, but so did Tai. She is going to be a monster by time she reaches the Evergrande tournament. Edit. Spelling. I make that mistake every time. F_Alme replied on July 20, 20XX. Told y'all Henson would be giving Ketchum a run for his money. This shit is wild. Next thing you know he'll be going head to head with a goddamn Moltres or something. Flaming Tress, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. WTF is the mad lad doing to those Pokemon? Flamethrower matching a HYPERBEAM. What the hell is next? Hyperbeams that track their targets? Baby Shinx using Hydro Pump? Grass that cuts through boulders? Tips and Types replied on July 20, 20XX. You all are sleeping on Octillery. This must be Henson's new acquisition to his battle team. They couldn't have been together for more than a week, right? And he held his own on Moore's personal Arcanine? Octillery has massive type spread in their movesets. Can you imagine what Henson can do with a couple months of training with him? We've already seen some custom moves come out from the rest of his team. The move variety could be endless. Tips and Types replied on July 20, 20XX. Octillery got mentioned in the last thread update, hadn't been seen before Lee passed through the Valley of Steel. I don't know of any major bodies of water there though, and Laverage is about as far inland as you can get in Hoenn? Maybe Lee got him at the beach and has just been keeping him in his back pocket or something. Regardless, Octillery did surprisingly well, and displayed a breadth of move types. 2+2 as Fish replied on July 20, 20XX. J_Auger during Tai and Ninetales' final clash, you can see the barriers fall before being reinforced. If they did actually fall, I definitely would have died as well, seeing as I had a front row view. Completely worth it though. Anyway, is anyone able to get some rough stats for the energy output in that clash? I want to know how close I came to being annihilated. Edit. The Firebeam, that move has no right being called Flamethrower, seems quite similar to the Pillar of Fire that was seen in a wild fire clearing near Laverage a few days ago. Maybe they are the same? If so, could that help in getting some numbers to this insanity? Poisoned Faith, Poison type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Flaming Tress grass and leaves slicing through boulders is fairly standard for grass types. There is a reason why grass usually trumps rock. Back on topic, thank Arceus I am not competing on the Hoenn circuit this season. Tentacruel, Weezing, Cradily and either of my 3 muck, especially Crag, are my go-tos for dealing with fire types, but that much fire would boil them alive. Space Time, Pokemon researcher, replied on July 20, 20XX, Arceus fucking damn. Just how much energy was being output by that final hyperbeam versus flamethrower? Hell, how could flamethrower somehow match it? Wait. Going to use a napkin for this real quick. Anyone here study Pokemon moves? Flaming Tress, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX, Poisoned Faith fair enough. Maybe grass-cutting boulders was me taking leave of my senses and forgetting. But seriously though, the way things are going, that lizard will probably use Surf, and whatever move that Vulpix used in Dewford, all in the same match. Whatever Pokemon he captures next will never know what hit it. Showing page 93 of 131, Platinum Guy 009 replied on July 20, 20XX. Not sure if anyone else has pointed this out, but Henson's Ninetales was already setting records as a Vulpix. I wonder how she stands in comparison to other records of freshly evolved Ninetales now? We might just have a new record for their entire species on our hands. Add on the fact that Henson seems to create radical new moves every few weeks, especially for his Ninetales, and you get a trainer whose record is starting to border on the fantastical. Furthermore, he's traveling with Birch's son and an unknown dragon tamer who is not challenging gyms with them, which compounds on that fantastical factor. I'm very curious about the strength of a dragon tamer who travels with those prodigies. Leafeon_L0 Veer replied on July 20, 20XX. Geez, sending a Grovyle out against a Rapidash as one hell of a move. Impressive that he was able to win despite the type disadvantage and Rapidash being so strong. Hope he's doing okay. Plus 9T at the end?
Wow, I'm partial to my Grassfox, but that Firefluff is dangerous. Licorice and Lidleo replied on July 20, 20XX. Does nobody else find it a bit sus that Henson is on camera at Moore's gym when he gives Vulpix her Firestone?
Moore's even in that vid? I'm not saying it's all fake, but come on. The man must have given Henson the stone in the first place and then muscles Flannery out of her match to use his old as dirt team. He probably just told them to make it flashy to hype him up. Gyarados used Splash, Water-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Licorice and Litleo, do you have eyes? I was in the stadium and I felt the heat from that beam struggle from the back row. No way that shit's fake. I am betting Henson all the way to the conference. Just another internet stranger replied on July 20, 20XX. Yo. That battle was insane and it was only his 4th badge. What's his 8th badge battle going to be like?
Flaming Tress, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Just another internet stranger. The gym will probably explode.
In style. Wallace will be ecstatic. Speaking of style, I wonder what that battle crow of his is up to. Anyone got an update on that? Leafeon_L0 Veer replied on July 20, 20XX. Licorice and Litleo, no way. That team is dangerous as hell. I've heard stories from family friends who took part in the fighting back then. It wasn't pretty. I think I remember hearing a rumor about a glass field after a battle that took place. Nothing left to even see of the enemy.
Licorice and Lidleo replied on July 20, 20XX. Leafeon_L0 Veer, I'm not saying Moore wasn't a monster back in his day, but his day was a long time ago. His Typhlosion is what? Pushing 65 at least. I just can't help but wonder how a Grovyle, not even Sceptile, can take out a formerly elite Rapidash without some foul play. But an Octillery, the only member we don't even have stats on yet, gets one lucky shot before being downed.
Arcanine didn't even try to fight back once Ninetales came out. But the real smoking gun is in that final showdown. After that Firestorm, Typhlosion makes it try something else and the move fizzled, smoke and sparks like some sort of skit. And then it doesn't pull out any more fire attacks for the match? Like at all? Has anyone ever seen an elite's attack just go limp like that for no reason? Smoke and mirrors, has to be. Leafeon_L0 Veer replied on July 20, 20XX. Licorice and Litleo, I don't think that's the case at all. There is a reason his team is in the elite tier, even as they have gotten older. I'll admit that the combustion Typhlosion tried to make was kinda sus, but I don't think that was on Typhlosion's part. He did seem super surprised when it didn't work. Plus he still had the energy for that Hyperbeam at the end. I am questioning why he went for Hyperbeam rather than Overheat, but that just may be a personal choice from Moore. Something was off about that battle, but I don't think it was fixed. Both were giving it their all at the end. Crystal Showers, Scientist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Did anyone else notice that only Grovyle had a held item? Ninetales did all that without a type booster. That's insane. I'd love to examine the battle data and performance stats with and without an item of that majestic, beautiful, floofy fox. Showing page 94 of 134, Green Zero Photon replied on July 20, 20XX. I wish I went out to watch matches more often. That video was sick. It must have been amazing being there in person. Then again, that final barrier shaking attack was pretty scary. J4x3R, Ace Trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Kids these days sure grow fast. My first circuit wasn't as intense as this one, and if I tried what Henson did, my Pignite, at the time, would be toasted. Keep it up. We'll be waiting on the big leagues. Glasses_man replied on July 20, 20XX. Well, I might not have confirmation for talking, but Ninetales sure delivered hard on psychic abilities. I'm honestly shocked. Witch Hat Strat replied on July 20, 20XX. Glasses_man I had to re-watch from the fan cam and the official gym video a few times to realize.
Did anyone else notice that Mr. Henson spoke a total of 4 words that entire fight?
Count M4, and they were, Ninetales match him, and, Ninetales. I want that. The Pokemon just needs to be able to learn psychic stuff, right? How do I learn to do that with my Braixen? Glasses_man replied on July 20, 20XX. Witch Hat Strat yeah. They are obviously communicating. I was specifically wondering about whether they could talk. With words. I know some people who have described it as vague ideas back and forth, and I think some people have said they could talk, but it hasn't been proven. This Ninetales is probably a contender for saying if it's possible at all. Better when wetter. Water-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Holy shit, that Ninetales looks amazing. She and Henson are so totally in sync with each other, it's just mind-boggling. Makes me wonder if there's something going on behind the scenes in their relationship. Almost makes me regret becoming a water-type specialist. Low PWNY99, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. See? I told you all he was drugging that Grovyle. How else would a stage 2 grass-type battle an elite-level fire-type for longer than 20 seconds, never mind beat it? The fact that the league hasn't liberated the poor thing from Lee speaks volumes of the incompetence of the league. Poor Lizard is drugged out of his mind. Someone save these Pokemon, before someone gets hurt. Flaming Tress, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Low PWNY99 bruh. I sure would love to have some of whatever shit it is you're smoking. Do you think none of the Pokemon centers he visited would have known if he'd been drugging up his mon? Birch would probably have fired his ass, or worse, if there was even an inkling of something shady going on with the guy his son is traveling with. Not to mention one of the nurses' Joy would have come down on him like the wrath of Arceus. Dude's supposed to be a researcher, researching Pokemon nutrition, care and movesets. That would explain much of the bullshit he seems to be pulling out of his ass on a weekly basis. Seems to me like he's putting his money where his mouth is. A sudden tug at the back of his mind draws Lee from scrolling through his phone. He jolts up so suddenly his head hits the wall behind him, drawing both Brendan and Zinnia out of the conversation Lee had since tuned out. Something wrong, Doolittle? Zinnia asks, eyebrow raised. She leans back on Brendan's bed, folding her arms behind her head. You look like you saw a ghost. I just felt Ninetales wake up is all, Lee answers, letting the relief ease the tension in his shoulders. The fox is still largely incoherent, and telepathically peering through her bleary eyes. Lee sees her glaring at the itchy cast on her fractured hind leg. A wordless complaint about the too tight oxygen mask around her muzzle zips from her brain to Lee's. He soothes her with a silent assurance that it's for the best. I don't think she's happy to be in the ICU. Brendan snorts. She's got Typhlosion right there with her, so it's not like she's going to be lonely, the boy jokes. Lee, nearly as tired as Ninetales after the match, doesn't put much effort into replying. He frowns though when he notices someone missing. Where did Courtney go? Aaron's, Zinnia's reply is curt, telling him that she's suspicious as well. Maybe someone should go give her a hand next time. Lee grunts. You guys don't have to stay here with me if you don't want to. I'm tuckered out, and all I have to do tonight is feed Shinx before bed. Brendan frowns. Maybe, but you don't have any battle-ready Pokemon right now. It wouldn't feel right to just leave you here. At Lee's raised brow, Zinnia rolls her eyes and explains. It's what's the phrase? Sort of a social faux pas to disable all of a trainer's fighting Pokemon. Once the nerds online figure out that Greenbean, Calamari, and Miss Fox were all your fighters, more might catch some heat for it. It's why you never see anything more than a 4 versus 4 unless it's a huge tournament with a lot of security hanging around. Kinda your fault, too, for not objecting to a 3-on-3, but more was expected to know. Interesting cultural bit I didn't know about. Besides, all of us being here gives me the opportunity to ask something, Zinnia continues. Sitting back up, her smile is traded for something a bit more serious. Lee, Brendan, if it's cool with you guys, I'd like to head north to Meteor Falls and visit my tribe. Dare Lee call the way Zinnia is holding herself nervous? I've some business to attend to, and people to talk to. You know how it is, right? Why not give them a call? Brendan tilts his head. He yelps when Zinnia reaches out and flicks his forehead. You think my tribe out in the sticks has a phone? She snorts before sobering. I know it's out of the way and all, and if it's too long, I can split off and meet you guys somewhere afterward? Brendan's face brightens into a grin.
Lee, aren't we way ahead of schedule? We're only 3 months into the league year and already we're at the halfway point. Lee idly muses, wondering what Zinnia needs to do.
I don't see why not. We'll have to run it by Courtney, though. Zinnia's smile is rather pretty when it fully reaches her eyes, Lee thinks to himself. Side content 1. Showing page 95 of 139, Sakatsuki, fairy-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. There's quite frankly quite a lot of stuff to break down in this fight, but I think it's very important to note that Henson-san seems to have frozen very briefly on several occasions. I certainly am not going to give my potential competition any hints on where, but it's most notable early in the fight, and he does it a lot less later on. The instant Ninetales comes out, that immediately changes. I'm almost certain that some telepathy was involved, but I can't really say for sure. All I have to go on are my own experiences with my team, after all. At low PWNY99 I see you have not had the honor of facing any competently trained and motivated non-evolved Pokemon. Respect those that choose not to evolve, they tend to have a reason for it. Perhaps another thread could educate you on the subject. Ketchum certainly would. Waffles replied on July 20, 20XX. Me and Smeargle were on Mount Chimney doing a landscape a few days ago when we saw that flamethrower clear the sky of clouds. I thought that was Moore's Typhlosion seeing how far it could push its flames. It seems that Henson was practicing for his match, insane. Toge Airtime, verified Ranger, replied on July 20, 20XX. At Waffles we here at the Laverage Ranger Station would like to wish Mr. Henson well on his journey through the rest of the Hoenn League this season. Where he and his lovely walking natural disaster fox can be someone else's problem. Unrelated PSA. Just because Mount Chimney is a volcano does not mean it's alright to melt the landscape. Fry Those Water, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Holy shit, if his Grovyle, that's weak against a fire type could tank a flamethrower and come out the winner, I can't wait to see what his Shinx could do when they get to the water gym. I just love to see some good ol' fish frying. He had that Pokemon for a while, didn't he? At least longer than that Octillery if we go by how his info got updated. My electric team would love some tips from him once we see how he blasts. And the whole Shinx line is just the best, man. Poisoned Faith, poison type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. At Sakatsuki I know right. Were Ketchum still in Kanto I would have loved to throw down against a Pikachu that powerful. At Fry Those Water Shinx seems pretty young, going by what we know of it. Likely something he just hatched recently. I know there are some Pokemon species that are willing to throw down while only a few days old, but Shinx isn't one of them. Especially not at the elite level. Fry Those Water, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. At Poisoned Faith I still know that much at least, but they still got a good while to go before the end of the gym circuit. Although Lee and his group does seem to be pushing pretty fast, so maybe it'll be too soon. I guess the flying gym is another good spot to showcase that baby Shinx. I just want more Shinx love. That Ninetales is great and all, but they are way too rare for me to even daydream about. MKUXIE replied on July 20, 20XX. Someone tipped off Steven Stone to be there, mark my words. Bug_catcher_Phil, bug-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. So, having looked at a lot of the trainers for this year. I'm staying in the forest, I'm not even letting my Volcarona be within 20 miles of the gyms this year. I swear I saw some dude with some Metagross in a gym that wasn't Steven Stone, a Ninetales that contests with Hyper Beams, a Pikachu that one-shot Watson, and some dude using a conductor's wand to direct his team. This year is a horror show of talent. Ice Cream You Scream, Ice-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. This morning I thought the worst thing to happen would be when I tripped and spilled coffee on my Snome. Needless to say, I think I'm gonna be skipping this year's Evergrande. Should have just been a water-type specialist? In underscore brightest underscore day underscore in underscore darkest underscore night, dark-type specialist, replied on July 20th 20XX, haha Fox go brr. Yo for real though, WTF was that? Those are some really old Pokemon that Geezer was tossing around and they were killing it. Ignoring the super rookie who looks like he went the distance with a blender, those old Pokemon must have been absolute monsters back in the day. I can't tell how strong they would have been. Yeesh, sure am glad that I'm all the way in Unova. If 4th badges were that hard to get, I wouldn't have made it to the conference my second year, let alone my first. Showing page 96 of 146, Mighty underscore Fro, verified breeder, replied on July 20th 20XX. I know everyone is obsessed with Henson's fights, but I want to know what he's doing in the care department. I haven't seen Pokemon in the battle circuit in such pristine condition while tramping through the wilderness before. I would love to talk to him about his care routine for his 9T. The breeding community would be remiss not to pick his brain. The Blue Tear, verified ranger, replied on July 20th 20XX. Dear God, 9T and Tai would be absolute awful captures. Tai is probably in his twilight years ATP, but holy shit. I heard from someone in Laverage that 9T's flamethrower can melt clouds. She's an absolute beast, and if she's only just evolved, she's gonna be even worse by the time the conference comes around. Her raw power plus Lee's ingenuity with moves, for fuck's sake. Anyone running against them has got to bring their A-game Heracross for life, replied on July 20th 20XX. Tai got fucking bodied LMAO Reptile Commander, verified trainer, replied on July 20th 20XX. Damn, for all that Ninetales was ridiculously impressive, scary there, I can't help but focus on Grovile's performance. I've never seen one that could maneuver midair like that, and the fact he could even survive that fight, never mind actually win, was both nuts and inspiring to me. The Trico line is one of my favorites, and I'm hoping I might be able to get one when I head to Hone in a year or two. Me and Charmeleon still have work to do here in Kanto, and this has just made me even more determined to get one on my team. Ian underscore the underscore great, verified student, replied on July 20th 20XX, at glasses underscore man and at witchhatstrat. Hey, I just want to bring up this line of talk again, cause this thread seems to be getting a ton of views. I'm trying to train my Noibot, Drummer, to talk, or in Pokemon, human telepathy. I know Noibats are supposed to be psychic, or hell to read and write. But I seem to be getting nowhere. All the books I find on this sort of thing seem to contradict each other, and that one collar I bought off the internet which was supposed to translate Pokemon into normal speech was a total lie and waste of money. Is anyone publishing real information on this? Drummer is trying, I know she is, and she's super smart, she understands and responds to everything I say, and is really sad when she can't seem to get it, and I'm not psychic or anything myself. What do I do? Sakatsuki, fairy-type specialist, replied on July 20th 20XX. At Ian underscore the underscore great Noibot aren't psychic by traditional means, actually. They can have the ability, telepathy, but it's fairly rare and uncommon. I'd recommend asking a fellow student, a trainer with some free time, or someone along the lines who has a Pokemon capable of telepathy to help though. It's not exactly a well-kept secret, but a lot of trainers tend to hide, conceal, or blatantly provide misinformation online. An alternative you could pursue is teaching Drummer how to spell, which can lead to some slow communication via keyboard. Noibot have the digits to slowly use one. Ian underscore the underscore great, verified student, replied on July 20th 20XX, at Sakatsuki, thanks. I seem to have gotten a lot of misinformation, yay. Is that ability, telepathy, something they can learn, like via machine or training? How do I tell whether she has that ability or not? I don't have a lot of resources, TBH.
Regardless, I wouldn't trade her for the world. We've been trying to vary her vocalizations, she makes a ton of cool sounding noises, and that's been doing well so far.
I had the idea of words and letters, but I don't really know how to teach someone who can't say the letters or words out loud. Do I just read kids' books to her a lot and set up a keyboard where she has access to it? I can't imagine teaching a Pokemon to read or type is the same as teaching a human child, otherwise you'd find more Pokemon able to do it, right? Better when wetter. Water-type specialist, replied on July 20th 20XX. As it is, there is at least telepathy occurring. Henson only said 4 audible words to his Ninetales in the entire match. I think there's more, though, something deeper. Henson was jittery at times behind his other team members, but when his Ninetales took the field he calmed right down. Wasn't phased at all until he called that final flamethrower. Almost looked like a completely different battler. They've only known each other for a few months, but she's a deeply calming influence, if that match is anything to go by. There's not many things that can engender the kind of bond they so clearly have, and I know where my thoughts are going. Sakatsuki, fairy-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX, at Ian_the_great. I've only seen one Pokemon that can speak a human language fluently, but we don't know enough about that specific Meowth to really say anything. He apparently belongs to some traveling freelancers or something. Dragon Expert 1985, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX. Well, clearly I need to have a serious sit down and rethink how I am approaching my career as a trainer if someone with no credentials or history can do this after only a few months. While I have no doubt a lot of that is talent from the trainer and both talent and breeding for the Mons, clearly Henson is doing something else that I have overlooked. First things first, get a monster of a Pokemon. Second, evolve them. Third, fourth, profit, or fame and a good league showing, same thing really. That said, which way to the betting threads? I got a cool couple hundred to drop on Henson getting at least top 4. Edit. Yes, finally verified status. Ellipsis. And now I am sad that was excited about that. Showing page 97 of 151, Forest Synergy, Grass-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. Several people on previous pages mentioned Ninetales had intense flamethrower in the skies near Laverage. Was that the reason for the Weather Institute suddenly changing the forecast for the East Coast a few days ago? They mentioned it was due to Pokemon in that region, but I had assumed it was a pack of Torkoal in the Valley of Steel or something. My Bellossom was pleasantly surprised by the sunshine instead of light overcast. Surely I'm overthinking it? Ricky_roll.do, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX, I bet. After witnessing how that flamethrower can overcome a freaking hyper beam, weather changing doesn't sound that unbelievable to me. Though my Gastrodon is a little sad that it hasn't rained these few days. King Battler replied on July 20, 20XX, look, that Meowth talking was obviously faked. Probably has a speaker of some kind hidden on him for his real trainer to speak through. Dark Spike 69 replied on July 20, 20XX, I don't understand why people treat Henson as the second coming of Arceus. His Pokemon is strong but his battling sucks. Like, use your Corvisquire instead of your Grovyle. Yes, type isn't everything, but it's not like Corvisquire is weak, and that Grovyle is the weakest link in the party. Particularly when Muramore famously loves his Fire Terrain move, which doesn't matter for flying types. Later, he didn't use the opportunity he gained with Gunk Shot to do anything. Henson just stood there and let Arcanine recover. And with Ninetales, his only verbal order was to strike back with Flamethrower against a Hyper Beam, which has to be one of the stupidest commands ever. Light Screen, Detect, or even just dodging would have done it. Instead, he bet against a literal war machine and only won because he has a Ninetales. Compare that to Birch, who actually uses more than 2 brain cells when he battles, or that random new dude who uses a conductor's baton. Heck, he almost won with his wimpy Pokemon. Or, like any gym leader or any one of the Elite Four. I just hate that he overshadows the actual battler talent. Ricky_roll.do, verified trainer, replied on July 20, 20XX, at DarkSpike69AO Mr. Emo, that sounds like a you problem. Speaking like you are some big shot, but do you have the ball to back it up? We can clearly see that Tai is a freaking monster, and I doubt you can follow all of your strategies so well when facing that Hyper Beam. Honestly, show the man some respect. Poison Faith, Poison-type specialist, replied on July 20, 20XX. So I was looking at some of the ranger maps of the Valley of Steel, and apparently among the acid pools and metal-contaminated pools there are some pools of water in the area that are clean enough to actually be livable. Maybe Lee got his Octillery at one of those? Hard to say because those maps tend to be more out of date than normal due to the lack of trainers strong enough to regularly cover the place. But hopefully this is the case and not because some asshole decided to release a water type into an acid pool. Still have nightmares about that time I responded to reports about this idiot releasing his horsey into a mudpot over at Cinnabar. Glasses_man replied on July 20, 20XX, at Sakatsuki. Honestly, I assumed that was fake. The accent, the fact that it's so hard to find. You'd think that they'd, show that off for money. Error loading page. Please try again later. Our servers are under very high load. Lee's logs 1. That should be everything, Professor. The smartly dressed intern standing before Nigel Birch's desk closes his binder. We've moved Miss Jennings Trumbeak to Aviary Section 5, which is the least populated. Since then, Mr. Mudahar Staraptor and his clique have calmed down. Seated behind his desk, Professor Birch sighs. That bird, he mumbles, thinking of the aforementioned Staraptor and his foul attitude. I'll have Medicham, Flygon, or someone else straighten him out. Matt, he addresses the intern before him. Make a note on Mr. Mudahar's profile. If his Pokemon can't behave, then he's going to forfeit his place at our ranch and be forced to purchase private boarding. This is the second time one of his Pokemon has acted out. The young intern nods rapidly. Yes, sir, he says, then his brows furrow. Professor? Can't you ask Lab Trainer Birch's or Lab Trainer Henson's Pokemon to keep an eye on things? It seems like your Pokemon are forced to play peacekeeper rather often. Professor Birch has to suppress a grimace at Matt's question. I would, but Brendan and Lee are very picky with their Pokemon. Neither of them has more than 6 yet. Nigel scratches his short beard and sighs. Oh, if only. Nigel finally got clearance from the ever-so-finicky Pokemon Rangers to camp out and observe a natural citrus grove near Verdanturf, and all this nonsense is cutting into his prep time. A Pokemon trained by either Lee or Brendan would quickly rise to the spot of Ranch Alpha and keep the peace. He can already imagine a Swampert's bellow and a ground-shaking thud putting an end to any drama. While Nigel thought of the Mudfish Pokemon, given that most of the lab is in a tizzy over the battle that aired in Laverage today, he knows Matt's thoughts are probably focused on a certain golden fox. For a man scared to death of drama, you sure find yourself mixed up in it a lot, Lee. As if cued in by his thoughts, Nigel's computer bings, and glancing up at it, he sees a new logs update email from Lee with a number of attachments to it. Anyway, thank you for sorting everything out, Matt, Nigel smiles. Please close the door behind you. Smiling widely back, the aide bows out and shuts the office door as he goes. After waiting for a moment, Nigel opens the email, which is devoid of any text as usual, then clicks the first attachment and leans back. I'm glad my predecessor had the office soundproofed, Nigel thinks to himself. Lee's been throwing a lot of curveballs lately. Log 20, Day 93. Lee's voice begins from the first recording. In the background is the sound of distant conversation, and Lee's voice reverberates as if he's standing in a cave. I realize these logs are probably going to arrive a bit later than usual considering that we're currently traversing the Valley of Steel.
At first, the four of us considered using the desert, which would have been about 2.5 weeks to Laverage assuming no complications, but when we came to the crossroads between the desert and the valley, we decided the valley was the better option for a few reasons.
1. Zinnia knows how to get through the valley in a little over a week, and 2. Brendan and I want to hunt for new Pokemon. Brendan is doing fine considering that he has 3 active battlers on his team, but Vulpix and Grovyle are having to do all of the heavy lifting due to Corvy's absence. I still haven't officially released him. I want to give him more time. He's too complex a Pokemon to just leave for no reason, and I get the feeling deep down that I'll see him again one day so that I can ask why. Anyway, on to what I was originally talking about. The Valley of Steel is home to a number of powerful Pokemon, many of whom would make excellent team members based on type and what role they would fill in the team. I'm still lacking a bulky fighter, and I hope that a trip through the valley will fix that. I've updated my wanted list as well, and I'll attach it to the email I send with this recording. During our time here, I've gone out and approached a number of wild Pokemon while trying to be obvious with my intent to expand my roster. I made sure to keep a respectful distance away with either Vulpix or Grovyle at my side, along with an empty Pokeball in my hand. So far, though, there've been no takers. I did briefly consider trying to capture a monstrous Magnezone that attempted to attack us, but thought better of it after the injuries he inflicted on Brendan. Nigel sharply inhales and pauses the recording. What? He hisses to himself. The date on the recording is weeks ago, and he was never informed of this? Neither Lee nor Brendan ever said anything about being injured. Taking a deep breath and keeping his suddenly short temper in check, Nigel resumes the voice recording and crosses his arms. Brendan is fine, thankfully. He pulled quite a few muscles in his legs and back, lifting himself out of Magnezone's gravity attack to pull Zinnia to safety, and he'll be spending the remainder of the trip being carried on Poke back. From what I can tell, he'll make a full recovery. He said he'll be giving you a call about the mess once we're in Laverage. The professor exhales slowly, letting his temper ease. Brendan did indeed call home as he usually does once or twice a week to recount their adventures, but evidently, his son left out some very critical details. What am I going to do with that boy? During the whole fiasco, we did run into a familiar face. Do you recall the huge Manectric in my earlier logs? Her egg hatched, and apparently, she felt it prudent to track us down all the way in the valley to give her son to me. There's a short pause in the recording. I'm certain Brendan will give you a call about this, so I won't bore you with details.
Like his mama, Electrike is quite large, and while I would love to raise him,
I've already got Shinx to care for. Taking care of 2 cubs, raising a battling team, traveling, and performing independent research all at once is quite a lot of work, so I've taken the liberty of giving Electrike to Brendan. I think it'll be a good test for him, as I've recently begun teaching Brendan the finer points of zoology, nutrition, and
I guess not animal psychology, but non-human psychology to aid in raising his Pokémon.
Naturally, he's taken to it like a Goldeen to water, and a hardy baby to raise will be the perfect opportunity to apply what he's learning in a practical way.
Of course, I'll be on standby in case anything happens, but I doubt that Brendan will need anything more than a finger pointed in the right direction every now and then. As for my team, things are progressing as normal. Due to the volatility of the valley's Pokémon, we haven't been able to get much more than basic training in, as anything more than mild noise and lights irritates the locals.
I have to say, the Valley of Steel is an exceptionally hostile place, both in terrain and wildlife. Never before have I seen Pokémon so aggressive and raring to battle.
More than once while out hunting for a prospective new team member, we've had to bow out and cut our losses when a Pokémon clearly too powerful for any of us stepped forward, spoiling for a fight. There's another short pause in the audio. During these nights where there is little going on, most of our time has been spent meditating on where we want our future training to take us and how to best get there. Grovyle already has a superb mastery of Leaf Blade and X-Scissor, and both moves utilize the leaves situated on his wrists.
He can also channel both moves into the claws on his hands if needed, but it's not terribly practical unless his leaves have been sheared or burnt off mid-battle. He's most familiar molding grass tay, and with a bit of creative application, can even alter the size and shape of his wrist blades. He can't do this with X-Scissor quite yet, but he's getting there. I considered having him attempt to channel his attacks through the long leaf on his head, but discarded the idea later as Sceptile lacks that leaf, and Grovyle is so heavily reliant on kinesthetic learning that he quickly builds habits and muscle memory. I don't want him to get into the habit of using a feature of his body that he won't always have. With that in mind, our focus going forward will probably be on expanding his available repertoire with new slicing attacks like Night Slash. Considering the Laverage Gym uses fire Pokémon, I'm also thinking about using a TM to round out Grovyle's arsenal. We still haven't used the Rock Tomb, Bulk Up, or Shockwave TMs given to us from our gym battles, and Grovyle would benefit greatly from a projectile like Rock Tomb to shut down ice, flying, and fire types. It'd also introduce him to Rock Tay, opening further doors down the line. Shinx is still growing like a weed, as I've said in past updates. Not much has changed with her. In the next few weeks, I'll be weaning her off of her bottle and introducing her to solid food.
Her introductory training is moving along with minimal hiccups, though we haven't been able to do much with her here in the valley due to how sensitive the local Magnemite are to atmospheric electric charge.
She is getting squirmy and frustrated with being stifled, but she's kept her acting out and mischief to a minimum. Vulpix's abilities are definitely beginning to plateau on the physical side. I don't know where she stands in comparison to other examples of her species, but she's been able to reliably fight middle and occasionally final evolutions looking for trouble out here. Granted, she's fighting most of these battles with a type advantage, considering many of the wild Pokémon around here are steel type, but I've watched her stumble Pokémon that must weigh a ton at minimum with her quick attack. On the non-physical side, we're beginning to hit roadblocks there as well. Vulpix's pyrokinetic abilities continue to improve at a steady rate, and although her firepower is superb, we're running into issues with her focus and stamina. These two critical factors are being outpaced by her power, and although I can help out on both fronts via telepathy, the amount of stamina and mental computing power that a human can contribute to a superpowered fox is a drop in the bucket. In our efforts to mitigate the focus issue, we've been trying to deconstruct moves that contain inbuilt programming. As things stand, Vulpix must manually direct every part of an attack that is functioning outside of the normal parameters of an established move.
Redirecting embers doesn't take much, but redirecting embers and having them chase two different targets requires a noticeable increase in focus.
We've kept this to ourselves thus far, but something as intensive as charging convergence leaves Vulpix practically paralyzed. The more complex the move becomes, the more mental resources it takes to ensure it actually fires off without a hitch. We need to figure out what's missing from these custom techniques, and how to integrate that innate programming that other moves seem to have.
Or maybe we're overthinking it.
Is it just repetition until it becomes muscle memory?
This is what we'll be focusing on for a while. Also,
regarding the study you mentioned? The one regarding the telepathy between Vulpix and I? Once our group gets to a good resting point in our journey, which I imagine will be after this gym, I'll be reaching out to you regarding your trusted contact. Over the last few weeks, I've been digging deep into the extant theories about telepathy and the various nuances in how a relationship develops between individuals who frequently utilize telepathy. I can't say that my search has been particularly fruitful, as telepathy is an absolutely indispensable tool in Pokémon battles for the ones capable of using it, and I suspect that much of the information that exists is not being shared in order to keep a tactical advantage over other trainers. Part of me understands it, and the other is frustrated that important studies like this are being kept private. Vulpix and I have been collectively mulling over our dynamic, particularly in regards to the advice that Zinnia gave me in Slateport. According to Zinnia's words, both the ones she said aloud and the ones she didn't, the trainer should be the undisputed leader in the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Now, I think this is colored a bit by her specialty in dragons, as I've noticed that her team has a very definite pecking order to it, but part of me wonders how valid that is when it comes to the dynamic shared by myself and Vulpix. Vulpix herself is insistent that Zinnia doesn't know what she's talking about, and makes some valid points, though I'm worried bias might be influencing her opinions. Despite that, Vulpix has certainly stepped back and held my hand less when making critical decisions. If your contact can offer any insight, then we'll be glad to participate in this study. That's all for this one. Lee, out. Nigel rubs his chin as he digests the man's words. Guess we're moving that study back up. He hesitates. I don't think I've ever really considered that telepathy would be more than speaking brain to brain. He starts the next recording. Log 21, Day 101. Lee's voice comes through with a troubled sigh. Please excuse any brevity, Nigel. I've got a lot on my mind. We arrived in the town of Laverage yesterday after an all-night march. The day before that, we happened across an octillery in a watering hole that I suspected was contaminated. Octillery was displaying a number of symptoms consistent with heavy metal poisoning, and after wearing him down, I captured him and everyone agreed to shorten our remaining 2-day trip to Laverage with a hellish pace so Octillery could receive proper treatment. I'm happy to report that Octillery is in the care of the Pokémon Center and is expected to make a full recovery. Once he's lucid, I'll be extending an offer for him to join my team. Octillery isn't a Pokémon on my wanted list, but I very much would like a fire-type counter on hand that isn't Vulpix. Lee sighs once more, and in the background of the recording is the faint sound of furry paws sliding over denim. All day today, and I suspect for probably a while longer, my studies have taken a detour into the psychology behind evolution anxiety and research into Ninetales. Lee hesitates again. Yesterday, I had an impromptu meeting with Mura Moore, the gym leader here in Laverage. To make a long story short, he wants a custom fire technique for his granddaughter's Pokémon in return for a Grade 1, Purity 1 Fire Stone. I never even considered the possibility of Vulpix evolving this early, let alone with the best stone possible. I've only done some basic searching to get an idea on evolution stones, their prices, and how much the quality actually affects the resulting Pokémon. Firestones are some of the most expensive stones due to the danger associated with their mining and how they're in huge demand for Growlithe owners. A G1, P1 demands hundreds of thousands of credits at a minimum. In fact, I think the only stones more expensive are Dawnstones, which only form naturally during the nightless summers of the North Pole, and only on the very tops of specific mountains at that. The benefits would obviously be undeniable as Vulpix is beginning to hit limitations that we've been struggling to overcome, but at the same time, she's anxious about the idea. She doesn't want to outlive me. Much of what I found in my initial research about Ninetales is mostly mythological lore, as the sheer rarity of Ninetales, combined with a seemingly species-wide introversion, makes getting concrete facts a nightmare. The only common report is that the average Ninetales lives for several centuries. I don't know if the 1,000-year lifespan is real or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. It's not only me that Vulpix has to worry about outliving, either, she's worried about everyone else as well. I know for a fact that Vulpix has become a fixture in my life, and losing her would be like losing everything all over again. I suspect that might go both ways. In an effort to help her make the most informed decision possible, I'm diverting as much of my free time as I can to researching the Vulpix and Ninetales species. Between that, we'll be keeping to routine training and visiting Octillery as he recovers. I have no updates or breakthroughs to inform you of on that front currently. That's all for this one. Lee, out. An interesting look back into Vulpix, even if that was more Lee venting than anything. Considering he already knows the choice Vulpix makes, Nigel continues on and clicks on the next recording before leaning back into his chair. Log 22, Day 109. This time, Lee sounds much more relaxed. 2 days ago, after much debate, soul-searching, and days upon days of research, Vulpix decided to make the leap and evolve. Lee laughs quietly. It's been something. I'm not even sure where to begin. I suppose first, there's the excitement of having a Pokémon evolve. I was beyond thrilled, and so proud of Grovyle when he evolved, but this feels different. I suppose that Vol Ninetales reaching her final, mature stage has an assuring permanence to it. Of course, I took the liberty of giving her a very thorough physical and documented all of my observations. I'll include some scans of my notebook along with this recording. Who knows, maybe the stiffs at the Hoenn Academic Board will up the lab's funding in return for my findings. Nigel grins to himself. He can't help it. Something about his usually serious and pessimistic lab trainer speaking with such an upbeat tone just makes the professor want to smile. Wishful thinking about the board, Lee. Besides that, there are also the mental changes Ninetales has undergone. Nigel hears the ruffle of shuffling paper in the recording. Some of what was shared between myself and Ninetales is rather personal, especially her reason for evolving, so I won't be going into that in the recording here. The first and most profound change within her is the new crystal clarity in her telepathy. I think I described it before? If not, then telepathy with Vulpix always involved a level of guesswork, as sometimes the words she was trying to convey would get garbled or skewed with her non-human comprehension of certain concepts. Now I can hear her word for word. It's incredible. Her telepathic power, precision, and range have increased to such a degree that she can reportedly pick out Brendan or Zinnia from across the entire town. It's astounding, simply astounding. Nigel can almost hear the smile on Lee's face. Hey, we have some work to do on the physical side of her psychic abilities. We began working on refining her other telekinetic abilities back in Slateport. Since neither Vulpix or Ninetales are true psychic types, it took a bit of time to get that off the ground and it's been slow going ever since. Before her evolution, Ninetales could reliably lift about 20 pounds with telekinesis and manipulate her load with a degree of clumsy dexterity. Now, Ninetales. I don't even know just how strong her telekinesis is, but clearly we have quite a bit of work to do with regards to control, as she accidentally ripped a door right out of its frame. A growl comes from somewhere nearby in the recording. Love, there's no shame in needing improvement. Knowing you, you'll get it in no time. The growl tapers off into a huff. Where was I? Her physical and pyrokinetic abilities have also taken a significant jump, so significant that I hesitate to put a number to the amount. As a Vulpix, I estimated she could drag around a half-ton worth of deadweight if her paws could get enough traction, and as a Ninetales that strength has probably doubled. I'll be taking up an offer from the Laverage Gym to use their equipment to get exact numbers, but I'm spitballing a solid 2 times increase since I can sit on her back and she barely even notices my weight. Doing so isn't very comfortable, mind you. Muscles like steel make for a rough bareback ride. Again, there is a huff, but this one sounds much more amused. Love. A phrase like that can only be misconstrued if you're looking for things to misconstrue. Lee clears his throat, sounding embarrassed. Anyway, I don't have a number to put to the pyrokinetic side of things, so we'll be testing that later. Also, Nigel? That psychic expert you mentioned? After both Brendan and I secured gym badge number 4, I'll be reaching out to you for that study on telepathy. With the new clarity between Ninetales and myself, there have been a lot of personal revelations that are difficult to put into words. If you didn't ask me to be perfectly candid in my audio logs, I likely would have excluded this part. Ninetales and I had a heart-to-heart talk shortly after her evolution. Telepathy, at least our telepathy, goes much deeper than just words, images, and emotions. I say this with the utmost seriousness. I know Ninetales better than I know myself. Much better than I know myself. It is no exaggeration to say that I know everything there is to know about her. I know for a fact that she knows me better than she knows herself in turn. Nigel's spine tingles. Yesterday we had a short conversation regarding our relationship and the dynamics therein, as her evolution, the circumstances behind her choice, and the newfound ease of communication caused a shift between us. It's difficult to explain, but something fundamentally changed. Telepathy between her and I has always been intimate, but the bond that exists following her evolution is magnitudes deeper. Lee is silent for a handful of seconds. I'm aware that relationships like the one you're likely thinking of right now exist in a legal gray area that the Pokémon League tactfully refuses to touch or draw attention to. Our relationship is not heading in that direction and likely never will, despite what her joke a minute ago might make you think. We both agree that there would be little to gain and potentially much to lose in doing so, but then, neither is the relationship that we share completely. Well, platonic? It is platonic, but at the same time, it's not? I don't know how to describe what we even have. There's a frustrated sigh. It's certainly not romantic. Being keyed into each other's thoughts, emotions, and often physical sensations, is much less romantic than some trashy books might make it seem. The stories always seem to gloss over things like intrusive thoughts, involuntary reactions, and the annoying poke to the brain that occasionally wakes you up when your partner gets up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. This isn't a round peg, square hole situation either. Hell, this is like replacing the peg with a tesseract in the peg and hole metaphor. There isn't a word for what we have due to how complex all the factors are, and as such all we can really do is wing it, and promise to be understanding if someone missteps. Lee once more pauses, leaving several seconds of silence in the recording. Ninetails isn't overly concerned about this, but we discovered that we can't disconnect anymore. What? Nigel's brows raise in surprise before furrowing in renewed focus. The telepathic connection between myself and Ninetails has been actively sustained for, geez, months now. I don't have any kind of psychic talent, so this is just me describing it as best I can. See, before her evolution, Ninetails and I kept the telepathic connection going constantly, and while doing so, there was a distinct termination point between myself and her. As time went on, that termination point became blurrier and blurrier. At the time of this recording, the termination point is completely gone. Somewhere in the middle is an indistinct gradient where there is no telling which side belongs to who. Now, don't misunderstand this as some kind of problem. I certainly don't want the connection to be broken, but I want to understand it and what it means for myself and Ninetails. It's for that reason that I would like to move the priority of that telepathy study up. Nigel barely has the presence of mind to pause the recording before he slumps back in his chair. With a sigh, the professor opens up his drawer, taking out a bottle of aspirin while eyeballing the half-full glass of water on the corner of his desk. Arceus, damn it, Lee, he curses, dropping his face into his hand. You're going to make the lab so much money at the cost of my sanity. He raises his head again and stares at his desk phone. I'm going to need a better psychic specialist. And someone who knows how to manage relationships like this. Ruminating for a moment longer, he presses play once more. I had more to say, but my train of thought is still a little fuzzy even 2 days after Nine's evolution. Octillery is slated to get out of the center in the coming days, then I'll begin training with him in earnest in preparation for our gym challenge. While Flannery isn't an insurmountable opponent, I think it would pay to properly respect her and her Pokémon's capabilities. That's all for this one. Lee, out. Nigel sighs, finally uncapping the little bottle of aspirin before tossing 2 capsules in his mouth and grabbing the glass of water on his desk to wash them down. The water is unpleasantly warm. Once both pills have hit bottom, the professor clicks on the final recording of the email. Log 23, Day 119. Our gym battle will be bright and early tomorrow, so today we're taking it nice and easy today so that we're rested up. With Octillery's release from the Pokémon Center, the wake of Ninetail's evolution, and Grovyle mastering a new move, I've actually got a fair bit to report in this log. I apologize if the last one was just a long string of rambling about Ninetails. Anyway, I know I said Octillery wasn't on my shortlist and wasn't my preferred water type, but he's thoroughly changed my mind. Part of me still wants a Vaporeon, but I won't be terribly upset if that doesn't happen this league year. After making a thorough recovery, Octillery has proven himself to be a very competent Pokémon, if one I'm still trying to figure out how to best sync with. First off, I didn't realize just how wide a variety of techniques are available to Octillery as a species. At the time of this recording, Octillery knows Wrap, Headbutt, Water Gun, Octazooka, Psybeam, Gunk Shot, Rock Blast, Charge Beam, Aurora Beam, Signal Beam, Ice Beam, Bullet Seed, Focus Energy, and Lock On. Good lord above, it seems like he has a move for every situation. Naturally, we tested all of them, and I was surprised by a lot of the findings. Due to some preconceived notions, I expected Lock On to work much like slapping a magic lightning rod on the enemy so that attacks would home in on them. Lock On working like a reversed detect is not what I expected, but I can understand it. Octillery is already an adept shot, so Lock On is unfortunately less useful than I expected. Sitting still and focusing all of your brainpower on a ballistic calculation is definitely a devastating advantage when it comes to long-range combat, especially when trying to hit an evasive or flying target, but in the range of typical Pokémon battles, lock on is unfortunately just too situational. Ice Beam, Gunk Shot, and Octazooka open the door to some real shenanigans, and to maximize the tactical applications of Octillery's techniques, I've been working with him to hammer out some subtle cues on how to apply each move. It's amateur stuff that won't work on a more experienced opponent after the first time, honestly, but voice inflection and delays between words combined with Octillery's sheer variety should hopefully win the day in most cases. While he is not lacking in the power department at all, Octillery's mobility leaves something to be desired. Maybe this is just a weakness on my part, as I freely admit that I'm used to having the fastest Pokémon on the field. Either way, some of the maneuvers that we have been working on are defensive in nature, like using Ice Beam to erect obstacles and walls, or using a low-power, quickly cast Signal Beam to blind the other Pokémon long enough for us to make a play. I'll still be exploring mobility options for Octillery, but in the meantime, we will make do with what we have. Personality-wise, Octillery is quite the intellectual. The first day we went out to train, he astounded me by drawing a pictogram to detail part of his internal anatomy, as I was wondering why his species were considered to have rock-hard heads. Using that pictogram, he made it clear that he has a pressurized subdermal sac that he fills with water so that he can use his own head as a bludgeon. The intelligence neatly explains why he was so miserable in the Pokémon Center. He was sitting there bored to tears as they weren't mentally stimulating him. I went out and got him a number of puzzles and brain teasers for him to play with in his downtime. Though, he seemed a bit indignant when I told him I didn't get the most difficult ones. Regardless, he's happy if he's got something constructive to do. He's integrated quite well with the team and enjoys the company of both Grovyle and Ninetales. Understandably, he's a little standoffish with Shinx, what with being a water type and all, but he's yet to be outright rude. Due to his innate intelligence, I was a little startled to realize that he can't read. I guess it makes sense now that I really think about it. Ninetales can read because I can, and she knows what I know. Corvi could read, which further confirms my theory that he had a prior trainer. I never realized that Grovyle always required Ninetales to read for him if I wasn't around, and I feel like a bit of a jackass for it. Either way, I'm rectifying that mistake by offering both Grovyle and Octillery lessons. Grovyle was less interested than I expected, but Octillery jumped at the chance. After a few nights of tutoring, Octillery is already beginning to pick up on things. Ninetales. Where do I even begin here? It's clear to me that to actually get hard numbers on her current capabilities, I'm going to need to consult some league specialists with especially heavy-duty equipment. That's a can of worms that we'll open when we get there. I'd say more, but I'm afraid even naming a fire attack around here will bring that Lady Ranger and her Togekiss running. It's still too early in her evolution to know if my baselines are accurate, or if any observed growth is just residual, but I'll be keeping an eye on everything anyway. Grovyle has been spending the last week or so perfecting Rock Tomb and Night Slash. Since Rock Tomb was learned via TM, he started off at a passable level, but passable isn't good enough for Grovyle, and he's back to the grind. For all his grace and finesse, he can certainly hurl a boulder with the best of the brutes. We've also been experimenting with using Rock Tomb to alter the terrain around us into something more favorable. Since Grovyle can speed along and change direction on a dime, additional obstacles aren't really a concern for him. Another interesting application we've tried testing is using the stones generated by Rock Tomb as shields of sorts. Due to his unfamiliarity with Rocktay, the stones aren't exactly the most sturdy, so that one's on the back burner for now, but it's always a possibility for the future. In regards to all of his other abilities, Grovyle continues to excel and push himself to newer and greater heights. I really hope I'm not making a mistake by deciding to let him participate in the upcoming gym match, but Grovyle needs a win he can be proud of. He's continuing to grow in response to near daily training and his tailored diet. I believe the typical example of his species is roughly 3 feet tall, with Grovyle now approaching approximately 3 foot 4. His muscle development continues to remain nice and even. In other news, I've been modifying the diets and general workout routines of my team. Ninetales' evolution and the potency increase of her psychic abilities have necessitated a drastic increase in her caloric intake. Before her evolution, Ninetales was already eating 2,200 calories in a standard day, with 2,600 to 2,700 on days when we have intense training. Her dietary mixture has changed only a little, though going forward I'm sparing no expense in picking the best ingredients. Her brain is the focal point of her psychic Tay, and I'm taking steps to limit any sort of strain caused by her newfound abilities. Specifically, I want to be sure that Ninetales is getting enough omega-3s, magnesium, calcium, vitamins B1, B9, B12, D, E, and various neural amino acids to promote cognitive health. If Ninetales has a blood-brain barrier similar to other, more common Pokémon who utilize psychic powers, then the quality, abundance, and balance of these compounds in her food are paramount. I realize that might be some biology jargon, so let me explain a little. Around the brain of most creatures, there is a layer of protective, semi-permeable cells that separate the brain from general blood circulation. This is called the blood-brain barrier. These cells are selective in what gets to be transported into the brain, and how much of what gets to go in at once. This is to protect the brain from pathogens and toxins in the blood. I'm simplifying things a lot, otherwise, we'd be here all day. Due to the nature of these cells and the limited amount of compounds they allow to pass at a time, the quality and balance of what is actually going into the brain can make all the difference in the world. If Ninetales wants to hang with the best psychics, then she needs a proper balance of the good stuff. With that in mind, Ninetales had been up to 3,300 calories on a standard day, and I'm not discounting the possibility of her requiring 4,000 or more on an especially intensive day. Grovile's menu has remained largely the same with a few variations for taste. Like Ninetales, his caloric intake is increasing, but it's a slow uptick. Octillery needed an especially careful amount of thought put into his diet. As I said before, mammals are where I'm most comfortable, and devising a menu for a cephalopod took some thinking. A standard dish for Octillery is looking to be roughly 2,800 calories daily spread across 2 meals. I've selected an array of fatty fish, clams, enriched seaweed, caviar, and crustacean meat served raw with added supplements, citrus slivers, and seasoning to taste. This was all selected to try and emulate what his species would eat in the wild, and I think I did a fairly decent job considering he digs into his food with gusto. Having to make such a large amount of food each day is becoming laborious, but it's something I do happily. On that note, though, this is going to become a problem with the addition of more team members, especially team members who might be human-sized or larger. I've been looking into the possibility of getting a portable pokeblock maker to produce high-density food. But the ones I actually want, the ones that use Sylph space-bending tech to cook and condense high volumes of ingredients all in one go, are so damn expensive. If the check I get from Sylph for our TMs bounces, Aaron's is a dead man. Shinx is pawing at my leg and starting to use her claws, so I better cut this short. My baby here is definitely starting to grow out of her infant phase, as I noticed that she's been more and more interested in the food the rest of the team is eating as time goes on. Her grasp on human speech is getting better and better by the day, and to my chagrin, her emergent personality is. She's turning into a troublemaker with her best pals Electrike and Gumi. Oh, baby girl, stay a cute kitten for a while longer, please? Marrow? That's all for this one. Lee, out. With the last recording over and his aspirin finally kicking in, Nigel grumbles and opens the first document on the email, Lee's notes on Ninetales. After a brief moment to load, the professor is shown 7 scanned pages filled to the brim with notes and anatomical sketches. Ninetales' weight, height, the measurements of all her limbs, tails included, and countless other details are written in small, excited lettering. Lee must have burned through half a pen of ink in his haste to put every single thought in his head on these pages. He even went as far as to sketch the fox's rough skeletal structure, noting that everything was done by hand and shouldn't be considered accurate. Then he wrote down that each of Ninetales' tails has exactly 60 vertebrae and that he counted the bones in each tail by touch alone. There is practically no one else on the face of the earth that could get away with touching every single one of a Ninetales' tails and live. The academic board is going to have an absolute heyday with this. Moving on down, Nigel opens up the updated, wanted list. No particular order. Wanted for battle, research, both Vaporeon EV Sylveon? Flygon Audino, Chansey, Blissey Persian Kecleon Kangaskhan or Sering Meanshao Latios, Wishful Thinking Ditto? Hippowdon. Maybe, Alalan Vulpix, Ninetales, clear with Ninetales first, Zorua, Zoroark Miltank? Chatot Purloin, Leopard Braviary Galvantula, Ariados. Some were removed, some added, which was all pretty well in line with what Nigel was expecting. But at the same time, really shooting for the stars there, Nigel clicks his tongue, focusing on the name, Zoroark. I don't think a Zoroark has been publicly seen in decades. Finding a Latios would be easier. Nigel glances over at his desk phone with a grimace. Reluctantly, he reaches over, picks up the receiver, and slowly dials a number he knows by heart, but sorely wishes he didn't. Holding the phone up to his ear, it rings once, twice, then, yo. If it isn't Nigel Boy himself. A chipper voice, One forced to speak loudly through the din of what is obviously a party in the background, addresses him by name. You never call. What's the occasion? I'm here at the La Goudra, a little place I had built just a stone's throw away from the battle tower. Do you want in? I can arrange for an air taxi to be in Littleroot in 20 minutes. Best Salamence-sized hangover of your life. Scott, can you cut the crap for 5 minutes? The professor grumbles. I've got a study I should be preparing for. I can't goof off to hang out at a sports bar you built on a whim. The La Goudra is a sophisticated establishment that happens to serve a good drink to enthusiastic clientele. It's not a sports bar, Scott scoffs. Right. Sure, anyway, what can I do for the esteemed regional Pokémon professor? Scott asks. You never call me for anything fun, he whines, so what could it be? Nigel grunts. You recall that study on telepathy that I was talking about a few weeks back? The one involving Lee Henson? Sure do. Nigel can definitely hear Scott's grin. What a battle he had today, eh? We played it on the big screen in here, and I bet you could hear the cheers from the other side of the battle frontier. Ignoring Scott's attempt to strike up a longer conversation, Nigel soldiers on. In light of some new info I've been provided, I don't think the specialists you wanted to loan me will be good enough anymore. Can I borrow Annabelle? Chapter 10. Tease frustrating sometimes, Brendan thinks to himself, the amount of politicking in the world of organized Pokémon sports. Oh, he understands why, as Pokémon are everything. Power, prestige, wealth? These things are ripe for the taking for any Pokémon trainer willing to make Pokémon training their life, their truest passion in all of Arceus Green Earth. The rest of the world follows suit, as trainers simply exist above other people in society, and it's most evident with how much money and effort goes into catering to the needs of Pokémon and the humans who raise them. Shops with equipment designed for Pokémon? Even in the smallest towns, they can be found on every street. Fundraisers to sponsor trainers from less fortunate families? They almost always meet their goal. The latest technological advancement everyone is chatting about? The first question everyone has is how can trainers use it? The number of news outlets with a dedicated section on Pokémon training? All of them. People love strength, and to be a Pokémon trainer is an open declaration that you're cultivating the greatest sort of power, one of friendship and destruction alike. But where there is power, there is politics. In the wake of Lee's match versus Mira Moore, Brendan's match against Flannery has been, well, I don't have anything nice to say, so I'll say nothing, the boy thinks to himself. Politics are afoot here too, for the only spectators of his match are Courtney, Zinnia, Lee, Moore, and a few of Moore's staff. Officially, the gym is closed for repairs. But Brendan knows the real reason why his fight with Flannery isn't being shown off. I'm too high-profile an opponent for Flannery. Brendan shakes his thoughts away and returns to the gym match afoot. Marshtomp, Mudbomb, Slow, Douse, Torkoal, Deflect with Rapid Spin. Flannery quickly counters. Marshtomp is so much faster than Torkoal that it's almost unfair. Brendan's starter repositions just as they had planned before the fight began, leaping to the left and circling to Torkoal's flank. The Mudfish Pokémon's mouth opens, thick, dark mud pooling inside. Torkoal tenses his legs to spin in place, but before he can, Marshtomp's Mudbomb screams through the air and slams into his legs, tripping the tortoise Pokémon and knocking his legs out from under him. Torkoal's blazing body heat cooks the mud into a brittle ceramic in hardly a second, forcing Torkoal to waste precious moments shaking his legs free of the sharp shards of hardened earth. A second Mudbomb flies right into one of the holes in Torkoal's shell, hitting the coal base in his back with a hiss and the crackle of baking mud. Torkoal throws his head back with a distressed groan and shakes in pain, falling to his knees again. Flannery's look of desperation makes Brendan's stomach twist, but he ignores it for now. He can apologize after the badge is in his hand. Earlier in the match, Breloom secured a win against Magcargo with Brendan's preferred style of high-speed hit-and-run. Stun Spore into Mach Punch is an effective, if simple, combo. Magcargo and Flannery attempted to counter with Flame Terrain, but after watching Lee struggle against the move yesterday, Brendan brainstormed a counter. Breloom dealt with Flame Terrain by using an Inspoken Growth with a focus on the soles of his feet.
Normally, growth works by forcing the user's body to produce a bunch of fresh, healthy cells all over the body packed with Tay to boost the power of energy attacks, but with a last-minute modification, Breloom could turn the soles of his feet into thick calluses, giving the grass type a few moments of immunity to the burning ground.
Magcargo fell after only landing a glancing flamethrower on Breloom, and Brendan used his one substitution in the match to allow Breloom to rest, letting Marshtomp take the stage. They played it safe for the first minute, feeling Torkoal out with a few cautious attacks while dodging the retaliation. Flannery's Pokémon are powerful and have several tricks to boast. The burns littering Marshtomp are proof enough of that. Much like the Elder Moor's Pokémon, though, they're entirely too straightforward, with stratagems more suited to tackling multiple weaker foes than a strong opponent in single combat. A quirk of learning under a war vet, maybe? Brendan catches Marshtomp's eyes for a split second, and the trainer sharply nods his head to the left.
With a savage grin splitting his face, Marshtomp shines a bright white, then explodes towards Torkoal with a wordless takedown.
Neither Flannery nor Torkoal react fast enough, letting Marshtomp drive his shoulder into the side of Torkoal's head with a brutal thwack. Torkoal's head whiplashes to the side, the tortoise Pokémon stumbling from the blow, one that would have thrown a car right off its tires. Bleeding profusely from the split in his skull, Torkoal shudders and lets his legs give out, falling to the ground in a heap.
Torkoal, come on baby, you can do it, Flannery calls into the arena, her hands cupped around her mouth.
Don't give up. Groaning, Torkoal slowly, painfully forces himself back to his feet. A second later, his head wound forces him to falter and slip, falling back down. Flannery sighs and slumps her shoulders, signaling the referee off to the side of the arena to call the match. The ref, a younger man in the traditional robes Moore insists on, clears his throat. Torkoal is unable to battle. The winners of this match in the gym challenge are Marshtomp and Brendan Birch. The barriers around the arena fall as the few spectators rise to their feet and politely applaud. Despite how few people there are, Zinnia's grin, Lee's half-smile, and Courtney's tiny smile all feel wonderful to Brendan. He catches Courtney's pretty magenta eyes, and her smile deepens, making the boy's stomach grow warm and wiggle. Despite trying to play off the win coolly, he grins back and feels his face become hot. Courtney is forgotten for a second as Marshtomp, yelling in excitement, rushes Brendan with his arms wide open. The air is driven from Brendan's lungs with an oof, as he gets a back-popping hug from his starter. Man oh man, Marshtomp's excitement is infectious. Brendan's grin returns as he hugs the mudfish back. Way to go, bud. You did amazing out there. Marshtomp sets Brendan down and bumps a slightly charred fist against his own chest, gurgling confidently. Of course I did, Marshtomp practically says. Across the field, Flannery recalls her unconscious Torkoal, sucking the Pokémon back into his ball in a flash of light. She murmurs something too quiet to hear to the Pokeball, then clips it to her belt where two other Pokeballs hang. Schooling his face into a polite smile, Brendan walks out to the middle of the battlefield, which still bears the marks of Ninetales and Ty's cataclysmic duel. There, he and Marshtomp meet Flannery in the middle. You really are the real deal, huh? Flannery begins, hooking her thumbs into her belt loops. She blows out an exasperated breath that makes her hanging red bangs flutter. Gramps wasn't joking when he said the Birch family pumps out good trainers. I guess I've got a ways to go with this whole gym leader thing. She sighs, but perks up and offers Brendan a closed hand with a smile.
Despite the loss, that was a fun battle. Illuminating, too.
I think I now know better what I need to work on going forward. Flannery's hand opens, and in her palm is a shiny heat badge. For your victory, I award you this heat badge. Flannery smiles and offers it to Brendan, who takes the badge with a small, odd smile on his face. Getting a new badge always feels amazing. Hey, Flannery combs her fingers through her pony to tail sheepishly. We, need Ty to rest up and make us another copy of Overheat, so it might be a few days before you can get your prize TM. We'll have your prize money transferred over before long, though. It's no prob. Brendan waves Flannery off and deposits his new badge in his pocket to be later added to his badge case. He grins up at the air of the Laveridge gym. We were looking to take a vacation here in Laveridge anyway.
Just gimme a ring and I'll swing by. Flannery smiles back.
Will do. If you're looking to vacation a bit, try out the Kilavarage Onsen on the north end of town. They've got some of the best natural hot springs around. Book the special, and tell them I sent you. They cater to trainers and Pokémon, so take everyone along, she says. Brendan grins. Will do. After a good-natured handshake with Flannery, the victorious trainer turns and heads back to the front of the gym through the arena doors with Marshtomp in tow, finding that Lee, Zinnia, and Courtney are already in the lobby waiting for him. Not a bad match at all, kiddo. Zinnia grins and pulls Brendan into a rough, one-armed hug that feels more like a headlock. Before Brendan can complain, Zinnia releases him and plants her hands on her hips. You guys killed it out there. Indeed you did, Lee agrees with Zinnia. You aced both rounds. Well done. You'll have to tell me how Breloom got around flame terrain, though. I didn't see what you did. Growth, just localized around Breloom's feet, Brendan reveals. Not how it was intended to be used, but after some last-minute tweaking, we managed to get a padding of dead skin he didn't have to worry about burning. Lee blinks. That's smart. Brendan glances over to Marshtom, who looks back knowingly. I would have liked to have a showdown more like yours, though. Lee's smile grows brittle.
You say that, but Moore is not a pushover. That's exactly why I would have liked to battle him. And all of my Pokemon Sans Shinx are still laid up in the Pokemon Center with some of the worst injuries they've sustained yet. Lee sighs and crosses his arms.
Ninetales was not a happy camper after finding out she's going to be in the center for another few days, and on light duty for a few more afterward. Idly, Brendan wonders if Lee and Ninetales are talking to each other right now with telepathy. Ninetales was pretty opinionated and finicky as a Vulpix, and evolving only made her more so. Does she complain to Lee nonstop? If so, then Brendan's friend/mentor is even more patient than he thought. It does seem strange to see Lee without Ninetales, though. As a Vulpix, she would always ride on his right shoulder, and as a Ninetales, she always walks on his right when she can. Lee, as absent-minded as he is sometimes, might not have noticed, but the symbolism is not lost on Brendan. Coming back to the present, Brendan crosses his own arms. I think we could have managed against Mr. Moore. I dunno, kiddo. That heroic confidence will take you far, but Mura Moore and his Pokemon are a whole other gaggle of beasts. Zinnia's doubt stings. The dragon tamer looks through the still open arena doors at the pock-marked arena inside. You'd outbrain him maybe, but sometimes raw guff wins the day. Courtney, surprisingly, speaks up. I think you'd win, Brendan, she says quietly, drawing all eyes to her. If the attention spooks her, she hides it perfectly. Gym Leader Moore is a product of his time. He wins with power, you win with skill. Skill, when properly leveraged, wins nearly every time. She smiles, and despite how small a quirk of the lips it is, it's fantastically pretty. Brendan can't help but turn pink under the unexpected vote of confidence. Thank you, Courtney, he says with a shy smile. Lee and Zinnia share a short, severe look that seems to convey a whole conversation. It's so brief that Brendan almost misses it. Brendan takes a moment to clear his throat. Since we're going to be here for a few more days, he pauses to cross his arms behind his head and stretch, feeling his tense body loosen now that the adrenaline of a good battle has passed. Why don't we take a real break before we hit the road? Philarbor is easily 2 weeks away or more, and Flannery told me about this place called Keelavarage on the north side of town. I was looking at that same place the other day. Zinnia chimes in with a smile and a nod.
A restaurant, onsen, and spa all in one. Her smile becomes sly, and she bumps shoulders with Courtney.
I bet they can be convinced to let our pair of celebs and their pretty friends in for cheap, don't you think? Courtney shakes her head, making her hair bounce under her hood.
That seems shameless. Thrifty, you mean, Zinnia counters.
She turns to Lee and clasps her hands together. Doolittle, you won't leave your best gal pal hanging, will you? She asks with a cringe-inducing simper and big, rockruff eyes. Lee smirks. Never, but I think Ninetales will get the guest of honor treatment just for showing up. Zinnia's expression twists like an arrow just struck her in the heart. A tanned hand flies over her chest and dramatically claws at the fabric of her shirt. I see how it is, she grumbles, but her lips twitch in a barely suppressed laugh. Well, let's make tracks, people. We've got a booking to make and Brendan's Pokemon are due for a center visit. Zinnia turns and strides toward the doors. Lee and Courtney turn to follow, leaving Brendan and Marshtomp to bring up the rear. As they walk, Brendan locks his gaze onto Lee's back. Pokemon training is a game of power and politics, and that realization hit Brendan at an early age. Growing up, people never talked about his father's discoveries as a professor and academic. No, for years they only ever wanted to gripe about how he could have been champion, or how he could have been a part of the battle frontier, and how much a disappointment he was when he declined both titles. Some regions might treat the title of regional professor differently, but in Hoenn? It's a place for figureheads. Nigel Birch, a figurehead. The old newspapers in the Littleroot Library had told a younger Brendan everything he needed to know about how the world reacted to his father taking the regional circuit by storm, only to quit and vanish to be with his wife and newborn son. Even now, the Pokemon League barely gives his father the time of day for the betrayal, and only now, years later, is his reputation recovering. As if watching history repeat itself, Brendan can see the same thing happening to Lee. Lee's been kind to Brendan, even during the times he's treated more like a child than a peer. There's no maliciousness, just genuine concern. Lee even gives away his methodology and secrets behind his raising of Pokemon, taking the time to answer every question and teach Brendan anything he asks for, even at his own expense. Lee, he's too gentle, too kind to want the office of champion. Brendan knows the only reason the man is even tackling the gym circuit is because he's too polite, too meek to protest being railroaded into it. Brendan can't help but wonder to himself if Lee's unwillingness to protest has to do with his past, the one Brendan knows so little about. Regardless, the man lives and breathes everything Pokemon, never pausing or resting in his pursuit to know and understand. If he's not giving a physical examination, measuring every facet of his Pokemon, counting calories, providing physical therapy for injuries, or something else a casual or even intermediate trainer wouldn't think to do, he has his nose in a book researching something or other. Lee Henson barely has a life outside of Pokemon. With his tireless methods, his Pokemon are growing into monsters that will draw the eye of every dedicated battler around. Heck, that's already happening. People online are going nuts over Lee and his Pokemon, and the initial ripples are going to double back in waves soon. Were he a bit younger, Brendan might have felt upset or even jealous about playing second fiddle to his friend. Instead, he finds himself fine with it, considering his goals now. When they first set out from Littleroot all those months ago, Brendan wasn't really sure what he wanted out of his journey. Dad said not to worry and just have fun, as a goal would come to him eventually. Traveling Hoenn, seeing new and wonderful things, meeting strange people and stranger Pokemon, all of it is an inspiration of the finest sort. But here on the battlefield, where his adrenaline rushes and his heart thunders in his ears, here in the Ring of Honor where mind, body, and bonds are truly tested. This is the place Brendan found his own dream. He will win the Evergrande Conference, topple the Elite Four, and dethrone Steven Stone, declaring to the world that he is his father's son, here to finish what was started 12 years ago. That's not all, though. His mission is twofold. Before Brendan can be the champion, he has to defeat Lee and his Pokemon at the summit of the Evergrande Conference, freeing them from the expectations of the masses. If Lee is defeated at his best, then the shackles of promises unspoken can't close around his wrists. Brendan's eyes travel over to Zinnia. He's suddenly stricken by how little he knows of her as well. He knows Zinnia likes dragons, is from a reclusive tribe up north, is an old movie buff, and many other surface-level things. But who is Zinnia Draconid, really? Who is the woman who broods and rolls an empty Pokeball in her hand when she thinks no one is looking? Well, maybe it doesn't matter. Like Lee, she's Brendan's friend, and he'll make sure he and his Pokemon are strong enough for her, too. Brendan looks over to Marshtomp, his best friend and partner in this journey across Hoenn. Like the brother he never had, Marshtomp is simply so in tune with Brendan that, when they lock eyes, the boy knows they're thinking the same thing. Dad never said it aloud, but his actions after abandoning the Evergrande Conference are clear as day. Friends and family are everything. The young Birch's gaze once more finds its way to Lee. And because of that, I will defeat you. Alright baby girl, hit it. Shinx puffs her cheeks out in concentration, her fur sparking yellow, especially around the multimeter probes touching her ears. Lee glances down at the multimeter sitting in his lap as the meter's insulated probes quickly grow warm in his hands. Goodness. 40,000 volts at 15 milliamps. He whistles. Okay, Shinx. That's enough. Shinx cuts off her electrical current as Lee takes the probes away, setting them down next to him in the grass before taking a moment to wipe the sweat off his brow. Marrow? The kitten looks up at Lee with big, sparkling eyes. Wonderful work, baby girl. Lee smiles and reaches a hand out, rubbing her under the chin and earning him a heartwarming purr. You're getting so strong all of a sudden. I don't know why Brendan and Zinnia are worried about me when I have you around. Shinx beams under the praise. Quite literally, in fact. Her luminescent yellow eyes shine with a captivating gold light that's visible even in the bright sunlight. She presses her head into Lee's hand, purring all the while. 40,000 volts at 15 milliamps. That's enough to put a burly man on his ass, or even kill someone with a weak heart. Lee breathes out an amazed sigh. In just a few weeks, her electrical powers have gone from unpleasant static zap to totally incapacitating, for a human, at least. A week after Brendan's gym battle finds Lee and company in one of Laverage's parks. Other people are out and about, with kids and Pokemon playing in the field while parents chatter by the picnic tables off to the side. A few other trainers are going about some light training of their own, and thankfully no one wants to bug him or Shinx. Brendan and Marshtomp are out near the center of the field, quickly endearing themselves to the local children with Marshtomp's water gun playing the role of a sprinkler on this hot day. Breloom is using the distraction to leisurely dig through Brendan's bag, munching on anything that looks edible. Electrike, meanwhile, is off to the side playing with a few other younger Pokémon under Mawile's watchful eye. The younger Pokémon are simply awed by how large the electric pup is. Courtney is further away, engaged in a battle with a teenage trainer. It's clear Courtney's foe didn't expect the reclusive-looking woman to be a challenge, but the young trainer's Krogunk is sweating and barely keeping out of the way of Courtney's mighty Enna. Even if Courtney is being mercifully lenient, the match's outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Zinnia is absent, waiting impatiently at the Pokémon Center for her Tyrant, which is due to be delivered today. Upon acquiring Tyrant, Zinnia will take the rarest Pokémon in the group title from Lee and Ninetales. Grovyle and Octillery were released into Lee's care just 2 days ago, both with light-duty advisories. Grovyle, ever dutiful, decided to rest in his ball, staying on standby with Lee when not otherwise needed. He's recovering quickly, though his appearance remains rather lopsided with his burned wrist leaves still regrowing. Lee had once more offered to teach the gecko how to read alongside Octillery, but he hesitated, and then declined, much to Lee's befuddlement. Octillery, who is driven up the wall when sitting idle, was left back at the hotel. Having tired of doing all his research and projects on his phone, Lee had splurged a little and bought a laptop for himself, which was left with Octillery today. In mere days, the octopus had grasped the basics of reading and writing enough that he began to crave something more stimulating. After a night of learning the basics of using a computer and memorizing Lee's credentials for the Rustboro Trainer School's online learning website, Octillery could safely be left to his own devices. Poor Ninetales is set to be released today, then left on light duty for an entire week, much to her chagrin. Even if they're never truly apart, Lee had stopped in to visit her every single day. In the back of his mind, Lee can feel the great fox lightly dozing on her hospital bed. That has left Shinx receiving nearly all of Lee's attention for a solid week, and seeing as he had nothing else to do and he couldn't put off Shinx growing up forever, they finally began some light training for the little electric type. To Lee's silent lamentations, her training has confirmed his worst fears. In just a month and a half, she's left the clumsy kitten stage and is taking her first steps into the overly curious juvenile stage. It's a part of a feline's life that Osser back at the zoo made damn sure Lee was familiar with. Looking down at Shinx, Lee lets his hand wander from her chin up to her cheek and short muzzle. With his thumb, he strokes one of the tufts of fur on the side of her face. She'll be the third cub he's raised by hand. Something in Lee's chest clenches painfully. They're gone. They're gone and they're not coming back. Marrow? Lee sucks in a sharp breath and blinks, wondering when he spaced out. Looking back down, he sees Shinx looking back up at him with worry in her big, gold eyes. With an inward sigh, Lee goes to curse at himself only to stop himself short. Remember what Mabel said. Don't put yourself down over things you can't control, and talk with someone if you need to. Lee composes himself and smiles back down at Shinx. Ah, I forgot how in tune with emotions young Pokémon are. Don't mind me, Shinx. I was just thinking about some things, is all. Shinx says nothing in reply, but she does crawl into Lee's lap and looks up at him, blinking once. Lee snorts ruefully. Don't worry yourself over it, baby girl. I won't mope around you anymore. The kitten flicks her tail once, still staring up at him as if waiting for him to explain. Ah, to hell with it. You'll feel better by saying something, and Shinx is so young she won't remember this. You weren't my first baby, you know? Lee strokes Shinx across her back with 2 fingers, talking more at her than to her. You're the third. You would have been the fourth if things had worked out for the best. The zoologist takes a deep breath in and out. Zephu and Sabari were like you, these little cubs I helped raise. I loved them like nothing else, but they aren't around anymore, making you my last. Lee looks down at Shinx again, who is still staring at him with her wide, innocent eyes. You look just like them, and for a while, I wondered if I made the right choice by taking you, baby girl. Was I trying to fill the hole they left behind? I don't know, but I do know I was worrying myself sick wondering if I would do a good job raising you, wondering if you'd get big and strong. Lee smiles and scratches Shinx near the base of her tail, making her arch her back and shut her eyes with a contented purr. Well, here you are, doing fine. That's probably more you than me, but I'm thankful regardless. He scratches a little harder. I love you, baby girl. Shinx's purr grows, and she nuzzles her head into Lee's stomach. You should give yourself more credit, beloved. Ninetales' groggy voice echoes through his head. Shinx went from a premature waif fated to be as fragile as spun glass to just a few pounds underweight in the span of 50 days. In another 50, no one will be able to tell she's ever been anything but a model of picture-perfect health. Perhaps, but I credit her for tolerating all my meddling and therapy, Lee sends back. I'm sorry if I woke you up. If you want to apologize for doing so, you can come and check me out of the Pokemon Center, Ninetales says dryly. I've been ready to leave since day one. Lee closes his eyes and taps a little deeper into Ninetales, gauging how she's feeling. Her broken hind leg is free of its cast. Her ribs, although tender, don't hurt. Her blown-out eardrum is as good as new, and her hearing on both sides is back to 100%. Her burns are healed, though her regrowing fur is thin in some places. Most importantly, the bone-deep weariness is gone, replaced with a pent-up energy yearning to be free of the Pokemon Center. We're on our way. Lee nods and looks down at Shinx. Come on, girl. Let's go pick up Ninetales. Shinx's eyes light up at Ninetales' name, and with a little wiggle, she hops up and drapes herself across Lee's shoulders like she'd seen Vulpix do 1,000 times. After packing up the multimeter, his new and marginally filled notebook, and a charred, cut-up poke doll that Shinx was honing her Thundershock and Scratch attacks on, Lee shoulders his bag and stands. Rather than yell over the dull roar of the park, Lee quickly sends Brendan and Courtney a text message each saying he's heading to the center and starts off. During the walk to the center, Lee hesitantly unlocks his phone and opens his emails. 24 new emails. Lee clicks his tongue. Weeks after Ninetales' evolution and 8 days after their dramatic win at the gym, Lee is still getting barraged by emails. Some are obvious spam, some seem like real offers for various sponsorships that become one-sided when scrutinized, and some are just nonsense. Easily 90% of what he was sent was either ignored or politely declined, with a decent chunk of that remaining 10% being sent off to Monty for a better response than Lee could come up with. Monty, the Hoenn Pokemon Labs PR manager, is an older gentleman that Nigel has been friends with for years. He was a nice enough guy during the call that the professor had arranged so they could meet each other, and has so far proven himself to be exceptionally competent at turning away pointed questions. Lee had forwarded the man an email from a gossip rag that wanted to interview him, one heavily implying Lee was using stimulants of dubious legality on his Pokemon. Monty shut down the entire conversation in a heartbeat, giving them a sterile, diplomatic denial with no room for misinterpretation. He ended with the implication that the league itself might be displeased with the accusation leveled at Lee. No article was ever published by the newsgroup. In light of some of the other emails he's getting, ones with business offers, Lee bit the bullet several days back and contacted a Rustboro-based lawyer to keep on retainer. Finding a lawyer had been a surprising pain, as many declined without even speaking to him. It took a while before he realized why. To a lawyer, a client with a vengeful, mind-reading Pokemon is a nightmare come to life. Amanda Keller, a young woman only a year older than Lee, finally took up the job for a modest, or at least modest for a lawyer, monthly retainer. The law firm she works for in Rustboro has a good reputation, and although Amanda herself has only been on the job for a year and some change, she's won nearly all of her legal battles and was willing to take on a high-risk client like Lee. Keeping her on retainer is risky with his sometimes unstable income, Lee thinks, but not having a lawyer on speed dial doesn't seem like an option anymore. Being a trainer is expensive. Lee opens his emails and begins scrolling. Let's sort them now and be done with it for today. Spam, spam, invite to a spammy-looking BattleNet group that he declines, a new post in Fox Friday, spam, new posts in his BattleNet megathread. Really just a whole lot of nothing. There are a few that seem interesting. One is from a company called Junesoft Entertainment, which wants to license his and his Pokemon's names and images for what looks like a mobile gacha game in return for a decent monthly sum. Another from a company called Hod Group is asking for more or less the same thing, just for their brand of trading cards and figurines. More money can never hurt, so Lee forwards both to his lawyer to scan for any red flags. Gah. 6 months ago, my biggest concern was what I was having for dinner. Now it's navigating business deals and keeping an eye out for eco-terrorists. Lee grunts. When did life get so complicated? Such is the burden of the extraordinary, Ninetales chimes in, a mental giggle punctuating her words. If they make video game characters of us, insist on you and I being the highest rarity there is. I won't settle for less. After a moment, Ninetales continues. Lee, Magma may be making a move soon. We'll be investigating Mount Chimney in accordance with canon, correct? Lee hesitates, turning his body so a Raiden carrying a child on his shoulders can slip by on the sidewalk. We can look. If we don't find anything, then Ash and his friends probably will when they stop by Lavarage, and it'll be taken care of then. Ninetales' reply is the curious sensation of a telepathic nod. With the Pokemon Center in sight, Lee dismisses the rest of his junk mail and glances at BattleNet, finding little of importance. Fox Friday is once more hosting a little event, asking posters to share a little-known Fox fact. This probably isn't well known. Today at 12:50 p.m. L_Henson, Ninetales, sample size of 1. Counted by touch. Unknown margin of error. Have 60 vertebrae per tail, checked and double-checked, for a total of 540, when all the tails are added up. Multiple people are typing. Lee locks his phone and slips it into his pocket as he steps inside the Pokemon Center. With no line at the front desk, he's free to walk up to Nurse Joy, who is busy typing away at her computer from her place seated behind the desk. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. I'm here to check a patient out. The nurse looks up, a smile on her face. Good afternoon, Mr. Henson. I'll have someone bring Miss Ninetales out. In the meantime, she hits a button on her keyboard, and the printer under her desk spits out several forms. Taking the forms, a pen from an assortment within a mug on her desk, and a little bacon-looking treat from a jar by the mug, Joy hands the papers and pen to Lee. Here is Miss Ninetales' release forms and her continued recovery plan, she says, offering the treat to a delighted Shinx, who gobbles it up and leaves crumbs on Lee's sleeve. By the time Lee has signed everything and handed the papers back to Joy, a young nurse in scrubs has emerged from the doors leading deeper into the center with a Pokeball in her hands. Walking up to Lee, she presents the ball with a smile. Thank you. Lee smiles and takes the proffered ball. Take care, Mr. Henson. Nurse Joy says goodbye with a wave. Looking around the Pokemon Center, Lee quickly finds Zinnia sitting on a couch in the corner impatiently bouncing one of her legs. The dragon tamer glances at the clock on the wall and sighs. Upon making his way over, Lee sits down next to Zinnia, surprising her into looking at him. No tyrant? He asks. Not yet, Zinnia scowls. I was told, noon, and guess what happened? She asks snarkily, pointing at the clock. Still nothing. Lee looks up at the clock as well. The hands tell him it's just now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What region is your contact in? Or's time zone is 3 hours behind Hoenn. Zinnia groans. Cool. She crosses her arms and grumbles. So I'm here way early. She reins in her annoyance and looks at the Pokeball in Lee's hand. How is Miss Fox? In response, Lee just hits the button of Ninetales' ball. With a flash of light, Ninetales materializes, sitting regally with her tails fanned out behind her before Lee, Shinx, and Zinnia. Though the effect is ruined by the places where her burned-away fur is thin and in the process of regrowing. Ninetales looks down at the spots where Lee's eyes linger, a frown on her muzzle. I'll trim your coat a bit soon, love. It'll cover the worst of it, he silently promises. You're still the most beautiful Pokemon around regardless. Ninetales' frown eases. It vanishes when Shinx leaps down from Lee's shoulders to rub herself against Ninetales' front legs lovingly. Zinnia nods slowly, looking up and down Ninetales' form. Well, it could have been worse. Do you think you've recovered enough to put a dragon throwing a tantrum in his place? The golden fox raises an eyebrow, and Lee turns to Zinnia asking Ninetales in spoken question. Can we get some elaboration on that? I'll be all too happy to fix your ignorance on the topic, Zinnia jabs with a smirk. Do you know how dragons, dragons, run their relationships? I can't say I do, Lee admits with a blink. Dragons, like fairies, aren't very well documented. Dragon tamers keep their secrets close to their chests to make their powerful Pokemon that much harder to counter. There is more myth than fact out there. Dragons crave social structure, and that structure is based on a strength-driven hierarchy, Zinnia begins, tapping Shelgon's ball. They want a pack, sometimes called a flight, or a thunder depending on who you ask, and a role in that flight. Naturally, the alpha spot is the one they all want since it comes with prestige and guaranteed mating rights. A dragon coming into a new flight must challenge the strongest Pokemon for their spot. Normally, a dragon will fall in line after taking a harsh enough loss, but a sore loser might just try to assume control of a neighboring group as a vassal of sorts, so? Geez, Doolittle. Zinnia snorts and tries to hide a smirk as she peers down at Lee's hands. You're such a nerd, Lee looks down at his notebook, unsure when he pulled it out, but Zinnia's explanation is already written word for word there. He crosses out the unconsciously written, geez, Doolittle, you're such a nerd. Well, I'm not going to apologize. This is fascinating stuff. Please, keep going. Right. Zinnia composes herself. Anyway, vassal groups. A sore loser dragon who can't secure the alpha or beta spots in a flight might take over a weaker flight and use them as a vassal to their main flight. A greedy alpha might even send dragons under them to go to this on purpose. Some dragons have made some impressive kingdoms in the past, spanning dozens of flights and hundreds of individuals beholden to a central emperor flight in a big social web. Wouldn't that kingdom inevitably fall due to infighting? Ninetails asks skeptically. She flicks her heart-marked ear. If the primary way to move up socially is with violence, it just incentivizes the hidden consolidation of personal power in a culture of backstabbing. When Lee repeats Ninetail's question, Zinnia shakes her head. Not really. Most dragons are just born with a concept of honor, understanding that before any other emotion, so they don't do backstabbing. A challenge from a dragon is unmistakable. Besides, dragons grow fastest when put under pressure, and the pressure of keeping your underlings in line and your crown safe is immense. That paints a frightful picture. Lee can already imagine how dragon types have snowballed their way into being considered the most powerful type. If the strongest dragons get stronger just by being strong, and they're almost certain to find a mate, it turns into an infinite feedback loop. The reason why I ask is because tyrants are fighty little things, Zinnia continues. When Shelgon puts my little dino in his place, he's not going to take that sitting down and is going to pester Ninetails and Marshtomp. When he does, make it clear he's not going to get a foothold, okay? We can do that, Lee agrees, closing his notebook. That's some really interesting stuff, Zinnia. I'd like to hear more if you get time. Zinnia raises an eyebrow. Huh. I thought a mammal-focused trainer like you wouldn't be. Ah. What am I saying? Of course you'd find dragons cool. She shakes her head with a small smile. You call me a nerd and then think I wouldn't be interested in Pokemon social structures? Lee scoffs. That'd be like a dragon tamer not being interested in raising an ancient reptile back from the dead. Okay, get off my back, Zinnia grumbles. Her red eyes scan around, then she levels Lee with a serious look. Lee, I was tipped off that magma might be operating in the area, she says, her voice quiet. I'm not going to ask that you look with me, but I wanted to inform you that I'll be scouting Laverage and Mount Chimney for them. I have no idea why they're here, but Lee and Ninetails share a look, time seemingly slowing as they converse. What I want to know, begins Ninetails, is why Zinnia is so interested in magma. She's never stated a reason. She's apparently been using clandestine, perhaps even illegal, sources for information and supplies. I don't see how it could be related to her stated goal of being the Draconid lorekeeper. Ninetail's suspicion is as plain as it is distrusting. Neither do I, Lee agrees. There must be some reason, though. Zinnia is a hothead, but when she sits and thinks things through, she can be surprisingly shrewd. I doubt this obsession with magma is something baseless. I mean, we know for a fact they're trying to unbalance the entire world. I think that counts towards the goal of keeping her tribe safe. Yes, we know what magma's aims are because of meta-knowledge. Zinnia already implied that she knows what they're up to. But if she knows, why wage a single woman crusade when she has a tribe of dragon tamers as backup? Why not tip off League officials as you did? Something isn't adding up, Ninetails insists. When Lee has no answer, Ninetails relents ever so slightly. Before we commit to anything, I have to insist we ask why she's pursuing them so dogmatically. The conversation passes in a tenth of a second, and Lee returns his attention to the woman next to him. Zinnia, what's with this thing you have for magma and aqua? I get that they're eco-terrorists and up to no good, but why are you so personally invested in this? Lee crosses his arms. I appreciate the warning, and I'm not going to let you wander into danger alone, but I'd like to know why you're doing this. Zinnia hesitates, looking away and biting her lip. Lee, it's complicated. I don't want to say, because I don't want you to get caught up in this. It's a little late for that now, Lee shoots back. We're already going to sniff around for magma and we've got one of their admins under surveillance. Caught up in the deeper parts, I mean, Zinnia snaps back. She takes a deep breath and calms herself, looking around to make sure no one is looking their way. There is a lot at play beyond magma and aqua. I really do not want to explain, because if I do, I know you'll get tangled up in this mess even worse, and... She gives Lee a tired look. I don't want to push more onto your plate, Lee. You've got your own things to worry about, and I've got mine, okay? Some things are better left unsaid. Deeper parts, deeper than what crackpot eco-terrorists are up to, Lee frowns. You're not doing anything to alleviate my concern, here. Zinnia leans back into the couch, her face falling into something, lost? Afraid? She takes a pokeball from her belt and rolls it in her fingers. After a minute of silence, she speaks up, quiet and unsure. You and Brendan are the first friends I've had outside of my Pokemon since Aster died. Zinnia says, voice little higher than a whisper. I don't like keeping you in the dark, but I have to for your own good. I know your type, Lee. If I explain, you'll invite yourself along even if you don't want to. Even if you know it could kill you. Lee's skin breaks out into goosebumps as Ninetales' hackles rise. At Ninetales' feet, Shinx stares up at Zinnia. Zinnia stares down at the Pokeball in her hand and presses the button. The ball pops open, and no Pokemon comes out. She closes it again with a sigh. If you really want to know, Zinnia's eyes lock Lee in place. Then think about it until we get to the Draconid stronghold outside of Falarbor, okay? She puts the empty ball away. I need to work up the nerve to talk, and you need the time to consider it. If you still want to know, Zinnia clenches her fists on her knees. Then I'll tell you, I promise. Silently, Lee nods. My answer won't change, but take however much time you need. Zinnia gives him a tired smile, then rises from her seat with a dramatic flourish of her cloak. She stretches her arms over her head. Alrighty, enough doom and gloom. I saw a Johto sashimi place down the road, and if my Pokemon isn't going to be here for another 2 hours, then lunch is in order. She grins. For upsetting your best gal pal, you can pay for her lunch. But Ninetales isn't upset. Lee earns a slug to the arm for the comment. Apparently, Zinnia doesn't care for being hit with the same joke twice in a week. Homebrew Audiobooks hopes you enjoyed this program. Make sure to subscribe for future releases. Stay tuned for part 2.